Sea Circle Calendar 1530. Marine Headquarters Malinfando. Elite Training Camp. The summer sun scorched the training ground where elite naval soldiers from across the world were engaged in intense training. Among them stood a handsome youth 2.5 meters tall, bare-chested with bronze skin, lifting a stone block over 5 meters high while doing squats. 998, 999, 1000. At the count of 1,000 he paused briefly, then suddenly thrust his fingers into the stone block. Then using the strength of his fingers and arm muscles he steadily placed the stone block on the ground. Phew, warm-up complete. Time to find a sparring partner. Bordeaux Reynaud casually wiped the sweat from his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping across the other trainees. Those who met his eyes quickly looked away, refusing to hold his gaze. It was hardly surprising. Bordeaux Reynaud was an orphan rescued by the naval hero Capu on a deserted island in the East Blue a year ago, a transmigrator who had spent 14 years as a lone survivor on an island with a pack of wolves, a monster who had revealed immense physical prowess upon joining the elite training camp, and the proudest disciple personally acknowledged by instructor Zephyr. It was only natural that ordinary trainees feared getting beaten. That's right, Bordeaux Reynaud was a transmigrator, the kind who had been abandoned on a deserted island with no one to care for him after crossing over. He had thought his life was short, but unexpectedly he was taken in and raised by a pack of wolves on the island. Reynaud lived with the wolves for 14 years until a year ago when he was burying the old Wolf King and caught the attention of passing Capu, leading to the Bordeaux Reynaud of today. Reynaud scanned the area and found no trainee willing to meet his gaze, feeling bored. These trainees are too weak. Even if they were willing to spar with me, it wouldn't do me any good. Reynaud deliberately raised his voice so that the trainees present could hear. The words were true and harsh, but the trainees pretended not to hear and continued their own training. That bastard Reynaud was provoking them, but they wouldn't fall for it. He had used this trick many times before, and now hardly any fool would be affected by such a crude provocation. But since it was hardly any, there was always an exception. Bastard Reynaud, don't look down on us. A trainee in uniform with white hair and a scar from forehead to the corner of his eye leaped up, grabbed Reynaud's arm, and wore an enraged expression. Seeing the hothead jump out, Reynaud mimicked a certain glint fruit user, pursing his lips. Oh, isn't this Simoji? Come to get beaten again. Behind Simoji, a female trainee with pink hair and sunglasses on her forehead helplessly massaged her forehead. Simoji, you idiot, Tina is not carrying you back this time. Crawl back to the dorm yourself. But Simoji in his rage ignored her. He clenched his right fist. White smoke suddenly erupted, and his entire right arm turned into smoke. He'll defeat you this time. White fist. Seeing this, Reynaud smirked, tensed his muscles, and clenched his left fist, covering it with jet black armament hockey in an instant. Fist bone, normal attack. The white fist and black fist collided, the immense impact sending Simoji flying like a swatted fly. He spun 720 degrees in the air and crashed headfirst into the wall, immediately falling unconscious. Reynaud stood still, retracting his fist, and said lightly, how many times has instructor Zephyr told you? Don't rely too much on your devil fruit power. Without even mastering armament hockey, how could you be my opponent? Satisfied. Daily beating of Simoji complete. Simoji was too reliant on his fruit. No matter how many times Zephyr told him, he wouldn't listen. So Reynaud volunteered for the job, maintaining a daily routine of beating Simoji with hockey. If he kept beating him, Simoji would eventually wake up one day. Hockey is the foundation. Tina watched from the side, shaking her head at Simoji the idiot. Reynaud stood still, feeling his muscles fully loosened, then turned and walked toward the instructor's office. He needed to fight a strong opponent to hone himself. Obviously, instructor Zephyr was a perfect choice. Simoji. At best, he was just a speed bump for warming up. But after a few steps, Reynaud stopped. Ding. The 15-year period has arrived. The Pirate King system has been loaded. This system aims to help the host reach the pinnacle of piracy, becoming the Pirate King, or even the king of the world. The host can obtain rewards by doing anything that conforms to pirate behavior. The reward depends on the intensity of the behavior. Now issuing a newbie quest, please have the host do something conforming to pirate behavior. After completion, the Newbie Gift Pack will be awarded. Reynaud's mouth twitched. Bushijman, do you even hear yourself? I, Bordeaux Reynaud, am a naval soldier. And you want me to do something like shouldn't it be a killing system or a justice system where killing pirates makes you stronger? But now you want me to become... Reynaud felt his temples throbbing. After waiting 15 years for a system, it turned out to be a pirate system. Was he supposed to announce defection from the Navy on the spot? Don't be ridiculous. This past year in the Navy had been very pleasant. Instructor Zephyr, Instructor Capu, and Instructor Zhanghua had all been extremely good to him, teaching him without reservation. A person must learn gratitude. He couldn't and wouldn't defect from the Navy at this time. Forget it, even without this system, I can still become invincible in the world. Haven't you heard? Only hockey can transcend all. But saying that, Reynaud still felt he needed to vent on someone. So Reynaud turned around, his gaze sweeping across the training ground again. Simoji. No, he was already knocked out. Not qualified. but the others were too weak. The only one left. Laylo's eyes settled on Tina. Seeing this, Tina shuddered and took a step back. You've already beaten Simoji. You can't beat Tina now. Forget it. Tina, do you have some money on you? I forgot to bring any today, and I want to buy some rum. Hearing this, Tina sighed in relief and took out a few bills from her training uniform pocket, handing them to Laylo. Tina only has this much. It should be enough for a few bottles. Good, thanks. They'll treat you next time. Laylo turned to leave, but then the system popped up again. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully robbed a member of the Navy elite training camp at Marine headquarters. Newbie quest completed. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Open it. Laylo's footsteps halted once again. He glanced back at Tina, then at the berries in his hand, and fell into deep thought. Could this be considered a robbery? The system's judgment seemed quite intriguing. It appeared to have directly identified him as a pirate who had committed robbery at Marineford. He would verify this later. For now, let's see what the big gift bag contained. Laylo silently thought to himself, open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a devil fruit animal type Ryu Nomi Mythical Zoan yellow dragon form. It has been stored in the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. A mythical Zoan devil fruit. And the yellow dragon. In mythology, the yellow dragon is the foremost of the 5 sacred beasts residing in the element of earth. It can command wind and rain, summon lightning and thunder, and wield the power of the 5 elements. It is a holy beast with formidable physical strength and even more formidable elemental power. Consuming this devil fruit would undoubtedly trigger an explosive surge in his strength. Ahem, hockey was originally the path of invincibility, but having an extra fruit is just another path. Without hesitation, Laylo quickly left the training ground out of the trainee's sight, then retrieved the devil fruit from the system space. They say devil fruits taste worse than shit. Today I'll see for myself. Laylo took a big bite. Yuck, this tastes so damn awful. Fighting the discomfort in his stomach, he ate the devil fruit in large mouthfuls, not even leaving the stem. Laylo clenched his fists, carefully sensing the explosive power coursing through his body. Moments later, a grin spread across his face. I feel great now. His already monstrous physique combined with the version's true god, the mythical Zoan, was a perfect synergy. He estimated his current strength was at the level of a vice admiral. Vice admiral level stats, but his combat skills and experience were still lacking. He needed to train more with instructor Zephyr. So 5 minutes later, Laylo kicked open the door to Zephyr's office, infuriating the man inside. You damn brat. I told you not to kick the door. I just had it fixed yesterday. Take it easy, instructor Zephyr. It's just a door. He'll find someone to fix it for you. Laylo had no sense of courtesy in front of Zephyr. He skillfully retrieved tea from the cabinet beside the desk, brewed cups for himself, and Zephyr then pulled an unopened box of Admiral exclusive cigars from Zephyr's pocket and finally plopped down opposite Zephyr, propping his feet on the desk. This series of familiar moves made the veins on Zephyr's forehead bulge. He said testily, what do you want again? Laylo didn't reply. He merely shook the cigar box in front of Zephyr, pulled one out, held it in his left hand, then snapped the fingers of his right hand. A flame appeared out of thin air, lighting the cigar. Seeing this, Zephyr's eyes narrowed and his voice turned low. Laylo, did you eat a devil fruit? Yeah, I just found it. What fruit? Animal type Ryu Nomi Mythical Zoan yellow dragon form. Upon hearing this, Zephyr relaxed. A mythical Zoan. That's good. Every mythical Zoan fruit is incredibly precious, and a mythical Zoan chooses its own host. The fact that Laylo found this fruit meant he was fated to have it. He wasn't against trainees eating devil fruits. He just opposed them being overly reliant on their powers. Like the 3 brats now serving as admirals, especially Borsellino. Just thinking about it made him angry. But Laylo was different. Although he seemed wild and undisciplined, he was by no means someone without a sense of proportion. In the year-long teaching period, Zephyr had come to understand that Laylo had his own strong opinions and didn't need reminders on such matters. After all, Laylo was the most outstanding student he had ever taught. Even those 3 brats at his age didn't have such formidable strength. With this mythical Zoan in time, Laylo would surely become an admiral. Thinking this, Zephyr still crossed his arms and snorted, don't think that eating a mythical Zoan means you can slack off training your physique. Hockey is the most fundamental thing. Laylo squinted, extinguished his cigar, and said, instructor Zephyr, if you want to praise me, just do it directly. You don't have to be tsundere about it. I want get cocky. You damn Laylo. Zephyr instantly flew into a rage, clenching his right fist as armament hockey coded it, appearing to flow. This was the intermediate application of armament hockey, emission flow. It was more powerful than simple. With a bang, Laylo and a battered door flew out together, landing right in front of an old man wearing a dog head hat. Yo, isn't this young Laylo? Kicked out by Zephyr again. Kapu held a bag of sunbae and laughed hard. Laylo got up as if nothing happened, dusted himself off, and flicked away the wood chips. These were the remains of the door. Zephyr's punch had turned it into powder. This was a loss. All he got was a punch, and he didn't practice anything. Instructor Zephyr must have seen him eat a mythical Zoan and thus used more force. If it were before, this would have hurt for a whole day. Oh, it's Instructor Kapu. Instructor Zephyr fought dirty. I called him out, and he got embarrassed and hit. Lei Luo said this was routine. Then he looked around and realized he had landed at the port. Seeing Kapu, he guessed they were about to set sail. Instructor Kapu and Instructor Bogart, are you going out to sea? Over the past year, Lei Luo hadn't done much else at Marine headquarters except acknowledge teachers. Besides Instructor Zephyr, Kapu, Bogart, and even Sengoku were his teachers. Of course, this was only because he was talented enough, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to acknowledge so many teachers. Lei Luo took out the Admiral exclusive cigars he had swiped from Zephyr, handed one each to Kapu, and Bogart snapped his right fingers, and a flame appeared out of thin air. Huh. Kapu's eyes narrowed. Did you eat a devil fruit? Yeah, mythical Zoan. Upon hearing this, Kapu patted Lei Luo's shoulder with his senbai crumb-covered right hand, and laughed heartily. Good kid, a mythical Zoan. How about sparring with me now? Bogart said helplessly from the side. Vice Admiral Kapu, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, ordered us to depart immediately, without delay. Admiral Akainu is under a lot of pressure right now. Kapu pursed his lips. Well, that can't be helped. Kid, when I get back, I'll test your strength with my fist of love. Lei Luo's ears twitched. Instructor Kapu, what are you going to do? Can I come along and watch? A flicker of curiosity gleamed in Lei Luo's eyes. Having arrived at Marineford, he had remained within the elite training camp and never once ventured out to sea. To his own embarrassment, in the 15 years since his arrival, he had only ever been to two places: the desolate island where he grew up, and this very Marine headquarters, Marineford. Now that an opportunity presented itself, he naturally longed to go. Oh, you want to tag along for some fun? That's fine. Kapu popped a rice cracker into his mouth. Perfect chance to find a few pirates for you to practice on. Bogut the blade drawing king interjected. Vice Admiral Kapu. Lei Luo is still a training camp member. By regulation, he shouldn't accompany us on missions. And we need to inform Instructor Zephyr as well. Bogut used the word inform rather than seek permission. In principle, Lei Luo wasn't qualified for this mission, but he had multiple principals backing him. Zephyr, Kapu, and Zhanghua, all were his mentors. For an ordinary person, simply asking such a question would have led to arrest for probing classified missions. This was precisely why Lei Luo eagerly acknowledged these teachers. With them as his backers, he could essentially roam the Marines unchallenged. An orphan with admiral potential, he was quintessentially a loyal Marine through and through. Kapu stroked his chin. True enough, we should notify Zephyr. Lei Luo, lad, go on ahead. Well, wait for you on the warship. Ha. With that, he patted Lei Luo's shoulder and continued toward the ship with Bogut. Lei Luo waved a hand, snatching another rice cracker and stuffing it into his mouth, then attempted to cover his body with fine threads of lightning to stimulate cellular activity. Soon Lei Luo's eyes brightened. It works. Using lightning to stimulate cells enhanced both body tempering and overall physical performance. With a slight push from his feet, Lei Luo shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Using the travel time, he finally examined the gains from his visit to Instructor Zephyr's office. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully robbing former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr at Marine headquarters. Reward: Life Return Cultivation Insights. Life Return Cultivation Insights. Excellent. He had already mastered the 6 forms of Marine to perfection. Life Return was the next step. With these insights, he could save considerable time. Moreover, these might be Zephyr's personal insights. A supreme physique master's wisdom was truly invaluable. Half a minute later, Lei Luo burst back into Zephyr's office, crackling with lightning. He casually grabbed another box of Admiral exclusive cigars and plopped onto Zephyr's desk. Instructor Zephyr, I'm going on a mission with Instructor Kapu. Zephyr watched the black scorch marks left by the fine lightning on his desk and felt his blood pressure skyrocket. Why the sudden urge to go on a mission? You knocked me all the way to the port where I ran into Instructor Kapu and Instructor Bogut, so I thought I'd head out to sea. Zephyr pulled out a training mission form from his drawer, scribbled a few lines, and stamped it with his seal. Here, take it. This way I'll have a few peaceful days. Since Kapu the old man was leading the team, Lei Luo's safety was assured, and it would be good for him to broaden his horizons. A man who yearns for the sea cannot stay cooped up in Marineford forever. Great. He'll bring back local specialties when I return. Lei Luo's eyes lit up. With this document, his mission procedures were fully compliant beyond any reproach. Though the formality was hardly necessary, he could have simply gone along regardless. Having proper procedures was always beneficial. Lei Luo tucked the training mission form away and turned to leave, but Zephyr suddenly called him back. Zephyr took a small box from the cabinet behind him and tossed it to Lei Luo. Take it and get lost. Lei Luo opened it to find it filled with Admiral exclusive cigars. Grinning broadly, Lei Luo showed a row of white teeth, then wrapped his legs in lightning power and strode away quickly. After he left, Zephyr allowed a slight smile to curl at his lips. That brat. In truth, this box of Admiral exclusive cigars had been intended for Lei Luo all along, and even the box he swiped each time was deliberately placed in a conspicuous spot. A consumptive who never smoked let alone cigars, Zephyr figured since Lei Luo liked them so much he might as well leave them all for him. After all, everything he owned would eventually belong to Lei Luo anyway. On the other side, Lei Luo hurried to the port, leaped lightly onto Kapu's doghead warship, a standard marine longsword hanging at his waist. Though he studied swordsmanship under Bogut, truth be told he rarely practiced with the blade, mostly training in the words of instructor Bogut, the blade-drawing king. This was solidifying foundations for a later explosion of skill. On this voyage, Lei Luo also hoped to find a renowned sword for himself. His future goal was to develop along 3 paths simultaneously. He needed a fine blade to bolster his prestige. He certainly didn't want to face Hawkeye one day armed with only a standard marine longsword against the Black Blade. Kapu, already reclining in his deck chair, turned his head and grinned at Lei Luo. Lei Luo, you look quiet. It's my first mission. I've been looking forward to it. Kapu chuckled softly, pulled his doghead cap over his face, and soon drifted off to sleep. Lei Luo was pulled aside by Bogut, who began briefing him on precautions. The mission Vice Admiral Kapu received is dangerous. Remember, if a fight breaks out, don't hesitate to flee. Vice Admiral Kapu, and I might not be able to protect you. Lei Luo asked in confusion. What's the mission? Even Instructor Kapu finds it troublesome. Well, nothing too major. The 4 Emperors Big Mom of the New World has invited the 4 Emperors 100 Beasts Kaido to a tea party on Whole Cake Island. Admiral Akainu is already monitoring the situation. Just in case, Fleet Admiral Sengoku dispatched Vice Admiral Kapu. Most likely there won't be a fight. Lei Luo understood. Big Mom and Kaido. A meeting of 2 emperors was indeed worth the Marine's attention. Perhaps he would even witness battles among the sea's top-tier fighters. And about the system, challenging stronger opponents. Could that count as pirate behavior? Lei Luo felt he had nearly grasped the underlying logic of this so-called pirate behavior. According to his calculations, the system had already identified him as a pirate. Since that was the case, he could exploit certain loopholes to gain rewards for actions he took as a pirate. According to his calculations, the system had already identified him as a pirate. Since that was the case, he could exploit certain loopholes to gain rewards. Slaying pirates and battling them was even more aligned with the underlying logic of pirate behavior. It was a win-win situation. After figuring this out, Lei Luo was in high spirits. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to carefully study the cultivation insights for life return he had obtained earlier. Once he successfully mastered life return, he would gain perfect control over every part of his body and could rapidly restore his physical functions by consuming large amounts of food, an incredibly practical skill. Half a month later, Lei Luo sat cross-legged on the doghead prow of the doghead warship, the fierce sea breeze causing his clothes to flutter loudly. Suddenly, Lei Luo snapped his eyes open, a crimson gleam flashing within them. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, his arm muscles bulging as a cluster of crimson flames enveloped his fist. The next moment, a powerful punch was hurled toward the sea surface. Fistbone Dragon Flame Smash. This was one of the fruits of his half-month of training. After completing life return, he began to integrate his techniques with his Devil Fruit ability, resulting in this Dragon Flame Smash. The principle was to combine the external emission of armament Haki with Dragon Flame, imbuing the flames with tremendous impact, effectively causing an explosive effect, a minor technique he had developed. As Lei Luo threw the punch, a massive dragon-shaped flame phantom surged from his fist, roaring as it swept across the sea. Wherever it passed, the intense heat of the dragon flame even evaporated the nearby seawater, creating a brief vacuum zone. After a moment, a burst of fiery explosion lit up in the distance, and only after a while did the sound of the explosion reach here. A marine on the ship exclaimed in amazement, "Mr. Lei Luo has spotted another pirate ship. His observation Haki coverage is so vast. Yeah, this must be the 9th pirate ship we've encountered. Mr. Lei Luo is truly powerful. No wonder he's Vice Admiral Garp's disciple." Lei Luo turned around, waving at them with a smile. "It's the Cali Pirates. Captain Cali is a pirate with a bounty of 85 million berries. Please organize some men to check if there are any survivors." The Marine immediately stood at attention. "Yes, sir." Watching the departing Marines, Lei Luo chuckled softly. Compared to armament Haki, his proficiency in observation Haki was actually the deepest. 14 years of isolated island commando life had honed his 5 senses to a razor edge. After arriving at Marineford with just a little guidance, he developed an extremely long-range observation Haki, prompting Zephyr to exclaim that he was a monster. Returning to the deck, Lei Luo took out his cigar case and handed one to Bogart, lighting it casually. "Teacher Bogart, haven't we arrived yet?" He was only 15 now and couldn't smoke cigars at all. He used them solely to build connections. Bogart held the cigar in his mouth, his tone light. "Almost there. At the latest, we'll rendezvous with Admiral Akainu by tomorrow evening. By the way, kid, your strength is quite impressive now. He had witnessed that punch. Lei Luo had already mastered life return and displayed hints of Vice Admiral Garp style, but it was more of his own unique flair. Without a doubt, Lei Luo's personal strength had experienced an explosive surge far surpassing when Bogart first met him a year ago. Now, all Lei Luo probably lacked was experience in life-or-death battles against top-tier fighters. Even more astonishing was that Lei Luo was only 15 today. When Bogart was 15, he was just a kid who spent all day swinging his sword. Nowhere near Lei Luo's level. With that thought, Bogart took a drag on the cigar and let out a sigh. Truly a monster. Indeed, the Admiral's special cigars were far superior to his own. He had heard that Lei Luo had a whole case. Would it be too much to take a box? After all, he had imparted all his swordsmanship to Lei Luo over these past few days. A box of Admiral's special cigars was hardly an overpayment. These past days he had passed on his lifelong swordsmanship to Lei Luo, so trading that for a box of special cigars was more than fair. On the other side, Lei Luo was casually wielding a standard marine saber, coating it with thick armament haki to simulate a black blade, but he was not yet satisfied with that. The sword fundamentals Bogart had given him were solid, and he now wanted to see if he could also combine his devil fruit ability with swordsmanship. With a mere thought, flames instantly enveloped the standard marine saber, the high temperature distorting the air. The next moment, the flames transformed into lightning crackling with electric sounds, then into water, then into intangible wind, then into thick rock. Lei Luo was thoroughly enjoying himself until finally, with a crack, the standard marine saber shattered into fragments. Seeing this, Lei Luo shook his head and sighed. An ordinary standard saber simply couldn't withstand such violent and volatile energies. He would have to find a sufficiently high-quality famous blade, preferably a supreme-grade blade, that could endure both his haki and the ever-changing elemental powers. Lei Luo picked up another standard marine saber, having some ideas he needed to test. But then his observation haki relayed a considerable disturbance. "Teacher Garp." Lei Luo walked up to Garp and said softly, "It seems the men who left earlier encountered a big-time pirate. He'll go check it out." Garp lay on his recliner, snoring loudly, as if he hadn't heard Lei Luo's words at all. Seeing this, Lei Luo was not surprised. He merely nodded to Bogart, then turned and leaped into the air, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. Its scales glittered under the sun, seemingly stealing all the light from the world. He became the very center of existence. Lei Luo streaked toward the direction his observation haki had sensed. In just a few moments, he arrived above a pirate ship still wreathed in flames and descended directly onto it in human form. On the pirate ship, several Marines stood back to back, their standard sabers drawn, staring nervously at the surrounding pirates. "Don't panic, mister. Lei Luo has surely noticed our situation. Just hold on a little longer." "That's right," the other Marines echoed. At that moment, the pirate leader, wielding a spiked club, wore a disdainful expression. "What nonsense is this, Lei Luo? Listen up, Marines. I am the mad dog of the seas with a bounty of 220 million berries. Lord Jiraka. Ah, you Marines are going to die." With that, he raised his spiked club and swung it heavily toward the nearest Marine. But in the next instant, a figure descended from the sky and caught his club with a single hand, stopping it cold. "Who goes there?" Jiraka was startled, then barked angrily. A grin spread across Reylo's face. "Me? I'm just a passing Marine." As he spoke, Reylo exerted force with his arm, sending Jiraka staggering back several steps. But upon recognizing Reylo's appearance, Jiraka began to mock him. "Ha ha ha, so you're just a Marine brat. Hey kid, haven't you even been weaned yet? Take a good look. In the supernova of this year, Mad Dog Jiraka with a bounty of 220 million berries." Saying this, he wrapped his mace in Busashoka haki and swung it fiercely down at Reylo's head. "Damn Marine brat, die. Watch out, mister." "Reylo." The soldiers behind him started to rush forward, but Jiraka's mace had already landed squarely on Reylo's head. The force pierced through the deck, sending splinters flying. "Hee-hee, you damn Marine brat. Too scared to even dodge after hearing my name, huh?" Jiraka laughed wildly, but when he withdrew his mace, his laughter faltered. The debris had settled, yet the expected scene of the Marine brat's head bursting open like a watermelon did not occur. Not only that, but he couldn't even spot a single drop of blood. When he looked at the Marine brat again, the boy's head had turned an ink-black color. Busashoka haki. Impossible. Jiraka froze. How could a mere Marine brat possess haki of such quality? Could it be that the Marines had produced another monster? Phew, Reylo exhaled, his head slightly lowered. "The force is decent, but compared to Instructor Zephyr, it's still..." As he spoke, the black hue extended from his head down to his torso, quickly enveloping Reylo's sturdy physique. Finally, a golden pattern remained at the center of his brow. "Having stayed too long in the training camp, I almost forgot the life I used to lead. I should thank you for helping me recall some of those old feelings." As a token of gratitude, Reylo clenched his right fist, lifted his head, and bared a ferocious grin. "Please die. The next moment Reynaud bent his legs slightly and vanished from where he stood. The terrifying force shattered the deck beneath his feet, and in an instant he appeared before Jiraka. The black Busashoka haki on his right fist flowed slowly. Fist bone impact. Bastard, don't look down on me. Cold sweat beaded on Jiraka's forehead. The damn marine brat was too fast. He only had time to raise his mace horizontally, coating it with Busashoka haki in a desperate attempt to block the attack. But it was useless. Reynaud transformed into an overwhelming force of impact, neither dodging nor retreating. His fist slammed directly into the mace, and the immense impact force drove the weapon into Jiraka's unprotected chest. With a deafening crash, Jiraka and his mace were blasted away by the tremendous power. He smashed through the ship's remaining cabins, then crashed onto the sea surface, blood streaming everywhere. The mace was riddled with cracks, and Jiraka's internal organs had been thoroughly crushed by the weapon. It was clear he wouldn't survive. A single punch, and total silence fell over the scene. The remaining pirates stared in shock, their hands trembling so much they dropped their swords onto the deck. How is this possible? Our captain, he's a great pirate with a bounty of 220 million berries, a supernova of this year. How could he be defeated in one punch? Is this marine brat a monster? Panic spread among the pirates. Before long they threw down their weapons and knelt in surrender. Please don't kill us. We surrender. In stark contrast, the few marine soldiers erupted into cheers. Mr. Reynaud is incredibly strong. That was a 220 million berry pirate, and he took him out in one punch. No wonder he's Vice Admiral Garp's disciple. That's right. Long live Mr. Reynaud. The surrendering pirates looked stunned, but then a sense of understanding dawned on them. So he was the disciple of the marine hero Garp. No wonder he had such strength. Reynaud waved his hand, and the Busashoku haki receded like a tide, revealing the robust muscles beneath. He shook his head, a tone of regret in his voice. Such a weak pirate, gone with one punch. I should have held back a little so I could have had more fun. Reynaud turned his head to look at the approaching soldiers. A pirate of this caliber gets a 220 million berry bounty. What did he do? The soldier who had warned him earlier gave a dry laugh. Mad Dog Jiraka, a great pirate from the South Blue. He committed every kind of atrocity, burning, killing, looting, raiding villages and towns. He even hijacked a world government ship, once, which earned him the 220 million berry bounty. Reynaud understood. So this was a case of reputation over strength. His bounty was inflated because of the world government ship incident. No wonder he was so weak. He looked at the kneeling pirates and spoke in a low tone. I don't care if you rob the world government, but since you've repeatedly attacked villages and towns, it seems better to just kill you all. His rule for killing pirates was to distinguish right from wrong. For pirate crews, or rather adventure crews, that hadn't committed evil deeds such as Luffy's crew before Eni's lobby, he could let them off and just lock them up. But since you've done evil, you cannot be spared. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully killing the great pirate with a 220 million berry bounty. Reward: Basic Sword Technique Manual. Basic Sword Technique. Reynaud curled his lips, feeling it was somewhat redundant. Still adhering to the idea that system products are always of high quality, he decided to take a look. Upon examining it, he discovered that the so-called basic techniques were far more advanced than what Instructor Bogart had taught. Combining the two, a flurry of sword-fighting ideas surged into Reynaud's mind. He casually picked up a standard marine longsword and turned to the pirates with a genial smile. I've just had some new ideas in my head, and I need you to test them out. Anyone who survives a single strike from me gets to live. Hearing this, the pirates were stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy broke over their faces as they turned. Their ship was nearby. If they could jump into the sea and dodge the attack, they could escape safely once the marine brat was gone. As the pirates leaped into the sea one by one, the soldier beside Reynaud grew anxious. Mr. Reynaud chuckled softly and coated the longsword with Busashoka haki. Then gushing water materialized out of thin air, condensing into a pale blue flowing blade that enveloped the steel. Under Lei Luo's control, the water currents on both sides of the blade moved at high speed in opposite directions, producing a sizzling sound. Lei Luo glanced at the pirates desperately swimming away in the sea and swung his sword. The rapidly moving water current detached from the blade and plunged into the sea with a swish. A pirate turned back and just happened to see this scene. Ha ha ha, this marine brat knows nothing about swordsmanship. We survived. As soon as the words were spoken, the sea suddenly stirred up towering waves. The giant wave directly swept the pirates into the sky, then turned into a water tornado, engulfing the figures of the pirates. The terrifying suction force firmly held the pirates in the water tornado, leaving them unable to move, and swiftly annihilated them. Under the continuous high-speed rotation of the water flow, the pirates didn't even leave a single bone, disappearing cleanly from the water tornado, as if they had never existed. Using the rapid movement of water and directional control to churn the sea and execute a slaughter, it looks quite powerful. We'll call this move Sea Hunt. Lei Luo was very satisfied with this sudden inspiration. This move was practically a hard counter to devil fruit users. Moreover, as he developed his fruit ability, this move could become even stronger. Perhaps in the future I can develop even stronger sword techniques based on this, such as learning from the Golden Lion and creating a seawater version of Lion's Might Rolling Earth. Withdrawing his armament haki, Lei Luo was about to return the longsword when a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Then under the gaze of Lei Luo and that marine soldier, the blade shattered into pieces and turned to dust. Sorry, I'll compensate you with berries later. Lei Luo scratched his head, his desire to obtain a renowned sword growing even stronger. These days, without a famous sword, one couldn't even practice sword techniques. Every practice session consumed a blade, as the saying goes. The main reason was that he was different from other great swordsmen. His techniques involved coating his blade with his fruit ability, and ordinary swords simply couldn't withstand the power of a mythical Zoan. But that marine soldier shook his head like a rattle drum. How can this be? I haven't even thanked Mr. Lei Luo for saving my life yet. If I were to accept compensation for just a sword, I would be utterly ashamed. Lei Luo smiled, slightly unconcerned. By the way, where did this group of pirates come from? How did you encounter them? The marine soldier scratched his forehead. It's like this. We came to wrap up according to your orders, but when we arrived we discovered a pirate ship approaching nearby. They said they saw the firelight here, and came to check if there was any treasure or something. Lei Luo curled his lip, then waved his hand. Then please search that pirate ship too. I've already sensed it with my observation haki. There's no one on board. Oh, and remember to bring back Jiraka's corpse. These are all my achievements. Yes, Mr. Lei Luo. Lei Luo transformed into a yellow dragon, and took off, returning to Garp's doghead warship in no time. At this time Garp had already woken up, and was still holding Sunbei in his hand, eating. Back. Yeah, it was a pirate named Jiraka, rumored to be this year's supernova, but his strength was too weak. He couldn't even withstand one punch from me. Lei Luo shrugged, plopped down on the recliner beside Garp, and casually picked up a piece of Sunbei, crunching on it, with a face full of frustration. What he wanted was a powerful opponent who could put him under immense pressure, forcing him to integrate and refine what he had learned, enabling rapid progress. Not such a weakling so lacking in substance who couldn't even take one serious punch from him. For some reason Lei Luo suddenly thought of Smoker. Even a weakling like Jiraka could use armament haki, while Smoker just spent his days clinging to his smoke fruit. If he could develop the smoke fruit a bit deeper, Lei Luo wouldn't say anything. After all, it was a Logia fruit. But Smoker just repeated the same few moves over and over, truly making one feel disappointed that he couldn't live up to his potential. Tisk, Smoker the weakling. Huh. Don't be down, Lei Luo kid. There will be plenty of strong opponents for you to fight next. Or I could even spar with you myself, that's not out of the question. Garp patted Lei Luo's shoulder, winking and making faces, causing Lei Luo's mouth to twitch. Fight you? Are you sure it's not that instructor Garp's hands are itching, and you want an excuse to beat me up? That old Garp is an absolute stat monster. His punches are heavy and reckless. But that was before. Now he indeed wanted to measure the gap between himself and the top-tier powerhouses of the sea. Another day passed as the sun set and rose. The fleet led by Garp finally arrived outside the Whole Cake Island and rendezvoused with the Kindness fleet. Sakazuki, dressed in a red suit, took the initiative to greet Garp with a nod acknowledging him. Then his gaze fell on Lei Luo, and his stiff expression seemed to squeeze out a forced smile. Bordeaux, Lei Luo, I've heard about the Jiraka pirates incident. You did well. After you graduate from the training camp, would you be interested in becoming my Vice Admiral aide? With your strength and potential, within 2 years I will surely have you promoted to Vice Admiral. A 17-year-old Vice Admiral. As these words were spoken, the Marines present couldn't help but open their mouths wide in shock. Admiral Akainu was actually inviting a student who hadn't even graduated from the elite training camp, and as his aide, even promising to make him a Vice Admiral within 2 years. Were they still dreaming? Akainu didn't know what others were thinking, nor did he care. He had his own considerations. According to the intelligence obtained, although the kid Bordeaux Lei Luo was only 15 years old, behind him stood Sengoku Zephyr and Garp, arguably the most powerful connections in the Marines. Combined with his own strength and the potential of his mythical Zoan, 2 years was merely a conservative estimate. Even if Akainu didn't help, those three would assist Lei Luo in his progress. Most importantly, Akainu saw Lei Luo's attitude toward the Jiraka pirates. It was a cat-and mouse taunting. Killing Jiraka with one punch aside, that was purely because the pirate was too weak, but his subsequent behavior of letting the pirates go before killing them was simply too agreeable to his taste. He heard that Lei Luo even controlled seawater to form a water tornado and then brutally twisted those pirates to death. If he hadn't been at the scene, he would definitely have applauded Lei Luo. Pirates should be killed without question. After comprehensive consideration, Akainu extended an olive branch to Lei Luo, both because of Lei Luo's own strength and potential and because of the network behind him. Seeing this, Garp remained silent, merely putting on a posture of watching a good show. If that Lei Luo kid followed Sakazuki, it wouldn't be bad. He could chase pirates every day, and his strength would surely grow rapidly. Faced with Chi Quan's invitation, Lei Luo merely pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Thank you for your kindness, Admiral Chi Quan, but I must decline. I am but a trainee and have not yet decided upon my post-graduation plans. That was a lie. He simply had no desire to become an aide. Serving as Chi Quan's adjutant would indeed offer frequent battles, but it clashed with his developmental philosophy, and moreover, the justice in his heart was equally incompatible with Chi Quan's brand of justice. Lei Luo had long determined that after graduation, he would first journey to Kong Dao to retrieve gold, then accumulate ample merit to ascend in rank, striving to be dispatched as a base commander. There he would temper his strength while fostering economic development, gradually liberating the Navy from its financial dependence on the world government. If the Navy could break free from the world government's economic grip, it would truly become the Navy in the fullest sense, not the world government's hound. The Navy, after all, comprised mostly virtuous individuals. From any perspective, it was a remarkably fine force. How could he tolerate a herd of swine chattering overhead when he eventually assumed command? In response to Lei Luo's refusal, Chi Quan simply nodded. If you ever change your mind, my adjutant's position will always await you. Chi Quan's current adjutant. This was a middle-aged man with an honest countenance named Kai Lunk. A helpless smile graced his face, and his demeanor was exceedingly amicable. It was hard to imagine he was also a member of the hawkish faction. Vice Admiral Ka Pu, and you two please follow me. He gestured with his hand, then led the way, speaking as he walked. We have detected vessels belonging to the beast pirates heading toward Wangua, estimated to arrive by tomorrow. Ka Pu held a bag of sunbae in one hand and dug his nose with the other. It's been so long since Kai Duo and Xia Luo Lingling met. Why choose this moment? If not for this nuisance, I'd be back in the East Sea visiting my grandson. Kai Lunk shook his head. The reason is currently unclear. A fleet Admiral Zhang Gua has ordered us to observe and not interfere unless necessary. Upon hearing this, Ka Pu's face twisted in distaste. He had thought he'd come here for a fight. Monitoring was better suited for Qing Ji, wasn't it? Lei Luo shrugged from the side, his observation hockey ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. The tea party at Wangua was renowned throughout the New World. Each gathering hosted luminaries from all walks, including officials of the world government. At Wangua's level, the world government had long ceased to regard it as an ordinary pirate band. It was a nation, a powerful, genuine nation in every sense. Ships from every sector had converged here, offering Lei Luo a magnificent spectacle. He rubbed his chin with his right hand, his gaze sweeping over the world government vessels, the avarice in his eyes unmistakable. He could sense that within those ships lay many treasures that rightfully belonged to him. As a pirate certified by the system, wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable for him to plunder those world government vessels? No, it was the world government that had stolen his treasures. He was the victim. Lei Luo, lad, what are you staring at? Ka Pu approached, following Lei Luo's gaze and spotting the world government vessels. Oh, God! Lei Luo's lips curled. Teacher Ka Pu, what if those ships encountered a storm at sea and met with an accident? That wouldn't be a problem, would it? Ka Pu burst into laughter. Huh, of course not. Storms at sea are perfectly normal, aren't they? Even a great pirate like Jin Shirzi was defeated by a storm, let alone a few world government ships. Lei Luo understood, and his smile broadened. With Teacher Ka Pu's words, he could proceed boldly. Even if discovered, it would be fine. He had Ka Pu backing him. As simple I didn't know would suffice. They said Ka Pu was a stubborn old fool, but in truth he was shrewd. He would certainly relish any chance to vex the world government. Having selected his target, Lei Luo turned to leave. Making a move now would cause too much commotion, drawing the attention of Wangua and all the assembled powers. Better to wait until this affair concluded, then find an opportunity to conjure a storm. At the same time, on Dangao Island within Wangua, a massively obese woman with a pirate hat atop her, pink hair bedecked with jewels, was savoring a dessert. After a mouthful of cake, a look of ecstasy spread across her face, her eyes narrowing. She was the master of Wangua, captain of the Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Big Mom Xia Luo. Opposite her sat a burly man with short cropped hair and piercing eyes, the lower half of his face obscured by a thick scarf. He was Xia Luo Lingling's second son, Xia Luo Ka Taku Li, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, with a bounty of 1057 berries, an immensely formidable warrior. Mother Ka Taku Li set down the message-laden paper, his expression turning somewhat grave. With the tea party imminent, should we deal with the Navy warships lurking outside Wangua? Memahahaha sa ka cg. Let him be, no need to bother. But if the Navy makes any move to cross the line, annihilate them. Xia Luo Lingling's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, cream still lingering at the corner of her mouth, lending her a somewhat eerie appearance. Noticing Ka Taku Li's conflicted expression, she inquired him. What's the matter, my dear son? Kataku Li's voice dropped low. Mother, aside from Saka CG, another person arrived today, the Navy hero Kapu. Xia Luo Lingling fell silent, her expression stiffening, as if recalling unpleasant memories. So long as the Navy doesn't go too far, leave them be. Also, once beyond Wanguo, what happens to others is none of our concern. Yes, mother. Kataku Li breathed a sigh of relief, turned, and left. He was grateful that his mother heeded advice, otherwise he truly feared she might clash with Kapu. For all that he believed his mother's current strength was unrivaled in the world, facing both Saka CG and Kapu simultaneously would put even her at a disadvantage. Moreover, the captain of the beast pirates Kaiduo was on his way, an emperor just like his mother. For the stability of Wanghua, it was wisest not to provoke the navy stationed outside. Lei Luo had long determined that after graduation, he would first journey to Kongdao to retrieve gold, then accumulate ample merit to ascend in rank, striving to be dispatched as a base commander. There he would temper his strength while fostering economic development, gradually liberating the navy from its financial dependence on the world government. Stepping out of the room, Katakuri finally allowed his tense expression to relax. The pressure of being in the same room with mother was immense. Despite being her second son, he still felt extremely nervous in her presence. The reason was mother's severe eating disorder. During her episodes, she would indiscriminately attack everyone she saw, even devouring her own children. Under such circumstances, only offering the dessert mother craved could alleviate the situation. Otherwise, an episode of her eating disorder would spell disaster for the entire Tado land. Brother Katakuri. A voice pulled Katakuri back from his thoughts. He looked up and saw a tall, white-haired woman carrying a long sword on her back. His face immediately softened. It's Smoothie. What is it? Smoothie, Charlotte Linland's 14th daughter, a hybrid of the Long-Leg tribe, one of the Sweet Three generals, with a bounty of 932 million berries. Brother Katakuri, Smoothie said, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall. Her long hair cascaded down, making her expression somewhat difficult to read. I heard. Mother invited Kaido to discuss a marriage alliance with the Beast's pirates. And in the one, Katakuri was momentarily at a loss for words. Though he looked fierce, he was actually gentle-hearted and deeply cared for his younger siblings. But this political marriage between the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates was beyond his control. No doubt his sister Smoothie was unhappy about it. However, Smoothie leaned her long sword against the ground. I have no objection to mother's arrangement. I just came to ask Brother Katakuri about that, Yamato. Hearing this, Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief. If Smoothie had no problem with it, that was for the best. Yamato, I hear they're the son of Kaido of the Beasts, 18 years old, always wears a ghost mask, and is very strong. The two walked and talked, their figures gradually disappearing down the corridor. The next day, marriage alliance. Reylo sat cross-legged on the deck, tearing into a large chunk of meat with his teeth, a marriage alliance between the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Across from him, Karank held a Den Mushi with a grave expression. Yes, intelligence just came in. It's apparently between Smoothie of the Big Mom pirates and Lord Yamato of the Beast's pirates. A political marriage between two Yonko crews. If it goes through, it will completely change the balance of the seas. Reylo's mouth twitched. Good God, two women getting married. Wait, this Yamato still wears a mask and is called Lord Yamato. These people don't know she's a woman. Well, forget it. No need to think. This marriage is doomed to fail. The tea party will definitely end in discord, and it's even possible Kaido and Big Mom will come to blows. As he spoke, the distant sky suddenly darkened. Thick storm clouds gathered, blocking the sunlight, and a massive dragon silhouette could be faintly seen writhing through the cloud sea. The next moment, the dragon transformed into a humanoid figure and descended straight down from above Whole Cake Island. So that's Yonko Kaido. Reylo stood up, a smile spreading unconsciously across his face. Urororo. Linling come out. With a mighty roar, terrifying black-red lightning radiated from Kaido in all directions. Wherever it passed, the people looking up rolled their eyes back and collapsed unconscious. A massive spiked club appeared in Kaido's hand, crackling with the same black-red lightning. Ragnaroku. With a single swing, an overwhelming force bore down from above Whole Cake Island, as if it would shatter the island into pieces. At the same time, Charlotte Linland's laughter echoed from the island. Mama Kaido, it's been so long. Yes, Mama. Charlotte Linland stood atop the buildings of Whole Cake Island, her pirate hat now transformed into a long sword. The same black-red lightning emanated from her body, wrapped around Napoleon, and she lifted it upward in a slash. Boom. Just before the sword and club collided, a sphere of black-red light erupted between them. The force of their clash generated boundless shockwaves. The immense pressure blasted away the ships around Whole Cake Island, tore apart the thick storm clouds, and even split the sky. This was not a clash of weapons. It was a duel of conquerors hockey. So this is a meeting of the emperors of the sea. Reylo stood on the deck, his eyes locked on the two figures. The bloodlust in his gaze grew thicker, and his armament hockey instinctively covered his entire body, forming a special golden pattern on his forehead. The weaker Marines had already been knocked unconscious by the two conquerors' hockey waves, less than half of those who had been standing remained on their feet. Ha, Emperors of the Sea, the world government, Emu Joy Boy. No matter how powerful you were in the past, or how glorious you will be in the future. Reynaud's bloodshot eyes took on a manic edge as the primal savagery within him was awakened. Since Bordeaux Reynaud was born into this era, then this era shall bear only one name. And that is Bordeaux Reynaud. As the words fell, a fierce golden-red lightning burst forth. The powerful surge forcibly inserted itself into the conqueror's hockey domain of the two emperors, creating a three-way standoff. At that moment, Kaido, Charlotte, Lean Garp, and Akainu all fixed their gazes on Reynaud. Conqueror's hockey. Seems like the Marines have produced a remarkable brat. Charlotte Linlin's tone was low, while Kaido across from her suddenly became intrigued. They exchanged glances and simultaneously withdrew their sword and club. Then Kaido changed direction, charging straight toward Reynaud. "You're a Marine, brat, you look interesting." Kaido sneered, his spiked club wreathed in Conqueror's hockey as he swung it down. "If you survive this strike, I'll let you join my beast pirates." As the armed club loomed before him, Reynaud made no move, instead curling his lips into a smile. "Hey Kaido, brat." The voice was soft, but to Kaido it thundered like a lightning strike. He turned to see a white-haired man standing there enveloped in Conqueror's hockey. Kaido's pupils shrank. Garp looked up, his gaze fixed on Kaido, and raised his right hand slightly. "You're going to lay a hand on my beloved disciple." Clenching his fist, hockey directed straight at Kaido. "For what reason?" As Ka-Pu's words fell, black-red lightning abruptly burst forth. The cloak of justice behind Ka-Pu rustled loudly, and the aura he emitted caused Kaido's movements to freeze, the spiked club about to smash down, stopping dead in midair. "Ka-Pu, why are you here?" Kaido's eyes widened in shock. As everyone knows, Kaido teacher Kai has a famous maxim: Conqueror's hockey reigns supreme over all. So where did this maxim come from? Naturally, it originated from the time he witnessed a Navy Vice Admiral at God Valley who would attack anyone he saw. "Kaido, you brat, you've gotten quite ambitious now, daring to lay hands on my disciple." Cold sweat dripped down Kaido's forehead, but vanished without a trace the next second. "Damn it. Ka-Pu, I'm no longer the same as before. Thunderbagua." Kaido swung the spiked club in his hand, wrapping it in Conqueror's hockey, and swung it in a full arc toward Ka-Pu. In response, Ka-Pu's counter was Fistbone Galaxy Impact. Black-red light gathered in his right hand, the radiance so intense that even a cross-shaped star appeared blindingly bright. The fierce Conqueror's hockey clashed violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The next moment, Kaido flew back even faster than he had come, crashing straight into Cake Island. Currently, Ka-Pu was at the tail end of his prime. How could his punch be blocked by Kaido's Thunderbagua? And in his youth, the old man Ka-Pu could unleash such attacks like normal strikes in rapid succession. Charlotte Linlin saw this and cursed loudly. "Damn Kaido, you bastard, are you trying to destroy my Cake Island?" "Napoleon." "Yes, mama." Charlotte Linlin took Napoleon in her hands, and terrifying light converged. A powerful penetrating shockwave shot out from Napoleon, striking the retreating Kaido Hedon and sending him into the sea. "Captain!" The pirates of the Beast's pirates cried out in panic. At their head, a man wearing a half-face iron mask with two ivory tusks protruding struck the ship's railing in anger. Jack, the all-star of the Beast's pirates, one of the three disasters, the Drought Jack. "Damn it! Are the Navy and Big MOM trying to start a war?" "Men, bring the ship closer to Captain Kaido and rescue him first." "Yes, Lord Jack." The other conscious pirates farther from the battlefield were stunned. Had they not woken up? It seemed like Big MOM had teamed up with the Navy to attack Beast Kaido. Could it be that Big Mom's Tea Party was a setup to destroy the Beast's pirates in collusion with the Navy? For a moment, this group fell into a storm of thoughts. Above the clouds, an albatross sat in a hot air balloon, its pen scribbling incessantly. Hee, this is big news. The Navy and Big MOM teamed up to viciously beat Beast Kaido. Tomorrow's paper will sell out. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin rode her created son homie, Prometheus, and approached Ka-Pu. "Mama, Ka-Pu, you bastard, you've ruined my tea party." Ka-Pu stepped on the air with moonwalk, his eyes contemptuous. "Kaido struck my disciple first. What, Charlotte Linlin, do you want to fight me too?" "Mama, don't be so angry, Ka-Pu. I just came to ask, is that Navy brat willing to marry into the whole?" Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Even among Conqueror's hockey users there are differences, and the initial intensity of one's Conqueror's hockey largely represents their potential. Just like the Flamingo da Flamingo, although he also possesses Conqueror's hockey compared to the top-tier heroes of the sea, it's mere child's play. She had seen clearly just now. The initial intensity of this brat's Conqueror's hockey was so monstrous that even she had to praise it, truly on par with Rox and Roger from back in the day. Such a high-quality potential stock must be firmly secured with her daughters. Since the alliance with Kai Duo seemed to have fallen through, why not set her sights on this Navy brat? Hey Navy brat, if you want you can choose any of my daughters. How about it? In an instant, all eyes in the venue turned to Rue Luo again. Did I just hear that right? The Yonko Big Mom herself is inviting a Navy brat. He's no ordinary Navy brat. He possesses the qualities of a king. This is a Navy supernova. Under the gaze of the crowd, Rue Luo tilted his head slightly and chuckled. Charlotte Lean, you're a pirate and I'm a Navy officer. What makes you think a Navy officer would enter a political marriage with a pirate? In such a public, conspicuous setting, only one answer existed, and only one was possible: steady alignment with the Navy. That Navy brat actually rejected Big Mom's invitation. Damn it. Why isn't Big Mom inviting me? Go take a piss and look at yourself. On Cake Island, Kakuri crossed his arms, his sharp eyes fixed on Rue Luo. That Navy officer named Bordeaux Reynaud Luo. Did he actually refuse Mama's invitation? Mama, Navy brat, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Rue Luo raised an eyebrow. Wasn't I clear enough just now? Charlotte Lean, I reject. Being refused to her face, even with Ka Pu present, Charlotte Linlin felt rage surging within her. Had it been a private occasion it might have been tolerable, but this was her tea party, the very place where the world's eyes converged at this moment. If she didn't react under such circumstances, her authority as a Yonko would be greatly undermined, and more reckless pirates would dare to challenge the whole Cake Island. But given Ka Pu's presence, Mama, your name is Bordeaux Rue Luo, right? Good, I'll remember you. Charlotte Linlin turned her gaze to the sea behind her. Hey Kai Duo, haven't you slept enough? As her words fell, a massive wave surged from the seabed, and then a tall figure with two horns leaped out. It was Kai Duo. Shut up, Linlin. You were the one who knocked me into the sea. Kai Duo grabbed a gourd of wine and took a swig, his body showing not a single injury. Seeing Kai Duo ashore, the area occupied by the beast's pirates erupted in cheers. Whoa. Captain Charlotte Linlin and Kai Duo both looked at Ka Pu, grinning savagely, their conqueror's haki surging restlessly. At that moment, the temperature in this sea area rose sharply, and even the space visibly warped with rip. What's going on? Why is the temperature suddenly rising? A pirate exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps reached the ears of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. A man draped in a justice cloak and clad in a red suit walked slowly behind Lei Luo. Akainu spoke, his words filled with praise. I have already sent a message to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and all nearby Navy fleets. They will arrive soon, and then we will well done, Lei Luo. Akainu spoke, his words filled with praise. I have already sent a message to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and all nearby Navy fleets. They will arrive soon, and then we will have the opportunity to cripple or even annihilate 2 Yonko crews. Akainu felt an immense satisfaction. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had ordered him to remain still unless absolutely necessary, meaning he could only watch until the enemy made a move. But now it was different. That fool Kaido had actually attacked Lei Luo of his own accord. Such a golden opportunity would be wasted if he didn't fight. Perhaps Kaido possessed intelligence, but he simply hadn't used it at this moment. Regardless, for Akainu, the fact remained that Yonko Kaido had initiated an attack on the Navy, and now they could retaliate. That was enough. Akainu strode to the bow, each step leaving molten magma droplets on the deck that burned holes. Then he raised his arms skyward, his forearms transforming into an endless torrent of scorching magma. Meteor volcano. Scorching magma fists shot into the sky, then rained down indiscriminately upon everything in sight. Akainu's mind was racing. While he and Garp had no issue confronting Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the presence of their crews could not be ignored. They lacked sufficient manpower. Lei Luo and Karenko alone could not hold back so many pirates. Thus he needed to alleviate their pressure. If they could hold out until the Navy fleet arrived, victory would be theirs. Bastard. Sakazuki, don't get too cocky. Zeus. Yes, Mama. Charlotte Linlin erupted in fury. Every single one of them was fighting without regard for her Tato land. It was her home base, damn it. No matter the outcome of this battle on her home turf, she, Charlotte Linlin, would be the greatest loser. She manipulated the thundercloud homie, Zeus, aiming at Akainu. Indra. A colossal cluster of lightning bolts erupted from Zeus, hurtling directly toward Akainu as he unleashed Meteor Volcano. Hey, Charlotte Linlin, don't treat this old man like air. Garp stomped into Moonstep, preparing to intercept the attack for Akainu. Charlotte Linlin's Indra might not deal fatal damage to Akainu, but his Meteor Volcano could not be in. His thoughts aligned with Akainus. They needed to relieve pressure on Lei Luo and Karenko before the real fight began. Once the Navy fleet arrived, they would determine whether to stay or leave. Garp, it's not good to interfere in others' battles. Great Majesty Thunder Bagua. As Garp moved, Kaido's club swung toward him. Such a perfect chance. He couldn't allow Garp to pass. Akainu furrowed his brow as the lightning attack approached. Just as he was about to cease Meteor Volcano, he sensed a figure dart past him. It was Bordeaux Reynaud. At this moment armament hockey enveloped his entire body, and fine blue-purple lightning crackled across his skin. This was a technique he had devised himself, using lightning to stimulate cellular activity, thereby temporarily enhancing his strength akin to lightning release chakra. Without harming his body, his power could be boosted by a full 50. Fistbone Thunder Dragon Fist. A dazzling thunderbolt erupted, coalescing on Reynaud's right hand. He drew his arm back, then punched forward with explosive force. A thunder dragon composed of lightning roared forth, colliding head-on with Charlotte Linland's Indra. For an instant, a blinding white light erupted, as if a giant flashbang had been detonated among all present. Amid the piercing crackle of electricity, Big Mom's Indra was worn away, and Reynaud's thunder dragon vanished as well. He transformed into his half-dragon form and landed on the deck, staggering slightly, his chest heaving with labored breaths. The attack of Ianco was not to be underestimated. He had drained over half his stamina to unleash that single thunder dragon fist, but at least he had blocked it. Moreover, the physical resilience granted by his mythical Zoan was extraordinary, and combined with life return, he would recover in no time. Few the attack of Ianco. That's all. Reynaud grinned despite his severe fatigue. He couldn't afford to lose face. He blocked it. That Navy supernova actually blocked Big Mom's attack. The onlookers found it absurd. How old was that Navy brat? He looked barely a teenager, yet he had squarely intercepted Ianco's attack. Akainu withdrew his arms. The time Reynaud had bought was sufficient for him to blanket the visible pirates with his attack. Akainu withdrew his arms. The time Reynaud had bought was sufficient for him to blanket the visible pirates with his attack. The weak would not escape, and even the strong were presumably weakened. All they had to do now was stall. The scales of victory would inevitably tip in their favor. Charlotte, lean, your attack isn't all that impressive. Good job, Reynaud. Garp laughed heartily as he punched Kaido flying. He would never have imagined that the wild boy he once hunted on a deserted island could grow to such a level after only a year of systematic training. Truly monstrous talent. Charlotte Linland's face darkened. By now the prestige of Whole Cake Island and the Ianco had been thoroughly tarnished. Not only was she being beaten by Garp, but even a Navy brat could block her attack. Damn it, how many monsters kept emerging on the sea. Furious Charlotte Linland was now genuinely riled up. In that case, let's have a proper fight right here. At the very least, she would take down that Navy brat. Katakuri, my dear son, you know what I want, don't you? Upon hearing this, Katakuri fixed his gaze on Reynaud. Understood, Mama. Meanwhile, Jack waved his arm. Boys, bring the ship closer to those warships. I'm going to kill that Navy brat. Yes, Jacksama. Katakuri took a few steps, then suddenly halted. A red light flashed in his eyes, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Mama, we have trouble. As a top-tier user of observation haki, Katakuri could even glimpse the future briefly. Just now he had seen a formidable figure. As his words fell, specks of golden light converged above them, coalescing into a man draped in a justice cloak and a yellow-striped suit. His brown sunglasses glinted with a faint white light. Yo, it's quite lively here. I wonder, everyone, if you'd be interested in including me. Navy Admiral Kizaru. As one of the most formidable mobile forces in the entire Navy, and even the world, Kizaru spent most of his time guarding the headquarters, but when this incident occurred, he happened to be not far away. After Akainu sent the message to Sengoku, as one of Reynaud's teachers grew restless, he immediately dispatched Kizaru, all the while cursing Kaido in his heart. Damn that Kaido attacking a Navy warship for no reason. He escalated the matter to a point nearly beyond. I don't care if Kaido gets beaten to death by Garp and Akainu, but my beloved disciple is still there. And that old fool Garp, why did he bring Reynaud along on the mission? If something goes wrong, it'll hit Garp with a great Buddha impact. But now no matter how much I curse these bastards, it's useless. I might as well directly order the nearby Navy fleet to provide support. Anyway, I dislike Charlotte Linland and Kaido just as much. If it weren't for the five elders talking about balance, I might have taken action myself. I Sengoku uphold the justice of absolute dominion over the world. At that moment, the den mushi on Sengoku's desk suddenly rang. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, order Garp and Akainu to withdraw from the Whole Cake Archipelago immediately. The balance and stability of the new world must not be broken. A merciless scolding came from the other end of the den mushi, and at the same time its appearance transformed into a bespectacled bald figure. Saint Nasajiro. But we already have the advantage. As long as the fleet arrives, we can at least annihilate the Big Mom pirates. Sengoku was startled. Why the hell were the five elders calling him at this moment? Jambaro v. Nasajiro, Saint the Venus of the five elders of the world government, primarily responsible for its finances and economy, and also the elder most frequently in contact with Sengoku. I said order Garp and Akainu to withdraw from the Whole Cake Archipelago immediately. Don't you understand? The voice on the other end grew increasingly stern. Hearing this, Sengoku clenched his right hand, squeezing the bespectacled bald Din Mushi until its eyes rolled back, as if it were about to be crushed to death. After a moment, Sengoku slowly spoke. I understand, Saint Nasajiro. Oomph. A cold snort came from the Din Mushi, then the call was hung up, and the Din Mushi returned to its original form. Seeing this, veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead. Damn the 5 elders, always clinging to your precious. These rulers of the world government don't care about whether the 4 emperors' crews can be destroyed. They only want to maintain the balance of power between the navy and the pirates. Only when the seas are chaotic enough will the member nations willingly pay the heavenly tribute endlessly. And not just the 5 elders. Even that red-haired Shanks had expressed similar thoughts earlier at Mary Geos. Damn red-haired Shanks, damn the 5 elders. On Whole Cake Island, Kizaru's arrival instantly tipped the battlefield's balance in favor of the navy. Kizaru clasped his hands, intense golden light converging in his palms. Ho ho ho, I really dislike troublesome matters, so could you two please refrain from attacking Lei Luo? Kizaru's tones sounded polite, but Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's expressions turned grim. An admiral-level combatant appearing on the battlefield, especially one like Kizaru with top-tier mobility, would be a disaster for them if a real fight broke out. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Kaido immediately transformed into a blue dragon and flew straight back to his pirate ship. Uraroro, lean him out of this tea party. Boys, set sail. Who says Kaido is stupid? That man is shrewd. Damn it, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin was truly at a loss. With Garp Akainu and Kizaru on the opposing side, and Kaido fleeing, was she supposed to take on 3 of them alone? If you want the whole Cake Island to perish, just say so. Mama, Garp, I think we can still sit down and talk. After all, this is merely a misunderstanding caused by Kaido. Charlotte Linlin smiled, showing no trace of the irritable old woman from moments ago. Garp tilted his neck, returned to the deck, and let out a sneer. Things have come this far. Are you joking? Akainu also snorted coldly. At this stage, how could they possibly let the Big Mom pirates off? Kizaru landed on the deck, as well his gaze sizing up Lei Luo. He kept his hands in his pockets, his lips pursed in a manner that seemed rather sleazy. So this is young Lei Luo. You're as strong as a monster, aren't you? You flatter me, Admiral Kizaru. Lei Luo smiled, knowing himself. The monsters Kizaru referred to were as common as commodities. Any pirate with a bounty over 100 million could be called a monster. He had potential, but it needed time to materialize. His devil fruit required development, his physique needed training, his techniques needed integration and insight, and his fighting style, combining fruit abilities with swordsmanship, required refinement. He still had a long way to go. Garp's fist bone was convenient, but it didn't feel entirely suited to him. He needed time to create his own techniques. At this moment, Karenko rushed over with a Din Mushi in hand. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku orders us to withdraw immediately. What? Akainu spun around, his anger rising rapidly. We have a perfect opportunity to wipe out the Big Mom pirates now, and he orders us to retreat. Karenko wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku said it was an order from the 5 elders. Damn it. Akainu clenched his fists, his face twisted. Damn the 5 elders, retreating from such a sure-win battle. And what about Sengoku? Why couldn't he stand up to the 5 elders? Garp, however, didn't care much. He pulled Lei Luo aside. Lei Luo, tell me what you need now. They'll go ask Charlotte Linlin for it later. Lei Luo's eyes lit up. Garp Sensei, you mean we should loot the Big Mom pirates? Oh no, I mean make the Big Mom pirates compensate the Navy for damages and mental distress. Garp was taken aback. That was a novel idea. He had originally just thought about asking Charlotte Linlin for some compensation. After all, since they had come, they shouldn't leave empty-handed after a fight. Garp's gaze toward Lei Luo shifted slightly. This kid, he sensed, had the makings of a tactician, just as cunning as Sengoku. Lei Luo thought carefully. Garp Sensei, besides ordinary money, can you get me a decent sword? Ordinary blades can't withstand my devil fruit power. They shatter once I withdraw my haki. Garp flashed his white teeth. A small matter. Leave it to me. With that, Garp turned and used Moonwalk to ascend to Whole Cake Island. Akainu sighed beside him. There was no choice. The order from the 5 elders couldn't be disobeyed. But it wasn't a bad idea to loot Whole Cake Island before leaving. Thus Akainu also followed Garp onto Whole Cake Island. As for Kizaru, this flashy man who had consumed the slip fruit was even more excited. To think that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had never mentioned any compensation. In other words, all these riches and treasures could be kept for themselves. Hey Charlotte Lean. Garp flashed a broad grin, revealing a sinister smile. Your Tato land must be brimming with treasures and wealth, right? Charlotte Linlin knew immediately what old man Garp was up to, but if spending some treasure could send these 3 away, it would hardly be a problem. After all, everyone around was now from Tato land, the others had long fled, and those who hadn't had perished in the aftermath of the battle and Aquinas meteor volcano. A little wealth was nothing. Compared to her Tato land, it was unimportant. Mama, Garp, just say it. What do you want? There must be quite a few famous swords in Tato land, right? Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly, her gaze involuntarily locking onto Lei Luo. Garp was no great swordsman, the other two present had once been, but now they had become devil fruit users. Apart from that marine brat, named Lei Luo, she couldn't think of anyone else who'd need a famous sword. Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin turned to look at her fine son. As I recall, the world government's gift at this tea party was a famous sword, wasn't it? Katakuri nodded. Yes, mother. It's the Great Blade of the 21 Works, second generation Onamaru, a legendary cursed blade that brings misfortune. The first generation Onamaru belongs to the supreme grade 12 works, fully named Onamaru Kunitsuna. Bring it here. Give it to that marine brat named Lei Luo. Hearing this, Katakuri cast a deep glance at the brat sitting cross-legged on the bow of the marine warship, then went to fetch the sword. Seeing this, Garp laughed heartily for a moment, then turned and left. His goal was achieved. How much Akainu and Kizaru would demand was their own affair. Moments later, Lei Luo gazed at the second-generation Onamaru in his hands, filled with joy. This blade was a broad, heavy sword with a long hilt and long blade, most suitable for those with great strength to swing with full force. Perfect for him. Since the sword has been delivered, I shall take my leave. Katakuri shot another glance at Lei Luo, then turned away. He had a premonition that this brat would become a formidable enemy in the future. Lei Luo merely glanced at Katakuri, then returned his attention to the Onamaru in his hand. First he coated it with armament haki, then layered on his devil fruit ability. After a thorough play, the Onamaru remained perfectly intact. Truly worthy of the Great Blade of the 21 Works. He wondered how extraordinary the supreme grade 12 works must be. He recalled that Saint Nasajiro of the Five Elders possessed a first-generation Kitetsu, another cursed blade like the Onamaru. Excellent. This sword is destined for me. Akainu and Kizaru soon returned, appearing to have gained considerable benefits. Even Akaina's expression was not as grim as before. Thus the marine warship set sail and departed from Tato land's waters. Just when Lei Luo thought they would return directly to marine headquarters, some fearless souls sought them out. Lei Luo, holding the second-generation Onamaru with a red glint in his eyes, abruptly turned his head to look behind the warship, then clicked his tongue in wonder. I'd forgotten about you lot, yet you come knocking on your own. With that, Lei Luo waved to Garp and Kizaru resting on the deck. Hey, Master Garp, Admiral Kizaru. There's an unidentified vessel trailing us. I suspect it's a pirate ship. He'll go deal with it. Garp waved a hand, signaling Lei Luo to do as he pleased. Kizaru lifted his brown sunglasses and sensed with observation haki. You, how terrifying. There are pirates impersonating the world government, even flying a Jolly Roger identical to theirs. Lei Luokawan, make sure to clean them up thoroughly. Leave it to me, Admiral Kizaru. As the words fell, Lei Luo leaped into the air, transformed into a dragon, and flew straight toward the world government ship behind. Moments later, Lei Luo stood on the deck of that ship. Across from him were two figures in world government official attire, looking somewhat disheveled. Lei Luo was surprised. Akaina's meteor volcano hadn't managed to incinerate these two. One of them, seeing Lei Luo in a marine uniform and holding the second-generation Onamaru, immediately became arrogant. Hey, you're with the Marines, right? I saw Big Mom hand that sword over to you. On the authority of the world government, I order you to return it immediately. Lei Luo sneered. Pirates masquerading as world government officials. What nonsense are you spouting? With that, he leaped into the air, drew the second-generation Onamaru from its scabbard. Azure water currents adhered to the blade, vibrating at extreme speed. Sea Hunt. With a single slash, a powerful water blade plunged into the sea. In the next instant, a violent tsunami erupted around the ship, forming a massive water vortex that shredded the vessel. Lei Luo looked at the second-generation Onamaru in his hand with some amazement. Even the sword techniques are much stronger. Truly a fine blade. A dozen minutes later, Lei Luo returned to the warship carrying two chests of treasure, a broad smile on his face. These pirates are really loaded. One ship carried several 100 million berries. Lei Luo opened both chests and distributed some to every marine present, sharing with all who witnessed it. If you ask others to share risks, you must give them sufficient benefits, otherwise wouldn't they be working for nothing? Friendship is friendship, but interests are interests. Talking only about goodwill without rewards is nothing but coercion. After doing this, Lei Luo finally lay back on a deck chair and began to review his gains from this trip. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening Conqueror's Haki, challenging Emperor Big Mom, and raiding the world government vessel. Reward 1 medium-grade insight into the 3 types of Haki training. Insight into the 3 Hakis. A fine thing. Observation and armament go without saying, but the insight on Conqueror's Haki is something special. Conqueror's Haki is practically a universal ability. It can attack, defend, and seal off devil fruit powers. But training it is incredibly difficult. Even Conqueror's Haki infusion can stump many. Master Garp also knows Conqueror's Haki infusion, but his teaching ability. Let's not mention it. It's nothing but love fists through and through. This insight now was undoubtedly a great help. Lei Luo calculated that he now possessed everything a top-tier powerhouse needed. The next step was to take time to settle and refine himself, temper his physique, develop his devil fruit, and practice his swordsmanship diligently. In the world government, inside a lavishly appointed hall, 5 old men of varying heights and builds sat. Before them lay a photograph. It was unmistakably Lei Luo. Bordeaux Reynaud, 15 years old, an orphan. Zambalong v. Nashalangshing held the Chudai Gish, tapping his finger lightly. One of the root causes of the Wangua incident is the disciple of Kapu Zhangua and Zephyr. He has awakened Conqueror's Haki and is suspected to have eaten a devil fruit. His potential is extremely high, and he may become an admiral in the future. Opposite him, Zipod Sherpai Chung said one more point: the second-generation Guan that the world government gave to Big Moam was given by her to Lei Luo. I see, so he's also a great swordsman. An orphan, a disciple of the 3 former admirals of the Navy, and with Conqueror's Haki. A promising stock indeed. Now the situation on the sea is increasingly turbulent. Kapu Zifa and the others are also getting old, and the Navy lacks top-tier power. Therefore, we should support talents like Lei Luo to maintain the Navy's deterrent force. Concur. Concur. Then how should we support him? Lei Luo has just acquired a great sword of the 21 craft grade, and seems to have eaten a fruit as well. Then let's wait until he graduates from the training camp. Well, grant him an extraordinary promotion in rank, and his flagship shall be at the standard of a vice admiral. How about that? Concur. Concur. Another half-month passed, and Lei Luo finally returned to Maling Fanduo with Kapu. After greeting Kapu, Lei Luo attached lightning to his calves, and soon returned to the training camp. Upon arriving at the training ground, he saw Simoji with a cigar in his mouth and his body emitting smoke, talking to Tina while holding a newspaper. Yo, Simoji, long time no see. What are you looking at? Lei Luo appeared behind Simoji like a ghost and snatched the newspaper away. Navy Supernova standing firm against a Yonko without being outmatched. The newspaper portrayed Lei Luo as a super monster unprecedented in the Navy in a century. Someone who could stand against a Yonko today, become an admiral next year, and sweep away the Yonko the year after. Lei Luo pursed his lips. Morgans was still the same old braggart, standing firm against a Yonko. With just a small skill from the opponent, he would have to expend most of his stamina to block it. If Xiaoluo Lingling hit him again, he would collapse. The gap between the Vice Admiral level and the Admiral Yonko level was too vast, with the levels of Yonko Commander and Admiral candidate in between. No matter how confident he was, he had to admit that he was still a rookie. After all, he was only 15 and had only received systematic training for a year. Potential needed time to be realized. Scatter, scatter. What's so interesting about such exaggerated news? Lei Luo crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it away. What? This has made you famous on the sea, Lei Luo. Aren't you excited at all? Simoji looked surprised. He had thought that a guy like Lei Luo would laugh heartily and say something like him, that awesome Simoji, you rookie, are still far off. Tina's gaze also shifted over. Tina is also curious. Lei Luo, aren't you happy at all? Lei Luo shrugged, took a few berry notes from his pocket, and handed them to Tina. This was to repay the money Tina had lent him a month ago. The most precious quality of a person is self-awareness. If I truly had that kind of strength, I would indeed be proud, but in reality, I don't, so it's not worth being proud of. Hearing this, Simoji couldn't help but look shocked. This man before him was unexpectedly humble. Then why had he been so arrogant toward him earlier? With this in mind, Simoji couldn't help but ask, then why did you act so arrogant before? Because you were too weak. Not worth my humility. Lei Luo, you bastard. Simoji flushed red with anger in an instant, shouting and wanting to fight Lei Luo again. Seeing this, Lei Luo's lips curled. Perfect timing. I haven't used this ability even once since I obtained it. The next moment, Lei Luo's eyes sharpened and golden red lightning burst forth. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire training ground in an instant. Simoji and Tina, who were closest to him, instantly fell asleep, and the other trainees on the training ground were not spared, either dropping flat to sleep. Oh no, looks like I've caused trouble. Lei Luo scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Conqueror's Haki was just beginning to be cultivated. He had only progressed from the stage of being unable to control it to being able to control its range, but fine control was still impossible. As a result, all the trainees in the entire training camp were down. At that moment, a roar came from the direction of the office building. Lei Luo, get in here right now, old man. Lei Luo sighed, walked into the office building a bit listlessly, and a few minutes later, came flying out, smashing through the door panel. Master Zifa's strength is still so familiar. Lei Luo pursed his lips. Master Zifa was at Sundra, saying one thing, but meaning another. He still liked to be contrary at his age. He clearly cared about him, but had to act so awkwardly. Just now, the moment he entered, Zifa's gaze had swept over him completely, and only after confirming there was no problem did he sigh in relief. Lei Luo had seen it all clearly. As a result, before he could tease him a few more words, Zephyr, enraged and embarrassed, punched him flying again. Liloa, who had been sent flying, used moonwalk to fly back, and then began to carry the trainees to the corner, lining them up against the wall. After finishing, he set off toward the Marine headquarters office. After all such a big incident had happened on his trip, he ought to report to his master Zhonghua. Walking all the way to the door of Fleet Admiral Zhangguo's office, before he even entered, he heard Kapu's loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what does it matter? In any case, it's you, Zhonghua. Hole gets scolded, ha ha ha. Leluo poked his head in, and then saw a grim-faced Zhonghua and Kapu slapping the table and laughing, as well as Vice Admiral, he who was used to the two of them bickering, and was sipping tea alone on the side. Unable to vent his anger, Zhonghua turned his head to the door, glaring fiercely. You little brat, what are you still looking at? Get in here now. Leluo was innocently caught in the crossfire, so he could only shrug and walk in. Good morning, Master Zhonghua, Master Kapu, and he smiled and nodded, her face full of kindness. She was very satisfied with the disciple of her old friends. Zhonghua looked Leluo up and down. Not injured, boy. Kapu was eating Simbei biscuits beside them, grinning. I told you he's fine. Little Leluo's strength is quite extraordinary now. Shut up, Kapu, I wasn't asking you. Zhonghua walked over and hit Kapu. Leluo had reason to suspect that Zhonghua was venting his anger. Damn you, Sengoku. Having been struck for no reason, Garp immediately stood up, ready to have a proper brawl with Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. Both of you calm down. Let's first take a look at young Reylo. At that, the two fell silent. Sengoku snorted coldly, while Garp casually grabbed a bag of rice crackers from Sengoku's cabinet and shot him a challenging glare. Sengoku pretended not to notice. He simply rose from behind his desk, walked over, and pinched Reylo's muscles, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. Not bad, a sturdy physique. I heard you also ate a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Reylo nodded, raising his right hand. Flames, water, lightning, clouds, and air currents swirled across it. I ate the Zoan dragon fruit, mythical model yellow dragon. Sengoku nodded, a look of gratification rising in his eyes. Well, how about an early graduation from Zephyr's elite training camp? Your strength is already sufficient. I can make an exception and grant you the rank of Rear Admiral. The 5 elders had already authorized his promotion to Rear Admiral upon graduation from the elite camp. If successful, Reylo would become the youngest Rear Admiral in Marine history. Damn 5 elders, they finally did something right this time. In terms of strength, Reylo could already directly withstand one attack from an emperor. In terms of achievements, Reylo's accomplishments were somewhat lacking. He had only captured a pirate worth 220 million berries. Still, it wasn't a big issue. An exception could be made for the rank of Rear Admiral. After all, even an elite Vice Admiral might not be able to withstand a single blow from an emperor. To Sengoku, merely granting him the rank of Rear Admiral seemed somewhat of an understatement. In the end, it was because Reylo was too young. A 15-year-old Rear Admiral was already astonishing enough. But after careful consideration, Reylo slowly shook his head. No, teacher Sengoku. This experience has made me realize I still have much to consolidate. Graduating early wouldn't be good for me right now. Once he graduated, more concerns would demand his attention, undoubtedly encroaching on his training time. He was only 15 now, no rush to graduate. And that's fine too. You've already made quite a name for yourself. If you start taking missions after graduation, many pirates will probably want to take you down to make a name on the seas. Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled, nodding in approval. In her eyes, Reylo was still a child. Why rush such a young boy into graduation? Better to train more, let his strength grow further. Sengoku pondered briefly, then agreed. All right then. According to the normal schedule, your class still has 1 year until graduation. Well, grant you the rank of Rear Admiral a year from now. Just then, Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, do you have any requirements for your future subordinates? If you have anyone in mind, you can tell us directly. CC. Having a teacher is such a blessing. Not even graduated yet, and they're already letting you choose your own subordinates. Such are the benefits of connections. As for subordinates, Smoker and Tashiji would be quite good. Sengoku raised an eyebrow slightly. I remember those two. Smoker is a Logia smoke fruit user, and Tashiji is a Paramecia barrier fruit user. Both have excellent strength. They can be promoted to commander upon graduation. Yes, both of them are very capable. Sengoku nodded. In that case, I understand. Once you graduate, everything you want will be prepared for you. Great, thank you, teacher Sengoku, teacher Garp, and Annie Tsuru. Reylo grinned, then casually grabbed a bag of rice crackers from Sengoku's cabinet and turned to leave. The moment he stepped out, Sengoku's flustered voice came from inside. Damn brat Reylo, why are you copying? 6 months later, March 6th of 1531 of the Sea Circle calendar. The east blew. The weather was clear with a gentle breeze. On the vast ocean, a dog-headed marine battleship sailed forward. Reylo was currently shirtless, performing a one-finger handstand. With limited equipment on the ship, he used this method to maintain his warm-up. 10 days ago, he was still at the training camp, continuing his daily routine of training and disciplining Smoker. Then that old geezer Garp burst into the camp and dragged him out saying he wanted to introduce Reylo to his adorable grandson. Reylo thought why not go see Luffy? Maybe he'd even meet Sabo and Ace. Those three were top-notch prospects. Wasting their potential as pirates or revolutionaries would be a shame. How much better if they joined the Marines under him? As a Marine, they could still overthrow the world government. And that damn red-haired Shanks. At this point in time, Luffy had just been sent to Fusha village not long ago. Shanks hadn't arrived yet, so he wouldn't have filled Luffy's head with pirate nonsense, and the Nika fruit was nowhere to be seen. In other words, he could first explain the evil of pirates to Luffy, then gently guide him toward the Marines. Since Garp was his teacher as Garp's disciple, he couldn't stand by and watch Luffy choose the path of piracy. Just then Bogart approached. Reylo, pack up. We're about to reach Fusha village. Reylo stopped his one-finger handstand and stood up. His strong muscles glistened under the sunlight as if coated with a layer of golden radiance. Combined with his current height of 2.9 meters, he exuded an overwhelming sense of presence. Ha ha ha, I'm finally going to see my adorable grandson. Garp laughed heartily by the ship's railing, winking at Reylo. Luffy is even cuter than you were back then, Reylo. Yeah, you're right. Reylo agreed. Old man, you found me when I was 14. Luffy is only 7 or waiting for the battleship to dock. The two descended the gangplank. Bogart stayed behind to guard the ship, preventing any pirates from stealing it. Yo, Dayton. Long time no see. Where are my adorable grandkids? Garp was in an obviously good mood, flashing a big grin at Dayton, who had come to greet him. But Dayton snorted coldly. Humph, Garp, do you think this place is a daycare? You already dropped off Ace, and now you've brought Luffy too. I'm a mountain bandit, damn it. Dayton complained, but the faint smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Luffy and Ace recently made a friend named Sabo. Heard he's a noble. They should all be at the mountain behind. Hearing that, Garp immediately strode forward, unleashing his observation haki to the fullest, and dashed toward the mountain. Hey Reylo, follow me. They'll take you to meet my adorable grandkids. At that moment, on the mountain behind Windmill Village, Luffy the youngest, along with Ace, whose face was dotted with freckles, and Sabo, a boy in a refined hat carrying a pipe, were gathered around a crackling fire, their mouths watering. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. A large chunk of roasted meat hung over the fire, the spoils of the three brothers' morning hunt. Ace, how much longer until it's done? I'm starving. Luffy, looking utterly famished, tugged at Ace's sleeve. Ace, his eyes fixed on the meat, replied, almost there. A few more minutes, and it should be ready. Sabo chimed in reassuringly, don't worry, Luffy. It'll be ready soon. A few minutes later, as the meat turned a crispy golden brown and a rich aroma filled the air, Ace's eyes lit up. It's done. In the next instant, the three of them lunged like starving ghosts, tearing the meat into 3 portions. Luffy, ignoring the heat, took a huge bite, his eyes sparkling with delight. Delicious. As Sabo ate, he gave Ace a thumbs up. Ace, you've got real skill. One day you'll be a master of fire. Ace said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted into a smug grin. Luffy finished his portion in a few bites, and was about to suggest hunting another beast when a strange, inexplicable unease suddenly gripped him. How weird. I feel like something bad is about to happen. Luffy scratched his head and looked at Sabo and Ace. Do you feel it too? Sabo shook his head, but Ace's expression grew grave. Yeah, I feel it. I know this sensation. The last time I felt it, I was being chased down by some old man's so-called fist of love. Luffy tilted his head. Fist of love? Huh. Masaka. In unison, Luffy and Ace grabbed Sabo and sprinted deep into the mountains. But it was too late. Ha ha ha. Luffy, Ace, don't run. Come taste the old man's fist of love. Garp appeared from nowhere, leaping high into the air, looking down at the 3 fleeing children. My. That little one over there. Sabo, is it? He looks like a promising lad too. Come, let him taste the fist of love along with you. Ha ha. With that, Garp punched toward the spot where the 3 would land. Luffy glanced back and was terrified out of his wits. Run. Grandpa's catching up. Your grandpa. Sabo stared in shock. Is this how you've been living with your grandfather before coming here? For the first time, Sabo thought his own noble family wasn't so unfortunate. Though he was ignored, at least he wasn't chased and beaten by his grandfather like this. This so-called fist of love was clearly meant to crush people to death. Under immense pressure, the 3 broke through their usual limits, barely dodging Garp's fist of love. But the shockwave sent them tumbling across the ground, leaving them battered and disheveled. Rayleigh, watching from behind, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No wonder Luffy ran from Garp when he grew up. Being trained like this as a child, who could withstand it? You damn old man, what exactly are you trying to do? Luffy and Ace scrambled to their feet, dragging Sabo to flee again. Garp, seeing this, prepared another fist of love. Seeing this, Rayleigh hurried forward and blocked Garp. Stop. Master Garp, how can training be like this? They're just children. Garp tilted his head in confusion. Didn't you say you yourself hunted with wolves when you were 5? Compared to you, these brats are far behind. Rayleigh was stunned. How did this involve him? Back then he had no choice but to run with the wolves. Was Luffy the same? An orphan without parents, a destitute child. What kind of family could afford to train like me? Of course, Rayleigh dared not say that aloud, fearing he would also receive a fist of love. Instead, he earnestly persuaded Garp. I had no choice back then. But in normal circumstances, does a grandfather chase his grandchildren with beatings? Seeing Garp waver, Rayleigh continued his persuasion. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others, sensing that this newcomer might be a good person, hid nearby and watched secretly. Master Garp, these 3 kids look about 7 or 8, no more than 10. How can they withstand such brutal training? If something goes wrong, wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? Rayleigh focused on one point. Garp, your method is too risky for children. He truly believed that these 3 surviving until they set sail was miraculous. Only divine protection could explain it. Garp stroked his chin. Rayleigh, what you say seems reasonable. Maybe I've been applying too much pressure. Rayleigh nodded. Right. Training should be moderate intensity, appropriate. Then why don't you train them instead? They'll just train you. Huh. Rayleigh stood frozen, wondering if Garp had deliberately set a trap for him. Had he been lured from the training camp only to be shown an image of an old man who could only use the fist of love, just so Rayleigh would take over training Luffy and Ace? Oh, and now Sabo too. Old Garp, you tricked me. But Garp was already laughing heartily, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder, then waving at the 3 eavesdroppers. Hey Luffy, Ace, and you little one called Sabo, come here. I found a teacher for you 3. Seeing that the danger seemed to have passed, Ace led the way as Luffy and Sabo cautiously emerged. Still, Garp pointed at Rayleigh. This is my disciple Bordeaux Rayleigh, and he'll be your new teacher. Rayleigh shook his head. Fine, old Garp, you win. You pulled me out of the training grounds just to teach your grandsons. But Windmill Village is spacious with mountains. Training here won't cause damage, which is better than the training grounds. So Rayleigh stepped forward, crouched down, and greeted the 3. Hello there. In Bordeaux, Rayleigh, Master Garp's disciple and a Marine. Sabo blinked, then suddenly exclaimed, Garp, the legendary Marine hero Garp. Rayleigh smiled. Yes, he is indeed the Marine hero everyone respects. He tried to appear as friendly as possible. After all, he was there to teach and instill the ideology of a Marine king in Luffy. Naturally, he had to mind his image. Upon hearing this, Boss' eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Luffy, I see your grandfather is actually that Marine hero Kapu. Amazing. Huh. Luffy tilted his head, exchanged a glance with AIC, and they said in unison, isn't he just a grumpy old man? What's so great about him? You don't know? Sabo once again cast a surprised look. These 2 brothers truly had no idea of the treasure they possessed. AIC and Luffy shook their heads in sync. Seeing this, Sabo couldn't help but sigh. As a son of a noble family, Sabo was well aware of the name Kapu, the Marine hero. Without exaggeration, with Luffy and AIC being Kapu's grandsons, they possessed the most formidable backing in the entire world. As long as they didn't become pirates, they could swagger anywhere in the world except for Mali Xiaoya. In comparison, his so-called noble status was utterly insignificant, especially since he wouldn't even inherit the title until he came of age. Just then Lei Luo clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the 3. Such matters will become clear to Luffy and AIC later. For now, as your teacher, let me first assess your abilities. He had observed for a while, without hearing Luffy clamoring to set sail, as a pirate, which meant that Xiong Kasi of the red hair had not yet arrived at Fengche village. Very well, then damn Xiong Kasi, I'm about to steer your future toward the Marines. The 3 simultaneously turned to look at Lei Luo, their expressions suddenly turning defiant. AIC stepped forward first. Hey, you said you were the old man's disciple, right? Are you strong? Lei Luo chuckled, then pondered for a moment before gesturing with his fingers to indicate a tiny bit, probably just a tiny bit stronger than you. Enough talk, let's settle it with a fight. Luffy's face lit up with excitement. If he couldn't beat the grumpy old man, taking down the old man's disciple would do. He refused to believe the disciple could be that strong. They were 3 against 1. Advantage was theirs. Ah, these little brats aren't cute at all. Lei Luo stood up and looked back at Kapu. Teacher Kapu, may I discipline your grandsons? Kapu sat on a rock nearby, holding a bag of rice crackers with a grin spreading across his face. Go ahead, Lei Luo, do as you please. He knew his own methods were flawed, but he too was stubborn and couldn't change overnight. Then it struck him, since he had a disciple, why not let the disciple handle the teaching? After all, Lei Luo had often been trained by Zephyr Zhonghua and Bo Jiate. He was certainly better at teaching than he was. And so this scene unfolded. Then he'll go ahead. Lei Luo turned once more to Luffy and the others, slowly closing his eyes. I'll fight you with my eyes closed and one hand. If I move even an inch, I lose. Deal. Both Luffy and AIC flushed with anger, and even the usually calm Sabo showed signs of irritation. This bastard was way too arrogant. Water pipe in hand, Sabo said in a low voice. Luffy, AIC, let's go. All right. The 3 brothers charged at Lei Luo together. Sabo swung his water pipe in a full arc toward Lei Luo's head while AIC and Lu Fei cooperated seamlessly attacking his legs. Lei Luo simply smirked. Iron block. In the next instant, Sabo's water pipe, along with Lu Fei and AIC's fists, all landed on Lei Luo. With a loud thud, Sabo's water pipe rebounded from the intense counterforce while Lu Fei and AIC hopped about clutching their hands in pain. It hurt so much. Damn it, why is your body as hard as steel? Lei Luo opened his eyes with a grin. This is the Marine's 6 arts, the most exquisite body training method in the Marine Corps. This iron block move allows me to block your attacks without getting hurt. Impressive, right? To instill in Lu Fei and the others the ideology of becoming Marine kings, he naturally had to showcase the Marine strengths. After much thought, Lei Luo decided to use the Marine's 6 arts as a lure to spark their interest in the Marines, gradually leading them to enlist. Sabo stepped forward and touched Lei Luo's exposed skin. It's dark in color and indeed as hard as steel. Amazing. Kapu turned away, barely stifling a laugh. This Lei Luo kid was actually using armament hockey and passing it off as iron block. Huh. But in truth, iron block and armament hockey had the same effect. Iron block could even be considered a precursor to armament hockey. Lei Luo sure was cunning. Lu Fei and AIC found Sabo's amazement hard to believe. Lei Luo merely smiled, letting their fists rain down upon him like a downpour. Minutes later, the two stared at their swollen fists on the verge of tears. AIC, my hands hurt so much. Lu Fei, my hands hurt too. Lei Luo maintained his cheerful grin. How about it? Want to learn? Hearing this, they all nodded at once, but Lei Luo put on a troubled expression. However, the Marines' 6 arts are only taught to Marines. Even teacher Ka Pu's grandsons aren't allowed to learn before joining the Marines. And let me tell you a secret. Teacher Ka Pu became so powerful precisely because he mastered the Marines' 6 arts. Ka Pu paused his cracker, crunching, leaning in to listen attentively. He had to admit this Lei Luo kid was really skilled, possessing the strategic wisdom of Zhonghua. With just a few words, he had highlighted the Marines' strengths and sparked the three's curiosity. Excellent, truly excellent. Sabo and the others fell silent for a moment, then Sabo waved his water pipe. Then, well, just join the Marines. Join the Marines, learn the 6 arts, and defeat that grumpy old man. At this, Lu Fei, who had been wavering, immediately stopped hesitating. What did he know about Marines or pirates? He hadn't met Xiang Kasi of the red hair yet, and hadn't been poisoned by the idea that the Pirate King is the freest pirate. All he knew was that in most villagers' eyes, Marines were good guys and pirates were bad guys. And joining the Marines to learn the 6 arts meant he could beat up his rotten grandfather. Thus, Lu Fei's gaze grew resolute. I will join the Marines, learn the Marines' 6 arts, defeat that rotten grandfather, and become the strongest Marine. A bang sounded. Ka Pu had crushed the cracker bag in his hands. He was now weeping with joy, laughing and crying at the same time. He poured the now powdered crackers into his mouth, stood up, and roared with laughter. That's it, Lu Fei. Join the Marines, learn the 6 arts, defeat your rotten grandfather, and then. Mustering all his strength, Ka Pu shouted at the top of his lungs. Become the strongest Marine. As for AIC, he seemed to be hesitating, his expression tangled. Lu Fei and Sabo noticed AIC's abnormality. What's wrong? AIC. Wouldn't it be great if we 3 brothers joined the Marines together and defeat that bastard grandpa? Hearing this, AIC was silent for a moment before forcing a strained smile. Lu Fei, Sabo, can I take some time to think it over? Lei Luo, standing nearby, understood when he saw AIC like this. AIC was the son of Pirate King Roger, and he had always harbored resentment about this identity. Hearing that his 2 sworn brothers were both joining the Marines, it was normal for him to be unsure whether he should join. At that moment, Ka Pu wiped his tears and walked over. AIC, Grandpa knows what you're worried about. Ka Pu's expression was extremely firm. But don't worry. You are my monkey D. Ka Pu's grandson. With Grandpa behind you, you don't have to worry about anything. We are all your support. Isn't he just the son of the Pirate King? As long as he doesn't tell Zhang, he doesn't tell who would know. The people of the world only know that the Pirate King's son died in the Buster Call 10 years ago. Now AIC is merely his Ka Pu's grandson. Across the entire sea, who would dare to trouble Ka Pu's grandson? The Celestial Dragons. Go ask Imu what it feels like to have my fist land on his face. Damn, old man. AIC's gaze fixed on Ka Pu's resolute face, seeing the kindness there, and then his vision gradually blurred. No, it wasn't that his vision was blurring. It was that tears had unknowingly filled his eyes, causing his view of Ka Pu to blur. Lu Fei nudged AIC beside him. AIC, you're crying. I'm not. AIC hissed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hey, damn, old man, just wait. I will join the Marines, learn the 6 powers, and then defeat you. Together with Lu Fei, they'll become the strongest Marine. Having said that, AIC turned around and left directly. He had to run. He couldn't control his emotions and had cried. If he didn't run now, he couldn't imagine how Lu Fei and Sabo would mock him. "Yeah, I see." Lu Fei and Sabo were startled and quickly followed, which only made AIC run faster. "Don't come over." Watching the three departing figures, Lei Luo walked over to Ka Pu and said softly, "Teacher Ka Pu, you're very happy now, aren't you?" With the example of Monkey D. Long before him, Ka Pu was determined to make Lu Fei and AIC join the Marines. Ka Pu turned his head and looked at Lei Luo, the child he had picked up from an isolated island a year and a half ago. "Lei Luo," he said with a very serious tone, "I have to thank you. You have helped me resolve a lingering worry." Lei Luo waved his hand. "What are you saying, Teacher Ka Pu? I am your disciple. As a disciple, of course I should help you solve problems." Hearing this, Ka Pu immediately resumed his hearty laugh. "You're right. You are my disciple. Go bring the three little ones back. The Dan should have lunch ready. I'm starving." "But Teacher Ka Pu, you just finished a bag of crackers." "Huh? You dare to talk back to me?" I know. I'll go get them back." "That's right, ha ha ha." The sun shone brightly over Windmill Village, just as clear as Ka Pu's mood at this moment. The next day, Lei Luo and Ka Pu brought Sabo and the other two to the back mountain again. Yesterday afternoon, Ka Pu had used a den mushy to tell Zhanghua that Sabo and the others wanted to join the Marines. Zhanghua immediately created marine files for them, afraid that if he delayed they might become pirates. There was no choice. The precedent of Monkey D. Long was still fresh. It couldn't be better that Ka Pu's three grandsons were joining the Marines together. If these three became pirates, just thinking about it gave Zhanghua a headache. Ka Pu and Lei Luo stood still while Sabo and the other two watched from the side. "What are teacher and that damn grandpa doing?" Sabo had spent the whole afternoon calling Ka Pu grandpa and successfully became his adopted grandson. Now he called him grandpa without any mental burden. Lu Fei and AIC shook their heads simultaneously. "Don't know." "Oomph." Ka Pu picked his nose. "Today I'm going to train your teacher and also let you see what a battle between top-tier powerhouses on the sea looks like." Top-tier powerhouses on the sea. Sabo pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "So teacher is also a top-tier powerhouse." Lei Luo waved his hand. Compared to Teacher Ka Pu, I'm still far off. This was true. After half a year of consolidation, his strength had improved significantly, but compared to a numerical monster like Ka Pu, he was still too immature. At most, he was at the level of a Yonkos right-hand man, and a newly entered one at that. The gap between him and a top-tier powerhouse like Ka Pu was still too great. Ka Pu threw away the empty cracker bag in his hand and looked at Lei Luo. "Lei Luo, how is your control now?" Lei Luo knew what Ka Pu was asking. "I can achieve precise control now. It won't hurt Sabo and the others." "Good." Ka Pu showed a satisfied smile, then glared with fierce eyes. Powerful black-red lightning instantly spread outward from Ka Pu. In an instant, birds fell from the sky, fish sank, and beasts fainted in the forest. In response, Lei Luo merely grinned. In the next moment, golden yellow lightning burst forth, rivaling Ka Pu's Conqueror's Haki. The clash of their Conqueror's Haki caused rocks to crumble and trees to collapse around them. The overwhelming pressure even seemed to tear the sky apart. What is this?" Sabo's pupils dilated violently. Lu Fei and AIC were not. The three of them opened their mouths wider than their heads. Although due to Lei Luo and Ka Pu's deliberate control, they couldn't feel the pressure from the Conqueror's Haki. But just from the surrounding atmosphere, they could tell that teacher and that damn grandpa were extraordinary powerhouses. It was the first time they had witnessed a clash of this level. Just their aura can tear the sky and shatter the earth. Is this what a top-tier powerhouse of the sea is like? In the next moment, Lei Luo moved. He retracted the golden yellow Conqueror's Haki and wrapped it around his right fist. "Teacher Ka Pu," Lei Luo said softly, "over the past half year, I have combined my own devil fruit ability to develop a set of boxing techniques of my own, named the Mythical Beast Boxing." "Oh, is that so? That's really not bad." Ka Pu also retracted his Conqueror's Haki and wrapped it around his fists. "I wonder how it compares to my Iron Fist. Please enlighten me." With these words, Lei Luo transformed into a half-dragon form, and an overwhelming armament Haki enveloped his entire body, forming a golden pattern at the center of his brow. Compared to half a year ago, the golden pattern had grown larger and become more solemn. Soon after, fine blue-violet lightning clung to his body, further boosting the cellular activity of Lei Luo's physique. After systematic induction and exploration, Lei Luo named this state the Thunder Dragon Body, which he divided into 3 stages. The first stage moderately stimulated all cells, enhancing overall physique by 50. It could be used as a normal state without any adverse effects. The second stage further stimulated all cells, enhancing overall physique by 100. It imposed certain strains on the body with duration depending on endurance and required recovery time afterward. The third stage recklessly stimulated all cells, enhancing overall physique by 200. Afterward, the user would inevitably suffer severe injuries and require a long period of recuperation. Since this was a spar with teacher Kapu, Lei Luo dared not be careless. He activated the second stage of Thunder Dragon Body directly. Violet lightning erupted, elevating his aura to yet another level. Kapu observed and praised. What a convenient devil fruit ability, almost comparable to the rumble. Back in the day, he had remained pure and refrained from eating a devil fruit, otherwise his strength could have soared even higher. Mythical Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon Fist. Lei Luo started with his ultimate move, showing his respect for Kapu. This was his strongest single-target technique under normal conditions, and when combined with Thunder Dragon Body, it achieved a 112 effect. There was no way he could outlast the old man Kapu in terms of health. Only by unleashing all his stamina in a short burst might he manage to wound the grizzled veteran. A divine dragon formed of purple lightning coiled around his fist, mingling with gold-crimson thunder. Lei Luo lunged toward Kapu like a bolt of lightning. Looks quite impressive. Kapu grinned, a red cross star glowing on his right fist. Fistbone Galaxy Imp. As the saying goes, it's not the one who practices 10,000 techniques you fear, but the one who practices one technique 10,000 times. Kapu was the man who had practiced throwing a punch more than 10,000 times. Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying wind pressure that devastated the terrain for miles, leaving only the spot under Sabo and the other two intact. So strong. Luffy's mouth hung open, stunned. That bastard grandpa and teacher are both amazing. Compared to this, that bastard grandpa's fist of love is nothing. Ace nodded as well, but in his mind, he wondered if his father, the Pirate King Roger, had been just as powerful in his day. Boy, Lei Luo, you've trained your body quite well. Now this old man's going to get serious. As he spoke, Kapu's Conqueror's haki suddenly surged, piercing through Lei Luo's gold-crimson haki. Under Lei Luo's shocked gaze, Kapu grabbed his head, then leaped high into the air. Seafloor drop. Kapu hurled Lei Luo's body violently toward the ground. The immense force instantly erupted, and Lei Luo felt like a launched rocket crashing full speed into the earth. Boom! A violent tremor spread. Dust billowed from where Lei Luo had slammed down. Sabo and the other two felt the world shake and tumbled to the ground. Could it be that they couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle? Wow, such a powerful shockwave. He didn't die, did he? Sabo propped himself up with his pipe, staring toward where Lei Luo had landed, but the dust was too thick to see anything. Just then Luffy, who had just gotten up, seemed to sense something. He asked in confusion, "Is the wind rising?" Wind? Sabo reached out to feel it. This wind seems to be getting stronger. Suddenly a gale swept through, blowing away all the dust, allowing Sabo and the others to see Lei Luo's position and his current appearance. There was a huge crater, and Lei Luo stood in it, drenched in blood. His forehead, nose, arms, torso. He looked like a man who had walked out of a pool of blood. Lei Luo ripped off his tattered upper garment, revealing solid muscles beneath, upon which faint traces of scars from beasts could still be seen. "Teacher Kapu, you really pack a punch." Lei Luo sighed softly, looking at Kapu, who had already landed on the ground. Kapu simply grinned. "Against a monster like you, a weak punch won't do. How about it? Do you feel like you're back in the old days?" Lei Luo replied, "Yeah, I can feel it. Thanks to you, Teacher Kapu." Over the past year and a half, he had lacked the tempering of true life and death crises. Though his physique and strength had grown, his body had grown lazy. Even half a year ago, in the land of 10,000 nations, he had never truly faced a life-or-death crisis. With Kapu, Akainu, and Kizaru around, what was there to panic about? He was like a wild flower which, after being carefully nurtured by Kapu at Marine headquarters, had begun to grow. Just now, for instance, knowing he was facing Kapu and that he probably wouldn't die, he still chose the conservative second stage of Thunder Dragon Body. What would it have cost to activate the third stage? Had only be severely injured, not dead. To have an opportunity to spar with a top-tier powerhouse of the sea, and he only used the second stage. Lei Luo had to admit that his mindset had indeed gone awry, leaning toward conservatism. The little brat who once dared to fight beasts to the death was now afraid of getting hurt in battle. How wrong was that? And now Teacher Kapu had used one move, the seafloor drop, to make him feel the brink of death again. Teacher Kapu must have seen this long ago, and chose to help him rediscover his former self through a fight. Only now did Lei Luo realize that Kapu wasn't bad at teaching. He simply habitually poured all his emotions into his fists. The fist of love, the fist of love. Such intense emotion, what else could it be but a fist of love? I've learned my lesson, Teacher Kapu. Now I will show you my true full power. Thunder Dragon Body Stage 3, activate. As the words fell, a lightning storm more violent than before erupted from Lei Luo's body. Agony surged through every limb, yet Lei Luo had never felt so invigorated. His body felt incredibly light, everything around him so clear. Lei Luo even had the illusion that he might be able to defeat Teacher Kapu. But Lei Luo knew it was just an illusion, merely the overconfidence brought by a sudden surge in power. A divine dragon harnesses lightning to temper itself. Day after day it becomes the dragon god. This is my ultimate form. The lightning around Lei Luo continuously compressed and solidified, shifting from purple to black and white, exuding a soul-seizing aura. He raised his right hand gently, and a colossal phantom of a thunder dragon covered his entire body. Mythical beast fist, thunder dragon god. As the voice fell, Lei Luo disappeared from his original spot, only to appear in front of Carp in the blink of an eye. Lei Luo swung his fist down, a storm of raging thunder crashing down with a devastating aura upon Carp's crossed arms. In the next moment, Carp was actually knocked backward by this punch, his body flying straight into the distant jungle. Lei Luo did not stop, his body trailing lightning as he chased after Carp's figure that had been sent flying into the woods. Immediately after, an even more violent thunder erupted in the jungle, as if the thunder god had descended, unleashing a vast domain of thunder that annihilated everything within a 10-mile radius except for Sabo and the other two. Before the three could exclaim in astonishment, searing flames appeared out of thin air, instantly raising the temperature around them. At this moment, the lightning that had been entwined around Lei Luo's hands had vanished, replaced by a ferocious blaze. Illusory beast fist, fire dragon flame. With a punch thrown, a pillar of fire dragon flame shot straight towards Carp, its aura so scorching it seemed capable of melting everything. What a formidable monster indeed. Carp was now in quite a predicament, blood gushing from his forehead. Although Lei Luo's strength still seemed somewhat lacking, his speed was exceedingly fast. Even Carp had to focus fully to cope. Yet in response to Lei Luo's attack, Carp's counter was still but one move. Fistbone Galaxy Impact Infinite. This strike essentially consisted of a series of successive fistbone galaxy impacts, the signature technique Carp took pride in. The Raging Conqueror's Haki clashed once more, further ravaging the already devastated battlefield. After a moment of stalemate, Carp's crimson-black Haki directly dispersed Lei Luo's golden-red Haki, sending him flying with a single punch. PFF. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Lei Luo's figure was sent crashing backward to Sabo, and the others, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. A moment later, Carp returned to the scene, his gaze toward Lei Luo, filled with satisfaction. Haha, in the end, the old man is still the better one. When it comes to physical combat, Lei Luo is no weaker than me. He just lacks the physical strength and Haki. His Conqueror's Haki was not strong enough, and thus his attacks and defenses were lacking insufficiently solid. This was the reason why Carp could disperse Lei Luo's Conqueror's Haki twice. However, to reach this level after only half a year of training, Carp was quite surprised internally. Carp quickly checked Lei Luo. Most of his ribs were broken, he was internally bleeding heavily, his arm was fractured, and his skull was cracked, but nothing serious. A minor injury that would heal in a week or so. Thus Carp hoisted Lei Luo onto his shoulder, casually wiping the blood off his own face, and waved to the stunned Sabo and the others, saying, "Let's go first, I'll take your teacher to find a doctor." 3 days later, after removing the bandages and moving about a bit, Lei Luo finally sighed in relief when he felt there was nothing wrong. The side effects of the Thunder Dragon's third stage seemed to be less than he had expected. He thought he would at least have to lie down for a week after using it, but unexpectedly, he recovered fully in just 3 days, even after enduring several galaxy impacts from Carp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for challenging and successfully injuring the Navy hero Monkey D. Carp, gaining fame across the seas and receiving a reward of 30 million berries along with a copy of Carp's understanding of the 3 types of Haki. Oh, Carp's insights on training, how impressive. After carefully reviewing this understanding, Lei Luo couldn't help but marvel at Carp's truly monstrous capabilities. Carp's success came without shortcuts. He had completely honed his skills punch by punch. Stepping out of the door, he saw a thin woman with a headscarf, the bar owner of Windmill Village Makino, who had been taking care of Sabo and Luffy along with Dayton. Lei Luo had been staying at the tavern for the past few days. Makino said, Mister Lei Luo, are you feeling better?" She held a tray with several pieces of bread and drinks, flashing a big smile at Lei Luo. Lei Luo smiled back and replied, "I'm fine now, thank you for your concern." "That's good to hear. Mr. Carp is currently training Luffy and the others in the back. You can take these breads to fill your stomach first." Makino had originally wanted to say the back mountain out of habit, but the area beyond the mountain and forest had already been obliterated 3 days ago by the man in front of her and Vice Admiral Carp, so she could only refer to it as the back area. Recalling the might displayed 3 days ago in the back mountain, Makino couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The man before her looked small, yet his strength was unexpectedly immense, able to fight Carp to such an extent. "Thank you." Lei Luo took the bread, stuffed it into his mouth in a few bites, then bid farewell to Makino and transformed into dragon form, flying back. Before he could approach, he heard Carp's booming laughter and the screams of Luffy and the others. Lei Luo twitched his lips, transforming back into human form as he descended to where they were. "Haha, don't run, take this love punch from the old man." "Hey, Lei Luo, are you better now?" Carp halted his movements and looked at the approaching Lei Luo. Luffy and the others rushed over as if they had seen their long-lost father shouting, "Teacher Lei Luo, you're finally better. Please come teach us." "I'm fine now." Lei Luo reached out to pat the heads of the three little rascals, saying, "Teacher Carp, they are my students, so it should be me teaching them." Carp snorted twice, then inexplicably pulled out a pack of senbei and sat down to watch a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The physical prowess of this Lei Luo kid exceeded his expectations. To recover fully from such injuries in just 3 days was truly remarkable. However, he still needed more training. In another half a year once he graduated, he should send him to the New World to fight pirates. Young birds must endure more setbacks to fly higher. While instructing the three, Lei Luo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Who is thinking of me? Forget it, the three of you must primarily hone your physiques at this stage. Only with a strong body can you support. After giving a brief instruction and guiding their training methods, Lei Luo walked aside and began to train his own physique. His battle with Carp made him realize that his own accumulation was still too shallow. His physique was not strong enough, and his haki was also insufficient, easily scattered by top-tier powerhouses. If he were to use his devil fruit powers, he should be able to contend with great swordsmen. Once he mastered the second-generation ghost blade into a black blade, he would undoubtedly become a great swordsman. If he were to use his devil fruit powers, he should be able to contend with great swordsmen. Once he mastered the second-generation ghost blade into a black blade, he would undoubtedly become a great swordsman. To become an all-round powerhouse, one must put in several times the effort compared to others. He could not compare to the talent of the runaway king who exerted twice the effort, but he had a system to rely on. Based on the current rewards, every time he challenged a powerful opponent, he would receive a corresponding understanding of cultivation, which would be extremely helpful for his strength enhancement. A month passed quietly. During this month, Lalo stayed in Windmill Village. Aside from teaching Luffy and his companions, he focused on training, digesting, and absorbing his insights. Kapu also stayed here for a month, reluctantly preparing to return only after Sengoku repeatedly called him. "Sengoku, really can't let this old man spend more time with my lovely grandsons." Kapu appeared dispirited and Lalo shrugged beside him, saying, "Teacher Kapu, you could take Luffy and the others to the Navy headquarters. Leaving them here doesn't seem quite right." Hearing this, Kapu immediately laughed and patted Lalo on the shoulder. "But there's you, young Lalo." Lalo pointed at himself in confusion. "Me? Exactly. You are still a trainee in the training camp with no rank or position. Staying here to help me teach them is perfect." "Huh. Teacher Kapu, are you leaving me here too? How can you call this leaving? You are their teacher. Teachers should take care of their students, right? Then why not take them to the Navy headquarters?" Hearing this, Kapu fell silent for a moment. Now is not the right time. The Navy headquarters is not a good place for Luffy and Ace. Lalo's expression sharpened. "Teacher Kapu, are you saying you know about Zephyr's situation? I am even more hated than him." Lalo clenched his fists slightly. The five elders are always up to some tricks. Zephyr's wife and children were previously in the family area of Marineford, but this area, known as the safest place in the world, was invaded and killed by two unknown little pirates. The wife and children of a dignified admiral were killed in the family area of the Navy headquarters by two little pirates. If there were not some hidden agendas of the world government involved, who would believe it? The same goes for Kapu. Luffy and Ace are Kapu's soft spot. Here they can live safely and freely, but not in the Navy headquarters. The people of Windmill Village can trust him, but the Navy at the headquarters cannot. "I understand, Teacher Kapu." Lalo placed one hand on his second-generation demon sword at his waist. "During your absence, I will protect Luffy and the others, but only for 6 months. After that I must graduate." Implying that after 6 months he would graduate and go out to fight pirates. He could not just be their babysitter here. Although the training effect here is not worse than in the training field, as graduation approaches, Lalo still wants to return to Marineford. "Huh. Don't worry, young Lalo, it won't take 6 months, just 2 months. Kapu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Sengoku had already started cleaning up at the Navy headquarters. In just 2 months, he was confident that Luffy and the others could grow safely and robustly at the Navy headquarters. Hearing this, Lalo immediately sighed in relief. That's good. With his strength, as long as it wasn't a Yonko crew, he was confident even if red-haired Shanks came, he could still hold his ground. The current red-haired Shanks is not the Yonko he would become. It would take another 4 to 5 years for him to reach that level. At this rate, the current red-haired Shanks is probably comparable to a rear admiral. I'm not stronger than him. Then it's settled. I'll take my leave. I'll leave Luffy and the others in your hands for these 2 months. Don't worry, Teacher Kapu. Lalo accompanied Luffy and the others to watch Kapu's warship sail away until it disappeared at the horizon. Only then did Lalo wave at Luffy and the others. "Let's go back to training." "Yes, Teacher Lalo." A month later, today was a rare day of rest. Always being tense about the growth of Luffy and the others was not good. A balance of work and rest is the right path. Lalo took Luffy and the others to the port of Windmill Village, where a few merchant ships were unloading goods for sale and also purchasing some local specialties. Lalo brought Luffy and the others to see if there was anything they needed. Oranges from Kokosia village, not bad, quite sweet. Cloth from Road Town, take it. Let Messino have time to make a few outfits for Luffy and the others. Swords from Xuanyua village, on not as good as my second-generation demon sword, forget it. After some picking, Lalo and the others had a bountiful harvest, and Lalo also gathered some intelligence from the merchants. For instance, there's a retired female Navy officer from Kokosia village whose oranges are particularly sweet. Xuanyua King Sairo from Xuanyua village has a very cute daughter, and a 10-year-old chef recently arrived at the Bar Thai restaurant. To sum up, Nami's Kokosia village has not yet been invaded by the Arlong pirates, and her adoptive mother Belmir is still alive. Zoro's senior sister Kana has not yet been killed by the Great Stairs, and Sanji has just arrived at the Bar Thai restaurant to learn cooking. These are all high-quality potential stocks. I see a connection between them and our navy. Looking at the distant sea, Lalo suddenly had the thought of whether to take Luffy and the others out for some fun. Visiting those islands could also take Luffy and the others to the deserted island where he was born to see the status of the wolf pack and pay respects to the old Wolf King. Then go to the execution platform in Road Town and imagine how Roger was executed there back in the day. At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose at the port, interrupting Lalo's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw the merchants who had just been selling goods were now frantically packing and moving things onto their ships, looking very flustered. He grabbed a merchant and asked what's wrong. Pirates. A pirate ship is coming this way. After saying this, the merchant hurriedly scrambled towards his ship. At this time, an old man with a hat rushed to Lalo's side, looking anxious. Lalo. I heard those merchants say a pirate crew seems to be heading towards Windmill Village. The newcomer was the village chief of Windmill Village, Upshurlab. Upshurlab looked as if the sky was falling, casting a pleading gaze at Lalo. What should we do now? Hearing this, Luffy and the others immediately got excited, and Sabo waved the water pipe in his hand. What else is there to say? We are the navy, when we encounter pirates we must defeat them and then imprison them. Luffy and Ace nodded repeatedly. Then they received 3 hard knocks from Lalo. You little brats should not get involved, these pirates are not ordinary. Lalo said impatiently. Upshurlab, please take all the villagers and Luffy and the others to the back to hide. I'll handle this here. He looked towards the direction of the pirate crew, a red light flashing in his eyes, representing observation haki. After all the pirates coming this time are red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Zyankasi. The old village chief Wupu Shilabu was taken aback. Although he had never heard of this pirate's name, anyone that Lei Luo regarded so seriously must be exceptional. With this in mind, Wupu Shilabu immediately dragged Luffy and the other 2 away, and also summoned the remaining villagers, ensuring they did not stay behind to cause Lei Luo any trouble. With the second-generation Onimaru at his waist, Lei Luo transformed into a half-dragon form and rode the wind toward the red-haired pirate's ship. As for the man red-haired Zyankasi, Lei Luo found him impossible to judge. In just a few years, he would possess the most formidable conqueror's haki among the 4 emperors, and even master such a supreme application as observation nullification. Yet he still blindly believed in things like Nika and Joy Boy. Conqueror's haki represents one's own will and spirit. A powerhouse who believes in fate rather than himself, yet wields such immense conqueror's haki. It's simply impossible to evaluate. Moreover, in Lei Luo's view, the so-called freedom these people pursued was utterly dreadful. Freedom without restraint is no different from a demon. They are nothing but a group who disguise their evil deeds as so-called freedom. What crap are they trying to pull? So he needed to become stronger to be unmatched, to sit on the throne of the king of the world, and then change this rotten world. Meanwhile, aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, Zyankasi and his first mate Ben Beekman, who had been laughing and joking both, suddenly rose a flash of red light in their eyes. Captain, it seems a monster is coming. Ben Beekman sweated coldly on his forehead. Such an overwhelming, crushing aura. How can such a powerhouse appear in the East Blue? Zyankasi's expression was equally grave. After all, this is the hometown of the marine hero Garp. It shouldn't be strange to have such a powerful figure stationed here, right? Yasubu, do you have any clue? The sniper Yasubu, thus addressed, shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. Could it be Garp? He had left his hometown for years. His knowledge of the East Blue was not much greater than Zyankasi's. No, it's not Garp. Garp's aura is far stronger than this. And it's not Bogate either. Zyankasi gripped Griffin with his left hand, his observation haki fixed on the figure flying toward them. As a former cabin boy on Pirate King Roger's ship, he had witnessed many great battles and had met Garp before. The person flying this way, though equally formidable and even stronger than himself right now, had not yet reached Garp's level. At the edge of the ship's railing, a girl of about 9 years old wearing headphones with pinkish red hair sat with her chin propped on both hands. Seeing her father and family so tense, she could not help asking Zyankasi, "Are we in trouble?" Zyankasi turned and gave a gentle smile. "Not at all, Yuta. Go and rest in the cabin. By the time you wake up, everything will be fine." Really? Alright then, Zyankasi, you must not lie to me. When you come back I will sing for you. Yuta, hearing you say that suddenly fills me with energy. Yuta walked hesitantly, looking back with every step, and finally entered the cabin. After watching Yuta go inside, Zyankasi's smile faded. He looked up at the figure that had already halted him. Lei Luo stood with his arms crossed, eyes sharp, looking down at Zyankasi from the sky. The famous red-haired Zyankasi puts on a fine show of family harmony before my eyes. He then let out a sneer. A pirate behaving like this, it's absolutely nauseating. Lei Luo had originally intended to tear the red-haired pirate's ship apart with Sea Hunt, but changed his mind when he saw Yuta. This little girl was a pitiful soul. Her parents murdered by pirates, she was taken away, and the pirates who abducted her then encountered red-haired Zyankasi. That was how Yuta, only 2 years old at the time, came to be adopted by the red-haired, and subsequently came to respect the pirate profession. In short, she was another child poisoned by Zyankasi's pirate ideology. Her family was shattered by pirates, yet she joined them, and even came to respect the pirate profession because of red-haired Zyankasi. Absolutely laughable. But regardless, Yuta was innocent. He would not drag her into this. Young man, are you a Marine? You look very young. Could you do me a favor and let us coexist peacefully? Zyankasi's tone was light, as if greeting a friend. Zyankasi, you saw it just now. Lei Luo did not answer directly, but spoke of the scene earlier. Because of your arrival, the entire village of Windmill fled, merchant ships scattered without a trace. And now you speak of peaceful coexistence. Zyankasi, do you think you have any face with me? As his words fell, a powerful golden-red conqueror's haki exploded forth, targeting the red-haired pirate's crew. That damn red-haired Zyankasi. Did he really think he could just sail away comfortably? Not good. Zyankasi never expected this man to unleash Conqueror's haki without warning. He erupted with black-red lightning of his own, struggling against Lei Luo's golden-red aura. No wonder this was Garp's hometown. Even a random encounter brought such a level of Conqueror's haki. He had only intended to resupply here. Ben Beekman's expression lost its usual calm, his eyes wide. That golden-red Conqueror's haki reminds me of someone. I think I know who he is. Yasuba looked at him. Who? The other crew members also stared, full of curiosity. Ben Beekman took a deep breath, then removed the cigarette from his mouth, and sighed. The Marine's monster, Rookie, Garp's disciple. The monster who awakened Conqueror's haki in Tato Land half a year ago, and single-handedly fought against the 4 emperors Big Amon, Bordeaux Lei Luo. As far as I know, the Conqueror's haki that appears golden-red belongs only to him. The surrounding crew members' pupils contracted sharply. Then they looked up at Lei Luo in midair. The fat man Rachi Lu even stopped eating his grilled meat, his gaze unfocused. Yuta was 9 years old, at an age full of energy. Although she had obeyed Zyankasi and entered the cabin, she pressed herself against the door and observed the scene outside through the gap. Yuta was 9 years old, at an age full of energy. Although she had obeyed Zyankasi and entered the cabin, she pressed herself against the door and observed the scene outside through the gap. Ben Beekman's words also reached Yuta's ears without missing a single word. Marine monster, Rookie monster fought the 4 emperors. Yuta murmured, her expression full of worry. Zyankasi, will he be okay? Lei Luo carefully sensed the intensity of Shank's Conqueror's haki. It was of high quality and substantial, truly worthy of Shanks to possess such formidable Conqueror's haki, even at this stage. Yet that was all it was. At this moment, Lei Luo stood above Shanks. The golden-red lightning domain surged with force, relentlessly pressing against Shank's black-red haki, compressing its range. Damn, such powerful Conqueror's haki. Truly a monster of the Marines. Shanks gritted his teeth and drew his supreme-grade blade Griffin. He had lost the clash of Conqueror's haki intensity, but that didn't mean he would lose in raw strength. Coating Griffin in Conqueror's haki, Shanks swung a horizontal slash. Divine avoidance. Lei Luo curled his lip. Coating a blade in Conqueror's haki was something he could do too, and he could even combine it with his devil fruit abilities for something far more advanced. Thunder Dragon Body first stage, activate. Nidai Kitetsu slid from its sheath, coated in Conqueror's haki. With a crackle, lightning coursed over Lei Luo's body and extended onto Nidai Kitetsu. Lei Luo swung down in a single slash. In an instant, the divine dragon formed of lightning materialized once more. Thunder Dragon. While his swordsmanship was essentially the same principle as his mythical beast fist techniques, merely releasing his devil fruit power through the blade. Lei Luo primarily utilized only 3 elemental aspects of his devil fruit: lightning for combat, fire for ignition, and wind for accelerating flight. Occasionally, he would use a stream of water to unleash a sea hunt. On ordinary days, he used this to pretend he was a proper swordsman, but if he couldn't win, he would fall back on his fists. Nidai Kitetsu met Griffin, and their formidable Conqueror's haki clashed once more. In a single moment, Shanks made his judgment. This monster's physique was stronger than his. Shanks was astonished. Moreover, judging by his attack style and appearance, he must have eaten a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit related to lightning. Damn, how could such a monster appear in the East Blue? Unable to match in either hockey or physical prowess, Shank's mind was already racing with thoughts of how to escape. Beckman. Shanks gripped his sword hilt tightly with both hands and gritted out, "Give me a hand." Hearing this, Ben Beckman immediately tossed away his cigarette, drew a pistol, and fired a bullet imbued with Conqueror's hockey. Everyone helped Captain Shanks. Oob. The crew responded in unison, pulling out various guns and firing a volley of armament haki-coated bullets at Lei Luo. As the future first mate of an Emperor, Ben Beckman was a man who also possessed Conqueror's hockey, and the other crew members all had armament hockey as well. In an instant, countless bullets rained down on Lei Luo. Pirates will always be pirates. Lei Luo snorted coldly as the blue-purple lightning on his body shifted toward a pure purple hue. Then his aura surged even more fiercely. Thunder Dragon Body Second Stage, activate. With a single slash that sent Shanks staggering back, Lei Luo's face showed a hint of irritation. He sheathed his sword, gathering his aura, the starting stance of II slash. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Thunder Slash. Nidai Katetsu was drawn once more, and an overwhelmingly powerful blade gleam of hockey, carrying wild lightning, instantly shattered the incoming bullets and raced toward the pirate ship with undiminished force. Not good. Yuta is in danger. Divine Avoidance. Shanks was alarmed, rushed to the bow, and gritted his teeth as he unleashed Divine Avoidance. Damn, this monster's strength has increased again. That wasn't even his full power before. Feeling the force transmitted through his blade, Shanks gritted his teeth, struggled to sever the blade beam, and then said, "You all run first. They'll hold him off." Hearing this, Ben Beckman stepped forward. "He'll stay with you." No, Shanks refused. "Beckman, you're the brains of our crew. I can't let you stay and face this monster alongside me. I'm trying to flee. Do you think so little of me?" Lei Luo raised his hand, and the sky instantly darkened. Massive thunderclouds gathered with countless fine lightning bolts flickering within. Thunder Prison, Supreme Electric Heavenly Lightning. In that instant, boundless thunderbolts descended, enveloping the pirate ship and the entire sea area. "Beckman, take them and go." With that, Shanks leaped up and swung his blade once more with all his might. Divine Avoidance. Damn it. Beckman gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted, "Start the ship. Head in the opposite direction." "But Vice Captain, the entire area is filled with lightning. Our ship can't sail at all." Bendick Snake, the navigator of the Red Hair Pirates, yelled. "They'll block the lightning for you." Ben Beckman coated his entire body in armament hockey, leaped onto the mast, and prepared to withstand the torrent of lightning with his own flesh and blood. He was not a close combat or physical fighter. His only skill was using Conqueror's haki-infused bullets. Faced with such terrifying thunder, he could only rely on his own body to endure. But at that moment, Yasop suddenly spoke up. "No, Captain. Perhaps we have another option." Ben Beckman froze, then saw Yasop charge into the cabin, drag out the trembling Yuta, and press a rifle. "Hey Bordeaux, Lei Luo, look here. Since you're a Marine, you wouldn't want to see this little girl get hurt, would you? She's still an innocent girl." "What? Yasop, what are you doing? Let go of Yuta." Ignoring his comrades' shouts, Yasop pressed his back firmly against the cabin, one hand gripping Yuta's shoulder and the other brandishing the rifle. This was both to prevent Yuta from escaping and to keep his fellow crew members from attacking him out of loyalty to her. "Oh, how interesting." Lei Luo curled his lips, dispersed the thunderclouds, and gestured for Shanks to look back. "Isn't that little girl your comrade?" As expected, pirates will always be pirates. When survival is at stake, even companions can be sold out. Yasop's action was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, Yasop was the kind of man who, for the sake of a so-called dream of going to sea and fulfilling a man's ambition, could abandon his wife and child and not return home for decades. A man unwilling to bear the responsibility of family could never bear the responsibility of a comrade. Perhaps the Red Hair Pirates was truly a place of brotherhood, but Yasop was absolutely not part of that. So-called brotherhood was merely something that had never been stress-tested. Now, with their pirate crew at a moment of life and death, Lei Luo's overwhelming pressure had caused Yasop to reveal his true colors. "Yasop, what are you doing?" Shanks turned around, his eyes blazing with fury. "Let go of Yuta." But Yasop now seemed slightly deranged. "I'll let her go." "Captain, isn't your family game over yet? Even if you don't push Yuta forward, now she will still hate you in the future. After all, we are pirates. And the one who destroyed Yuta's family and abducted her are pirates." The moment Yasop spoke those words, Yuta was stunned. She slowly turned her head, fixing an incredulous gaze upon Yasop, her voice trembling. "What did you just say?" "I said the ones who destroyed your family are none other than us pirates." Yasop roared loudly, sweat dripping from his brow. "You were only 2 years old back then, abducted in a chest by those pirates. If it weren't for us, you might have been sold into slavery by now. So to repay us for saving your life, please serve as our hostage and protect us on our journey." Then Yasop turned to Lei Luo. "You're a Marine, surely you won't let an innocent girl die before your eyes." He was gambling. Betting that Lei Luo wasn't a hawk like Akainu, betting that Lei Luo would let them go for the sake of an innocent girl. Yuta felt as if all strength had drained from her body, her limbs going limp. If not for Yasop still gripping her shoulder, she would have collapsed to her knees right there. Shank's eyes turned bloodshot. Yasop, let go of Yuta. Captain, I'm doing this for the red hair pirates. Yasop let out a nervous laugh. You think the same way, don't you, Captain? You were a crewmate on GOLD. Roger's ship, destined to become a great pirate renowned across the seas. Isn't raising Yuta precisely for a moment like this? Bastard. Shanks cursed, but dared not make a move. With Yasop's strength and Yuta's frail constitution, even he couldn't rescue Yuta from this distance. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lei Luo gazed at Yasop and Yuta below, then suddenly burst. He took out a cigar box, retrieved one, placed it in his mouth, snapped his fingers, and a flame materialized out of thin air before dissipating after lighting the cigar. As expected, you pirates, though you come in all shapes and sizes, are uniformly despicable. Lei Luo looked up at the sky, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. He had long established his principle: justice that discerns right from wrong. Justice must be served, evil must be punished. Delayed justice is not justice, and premature evil remains evil. It was that simple. Whenever faced with a dilemma, he would ask himself in this situation, what would the police from his past life do? What would the soldiers from his past life do? Then he would have his answer. And now he had found it once again. Lei Luo spoke softly. I must admit, Yasop, you are the pirate I've most wanted to kill so far. As his words fell, the violet lightning around Lei Luo further condensed, transforming into black and white. The intense pressure made the red hair pirates below break out in cold sweat. Thunder Dragon body, third stage open. Lei Luo sheathed Nidai Kitetsu into its scabbard, assuming a drawing stance. This sent a chill down Shank's spine, and he reached out to stop him. Thunder slash. Black and white lightning flashed past Shanks. In an instant, Lei Luo's blade aimed straight at Yasop. The next moment, blood splattered as Yasop's body was cleaved in two by Lei Luo's sword, staining the ground crimson. Thunder slash. Black and white lightning flashed past Shanks. In an instant, Lei Luo's blade aimed straight at Yasop. The next moment, divine departure. Lei Luo snorted coldly. Did you think I'd let you off just because I killed Yasop? Using the power of the wind, he lifted Yuta and Nidai Kitetsu into the air, wrapping his fists in lightning. Did you think I was a swordsman? No, I'm actually a master of physical combat. Don't forget whose disciple I am, you bastard. Mystical beast, fist, thunder dragon god. Lei Luo burst forth from his position, several golden shockwaves erupting. With a speed Shanks couldn't even perceive, he slammed his fist into Shanks' chest. Gwa! Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell straight toward the sea. Lei Luo reached out, summoning Nidai Kitetsu back into his hand, then crouched slightly, drawing his blade. Thunder slash. Black and white lightning flashed once more. Lei Luo's blade aimed straight at Shanks. Just then, an emerald green flying slash, imbued with formidable conqueror's haki, struck from afar, heading directly for Lei Luo's position. An emerald green flying slash. Such powerful conqueror's haki. Lei Luo dodged to the side, the blade grazing Shanks' arm and severing it cleanly. The emerald slash skimmed past Lei Luo's body, vanishing into the distant sea. Lei Luo grabbed Shanks' severed arm and casually tossed it into the ocean. Then, gripping Nidai Kitetsu, he stared sharply at the man who had appeared out of nowhere and caught Shanks. Hawkeye, I recall you just became a warlord. What, already making moves against the Marines? Hawkeye, Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords, the world's greatest swordsman, unmatched in swordsmanship. At this time, he should be approaching emperor-level strength, perhaps even having already touched that realm. Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk. Lei Luo frowned slightly. Given his current stamina and injuries, fighting Hawkeye again would put him at a severe disadvantage. Such was the drawback of the Thunder Dragon Bodis third stage. Immense power surge, but pitiful stamina. Hawkeye drew the supreme grade blade from his back, the black blade Yoru, his expression calm. Shanks is my friend. Please do not harm him. If you haven't had your fill of battle, how about sparring with me instead? His gaze swept over Lei Luo's Nidai Kitetsu, immediately recognizing it as one of the great. He had observed the battle between this man and Shanks from afar. The swordsmanship was impressive, but unfortunately the man had eaten a devil fruit and was not a pure swordsman. Had it been a different time and place, he would have been quite interested in a duel with Lei Luo. Lei Luo felt the rapidly draining stamina within him. Weighing the options, he ultimately acquiesced to Hawkeye rescuing Shanks. He couldn't afford another fight with Hawkeye now. Still, he had done the job of the Near Sea King and taken off Shanks' arm. Not a bad trade. Moreover, the arm he had thrown away bore no mark, which meant Shanks' shallow sea contract still remained on his body, specifically on his other arm. And now Shanks was caught in a double bind. To break free from IMS control, he would have to cut off his other arm. But to preserve his combat power, he would have to keep it, and thus remain under IMS thumb. Truly a dilemma. You wanted to find the Nika fruit to find Joy Boy. Let's see how you manage that now. Would Shanks be controlled by him to return to marry Geos the moment he obtained the Nika fruit, or become a cripple without arms? Oh, Shanks, make your choice. Huh? Lei Luo shot a deep glance at Hawkeye, then took Yuta and flew toward Windmill Village. Phew, I'm exhausted. After bringing Yuta back to Windmill Village and deactivating the third stage of the Thunder Dragon form, Lei Luo plopped down on the ground gasping heavily. It was rather ironic. Red-haired had barely touched him throughout the whole fight, and all his injuries came from activating the third stage of the Thunder Dragon form. Just then Yuta's voice came from beside him. Why did you save me? He followed the sound and saw Yuta sitting dazedly on the ground. Are you asking me? Yuta nodded, her eyes bleak. Yes, why did you save me after all? For you I am also a singer of the red-haired pirates, and likewise a pirate, right? Lei Luo stroked his chin. That's a good question. Probably because I'm a marine and I can't bear to leave an innocent girl to die. Yuta looked up. But I've heard that even among the marines there are many who don't care about the lives of civilians, right? You're right, but I'm not one of them. Lei Luo smiled. My justice is the justice that discerns right from wrong, it's not hawkish. Yuta nodded, her mind wandering, eyes vacant. Presumably Yasop's betrayal and coercion had dealt a heavy blow to her. The concept of family in her mind shattered in an instant, and along with it the respectful filter she had for pirates collapsed completely. For a mere 9-year-old girl the blow was indeed too heavy. After a moment Yuta asked again, what are the Marines? Lei Luo raised an eyebrow. What do you think they're like? Lei Luo smiled, and couldn't help reaching out to ruffle Yuta's hair. I admit such Marines do exist, but the difference between Marines and pirates is that Marines act under the banner. Lei Luo smiled, and couldn't help reaching out to ruffle Yuta's hair. I admit such Marines do exist, but the difference between Marines and pirates is that Marines act under the banner of justice and won't actively harm civilians. Of course a few scumbags exist as well. Yuta said thoughtfully, so it seems you're quite special among the Marines. Having followed the red-haired pirates in the New World for years, she had never seen a Marine who would specifically save an innocent girl. Maybe. I also think I'm the most special one, haha. Yuta turned her face and carefully examined Lei Luo. A muscular build, handsome features far more appealing than those ugly misfits from the red-haired pirates. As she looked, Yuta's face suddenly flushed red, and she buried her head in her knees, falling silent. Seeing Yuta hugging her knees and falling silent again, Lei Luo shook his head, then took out a din din mushi and called Chief Slab. Soon the din din mushi transformed into the image of an old man wearing a hat. Lei Luo, are you alright? How are the pirates? Don't worry, Chief Slab. The pirates have been driven away. Everyone from Windmill Village can come back now. That's good, that's good. As expected of Lei Luo, truly reassuring. But Luffy and the others are making a fuss, probably because they couldn't personally beat the pirates away. Lei Luo chuckled. Those 3 brats, how old were they? They didn't even know observation hockey and armament hockey, yet they wanted to fight pirates. After hanging up with Chief Slab, Lei Luo called Sengoku. Master Sengoku, I encountered red-haired Shanks in the East Blue and fought him. Nanny. The din din mushi, now in the image of Sengoku, was astonished. Are you alright, Lei Luo? Damn that Shanks. How could he show up in the East Blue right near Windmill Village? That was Garp's hometown. Luffy and the others were all in Windmill Village. I'm fine, Master Sengoku. I just cut off one of red-haired Shanks' arms and killed a crewman of his named Yasop. If not for the arrival of Hawkeye, I would have killed red-haired as well. Lei Luo said it casually, but it sounded explosive to Sengoku's ears. Wait. What Lei Luo meant was that he had single-handedly taken on the entire red-haired pirates, killed a combatant, cut off an arm of red-haired, and if not for Hawkeye's rescue, the red-haired pirates would have been annihilated here. The din din mushi was silent for a moment, then burst into a loud laugh. Huh. Well done, Lei Luo. Damn that red-haired Shanks you keep showing off. Us old guys who know you're a celestial dragon can't lay a hand on you, but the younger generation doesn't know that. Red-haired, and the 5 elders will have to swallow this loss thoroughly. Just thinking about the expression on the 5 elders' faces, Sengoku felt as refreshed as eating ice cream in the dog days of summer. After laughing for a long time, Sengoku stopped. He'll send someone to verify this incident, and once confirmed it will be recorded in your merit record. Then, Luffy and the others weren't hurt, were they? No, I had the village chief of Windmill Village take. That's good. At this point the din din mushi's face and Sengoku's image suddenly turned serious. Red-haired Shanks' appearance at Windmill Village might be just a coincidence, but we can't gamble on that probability. Lei Luo, I will put all marine branches near Windmill Village under your command. You must protect Luffy and the others in this final month. Don't worry, Master Sengoku. Leave Luffy and the others to me. Simply because Luffy and the others were Master Garp's grandchildren, Lei Luo would never leave them unattended. Lei Luo ended the call, and then saw up Slab leading the villagers of Windmill Village appearing at the end of. An hour later, Lei Luo and Yuta sat in Makino's bar. Lei Luo was like a starving ghost reincarnated, grabbing whatever food Makino brought and shoving it into his mouth. With the energy from the large amount of food, his injuries were slowly healing. He estimated that he would be fully recovered in about a day. Lei Luo took a moment to pinch his arm, feeling that his physique's recovery ability seemed to be growing stronger and his physique itself was improving. It seemed that being outside was better. Training for 6 months in the camp was not as fruitful as coming out for a couple of fights. Weapon evolution. His current weapon was a great grade sword 2 one-armed. If it evolved further, would it become a supreme great grade sword 1 2-armed? Lei Luo's mind stirred, and he examined what this weapon evolution was about. As Lei Luo activated the weapon evolution authority, the second-generation Onamaru lying beside him began to undergo a silent transformation. The scabbard remained unchanged, but within it the blade itself started to become vastly different. Lei Luo continued eating casually, pushing a plate of grilled meat over to Yuta. "Aren't you going to eat?" Yuta's eyes seemed to regain some vitality. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then said nothing, merely joining him in the meal. At that moment, Luffy and the other two, having already finished their food, stood on the table with an air of belligerence. "Lei Luo Sensei, that's not fair. Fighting pirates without bringing us along." Luffy flexed his muscles. "We brothers are incredibly strong now." Sabo and Ace nodded in agreement beside him. "Exactly, Lei Luo Sensei, you went off to fight pirates alone. We're Marines too. We have to protect the people of Windmill Village." Lei Luo cast a sidelong glance at the three, thinking to himself that the training had given them over the past few days had been far too light. Since they had so much energy, had simply double the intensity from now on. All promising saplings. Their potential mustn't go to waste. Lei Luo remained silent, but Yuta suddenly spoke up. "Don't be ridiculous. Kids like you could never hope to defeat Red Hair and his crew." Lei Luo noticed the change in how Yuta referred to Shanks. Earlier she had simply called him by name, but now she had switched to Red Hair. It seemed the pirate ideology of freedom that Shanks had instilled in her had already been shattered. "What did you say, Bunnyhead?" The three brothers immediately bristled, pressing their faces close to Yuta's. "We're really strong. The Red Hair you mentioned, they'll send him flying with one punch." Luffy continued showing off his muscles. Sabo and Ace, not wanting to lose face, joined in, as if this display truly proved their power. Yuta turned her head away with a disdainful snort. "Three immature brats. Do you know observation hockey? Armament hockey? Conqueror's hockey? You don't even have hockey, and you think you can defeat Red Hair?" With each question, Luffy and the others lowered their heads another inch, until finally their faces were pressed flat against the tabletop. Lei Luo had long explained the concept of the 3 colors of hockey to them, and had even taught them the training methods for observation and armament hockey. But after a month, none of the 3 brothers had managed to master even one. Lei Luo believed it was due to insufficient physical strength. They were still children, and Luffy was only 7 years old. It was perfectly normal that they couldn't learn yet. But for now, they simply didn't have it. Yuta had cut them down with a single sentence. At that moment, Ace suddenly raised his head. "Then what right do you Bunnyhead have to talk about us? Even if we don't have it, do you?" Yuta merely curled her lips. "But I have a devil fruit. I ate the paramecia type Song fruit. The 3 of you combined wouldn't stand a chance against me." "Nanny." The 3 brothers lowered their heads again, their bodies wriggling like waves on the table. "Suddenly we feel so weak. No hockey, no devil fruit." When mocked, they had no backbone to retort. Seeing this, Yuta gave a smug little hum, then stole a glance at Lei Luo, who was still eating before resuming her own meal. Lei Luo was the one who had saved her, a good person. Naturally, she had to defend him. Even his disciples must show him proper respect. After wolfing down his food, Lei Luo finally felt full. He stood up, pulled some berries from his pocket, and placed them on the bar counter. "For me and the little girl." "Mr. Lei Luo." Makino quickly pushed the berries back. "You are the hero who drove the pirates away from Windmill Village. How could I accept your money?" But Lei Luo firmly pressed the berries into her hand, his tone brooking no argument. "One matter is separate from another. Driving off pirates is my duty as a Marine. I can't just freeload because of that." Seeing his insistence, Makino had no choice but to accept the berries. After counting them, she realized Lei Luo had given far too much. A full 5 million. That was enough not just for one meal, but for half a year of daily feasts. Makino looked up, about to speak, but saw Lei Luo wave his hand. "Consider the extra as payment for my stay here, Miss Makino." Yuta observed all this from the side, silently adding another label to Lei Luo. In her heart, before, when she had traveled with the Red Hair Pirates in the New World, they had saved merchants too. But the Red Hair Pirates would use the merchant supplies for banquets, leaving them only scraps afterward. Back then she thought such behavior was natural. After all, the Red Hair Pirates had saved those merchants' lives. Compared to life, losing some money and goods was acceptable. Objectively speaking, the Red Hair Pirates' actions weren't really wrong. But everything is relative. Compared to Lei Luo's conduct, the Red Hair Pirates seemed overbearing. Yes, that was probably the difference between pirates and Marines. Yuta rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lei Luo's back, lost in thought. No, there were also hawkish Marines who attacked both pirates and civilians alike. So it wasn't about pirates versus Marines. It was about Lei Luo versus Red Hair. Indeed, Lei Luo was a very gentle person. Just then a tapping sound pulled Yuta from her thoughts. She saw Lei Luo knocking on the table in front of her. Is something wrong? The food not to your taste? No, it's not that. The food is very good. Yuta shrank back, the tips of her ears turning slightly red. But then she realized she was in the middle of eating. So with her ears still flushed, Yuta quickly finished her meal in front of Lei Luo. Fortunately, she wore her headphones which covered her ears. Lei Luo couldn't see. Lei Luo sat down beside her. He'll be staying here for about a month. I train Luffy and the others daily. For now you stay with me. If you're interested you can join the training. Yuta nodded rapidly, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. She had been betrayed by those she called family, and now the only person she could rely on was Lei Luo. Makino, carrying a tray, saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. The little girl Mr. Lei Luo rescued from the red hair pirates is really adorable. Yuta heard this comment, but just kept eating. Yes, before this, she had only gone from one pirate crew to another. Only today had Lei Luo truly rescued her. Truly, genuinely rescued her. 3 days later at the port of Windmill Village, Lei Luo held the evolved second-generation Onimaru, examining it from all angles, while Luffy and his two brothers along with Yuta sat nearby. Although they knew little about swords, they could still see that the blade had become more magnificent, shedding its former eerie aura and taking on a dignified and majestic presence. Teacher Lei Luo, why has your sword changed? Sabo asked. Probably because of my devil fruit ability. I've heard that the great swordsmen on the seas use their haki to forge their blades into black swords. Perhaps because I often infuse my devil fruit ability into this sword, it has transformed. Lei Luo said this nonsense with a straight face, fooling the naive kids. The second-generation Onimaru, now called Dragon Slayer, a new name Lei Luo gave it. It took a full 3 days for Dragon Slayer to complete its evolution. As soon as it was done, Lei Luo took it out and examined it closely. The blade's size and length had not changed much, but the eerie patterns on it had transformed into entirely new golden patterns, very similar to the one that appeared on his forehead when he covered his entire body with armament haki. Not only that, but whether it was armament haki, conqueror's haki, or his devil fruit ability, they all adhered to Dragon Slayer much faster than before. The length was now more suited to his stature, and the attachment of abilities and haki was even quicker. The already smooth blade became even smoother. Really good. Lei Luo was very satisfied with Dragon Slayer. In terms of quality, it was now on par with the supreme grade swords, the 12 works, and even surpassed them in some aspects. Yuta, swinging her legs nearby, waited until Lei Luo had finished admiring his new sword before speaking. Lei Luo, are we going out to sea today? The 3 boys were naive kids, but she was not. She had never heard that using a devil fruit ability for a long time could change the blade. Since Lei Luo didn't want to explain, she wouldn't ask. Just judging by Lei Luo's manner today, it seemed they were about to set sail. Upon hearing the word set sail, the 3 boys immediately tore their eyes away from Dragon Slayer and turned to look at Lei Luo. Teacher Lei Luo, are we really going out to sea today? Lei Luo nodded with a smile. Yes, in the East Blue there are many promising talents like you. I'm going to see if I can recruit them into the Marines. Nami is a navigator with top-notch talent. Konoha and Zoro are swordsmen, and Sanji. Sanji can wait in the East Blue for now. I'll recruit him in a few years. After all, Sanji is a cook. He just became an apprentice under Red Leg Zephyr. How much could he learn in such a Originally, Lei Luo planned to recruit after handing Luffy over to Garp in a month. But then he thought red-haired Shanks had already arrived, and chances were the Arlong pirates were on their way too. The supreme grade swords might be sharpening their blades for Konoha. After careful consideration, Lei Luo decided it was better to go recruit them first. Moreover, keeping Luffy and the others with him while traveling was much safer than leaving them in Windmill Village. So exciting. The 3 boys ran around the port excitedly like 3 wild monkeys. Before long, a marine battleship slowly docked, and a marine lieutenant commander stepped off. This was a battleship that Lei Luo had requisitioned from a nearby marine branch for transportation. The marine lieutenant commander quickly walked up to Lei Luo and saluted. Mr. Lei Luo, I am Lieutenant Commander IKA of Marine Branch 173, in charge of your travel. Lei Luo nodded and waved to the still-hopping Luffy Sabo, and Ace. Luffy Sabo, Ace, time to... With that, Lei Luo took Yuta's hand and walked toward the battleship with the 3 brothers hurrying behind. Coming. Teacher Lei Luo, wait for us. First stop, the nearest Kokoyashi village. 2 days later. Near Kokoyashi village, a pirate ship, flying a shark pirate flag, was approaching. A sawtooth shark fisherman at the lead observed through a telescope for a while, then waved his right hand. Ha, boys, there's a village ahead. We'll go down and plunder it, and also make this island our base. Build my Arlong Park. Oob. A group of fishmen behind him waved their swords and cheered along. The sawtooth shark fisherman who had spoken, Arlong, crossed his arms, and sneered at Kokoyasi village. Lowly, despicable humans, you only deserve to grovel at the feet of us fishmen, ha. That's right, Captain Arlong is correct. Let's slaughter that village and build Arlong Park. Ha ha ha. The fishmen laughed loudly, announcing the arrival of the Arlong pirates to the distant Kokoyasi village. Just then an octopus fishman with 6 arms ran over in panic. Captain Arlong, we spotted a marine battleship behind us, NYU. What should we do now, NYU? Huh. Arlong was startled, but quickly relaxed. This was the East Blue, not the New World. How could they casually run into marines as strong as monsters? So he scolded. What's there to panic about? The East Blue is the weakest sea, and its marines are the weakest too. But we are great pirates from the New World. A mere East Blue Marine. Let's kill these lowly marines to establish our prestige, then plunder the village ahead. Oob. The fishmen immediately cheered again. The octopus fishman named Hatchin scratched his head with one hand. I have a bad feeling about this, NYU. At this moment a sea king with a cow's head and a fish's tail surfaced beside the pirate ship. This was the pet of the Arlong pirates, Moo. Xiaoba looked at Moo and said, Moo, do you also sense something wrong, any? Meanwhile, Lei Luo, wearing a pair of beach shorts and bare-chested, received a report from Commander Yika. Mr. Lei Luo, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. After investigation, they are the Arlong pirates. Their captain Arlong is a former officer of the Sun Pirates with a bounty of 20 million berries. Oh. Lei Luo took off his sunglasses, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, I happened to run into them. Good thing he came early, or he would have regretted it. Lei Luo stood up and extended his right hand. Would timely handed the dragon slash to Lei Luo, saying, Lei Luo, here your sword. Lei Luo smiled and ruffled Wood's hair. Then with a somewhat lazy gait he walked to the ship's railing and looked at the pirate vessel approaching opposite, letting out a scoff. Arlong pirates. Fishmen. How would a waste of Fixiertage's goodwill? Dragon slash slowly slid out of its sheath. Since you are fishmen, it'll make you face seawater. Let's see how well you can withstand the ocean's crushing grasp. As he spoke, a stream of water adhered to the dragon slash. Sea hunt. The blade light plunged into the sea. The next moment the surface surged as 4 immensely powerful water tornadoes rose with a roar, encircling the pirate ship where Arlong stood. Beside him, Lieutenant Commander Ika was full of excitement. Oh, is this Mr. Lei Luo's sea hunt? The legendary sword technique that drives the sea to annihilate enemies. By now Lei Luo was somewhat of a minor celebrity within the Marines, so the moves he used were naturally no secret. The next moment the 4 water tornadoes surged violently toward the pirate crew under the terrified gazes of the fishmen. Don't panic, we are fishmen. Arlong said sternly. The sea is the home of us fishmen. Mere water tornadoes pose no threat to us. But Captain Arlong, even as fishmen, we cannot withstand such powerful water tornadoes. That marine over there, he's simply a monster. A fishman at the gunwale was sucked into the water tornado. Without even a scream, he vanished into the vortex. You bastard. Arlong's eyes reddened. A mere lowly human. Why do they possess such overwhelming power? Before he could finish, Arlong was swept into the water tornado. The entire pirate ship, the moment it touched the vortex, was torn apart, then crushed and buried by the maelstrom, leaving not a single trace behind. Tisk, and this is a fishman. Lei Luo shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with Arlong's strength. Let's go, we're heading to Kokoyasi village. Yes, Mr. Lei Luo. The warship slowly approached Kokoyasi village. Lei Luo, using his observation haki, sensed a crowd waving on the shore from afar. These were the villagers of Kokoyasi, likely drawn by their recent annihilation of the Arlong pirates. In the East Blue, the stronger pirates had been swept away, leaving only weaklings. As a result, compared to other seas, the East Blue had the best relationship between the Marines and the people. Speaking of the Marines, Lei Luo turned to Ika. Lieutenant Commander Ika, may I ask which Marine base is closest to Kokoyasi village? Who is the base commander? It's the 16th branch, i.e. base commander is Captain Rat, recently appointed. Understood. Lei Luo suddenly realized. So that Captain Rat, who colluded with the Arlong pirates, had already become the base commander at this time. Later, when he had time, he would have someone investigate this Captain Rat. If there were no stains, letting him off wouldn't be. The warship docked. Lei Luo changed into his marine uniform and stepped off, his eyes immediately falling upon a woman surrounded by a crowd, her hairstyle somewhat indescribable. She held a little girl by each hand with a basket of oranges in front of her. This must be the former female Marine Belmere and her 2 adopted daughters, Nojiko and Nami. Beside the 3 stood a man with a windmill on his head, looking somewhat nervous. Welcome. Upon seeing Lei Luo, Belmere was startled, clearly surprised by his youth, but then she smiled brightly. Thank you so much for defeating the pirates. Lei Luo stepped forward with a humble smile. Not at all. In terms of status, I'm merely a junior Marine, unworthy of being addressed as sir. You shouldn't say that. I'm just an ordinary Marine who retired years ago. I can't put on the airs of a senior. Belmire didn't know who Lei Luo was, but she recognized the lieutenant commander's cape and epaulets behind him. A lieutenant commander following him, and so young. His future was boundless. Nojiko and Nami blinked at Lei Luo. Under 10 years old, they didn't understand much, only felt that the big brother in front of them seemed quite humble and gentle. They chatted and laughed for a while, and Belmire warmly invited Lei Luo to visit. Lei Luo readily agreed. His purpose in coming was Nami, a born navigator of exceptional talent. But before leaving, he took out some berry from his pocket and gave a handful to each of the 3 brothers and Wu Ta. You guys can look around the village first. If you want to buy something, pay for it. If you don't have enough berry, you can ask me for more. Lu Fei and the other 2 could no longer contain themselves and immediately took the berry and ran off. But Wu Ta shook her head. He'll stay with you. It seemed Wu Ta was overly dependent on him. Lei Luo didn't mind though. Children tend to become clingy after going through ups and downs. Belmer's home was in a tangerine grove. Lei Luo, now nearly 3 meters tall, had to stoop to barely get inside. Inside there was little furniture and the decor was modest with many signs of mending. It seemed the Belmire family had been having a tough time over the years. Belmire invited Lei Luo to sit down and went to cook. Lei Luo looked around, then lowered his gaze and saw Nami holding a book blinking up at him. Brother Lei Luo, you're a Marine, so you must know a lot about all kinds of weather at sea, right? Nami. Nojiko tugged at Nami's arm, signaling her not to be so rude. As the older sister, Nojiko, though still very young, was far more intelligent than her peers in many ways. Knowing that Lei Luo was someone of importance, she feared that her younger sister Nami might offend this Marine officer. It's fine, it's fine. Lei Luo waved his hand to indicate it didn't matter, but he was stumped by Nami's question. Because upon careful calculation he realized he had only been to sea a few times in total. The farthest he had gone was half a year ago when he followed Teacher Ka Pu's warship to the Whole Cake Island, and any extreme weather encountered along the way was dispersed by Teacher Ka Pu's single punch. Nami, I really like how you address me, but I can't answer your question. Lei Luo coughed dryly a few times and finally cast a pleading look at Wu Ta. Wu Ta had spent years traveling with the Red Hair Pirates in the New World, so she was certainly very knowledgeable about the extreme weather that frequently occurred there. Wu Ta blinked. Upon receiving Lei Luo's signal, she suddenly became enthusiastic toward Nami. Your name is Nami, right? Wu Ta? I can answer this kind of thing. Let me tell you, in the New World there are so many extreme weathers, storms and torrential rains are perfectly normal. Watching Wu Ta and Nami chatting enthusiastically, Lei Luo quietly wiped his sweat. After all, although his strength was not weak when it came to sailing, he was really just a novice. Otherwise, why would he come to Nami as his first stop? Of course, to recruit a navigator of extraordinary talent. Nami's navigational skills had been personally certified by the Golden Lion. After a brief exchange, Nami looked at Wu Ta with stars in her eyes. Wow, so many fascinating weather phenomena. I'd love to see them in person someday. Wu Ta glanced stealthily at Lei Luo, then spoke. Nami, you're still so young, yet you already dream of going. Nami nodded, her face brimming with longing for the ocean. Yes, I've always been fascinated by the knowledge of navigators. My dream is to become the best navigator in the world. Lei Luo's ears perked up. Good job, Wu Ta, he thought. He had been wondering how to bring up the topic without seeming abrupt, but Wu Ta's assist was flawless. He gave her a discreet thumbs up. Then with a smile, Lei Luo extended an invitation. So Nami, would you like to join the Marines? Huh, me? Join the Marines? Nami pointed at herself with her right hand, her expression one of utter. That's right, Lei Luo said, beaming like an unscrupulous older brother luring an underage girl. Wu Ta says you're the best navigator she's ever met. I still have a vacancy here. Would you like to come along, Nami? Nami blinked. If I join the Marines, can I see the weather phenomena Wu Ta mentioned? Of course. They'll be active in the New World often, and extreme weather is very common there. Nami hesitated. To be honest, she wanted to go very much, but there was Belmire and Nojiko. Nami. At that moment, Belmire walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food, a smile on her face. Now that such an opportunity presented itself, how could she as a mother stand in the way of her child's pursuit of her dream? Belmire. Nami cried out in surprise like a little rabbit caught doing something wrong. I heard everything, Nami. Belmire's voice was gentle. If you want to go, then go. I have no objections here. Then she shifted her tone, looking at Lei Luo. But there are a few things I'd like to ask you, young man. Please go ahead. Nami is still young. Will there be any problems with her joining the Marines? And you mentioned you'll be active in the New World. What about Nami's safety? Hearing this, Lei Luo immediately patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. Nami can join as an intern. Bordeaux Lei Luo will naturally ensure her safety. Besides, my master is Garp. Belmire froze, then let out a shocked cry. Hey, Garp. The Marine hero Garp. Lei Luo nodded calmly, thinking that the old man's name really carried weight. Since you're a disciple of Vice Admiral Garp, I have no more concerns. Belmir was in high spirits. For Nami to join the Marines under the disciple of Vice Admiral Garp, this was like latching onto an alloy thigh overnight. After the meal, Lei Luo left enough berries as payment as usual, and then with Nami departed under the reluctant gazes of Belmir Najiko and the others from Kokoyashi village. Brother Lei Luo, where are we going next? As a newly recruited intern navigator, Nami was bursting with energy, eager to showcase her skills. Next, we're heading to a place called Shimatsuki Village. There are 2 kids there who have a connection with the Marines. Nami pulled out a sea chart and began searching. Shimatsuki Village, Shimatsuki Village. I found it. Then Navigator Nami's first navigation begins now. 25 days later, the warship docked at the island where Windmill Village was located. Lei Luo looked at the 7 kids before him and fell into deep thought. He had been so focused on scouting promising talent that he hadn't realized had become a childminder. Luffy and his 2 brothers aside, Woodo was 9, Nami was 7, and now Kuna and Zoro, both around 10, were also here. Oh well, a super childminder indeed. But it would only be for a few more days. After returning to Marineford, he would dump all these kids into the training camp and let Instructor Zephyr handle them. Instructor Zephyr was a big man. Having a few more kids around would be good for him. Speaking of Kuna and Zoro, their recruitment went quite smoothly. Shimatsuki, Kuna, and Zoro. When Lei Luo came to recruit them, Shimatsuki Koshiro refused. Lei Luo, forced to do so, had a friendly spar with Shimatsuki Koshiro, then brought up the name Garp, and Shimatsuki Koshiro agreed. At that time, a bruised and swollen Shimatsuki Koshiro patted Lei Luo on the shoulder. If you'd said you were Vice Admiral Garp's disciple earlier, I would have let them go without a second thought. This was true. Shimatsuki Koshiro had always been in contact with the Revolutionary Army, whose leader Monkey D. Dragon was Garp's son. With such an opportunity to join the Marines under Garp's disciple, Shimatsuki Koshiro was naturally willing. Finally, after consulting with Shimatsuki Kuna and Zoro and generously showing off the supreme grade blade, Dragon Slayer Lei Luo successfully recruited them. In Kuina's words, Lei Luo was a stronger swordsman than Shimatsuki Koshiro, and following him meant frequent sparring sessions. As for Zoro, wherever Kuna went, he followed. Thus, adhering to the principle that teaching one is the same as teaching a group, Lei Luo gathered all the kids on the open ground behind Windmill Village and began hellish training, even dragging Woodo into it. The Singing Fruit, though powerful, demanded a very strong physique. Physique was the foundation of it. The 6 powers of the Navy are for building your foundation. You must master them. Even you, Kuina and Zoro. A swordsman also needs a strong body. Lei Luo stood with his arms crossed, watching the kids do their physical training, occasionally using lightning to punish those who slacked off. As for the 3 brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, they had already learned the 6 powers and were very proficient in using them. Currently, their strength surpassed that of many Marines. They were now practicing the 2-color hockey and were on the verge of mastering it. At that moment, a red gleam flashed in Lei Luo's eyes, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, you 3 are about to be in trouble. Huh? The 3 boys stopped their movements, confused about what Instructor Lei Luo meant. The next moment, a figure appeared at the end of the road, accompanied by loud laughter. Ha ha ha! Luffy, Ace, Sabo, I heard you've all mastered the 6 powers. Then come and taste my upgraded love fist. That's that old man Gramps. Oh no, Gramps is here. Run. Ha 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 ha. Don't run, take it, heating with iron fists. Garp laughed heartily as he began his daily routine of chasing the children, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Vice Admiral Garp, is he always like this? Yuta felt dizzy, unable to reconcile the reckless old man before her with the legendary hero of the Marines. You'll get used to it. Lei Luo ruffled Yuta's hair and smiled. Did you go through the same thing, Lei Luo? Yuta suddenly turned around, trying to find traces of Garp's love-infused iron fists on Lei Luo. Nami, Kina, and Zoro also pricked up their ears, curious about Lei Luo's growth journey. You could say that. But besides Teacher Garp, there were also Teacher Zephyr and Teacher Sengoku. The group huddled together and whispered amongst themselves. No wonder Teacher Lei Luo is so strong at just 15 years old. Vice Admiral Garp chases 3 people at once, but Lei Luo was chased by 3 people like Vice Admiral Garp. Right, seems like Teacher Lei Luo put in a lot of effort. Am I the only one wondering how much pain he endured? They looked and saw it was Yuta who spoke. That explained it. They knew Yuta was quite clingy with Lei Luo and never hid it. Anyway, he was 15, and she was 9, not too far apart in age. Before long, Garp returned with Luffy, and the other 2, their faces bruised, looking refreshed. Lei Luo, you've taught them well, ha ha ha. And these few. Garp's words caught in his throat. In 2 months, where did his disciple find these people? Seeing this, Lei Luo introduced them. Nami, a top-tier navigator. Kuina and Zoro are the daughter and disciple of Koshiro in Shimatsuki Village. And finally, this is Yuta, an innocent girl I rescued from the Red Hair Pirates. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Hello there, I'm Garp, the grandfather of these three brats. Hello, Vice Admiral Garp. Ha ha ha. Garp's smile widened, feeling the urge to give his three grandsons another dose of love-infused iron fists. These little ones were all around the age of his grandchildren, and as one grows older, one enjoys seeing such lively youngsters. And Garp wasn't the only one with this thought. Zephyr felt the same. After spending several days traveling back to Marineford with Garp, Leiluo brought the group of kids before Zephyr, whose expression was priceless. Leiluo, do you take my elite training camp for a daycare? Zephyr slammed the table and shouted at Leiluo, all while using observation hockey to gauge the kids' reactions. Teacher Zephyr, I told you don't have to beat Sundra. Just say you're happy instead of putting on a sour face. It's easy to misunderstand. Leiluo finished calmly, only to be sent flying out of the office by Zephyr's full-powered haki-coated fist. The kids stared in shock. So this was Leiluo's daily routine. No wonder Leiluo was so strong. After sending Leiluo away, Zephyr immediately became genial, fussing over the children with evident delight. Among them were not only Garp's grandchildren, but also the navigator Leiluo brought and two exceptionally talented swordsmen. Zephyr could tell at a glance they were excellent prospects. As for Yuta, she had glared at Zephyr earlier and then ran out to find Leiluo. In her own words, she was wherever Leiluo was, and she joined the Marines only because of him. Eventually, Yuta found Leiluo waiting outside the training camp. Leiluo. She was delighted and threw herself into his arms, beaming. I knew you'd be waiting for me. Leiluo smiled. You're new to the Marines and don't know your way around, so of course I had to wait. One knew Yuta would come looking for him, the other knew Leiluo would be waiting. It was their unspoken understanding. Leiluo took Yuta's hand. I need to report to Teacher Sengoku. Just watch from the side. They arrived at Sengoku's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were inside, and Leiluo also saw an unexpected person. Admiral Kizuru. Kizuru, who was trimming his nails in a recliner, raised a hand in greeting. Yo, Leiluo Hisashiburi Dana. I heard you defeated the Red Hair Pirates and even cut off one of Shank's arms. Truly monstrous strength. You flatter me, Admiral Kizuru. Am no match for you. Modest, too modest. In time you'll surely become an... Seeing the two engaging in endless mutual praise, Sengoku interjected, enough? Leiluo, report on what happened these past 2 months. I need details on the Red Hair Pirates. Yes, sir. Leiluo settled Yuta onto a chair and began his report. Yuta swung her legs and felt a pair of eyes on her. She followed the gaze and saw Tsuru, who wore a kind smile. A granny. Tsuru. Yuta hesitated but decided to greet her as she was part of Leiluo's circle. Call me Aunt Tsuru like Leiluo does. Tsuru had already inferred their relationship from the moment they entered the room and didn't want to mess up the generational order. I heard you're a user of the Singzing fruit. Yuta nodded. An excellent fruit. Your song can heal hearts. Tsuru seemed quite satisfied. Leiluo still has 3 months before graduating from the elite training camp. During these 3 months, would you like to study under me? Kizuru paused his nail trimming. Tsuru personally taking a student was rare. Yuta didn't know what to decide and instinctively looked at Leiluo. Seeing this, Tsuru smiled. Don't worry, Leiluo won't leave Marineford these 3 months. After that you can still stay by his side. Moreover, my wash fruit can cleanse the evil from one's heart, which has some affinity with your Singzing fruit. Learning from me will help you develop it. Yuta, you don't want to be unable to help Leiluo in the future, do you? At these words, Yuta's gaze turned resolute. Aunt Tsuru, am willing to learn from you. Not being strong enough to help Leiluo, that was something she couldn't bear. Although Leiluo was reporting to Zhonghua, he was also diverting his attention to monitor Wu Ta's movements. Seeing that he was willing to instruct Wu Ta, Leiluo felt genuinely delighted for her. The Song fruit was an exceptionally powerful paramecia-type devil fruit. Wu Ta could mass-produce Song soldiers through her singing, forcibly drag people into the spiritual world she created, and once dragged in, both the physical body in the real world and the soul in the spiritual world would be under her control. If that were all, it might be tolerable, but the issue lies in the fact that the effective range of the Song fruit's abilities is unaffected by the medium of transmission. Whether it was someone hearing the song live or watching the broadcast through a transponder snail, anyone who heard the singing would be influenced. Not only that, but the Song fruit also possessed an ultimate technique, summoning the ultimate Song Demon King through a 3-part song. It was incredibly powerful, and to defeat it, both those in the spiritual world and those in the real world had to land a fatal blow simultaneously. This made it an absolutely game-breaking ability. However, it also had a weakness: Wu Ta herself. As long as Wu Ta fell asleep, all the abilities she had manifested would be nullified. Now that he was personally guiding Wu Ta, it seemed that Wu Ta's strength would undergo a rapid surge. After Leiluo finished his report, Zhonghua stroked his goatee and nodded, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked at Leiluo. You'll record this in your merit book. With such achievements, even an extraordinary promotion would leave no room for criticism. Lei Luo stood ramrod straight. It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Enough, these are your own skills. I haven't taught you for long. Zhangguo waved his hand. By the way, have you decided what kind of flagship you want? Lei Luo was puzzled. Flagship. Yes, the 5 elders have approved a Vice Admiral level flagship for you, and construction preparations are already underway. If you have any ideas, raise them as soon as possible. Lei Luo nodded, thoughtfully planning to consult Wu Ta for her opinion later. He wasn't well versed in this area and had no particular ideas, so he would let Wu Ta handle it. After Lei Luo left, Zhang was summoned a messenger. Contact Morgans and tell him that news can be released now. Yes, Fleet Admiral. As the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, although Zhang couldn't pinpoint the exact location of Morgans, the Albatross contacting him was not a problem. He had already contacted Morgans earlier requesting that the news about Red Hair be delayed for some time, as the Marines needed time to verify it. Given his status as the Fleet Admiral and the teacher of the news subject, Morgans was naturally willing to do him. It was just a minor piece of news, not an earth-shattering event like the fall of an emperor. A delay was no big deal. New World, the Moby Dick. Marco waved at a newspaper bird flying in the sky and exchanged some berries for. With just a quick glance, Marco's face showed shock. That red-haired Shanks actually. Marco turned and ran toward the main deck, waving the newspaper. Pops. That Shanks from Roger's ship got his arm cut off by the Marines in the East Blue, and even one of his crew members was killed. On the main deck sat a tall, burly man with a beard shaped like a crescent moon. One of the sovereigns of the New World, known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. That sniveling brat from Roger's ship. Whitebeard took the newspaper, his eyes narrowing slightly. The photos clearly showed red-haired Shanks being punched until his eyes rolled back, then having his arm cut off by a sword. All the images depicted Shanks utterly helpless with no chance to fight back. Guerrera. It seems the Marines have produced an impressive junior as well. Looks like this is also a form of external deterrence for the Marines. Whitebeard put down the newspaper and laughed heartily. But so what? If the Marines dare to provoke me, after all I am. Whitebeard. As the words fell, 2 masses of white light appeared on Whitebeard's fists, and a powerful conqueror's haki radiated outward. In an instant the sea rose in towering waves, and the earth shook with a roar. Somewhere in the New World, a man with a clown nose and dressed like a clown, Buggy the Clown, also received the news. What? Shanks actually had his arm cut off by a Marine. Damn it, only I can defeat Shanks. Bordeaux Lei Luo, is it? Don't let me run into you, because if I do, he'll tear you to pieces. After saying this, Buggy suddenly faltered for a moment. He looked around carefully, ensuring no one was nearby, before continuing, he'll chop you into 8 pieces. Meanwhile, Wu Ta continued her daily training with Vice Admiral He on how to develop the Song Song fruit, while Lei Luo kept up his unyielding physical training, occasionally disciplining Smoker, and even engaging in friendly sparring sessions with Instructor Zephyr. Time quietly passed by 3 months, and Lei Luo finally successfully graduated from the elite training camp. Looking at the Justice cloak on his back and the Rear Admiral rank on his shoulder, Lei Luo's mood was indescribably joyful. Having spent 2 years in the training camp, he had finally graduated. Lei Luo, congratulations. Wu Ta's small face beamed with a broad smile. Her figure had noticeably developed compared to 3 months ago, as she was transitioning from a little girl into a young woman. Luffy, the 3 of them, as well as Queen Zoro and Nami, were all gathered there. Lei Luo Sensei became a Rear Admiral right after graduation. Sabo's tone was full of awe, but considering Lei Luo Sensei's strength, being awarded Rear Admiral is only natural. In fact, it might even be an understatement. Luffy scratched his head. Rear Admiral. Is that impressive? Of course it is. I've heard that the highest rank for graduates of the elite training camp is Commander. Lei Luo Sensei was promoted 3 levels above the norm and directly appointed as Rear Admiral. Luffy suddenly understood, then looked at a white-haired man with a scar on his face, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and a distinctly displeased expression. Pointing at the man's rank insignia, he asked, "So, Uncle, does that make you a commander?" Smoker's forehead bulged with a vein. "And what if it is? Hey, Uncle, you're so uncool. You look older than Lei Luo Sensei, yet you only got commander." Smoker. Damn it, how infuriating was this little brat's way of talking. Ace remained silent, pondering one thing. Since Lei Luo Sensei had now graduated and according to regulations would be assigned to a base, could they follow their master there? Staying in the training camp every day for training was so boring, and they had to suffer Garp's beatings from time to time. How could that compare to going out to sea and battling pirates? Ace shared this idea with Sabo and Luffy, and the 2 immediately clamored to go with Rayleigh, only to each receive a punch from Zephyr. With a fist imbued with armament haki, the 3 of them, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, instantly developed large lumps on their heads. "Forget about sailing with Rayleigh now, wait until you graduate," Zephyr said. Zephyr crossed his arms and snorted, "Not just you 3. Zoro, Kana, and Nami all have to wait until after graduation to report to Rayleigh." Are you sending a bunch of brats who haven't even mastered the basics to the new world just to feed the pirates? What about Yuta? Upon hearing this, Zephyr fell silent. How could Yuta be compared to them? Setting aside Yuta's relationship with Rayleigh, Yuta hadn't even joined the elite, so Zephyr awkwardly changed the subject, turning to Rayleigh with a serious tone. The pirates in the new world are nothing like those in the Four Seas. They're all desperados. Rayleigh, though you're strong, you must be cautious in everything when you get to the new world. Rayleigh said solemnly, Don't worry, Master Zephyr. Zephyr nodded with a smile. Go on, kid. From today, you officially graduate from the training camp. For the first time, Rayleigh wasn't flying out of the training camp. He even kind of missed the days when Master Zephyr would send him flying with a punch. But the urgent task was to find the quartermaster to collect supplies and check his assigned base and position. Rayleigh turned and looked at Smoker and Tashigi behind him. Ahem, Smoker, Tashigi, what should subordinates do when they see their superior? Tashigi immediately saluted, Good day, Rear Admiral Rayleigh. As for Smoker, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, and even the cigar in his mouth was bitten through. After a while, Smoker, as if deflated, raised his hand in salute. Good day, Rear Admiral Rayleigh. Damn it, bastard Rayleigh, just wait. He'll definitely surpass you one day. Rayleigh nodded. Good day, Lieutenant. He had to admit he liked seeing Smoker wanting to hit him, but not being able to. The group went noisily to the quartermaster's office, and Rayleigh was a bit surprised at the two base options before him. Water 7 and Sabaody Archipelago. The quartermaster replied, Yes, Rear Admiral Rayleigh. According to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders, these two locations are your options. But I recall there was no marine base in Water 7. It's a small base built a year ago. If you go there, you can directly serve as base commander. Hearing this, Rayleigh immediately decided, then Water 7 it is. Sabaody Archipelago was a large archipelago. Only a seasoned vice admiral could serve as base commander there. If Rayleigh went, he'd be too constrained. Not to mention that the celestial dragons from Mary Geos would occasionally appear on Sabaody. If he lost control and drew his sword, that would be bad. In comparison, Water 7 was perfect. Water 7 was a famous shipbuilding city in the Grand Line. Whether pirates, marines, or the world government, most ships were built here. The shipbuilding industry was highly developed and commerce was prosperous. Because of the diverse and mixed crowd, Water 7's local forces were also chaotic, making it ideal for Rayleigh to develop his business. It seemed that Sengoku had specially chosen this place for him. Previously, Water 7 was under world government jurisdiction and had no marine base. Now a base built a year ago, the implication was clear. One more thing, Rear Admiral Rayleigh, the quartermaster added. Your flagship, the Yellow Dragon, was also built in Water 7 and is now complete, awaiting your acceptance. I see, thank you very much. Rayleigh smiled, handed the quartermaster a cigar from the Admiral's special supply, and casually tossed one each to Tashigi and Smoker. He had previously cleaned out Master Zephyr's stash and usually used the power of wind to keep them cloudborne. So next stop, Water 7. Rayleigh rubbed his chin. You two head to Water 7 first to check on my flagship. Yuta and I have something to do first. We'll meet you in Water 7 after that. Hearing this, Smoker couldn't help asking, What do you need to do? Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Smoker clenched his fists. Bastard Rayleigh. Call me Rear Admiral Rayleigh. Rayleigh and Yuta hitched a ride on a supply ship heading to the port, disembarked near Jaya Island, changed into ordinary clothes, and went ashore. Rayleigh, why are we here? I heard there are a lot of pirates on this island. Yuta walked along the streets of Mock Town, her expression showing disgust. This was the only town on Jaya Island where most passing pirates resupplied. During the 3 months at Marineford, Yuta learned a lot about the evils of pirates, shattering her illusions of them. She felt lucky that Rayleigh had saved her back then. But at the same time, Aunt Saru had told her about the dirty dealings of the Marines and the world government. After comparing, Yuta decided Rayleigh was the best. Rayleigh was the most special. We're here to buy some supplies, then head to the sky. The sky. Yuta looked up at the blue sky, not quite understanding why Rayleigh wanted to go up there. But since it was what Rayleigh wanted, she just had to follow. Pushing open the door of a bar, Rayleigh led Yuta to the counter. Bartender, prepare some food and drinks for us. Enough for 10 days. The bartender glanced at them, but made no move. Rayleigh frowned. I said supplies for 10 days. Just then a sneer came from behind them. Ha ha, two little brats still wet behind the ears. Do you know what kind of place this is? This is Mocktown, a paradise for pirates. Not a place for kids like you. Ha ha. They must be scared out of. Rayleigh didn't move, but Yuta turned around expressionlessly, scanning the laughing men behind her. Yes, confirmed pirates, all with the skull tattoo of some pirate crew. According to Rayleigh's code of conduct, such pirates can be eliminated directly. So Yuta stretched out her hands, and a melodious song began to flow with musical notes materializing around her. Huh, is this little brat singing for us? Before the pirates could react, the notes transformed into soldiers, each holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, charging straight at the pirates. The appearance of the note soldiers plunged the tavern into a state of chaos. What is this? It's a devil fruit. That brat ate a devil fruit. Oh, don't come any closer. Faced with these ordinary pirates, the Note soldiers were virtually a one-sided slaughter. Under Yuta's command, these Note soldiers immediately targeted the 3 pirates who had mocked Lei Luo. Countless spears stabbed into them, and in an instant the 3 pirates were turned into pincushions. The remaining pirates frantically fled toward the door, but after only a few steps they found the entrance blocked by Note soldiers. Yuta lightly tapped her fingers, and the Note soldiers swiftly gave chase. Caught in a pincer attack, the pirates soon fell silent. Seeing this, Lei Luo shook his head and led Yuta out of the tavern. The remaining Note soldiers charged into the kitchen, packed up the supplies, and followed them out. It seems the Marine headquarters intelligence on Demon Town is still somewhat one-sided. This place is clearly full of pirates. How could ordinary civilians survive in such an environment? Lei Luo looked up, thinking it would be best to head to Sky Island and find the gold as soon as possible. However, before leaving, he still needed to deal with the pirates in Demon Town. A red gleam flashed in Lei Luo's eyes, and his observation haki instantly covered the entire island. Good. No innocent civilians, only desperados. Lei Luo held Yuta, transformed into a golden dragon, and soared upward on the wind. The moment they passed through the clouds, a massive cluster of thunderclouds gathered above Demon Town, with countless bolts of lightning crackling within. Thunder Prison, extreme lightning, heavenly thunder. The lightning struck, and in an instant the entire Demon Town was reduced to rubble. On the other side, Yuta sat atop Lei Luo's head, her eyes wide with wonder. This was the first time Lei Luo had transformed into his dragon form before her. His entire body was covered in dazzling golden scales. Lei Luo, where exactly are we going? Seeing Lei Luo carrying her higher and higher, Yuta couldn't help but ask. Below, Lei Luo's voice came, to a place called Sky Island right above Gyre Island. I heard there's a lot of gold there. If we're lucky, we might even get a very powerful devil fruit. He wondered if that big-eared boy had already eaten the Goro Goro Nomi. If not, take it. If he had, just send the kid to the Marine training camp. Either way, it was a win-win. Sky Island, Sky Island. I think I heard Red Hair mention it before. He said the Roger pirates had been to Sky Island. I never thought it would be right above Gyre Island. Yuta said, grabbing hold of the dragon horn on Lei Luo's head, her eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. Yuta, hold tight. We're about to go through an area called the White Sea and the White Sea. It might feel a bit okay. Yuta wrapped her arms and legs around Lei Luo's dragon horn, looking as if she was hanging entirely from it. Lei Luo's dragon body twisted, and soon he brought Yuta to the golden city of Sky Island, the golden capital Shandora. There's so much gold here, Lei Luo. Yuta's small mouth gaped open, and for a moment she felt unsteady on her feet. How many berries would all this gold be worth? I see it, Yuta. Lei Luo spoke with a hint of amusement. There was even more gold here than he had imagined, especially that enormous bell made entirely of gold. Just that one item alone had to be worth no less than 100 billion berries. Setting aside the golden line, Lei Luo strode out of the golden city, extending his haki outward. Soon a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Goro Goro Nomi was still there. He scooped up Yuta, and riding the wind, he sped toward a distant island. There, lying quietly, was a fruit that was entirely golden, as if overflowing with electricity. The Goro Goro Nomi. Reaching out, he picked up the fruit. The smile on Lei Luo's lips was simply dubbed the strongest Logia. The Goro Goro Nomi possessed the most devastating destructive power among all Logia types, and its speed was comparable to the Pika Pika Nomi. Once eaten, it guaranteed at least an Admiral-level combat strength in the future. He knew that the current 3 Admirals were all Logia Devil Fruit users, and the Goro Goro Nomi was even superior to them. Carefully storing the fruit, Lei Luo took out a video transponder snail and called Sengoku. He knew that the current 3 Admirals were all Logia Devil Fruit users, and the Goro Goro Nomi was even superior to them. Carefully storing the fruit, Lei Luo took out a video. I think we could take a small portion of this gold and scatter it as investments. What? You want to go beat up the 5 elders? No, calm down, Teacher Sengoku. Now is not the time. Teacher Sengoku is already so old, why is he still shouting like that? Not dignified at all. After hanging up the transponder snail, Lei Luo, who had successfully dumped all the Sky Island gold onto Teacher Sengoku, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Just now, that old man Sengoku hadn't even asked how he found the gold. He directly demonstrated what it meant to be overjoyed to the point of madness, clamoring to go to Mary Geos and punch the 5 elders into submission. He hadn't even controlled his conqueror's haki, blowing the entire office into a mess, probably knocking out a row of soldiers outside as well. Yuta laughed beside him. After all, it's so much gold. The Marines have always been financially constrained by the world government. By reporting this much gold, Lei Luo, you've essentially given the Marines the leverage to refuse. During her 3 months with Aunt Tsuru, she had seen Fleet Admiral Sengoku suffer a few times. To outsiders, the Fleet Admiral of the Marines seemed glorious, but he was overwhelmed by daily bureaucratic work, constantly subjected to interrogations from the world government, and scolded like a child by the five elders. A dignified fleet admiral lived a life worse than that of the officers below him. Lei Luo pinched Yuta's cheek. That's true. Yuta, do you want to visit the nearby Angel Island? I heard the people living there all have wings. Do you want to go, Lei Luo? Let's take a look. Since we're here, an Angel Island has a local specialty called dials. They're quite interesting. Then let's go. The land resources on Sky Island were scarce. Using the food they had brought from Jaya Island, Lei Luo and Yuta successfully traded for a large pile of dials. Everything from tone dials to impact dials, a wide variety. After wandering around and seeing nothing particularly valuable, Lei Luo used the power of wind to lift a small pile of gold and headed toward Water 7 with Yuta. As the discoverer of the Sky Island gold, taking a small pile wasn't too much, was it? Starting a business also required initial capital, otherwise once they reached Water 7, they would be like a clever woman who couldn't cook without rice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Smoker and Tashiji had also arrived at Water 7 via the sea train and successfully took over the newly built marine base there. However, calling it a newly built base at scale was about the same as a branch in the Four Seas. The location was given, some personnel were assigned, and the rest was left to the base commander to handle on his own. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe this is a Navy base in the Vida Honglu. Simoj looked at the base before him, which barely housed 200 people, and couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Among these 200 people there were even some greenhorns who knew nothing. Could Marshal Zhangguo really be so at ease as to simply dump Lei Luo here as the base commander? Or did Marshal Zhangguo believe that Lei Luo's strength was already formidable enough to handle the troubles here in Chishueji-do? Tina shrugged her shoulders. Tina thinks so too, but Tina also believes that Marshal Zhangguo is letting Commodore Lei Luo build his own team. She saw further than Simoj. Although there were many recruits among these Navy personnel, the rest were veterans who had experienced work transferred back from bases in the Exine Shiji. Moreover, quite a few veterans even knew hockey. A classic case of veterans guiding newcomers. Moreover, these recruits all looked robust and upright in character, definitely not the mediocre sort that merely fills the ranks. In other words, from Tina's perspective, this was the core team Marshal Zhangguo had provided for Lei Luo. With this group as the nucleus, the rest could be recruited gradually. The two of them plus those brats still training in the elite training camp. Once this faction developed, it would definitely become a force not to be underestimated. If the personnel had been fully assembled from the start, it would have been inevitable for members of other factions to be mixed in. Simoj scratched his head. His political acumen was essentially zero, and he couldn't understand all these intricacies, so he chose to trust Tina. At that moment, a communication soldier reported, Commander, Simoj, Commander T. Na Mayor Bingshan of Chishui, Du has sent an invitation requesting the base commander to visit his office. Simoj remained silent, playing cool. Tina shook her head and stepped forward. Reply that base commander Commodore Lei Luo has not yet arrived at Chishueji. Du, we will discuss it after Commodore Lei Luo arrives. Commander Tina, Commander Simoj, several gang leaders from the underworld of Chishueji Do have issued a Commander Tina, Commander Simoj, several gang leaders from the underworld of Chishueji Do have issued a joint statement saying this is their territory and demanding that the new Navy base commander get out of Chishueji Do. They also said, what else did they say? They also said that if the Navy doesn't leave within 3 days, they will make the Navy in Chishueji Do disappear forever. Upon hearing this, Tina and Simoj couldn't help but exchange a glance. Simoj took a drag from his cigar, exhaled a ring of white smoke, and showed a puzzled expression. A bunch of punks have the nerve to speak to the Navy like that. How many heads do these people have to be so unafraid of death? Tina took out a lattice cigarette and put it in her mouth. Chishueji Do has a cooperative relationship with the world government, so it's normal for them to look down on the Navy. Upon hearing this, Tina and Simoj couldn't help but exchange a glance. Simoj took a drag from his cigar, exhaled a ring of white smoke, and showed a puzzled expression. Simoj placed the C-prism stone weapon jit on his back and called out to that communication soldier, hey, give me a copy of the locations of the underground gang headquarters and information on their leaders. Yes, sir. The communication soldier reached out, pulled out a map of Chishueji Do and information, and handed them to Simoj. After taking them, Simoj called out to Tina, please contact Lei Luo and tell him to come back quickly. Tina understands. The next morning at dawn, an elderly woman trembled, her gaze occasionally scanning the surroundings. She carefully set up a stall, as if she were a thief. On the stall were some freshly baked soft breads, emitting an enticing aroma. She was a regular street vendor on this block, known for her generous ingredients and delicious flavor, earning her a good reputation. On the stall were some freshly baked soft breads, emitting an enticing aroma. She was a regular street vendor on this block, known for her generous ingredients, but ever since her little grandson fell ill 2 days ago, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. The old woman had spent all her berries on her grandson's medical treatment, leaving no money for further care, or to pay the protection fee to the street gang. As a result, she was ordered not to set up her stall again. But seeing the dwindling food at home and her grandson's condition not improving, she took advantage of early morning when the gang members were still asleep to try her luck, hoping to earn more money for her grandson's treatment. At that moment, the sound of leather boots on the stone pavement approached from afar. Without even looking, the old woman was terrified and quickly began to pack up her stall to flee. On this street, ordinary citizens couldn't afford leather boots. Only gang members had such financial means. It must be those protection money collectors coming. But in the next moment, a pair of large hands pressed down on her stall. Sorry. I didn't mean to skip the protection fee. I swear I won't come here to sell again. The old woman shuddered all over and turned around to kneel, her movements so practiced they were heartbreaking. But she didn't kneel. A pair of strong hands lifted her up. Simoj, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the old woman about to kneel, blew out a ring of smoke, and set him here to... The old woman paused. She cautiously looked up and saw a strong man with a scar on his face, smoking a cigar, wearing a Navy Justice cloak stained with blood. Not a gang member, a Navy man. Simoj pointed at the blood on his cloak. I've been busy all night, and now I'm starving. Sell me all these breads. Saying so, Simoj took out all the berries he had from his pocket and placed them on the stall. Is this enough? Thank you, honorable Navy man. The old woman looked at the berries in her hand, and immense joy instantly dispelled the anxiety and pain in her heart. This money was enough not only to treat her grandson, but also to pay the protection fee. The old woman's hands trembled as she looked at the pile for a moment, then finally pulled out a few notes from the stack and put them in her pocket, offering the rest back to Simoj with both hands. Honorable Navy man, these breads are only worth this much. Please take the rest back. Simoj just waved his hand, picked up the bag, and packed all the bread to take away. Consider the rest as compensation for scaring you earlier. With that, Simoj turned and walked away, but after a few steps he stopped again. Oh, and from now on no one will come to collect protection fees on this street. After saying that, Simoj somehow dragged out a motorcycle, got on, started it, and the motorcycle with thick white smoke gradually disappeared from the old woman's sight. The old woman rubbed the berries in her hand, and her eyes reddened. The Navy man is truly a good person. Not just the old woman, but many other vendors like her discovered a strange fact. No one came to collect protection fees from them today. Bewildered, they inquired around and learned that yesterday a Navy man had single-handedly stormed into the headquarters of these gangs, killing all the gang members from the management down to the small fry, anyone who had committed heinous crimes. Because of his ferocious attacks like a hunter and his body emitting white smoke, when he fought these people, called this Navy man White Hunter. Simoj, well done. At the Chishui Naval Base, Na took the bag handed over by Simoj and casually grabbed a piece of bread from it, stuffing it into her mouth. Simoj waved his hand, devouring the remaining bread. Just a few petty thieves, nothing worth mentioning. Compared to pirates, they are far inferior. He was now a smoke man who had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit and had been trained by Lei Luo to master observation and armament hockey. Handling a few gangs was far too easy. In fact, most of his time was spent traveling. 2 hours of travel for 5 minutes of fighting. After finishing the bread and taking a pleasant puff of his cigar, Simoj looked at Na. The gangs that provoked us have been eliminated. As for the ones that didn't, how should we handle them? Na thought for a moment. Let Lei Luo handle it. He said he has finished his business and will arrive today. Okay. Meanwhile, at the mayor's office in Chishui City, Bing Shan looked at the intelligence handed over by his subordinate and couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. The Navy, which had never interfered here before, had suddenly built a base and stationed a rear admiral as its commander. On the very first day, they had purged most of the underworld in Chishui City. The implications were somewhat inscrutable, especially since he possessed the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton, a treasure coveted by everyone in the world. The legendary, most fearsome warship Pluton possessed the terrifying power to destroy an island with a single cannon shot. It was a ship that every power sought. Although unsure whether the Navy's move was aimed at Pluton, Bing Shan felt he could no longer sit idly by. He had to find a safer place to keep the Pluton blueprints. After a moment's thought, Bing Shan thought of his junior brother Fu Lan Chi, the leader of a small group in Chishui City that engaged in shipbreaking and bounty hunting. He could barely be considered a small gang boss, but his main business was shipbreaking and capturing pirates. Rather than keeping the blueprints himself, it would be better to use the strategy of darkness under the lamp and entrust them to his junior brother Fu Lan Chi. The eyes of the world government and the Navy were fixed on him. The blueprints would inevitably be discovered if they remained with him. Having made up his mind, Bing Shan quickly set out. He went to a bank in Chishui City, deposited a small chest, and then left. Half an hour later, a world government agent opened the chest. Finding only some berries and gold, 2 hours later, Fu Lan Chi sent his underlings to retrieve the chest from the bank. Apart from the berries and gold inside, Fu Lan Chi discovered a small hidden compartment at the bottom of the chest. Within that hidden compartment lay precisely the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton. Fu Lanqi let out a long sigh of relief, then placed the blueprints into the space modified within his body. Without his permission, no one could obtain those blueprints unless they killed him. Meanwhile, the Navy base in Chishui City encountered trouble once again. Simoge sat on the sofa with his legs propped up on the table, a stunned expression on his face. Huh? Are there members of the Flamingo among those gangs? That Duofu Langming, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Tina nodded. Exactly. These gangs are basically local pawns nurtured by various underworld powers across the world in Chishui City. Among them are members of the Flamingo. Chishui City is the world-famous shipbuilding capital. It is only natural for major powers to plant their agents here. And then, now the Flamingo has sent a letter demanding that our branch provide an explanation and make a public apology to them. Upon hearing that, question marks popped up on Simoge's forehead. Have the Navy apologize publicly to a pirate? Is this Flamingo so bold? Tina crossed her arms and pondered. Probably because he feels emboldened. Duofu Langming is now one of the 7 warlords protected by the world government. Moreover, he is the king of Dressrosa, an arms magnate in the underworld, and has connections with many forces, even the Yonko crews. Even so, Tina found it hard to understand the Flamingo's logic. Was it because their base was small and the commander was only a rear admiral that he thought they were easy to bully? The chain of connections gave Simoge a headache, so he simply waved his hand. Let Lei Luo handle it when he arrives. This kind of thing was not for him. He was only suited for enjoying combat. Tina nodded in agreement. Tina thinks so too. Just then, Lei Luo, who had just flown to Chishui City with Wu Ta, felt as if he had heard a joke. Oh, Duofu Langming demands our base make a public apology to him. Lei Luo was amused by the audacity. Is this Flamingo so bold? Or did he think they were pushovers? However, compared to Tina and Simoge, Lei Luo saw a deeper layer. The Flamingo was considered a major pirate and was very good at biding his time. He wouldn't do something mindless. Daring to demand a public apology from the Navy base meant either he thought this small Chishui base was easy to bully, or this move by Simoge had seriously infringed upon the Flamingo's vital interests. Indeed, Chishui City was a world-renowned shipbuilding capital with plenty of profit, so it was natural for the Flamingo to be furious. Reply to Duofu Langming. If he wants an apology, he can come over here himself and take it. Lei Luo planned to provoke him with words, making Duofu Langming rush to Chishui City in anger. That way he would have a legitimate reason to slay Duofu Langming. Otherwise, with Duofu Langming far off in Dressrosa, it was unrealistic for him to go alone to kill a... After dealing with the matter of Duofu Langming, Lei Luo also learned that Simoge had eliminated a few gangs that came to provoke them, but he showed an expression of disappointment at his lack of progress. Simoge, do you think you did well? Simoge, who had been sitting upright secretly expecting Lei Luo's praise, was stunned. Hadn't I done well enough? I clearly eliminated all the provocative gangs. Unexpectedly, Lei Luo slapped him hard on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Who are we? We are the Navy. And those provocative gangs, what are they? They are gangs elements that destabilize the city. Lei Luo began to personally teach Simoge and Tina the art of labeling. In this matter, the main target is not the few gangs that provoke the Navy base, but the entire Chishui City gangs that have challenged the whole Navy. Do you understand? Huh. Simoge was taken aback by this tactic. Wasn't it just a few gangs sending letters of provocation? How had it become the entire Chishui City gangs challenging the entire Navy? For a moment, Simoge felt his mind spinning. Seeing the confusion in Smoker's eyes, Reylo realized that his explanation had been wasted. He decided it was for the best. Given Smoker's complete lack of political sensitivity, it was better for him to remain a simple enforcer. However, Tashiji beside him had a glint of slyness in her eyes. Commander Reylo, do you mean we can use this incident as a pretext to wipe out all the underground gangs in Water 7 in one fell swoop? Clap, clap, clap. Reylo applauded and gave an approving look. Tashiji, she was indeed much sharper than Smoker. Exactly that. It doesn't matter how many gangs actually came to cause trouble. What matters is that some gangs did come, and everyone with influence in Water 7 knows about it. In that case, how many gangs actually participated is entirely up to us. We say you caused trouble, so you caused trouble. You claim you didn't. Who can prove it? Today the Marines will completely cleanse the underworld of Water 7 under the banner of protecting the citizens. No, this isn't just a banner. It's our Marines' inherent duty. Only we Marines are truly devoted. But isn't there world government personnel embedded in Water 7's underworld? Tashiji raised her hand and asked, how should we handle them? If they don't explicitly state their world government agents or produce official documents or insignia, treat them as unstable elements. World government. As long as they didn't openly display the world government's emblem, they were to be eliminated without mercy. Reylo's demand was clear. From today onward, the entire underworld of Water 7 would answer only to him. Tashiji nodded. Understood. He'll make the arrangements immediately. Take Smoker along and let him do the fighting. Huh. Tashiji and Smoker exchanged bewildered glances. Smoker is a combat officer. He's uneducated and not good with words. Tashigi understood the implication. Let Smoker ignore all the trivialities, go in and just start killing. Even if someone did produce a valid document, Smoker could simply claim I can't read or this is fake before a limit. As for the potential upheaval this operation might cause, that was beyond her concerns. Thus, that very afternoon, the Marine base in Water 7 dispatched its forces again. Using the gang's open provocation as justification, they sent out the infamous White Hunter, who crushed all remaining evil gang forces in Water 7. Smoker reveled in the fighting. His fists flew from the south side of town to the north, then from west to east. All the muddled thoughts in his mind faded away, leaving only the pure thrill of battle. Whatever Smoker saw, be it villainous gang members or pirates who had docked for ship repairs, none were. In an instant, the entire Water 7 was shaken. Many subterranean kings received news that their sponsored gangs in Water 7 had been annihilated. Enraged, they clamored to kill that reckless Marine commander in Water 7. Even Nushiro of the Five Elders made a direct call to Sengoku, his voice seething with fury. Sengoku, what is going on in Water 7? Was this your order? To the Five Elders, the so-called kings of the underworld meant nothing. What truly infuriated them was the Marines' unilateral cleanup operation in Water 7. The Marines are a subordinate agency of the world government, and the world government has a cooperative relationship with Water 7. How dare the Marines clear the place without even a heads-up? What were they trying to do? The Five Elders even began to suspect that the blueprints for Pluton had leaked, prompting the Marines to make a move in Water 7. Sengoku feigned ignorance. Nushiro, could you be more specific? Your fine protege, that Bordeaux Reynaud, has uprooted all the gang forces we've been supporting in Water 7's underworld. What is he trying to accomplish? Sengoku now understood. So that was it. Was something so trivial worth a personal call from a Five Elder? Could it be that Water 7 held something the world government valued greatly? Nushiro, the Marines believe in justice. In my view, Reynaud's actions are a perfect manifestation of that justice. Sengoku began to hedge, probing the Five Elders' stance. Order Bordeaux Reynaud to cease operations immediately and disband the Marine base in Water 7. At these words, Sengoku's expression turned contemplative. So eager. Could it be that Water 7 did indeed harbor something the world government valued? Nushiro Reynaud's actions have violated no regulations. Disbanding the base without cause would stir considerable dissent within the Marines. Sengoku sat back in his chair, calmly parrying the demand. After receiving Reynaud's message yesterday, he had immediately dispatched Borsellino to locate and take over that shipment of gold. Though the gold had yet to be secured, estimates suggested it could cover the Marines' entire operating expenses for 2 or 3 years. With such financial leverage, Sengoku spoke with unyielding confidence. Sengoku, I am not negotiating with you. It was clear that Nushiro was in a foul mood, yet Sengoku held his ground. Reynaud hadn't broken any rules, so why should he dismantle the base? After several exchanges, Nushiro finally sensed something amiss. This wasn't right. Sengoku today. Why was he so self-assured? Could it be because Reynaud was his disciple that he was being so obstinate? Sengoku's sudden firmness left the Five Elders unsettled. They truly feared that the Marines might have obtained some unknown trump card, which would make controlling them far more troublesome. The world government's leverage over the Marines had always been the budget. Without that financial stranglehold, the Marines might not obey the world government at all. Though the 5 of them could order Sengoku around, they knew their own weaknesses. In a real fight, the 5 of them together might barely win. The 5 Elders are essentially the floor tiles of the Yonko Admiral level, not to mention Garp, Zephyr, and the current 3 Marine Admirals. They did have their deep-sea pact making them immortal, and Mary Geos housed the God's Knights and the Supreme Imsama, but those were not forces they could truly control. If they pushed Sengoku to the point of open conflict, Imsama would kill them first, driving the world government's largest military institution to rebellion. How incompetent would that make them look? Moreover, the situation in Water 7 only concerned Pluton. It was uncertain whether the Marines were even aware of Pluton. With that in mind, the 5 exchanged glances and Nushiro's tone softened. Very well, but such actions must be a one-time occurrence, and the Marine base in Water 7 shall not expand further. The Den Mushi was immediately disconnected. Sengoku sat stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Those damn 5 Elders, look at them now. Sengoku had finally realized that the 5 Elders lacked the real leverage to control the Marines. The moment he grew assertive, they suddenly became reasonable. Nasa Shilangshun's words were essentially an act of submission to the Marines, the first time Sengoku had ever witnessed such a thing. Delightful, utterly delightful. By the way, ask where the fleet transporting the gold is, and tell them to hurry. Meanwhile, Lei Luo, accompanied by Yuta, stepped into the administrative building of Water 7. To thrive in Water 7, it was essential to build a rapport with its mayor Bingshan. A pleasure to meet you, Commander Lei Luo. I never imagined you would be so young, yet already possessing such boldness. Truly your future is limitless, haha. Lei Luo understood Bingshan's implication and replied with a smile, Mayor Bingshan flatters me. As a Marine, it is our duty to protect the people. The evil forces in Water 7 have grown too rampant, and it is only right that we eliminate them. A smile spread across Bingshan's face as he invited Lei Luo inside. The secretary perceptive brewed 3 cups of tea before stepping out. Lei Luo glanced at the secretary. It wasn't Khalifa. It seemed the CP9 agents had not yet infiltrated Water 7. Still, Bingshan was undoubtedly surrounded by world government spies. Once seated, Lei Luo spoke with a smile. I came here for 2 reasons. First, to accept your invitation, Mayor Bingshan, and second, to ask you to listen to a song. A song? Bingshan looked puzzled only to see the young girl opposite him begin to sing. Notes flowed one after another, seeping into his mind. In the next moment, Bingshan found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was still a reception room, but everything inside was vastly different from his office. Musical notes adorned the sofas and coffee table, and a plate of pastries was set before him. Commander Lei Luo and the young girl were still seated across from him. This is... Forgive me, Mayor Bingshan. This is Yuda's ability to create a mental space. Our conversation should not be known to the world government, Lei Luo said with a smile. Beside him, Yuda sat swinging her legs, a lollipop in her mouth. She needed to maintain the illusion of a casual chat through the physical bodies of Lei Luo and Bingshan in the real world, deceiving the world government agents eavesdropping outside the office. Bingshan felt a jolt of alarm. A conversation not meant for the world government. Maintaining his composure, Bingshan probed. Commander Lei Luo, Water 7 is a partner of the world government, and the Marines are a subsidiary of the world government. Isn't this inappropriate? Lei Luo chuckled. Let me be direct, Mayor Bingshan. The blueprints for Pluton are in your apprentices, Glim no now Frankie's. Hands, aren't they? Hearing this, Bingshan's heart raced, but his face remained calm. Commander Lei Luo, I have no idea what you're talking about. My apprentice Glim has long since disappeared. As for Pluton, you refer to the ancient weapon. He couldn't fathom how this impossibly young Marine had learned of such matters, but the best course was to deny everything. Lei Luo waved a hand. Rest assured, Mayor Bingshan. I have no interest in Pluton. I can even have your apprentice Frankie protected. That's my sincerity. Bingshan stared at Lei Luo, his hands clenched tightly beneath the table. As for my purpose, the Marines wish to develop commerce here, and I need your assistance as mayor. That's all. Bingshan forced a smile. Commander Lei Luo, I truly don't understand what you mean. As for Frankie, I've heard of him. A skilled craftsman. Bingshan was cut off. Hey Bingshan, I've laid it out so plainly, and you're still playing dumb. Don't make me draw my sword and go after Frankie. Bingshan choked, his expression wavering before he slumped onto the sofa like a deflated rubber ball. What do the Marines want? The designs for Pluton. I told you I'm not interested in that. I just asked for your cooperation in my commercial plans in Water 7. Of course, if you're willing to let me copy the Pluton blueprints, I wouldn't say no. Lei Luo's tone and expression finally convinced Bingshan that his goal wasn't the Pluton blueprints. Yet Bingshan still asked cautiously, that's all. That's all. I don't care for anything else. Bingshan. Alright, fine. Over a dozen minutes later, Lei Luo and Yuda walked out of the city hall with Bingshan seeing them off. The two appeared to be in pleasant conversation. As for the world government agents, they were baffled by the intelligence they had overheard. What did it mean that the two were discussing which restaurant in the city had the best food? What did it mean that they were talking about which girl in the city was the prettiest? What did it mean that Commander Lei Luo and Mayor Bingshan were whispering about embezzling a portion of tax revenue? After much hesitation, the agent chose to report the intelligence verbatim, adding his own analysis at the end. Commander Lei Luo was a man of lust, greed, and gluttony. The report soon landed on the desks of the 5 elders. The 5 old men looked at each other in bewilderment. Sengoku's sudden toughness had caught them off guard. The dog that had always obeyed was now biting, and what infuriated them more was that they had no effective countermeasure. Cutting the Marines' budget. In the past, that tactic seemed viable, but now, uncertain, truly uncertain. Until they understood Sengoku's source of confidence, they chose a conciliatory approach. However, the Pluton issue remained critical, so they pursued another method, winning over Lei Luo. From this intelligence, Bordeaux Lei Luo is a worldly man. Naisisho Lang Sheng rested his demon blade Shodai Katetsu beside him, his tone light. Tawapuman Wachali Sheng nodded in agreement. A worldly man is good, easier to win over. Since Sengoku is being stubborn, let's just win over Lei Luo. If he likes money and women, well, give him just that. Makasima Sheng stroked his chin. Have CP9 find a suitable beauty and assign her to Lei Luo's side as a gift. This beauty must be a rookie. Trained agents would be too easily seen through by Lei Luo. If we're going to win him over, we must show sincerity. Agreed. Agreed. The order was passed down the chain, ultimately landing on a newly trained CP9 agent, Khalifa. And being transferred to the Marines. Califa adjusted her glasses, her large eyes wide with shock. I just joined CP9. I haven't even moved into my new dorm yet. Now I'm going to the Marines. CP9's Commander Spandine spoke firmly. This is a direct order from the Five Elders. You have no right to refuse. From now on you have no further ties to the world government. You belong only to Lei Luo. Understood? Yes, sir. Lei Luo was unaware of the world government's movements, currently pondering how to take the first step. The greatest challenge before him was not wealth, but people. He had no subordinates. The entire Water 7 naval base housed fewer than 200 personnel, most of whom were combatants. Impossible to deploy for commercial activities. Should he request a skilled professional from Teacher Sengoku, or recruit locally in Water 7? While Iceberg seemed promising, he couldn't yet be swayed to his side. Perhaps a dual approach appeal to Teacher Sengoku while scouting for local talent. Smoker's aggressive initiative carried both pros and cons. The drawback was that he hadn't wiped them out completely. The benefit was that the image of the Navy as protectors of the people had been etched into the hearts of most Water 7 citizens. The drawback was that he hadn't wiped them out completely. The benefit was that the image of the Navy as protectors of the people. After a moment's deliberation, Lei Luo decided not to rush into hiring. He needed to reinforce the Navy's positive image and transform Water 7 into a second stronghold. But how to deepen that image? Leading troops to purge all pirates from Water 7 didn't seem enough. He lacked a figure of sufficient weight. Commodore Lei Luo. Tina rushed in, clutching a den mushy. Flamingo da Flamingo wants to speak. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow. Speak of the devil. He took the snail from Tina, mimicking Borsellino's tone. Oh, if it isn't the infamous Joker. What can I do for you? He opened with a jab at Da Flamingo's monikers. Flamingo, one of the underworld king's ally of the beast's pirates. Yet Lei Luo deliberately used the name Da Flamingo hated most. The pink-shaded glasses on the den mushy visibly showed veins bulging on its forehead. Commodore Lei Luo, this is Flamingo da Flamingo. You've got quite the nerve. Nerve comes from strength. So Clown da Flamingo, what exactly do you want? Tina watched with a twitching mouth. Well, Commodore Lei Luo wouldn't even call him Joker anymore, just straight. She could almost picture Da Flamingo fuming on the other end. But Lei Luo couldn't care less. His target was Da Flamingo, and he hoped the man would come in person. As expected, Da Flamingo was indeed triggered. Lei Luo's clown reminded him of the day he carried his father's head to Mary Geos, begging to be reinstated as a celestial dragon. Back then he groveled and pleaded, begging the Five Elders to allow him back into the celestial dragons and grant him the respect and status they commanded. But the merciless ridicule of the Five Elders and other celestial dragons shattered his hopes. Da Flamingo remembered that heavy rain standing at the gate of the Holy Land, hearing their laughter, like a clown. At the time he couldn't retaliate against the Five Elders and those celestial dragons. But now a mere Commodore dared mock him as a clown. Da Flamingo squeezed the den mushy, grinding his teeth. Lei Luo, I hope your strength doesn't disappoint. After the threat he hung up and ordered, gather the Don Quixote family executives. We're going to Water 7 to teach an ignorant Navy Commodore a lesson. Also have Virgo go cause him some trouble first. A man covered in slime looked uneasy. Young master, we only just took Dressrosa. Sending so many troops might not be wise. And that Lei Luo is still a Marine. Even if the young master was once a celestial dragon, openly attacking a Marine could invite retaliation. But he was just a Commodore, and the young master was one of the 7 warlords. Surely the Navy wouldn't go to war over a single Commodore. As he pondered, Da Flamingo spun around, unleashing a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki. I said gather the executives. We're going to Water 7. The overwhelming pressure forced the man back until he dropped to his knees. Yais, young master. Water 7 Marine Base. Lei Luo stared at the silent den mushy, unable to suppress. Flamingo, oh Flamingo. Calling you Joker was apt. Can't take a little insult. If you're not a Joker, who? Tina smoothed her long hair. What preparations should we make? The Don Quixote family is no push. With only 4 capable fighters, including Yuta, the entire Water 7 base seemed outmatched against the Don Quixote family. Lei Luo was confident. Don't worry, the 4 of us are enough. Let these rookies get some real combat experience to steel their nerves. He then called Sengoku. Teacher Sengoku, if the opportunity arises, can I take down Da Flamingo? Sengoku spat out his water. Lei Luo, who did you say? Don Quixote family leader Flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Sengoku's tone grew serious. Is the justification legitimate? He didn't ask about Lei Luo's chances. While Da Flamingo was flashy, his actual strength was unimpressive. Da Flamingo just said, head, come kill me. That's as legitimate as it gets. We're defending ourselves. And if he actually shows up, I can avenge Rocinante. Don Quixote Rocinante, Da Flamingo's younger brother, was saved by Sengoku as a child and adopted. He served as a Marine lieutenant commander, code name Corazon. He volunteered to infiltrate the Don Quixote family, but was discovered 2 years ago and killed by Da Flamingo's own hand. Rocinante, whom Sengoku considered a son, died at Da Flamingo's hands. If anyone in the world wanted Doflamingo dead, Sengoku was at the top of the list. Sengoku exhaled slowly, recalling Rocinante's smile. Lei Luo, if you get the chance, kill Doflamingo directly. He'll handle the 5 elders. Understood. I've been waiting for that, teacher. Lei Luo leaped from the sofa, eyes gleaming with excitement. Doflamingo, you'll be my first stepping stone to fame across the seas. Lei Luo's objective was clear: to make a name for himself through Doflamingo, to better win the hearts of the people of Water 7, and to establish an even more prosperous commercial empire within the city. Doflamingo, gold from the land of gold, was ultimately merely reserve capital. Only when money could continuously generate more money would the Marines truly possess the confidence to resist the world government. Doflamingo was his first stepping stone. Lei Luo, is this Doflamingo really that formidable? Yuta cast a worried gaze. I heard he's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords were positioned as a counterbalance to the 4 emperors, meant to stabilize the situation on the seas. In the past 7 years, the only warlord Yuta had ever seen was Mihawk. Judging by Mihawk's strength, Lei Luo might be in mortal danger. Lei Luo grinned, lifting Yuta onto his shoulder as he walked outside. Don't worry, Yuta. I'm much stronger than before. A mere warlord isn't enough to trouble me. The opponent was Doflamingo, not Mihawk or Bartholomew Kuma. Just a flamingo with conqueror's haki, but no corresponding spirit. He had awakened his conqueror's haki for at least a decade, yet he still couldn't infuse it into his attacks. Too many schemes had cost him his spirit. He chose to endure when he shouldn't have, and to strike recklessly when patience was required. A flamingo like that was nothing more than a roadside bird, nothing to fear. Yuta cupped her cheeks with her small hands. That's so. Of course. Come on, let's go eat. Okay. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, the Red Hair Pirates had... For the past few months, the atmosphere aboard the Red Hair Pirates had been visibly gloomy, not only because of their defeat at Lei Luo's hands, but also due to Yasop's sudden betrayal. Previously, red-haired Shanks had gathered his crew with his identity as a former Roger pirate and considerable strength binding them with brotherly bonds. But Lei Luo's stress test had stripped away the pretense of that so-called brotherhood. When faced with life or death, such bonds proved to be fragile. Shanks couldn't understand. Yasop had abandoned his wife and child to sail with him, so why couldn't he withstand? In Shanks's understanding, the last man who had abandoned his family, waiting a whole year just to pursue the most beautiful woman in the world, was Roger, his captain and the legendary pirate king. To Shanks, a man like his captain possessed the greatest spirit and charisma. But why Yasop? Although the others had passed the test, Yasop's betrayal truly broke Redhair's heart. What's more, when Redhair discovered he had lost his normal arm, he became even more disheartened. Damn it. If only it had been the arm bearing the Shallow Sea contract that had been cut off. Now he was truly caught between 2 impossible choices. Either lose both arms and become a cripple, or abandon his quest for the Nika fruit and Joy Boy and obediently accept the domination that him could impose at any moment. Ben Beckman lit a cigarette and sat beside the dispirited Shanks. Shanks, he said, make your decision soon. We, your crew, still need to follow your lead. Hearing this, red-haired Shanks looked up, his reddened eyes and bloodshot gaze sweeping across his surroundings. His crew, though equally dejected, had gathered around him, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Ben Beckman promptly added, it's a shame about Yasop, but we have to move forward. Don't let the past hold you back, Shanks. At this, Shanks smiled, a relieved smile. Beckman, you're right. It's not time to give up yet. Shanks stood up, seeming to regain his carefree demeanor. Even without an arm, that doesn't mean my strength has diminished. Shanks stared intently at his remaining arm, the pattern of the Shallow Sea contract glaringly conspicuous. The mark of the Shallow Sea contract couldn't stay. It would always be a hidden threat. But losing both arms was too heavy a price. Therefore he chose an alternative. Beckman set sail. We're going to Egghead. Ben Beckman paused. Egghead? Where was that? He didn't recall ever hearing of it. Seeing his first mate's expression, Shanks chuckled. Egghead, also known as the Egghead Island. It's now under the jurisdiction of the world government, and it has a research facility called the Vegapunk Research Institute. As a celestial dragon, entering an island under world government control was no problem. La. Water 7 really looks different now than before. Half a month later, a tall man with an eye mask on his forehead and fluffy hair pushed a bicycle onto the shores of Water 7. Akiji. Akiji was passing by on an assignment. Having heard that Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Garps and Zepha's disciple was here, he decided to pay a visit. After all, he had been trained by the old man Garp, and had also attended Zepha's training camp, making him somewhat of a senior brother to Lei Luo. He had been too busy with missions before, but since he was passing by now, he figured he should stop by. Oh, is there another Rear Admiral here too? Akiji glanced at a Rear Admiral's flagship docked in the harbor. As far as he remembered, his junior disciple held the rank of Commodore, and the highest subordinate rank was Commander. Even Yuta was only a captain. Where did that Rear Admiral's ship come from? Perhaps another Rear Admiral was passing through, Akiji thought. After all being treated like a son by Zephyr, it was natural for someone to come visit him. He pushed his bicycle through the streets of Water 7 carefully, observing the people's expressions. He had heard a little about what his junior was doing. The iron-fisted purge of the city's lawless elements had earned unanimous praise from the Hawk faction, and even he as a Dove faction leader couldn't find fault. As it turned out, the effect of this large-scale cleanup was even better than he had anticipated. At least from what he saw, no one in Water 7 dared to openly oppress the citizens. Although the Marines patrolling the city were few in number, they were diligent and fair in handling matters. Akiji had to admit that his junior had a real talent for training soldiers and managing a city. At that moment, Akiji's observation Haki conveyed a somewhat unusual piece of information. A Marine, a rear admiral, is oppressing the civilians? Akiji's expression instantly turned cold, but after releasing his observation Haki, he paused in his steps. Better to remain a spectator. It also gives me a chance to see what kind of justice my junior brother upholds. Lei Luo was in a foul mood, an extremely foul mood. He had been happily taking Yuta out for a stroll when he received a report from the civilians that some Marines were causing trouble on the street, taking things without paying. Marines taking things without paying. These three words combined instantly ignited Lei Luo's rage. He had repeatedly ordered in the base that no one should take a single needle or thread from the civilians. Pay for meals, pay for purchases. How could there still be someone foolish enough to throw their weight around like a military tyrant? So Lei Luo rushed to the scene with Yuta, wanting to see who dared to defy his orders. Upon arrival, he understood, oh, it's that wretched Virgo. Then it's fine. At least it's not his own subordinates. Virgo was holding a string of jewels, his gaze contemptuous, as he looked down at the jeweler clutching his coat. Ice-cold words spilled from his lips. I said, let go. I can't, Sir Marine. This is a small business. If you take this string of jewels, my shop will be on the verge of bankruptcy. The owner clung desperately to Virgo's justice cloak, his face filled with fear, yet he dared not loosen his grip, even for a moment. We Marines protected Water 7 and purged the pirates and criminals from the city, taking just one string of jewels from you. How dare you, a lowly commoner, refuse? At these words, the surrounding crowd burst into murmurs. No way, that's not what Captain Lei Luo said. Who knows if that Lei Luo is just putting on a show? Maybe this is the Marine's true face. I've never seen this Marine before. He can't be one of Captain Lei Luo's men, can he? But the justice cloak on his back is real. Seems like not all Marines are good people. Hearing the discussions around him, a sinister gleam flickered in Virgo's eyes. Perfect. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to thoroughly destroy the image Lei Luo had built. A mere captain dared to defy the young master's will, utterly reckless. He had deliberately timed his arrival at Water 7 to cause trouble for Lei Luo. His young master's ship was already approaching Water 7 and would arrive soon. As long as he cooperated with the young master to capture Lei Luo and quickly pacify Water 7, he could use this merit to earn a promotion to Vice Admiral. Ordinarily, Virgo was humble and amiable, but now he had to display arrogance and tyranny. With that thought, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He'll say it one last time. Let go. But the owner remained stubborn. I want to see Captain Lei Luo. He'll definitely give me justice. The positive image Lei Luo had painstakingly built over half a month still held firm. The owner insisted on seeking Lei Luo's fair judgment. Seeing this, Virgo drew a pitch-black bamboo staff from his back. Then there's no other way. Lowly civilian, go to hell and find your Captain Lei Luo. With that, he swung the bamboo staff at the owner. A heavy, powerful blow aimed purely to kill. The owner shut his eyes in terror and curled up. Many in the crowd also closed their eyes, unable to bear watching. Just then a scabbard appeared before the owner, firmly blocking the bamboo staff. Virgo frowned, following the scabbard to see a Marine. 3 meters and 20 centimeters tall, well-proportioned, imposing, and powerful. On his shoulders sat an adorable little girl. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Captain Lei Luo. It's Captain Lei Luo. Wonderful. I knew Captain Lei Luo wouldn't stand by. Virgo's face darkened as he withdrew his staff. Captain Lei Luo, what is the meaning of this? Lei Luo likewise sheathed his scabbard and hung it at his waist. Rear Admiral Virgo, I am delighted that you have come to Water 7 as a guest, but I am very displeased that you are oppressing the citizens of Water 7 for no reason. They're just lowly commoners. Killing them is nothing. The Marines have always been like this. A meaningful smile tugged at Virgo's lips. Besides, a captain should address a rear admiral as sir. Hearing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but laugh. The Marines have always been like this. Virgo, let me ask you, what is Article 35, subsection 16 of the Marine Regulations? Virgo choked. As a lifelong spy who had been a paragon of morality among his comrades and superiors, he naturally knew the article well. But under these circumstances, he could not willingly recite it. He was here to ruin the Marines' image, not to elevate their reputation of justice even further. Though judging by the situation, there didn't seem to be much difference anymore. You tell him. Sitting on Lei Luo's shoulder, Yuta looked at Virgo as if he were already dead. Article 35, subsection 16 of the Marine Regulations. As Marines, we must not oppress civilians without cause, nor kill them arbitrarily. The crowd began murmuring again. So there really is such a rule in the Marines. That means this Rear Admiral Virgo is the one breaking the rules. Exactly, and this Rear Admiral Virgo isn't even a Marine from Water 7. So Captain Lei Luo is a good man, while this Virgo is clearly a disgrace to the Marines. Listening to the chatter around him, Virgo's expression turned ugly. The plan to tarnish the Marine's image had failed. He hadn't completed the young master's orders, and the young master would surely blame him. In that case, he would just have to capture this Lei Luo and present him to the young master to seek forgiveness. With that thought, Virgo snorted coldly. It seems that as your superior, I need to teach you how to respect your seniors today. If you were truly my superior, I would show respect. But for a pirate spy embedded in the Marines. Lei Luo slowly drew his dragon slayer, its blade pointing at Virgo. All I need to do is cut you down right here. Am I right? Top executive of the Don Quixote family, first generation Corazon Bamboo Virgo. Outside the crowd, Akiji looked surprised. Era, an unexpected bonus. Virgo's pupils constricted. His cover was blown. How is that possible? If I have no idea what you're talking, it doesn't matter. You'll understand soon enough. A smile crept across Lei Luo's face. Dense armament haki shrouded the dragon slayer, crackling with electricity, and then he swung the blade. One sword style thunder dragon. A single slash was unleashed as lightning condensed into a blade, light crashing down with a thunderous roar. Wei Ergu's eyes narrowed, and the bamboo staff in his hand was coated with armament haki held horizontally before him. A mere Commodore, how could he be my match? Before he could finish, Lei Luo's blade struck the bamboo staff, unleashing a tremendous impact force that sent Wei Ergu flying backward, crashing straight through several buildings and raising a cloud of dust. Even before Lei Luo made his move, Wu Ta had already contacted the Marines of Chishui City to evacuate the surrounding crowd. When experts clash, even the aftermath is far beyond what ordinary people can endure. Lei Luo pointed his blade toward the ground, walking slowly toward where Wei Ergu had fallen. Hey Wei Ergu, you're not that fragile, are you? After a moment, Wei Ergu emerged from the dust, his expression grim. He was utterly disheveled, blood streaming from his forehead, his clothes torn, and his Marine's justice coat nowhere to be seen. A mere Commodore possessing such strength. Wei Ergu cursed under his breath. Damn it, what kind of monster was this? How could he be so powerful? In that single strike, he had felt 3 layers of damage: the lightning on the blade, the shockwave of armament haki, and the highest application of armament haki, internal destruction. Wei Ergu couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard at the G5 branch that this Lei Luo was a disciple of Zephyr. How could such profound armament haki appear on a mere Commodore? Wei Ergu couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard at the G5 branch that this Lei Luo was a disciple of Zephyr, Ka Pu, and Zhang Guo, possessing extraordinary talent and being a monster of the seas. He had once dismissed it as a joke, but now, after being cut down by a single strike, his eyes had cleared. So young, yet his swordsmanship and physique were so formidable. This strike was a lesson in humility. Lei Luo, I'll say it again without evidence, even as Marshal Zhang was disciple, you cannot slander a Rear Admiral like this. Wei Ergu raised his bamboo staff, and powerful armament haki erupted from his body, enveloping the staff and himself layer by layer, until he became a veritable black man. Wei Ergu was also a master of physical combat. Shaved. With a stomp, he swung his bamboo staff, appearing before Lei Luo, as if by teleportation, and brought the staff down heavily toward Lei Luo's head. Demon Bamboo. Iron Body. Lei Luo chose to take the hit heat. Few in the Marines could cover their entire body with armament haki, and Wei Ergu, the Demon Bamboo, was one of them. The amount of armament haki he possessed was immense enough to sustain full body coating for extended periods. Lei Luo wanted to see if this pure physical combat expert's strength was enough. The bamboo staff struck Lei Luo's head with tremendous force, and a thin trickle of blood could be seen flowing from his scalp. Lei Luo felt slightly disappointed. Even without using armament haki, his defense had barely been breached. Was this all that Wei Ergu, the Demon Bamboo, could offer? The quantity of armament haki was abundant, but the quality was lacking. Its power was far inferior to that of Master Ka Pu and Master Zephyr. What a... Seeing Lei Luo's nonchalant expression, Wei Ergu's eyes nearly popped out. He had used Iron Body to withstand my Demon Bamboo. What kind of monster was this? Boring. Since you can't help me improve, I'll just have to temporarily incapacitate you. Lei Luo grabbed the bamboo staff with one hand and exerted force, cracking it from within inch by inch despite the armament haki coating Wei Ergu had applied. He kicked Wei Ergu in the abdomen, sending him flying again, and casually sheathed his blade Long Zhan. Seeing this, Wei Ergu, still airborne, widened his eyes and shouted, Iron Body. One sword style thunder slash. With a crackle of electricity, Lei Luo's figure and Wei Ergues' airborne form crossed in an instant. Lei Luo then landed on a rooftop, flicked the blood off his blade, sheathed it, and hung it at his waist. He then took out an Admiral exclusive cigar, lit it, and held it between his lips. What rank are you to dare use iron body like me? Don't you know that iron body only works effectively when used by us, the Kapu lineage? Behind him, Wei Ergues lay covered in blood, eyes rolled back, unconscious, with a deep, bone-deep gash across his chest. Wei Ergues crashed heavily to the ground, landing right in front of Wu Ta. Wu Ta, find a doctor to keep him alive. He'll need him later. Got it, Lei Luo. Lei Luo stood on the rooftop, watching as Wei Ergues was carried away on a stretcher, while other Marines entered to clean up. Then a voice came from behind him. Oh dear, I only came to see you, but I ended up witnessing such a fine show. You are very strong, Lei Luo. Ice crystals spread across the rooftop, and the sound of footsteps on ice approached, stopping beside Lei Luo. Just a small trick, you flatter me, Admiral Qing Ji. Lei Luo smiled, hands in his pockets without turning around. His observation hockey had detected Qing Ji in the crowd earlier, and he had deliberately stood here waiting. Can you confirm that Wei Ergues is a member of the Don Quixote family? Yes, he was sent by the Flamingo to infiltrate the Marines long ago. Though there's no direct evidence, yet we can just catch a Don Quixote family executive later and interrogate them. Upon hearing this, Qing Ji turned his head, scrutinized Lei Luo carefully, and nodded. I see. Such a code of conduct, no wonder you awakened conquerors hockey. If you don't mind, you can call me senior brother from now on. This was a man who wouldn't follow the rules. Once he confirmed something in his heart, he would act. Perhaps only someone like that could naturally awaken conquerors hockey. Seeing Qing Ji's friendly gesture, Lei Luo seized the opportunity. Senior brother Zoan. By the way, what about the Don Quixote family you mentioned? Oh, the cleanup work in Chishui City earlier offended the Don Quixote family's interests. Da Flamingo said he would come personally to twist off my head. Time-wise, he should be arriving soon. This Wei Ergues was just sent to cause trouble for me. Upon hearing this, even Qing Ji was momentarily stunned. That Flamingo, was he that bold? After a moment of surprise, Qing Ji asked, do you need my help? Lei Luo turned around, cigar in his mouth, with a cool expression. A mere Don Quixote family, why would I trouble senior brother Zoan to intervene, personally? He usually only held the cigar in his mouth without inhaling, as he didn't actually like cigars. He just used it as a habit to appear aloof. And it turned out to be effective, though at least in Qing Ji's eyes this feigned aloofness came across as genuine. In that case, they'll help guard Chishui City to prevent any troublemakers from taking advantage of the chaos and causing significant damage to the city. Such a wonderful Water 7 must not be destroyed by those lawless pirates. For Akiji, ever since the Buster call on O'Hara, he has been lost in confusion. Before the O'Hara incident, his justice was one of burning passion, full of zeal and vigor. It was during those days that he studied under the tutelage of Vice Admiral Garp. But after the O'Hara incident, his burning justice was extinguished, leaving behind only lazy Akiji had long pondered the nature of his own justice and what the Marines' justice truly meant, yet even now he had not arrived at any answer. But now in Water 7, he caught a glimpse of something. A fleeting spark that flashed through his mind, but he failed. Thus he decided to stay and observe a while longer, and also to understand what his junior brother's justice was about. Half an hour later, Akiji stood before a plaque bearing several large characters, lost in thought. Justice of clear judgment. The phrase was simple to understand, possessing the ability to discern right from wrong. Right is right, wrong is wrong. All justice and evil are determined by oneself, unswayed by external views. Back in O'Hara, unable to bear the thought of innocent civilians falling victim to the Buster call, he had secretly violated orders and let a little girl named Nico Robin escape. He did not know whether that action was right or wrong, and so he sought answers from Robin's subsequent fate. But now it seemed he had found a different answer. Right is right, wrong is wrong. The O'Hara scholars' illegal study of the Void Century was wrong. The Buster call that engulfed all of O'Hara was also wrong. But as a Marine, his act of freeing Robin and saving innocent lives was right. In other words, one must not be troubled by the justice of others. Adhering to one's own path is the true way. The root of Akiji's confusion was the conflict between his own sense of justice and the actions of the Marines, leaving him momentarily unsure of what to do. Akiji plopped onto the sofa, staring blankly at those words, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he let out a long sigh. Truly, I've been taught a lesson by my junior brother. There was nothing inherently wrong with the Marines' justice. The error lay with those who imposed restrictions upon it. Those who steered justice away from its purity, namely the world government. As this thought crossed his mind, a strange glint flashed in Akiji's eyes. As one of the 3 Marine admirals, he was well aware of the gold in Skypiea, and naturally knew what Fleet Admiral Sengoku was scheming. Previously, Akiji had adopted an attitude of indifference, but now he intended to step in and give a powerful push. Akiji rose, about to seek out Lelu for a good talk, when he suddenly heard the base's battle alarm sound. He hurried out and saw Smoker, his 10-foot staff over his shoulder, preparing to assemble. "Hey Smoker, what's going on?" "Kazan, what are you doing here?" Smoker was taken aback. He and Kazan were close friends, yet they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he had no idea Kazan was also in Water 7. The two talked as they walked, and soon Akiji learned of the Don Quixote family's impending assault. "So Kazan interested in throwing your hat in?" Smoker clapped Akiji on the shoulder and invited him with a grin. Akiji shook his head. "I promised my junior brother Lelu that I'd guard Water 7 while you all are out on the offensive." "I see." Smoker nodded and said no more. The two quickly arrived at the assembly point inside the base. Smoker took his place behind Lelu while Akiji stood beside him. The arrival of Akiji immediately caused a stir. A veteran Marine exclaimed excitedly, "Am I seeing things? Is that Admiral Akiji?" "With Admiral Akiji here, we've got this in the bag." Seeing the commotion below, Lelu raised his right hand, and in an instant the noisy ranks fell silent. This made Akiji regard Lelu with even greater respect. Instant obedience, wherever and whenever soldiers who could do that were good soldiers. This junior brother of his really knew how to lead troops. Lelu stepped forward facing nearly 300 Marines. Among them were many newly recruited from Water 7, all with solid foundations. "Let me make one thing clear first. Admiral Akiji will be responsible for protecting all of Water 7 and will not participate in this operation." The formation wavered slightly, but no one spoke up to question. Seeing this, Lelu nodded approvingly. The training of the past half-month had yielded results. "Our opponents are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, and his Don Quixote family. Our mission is to intercept or even eliminate the Don Quixote family. We must not allow them to set foot in Water 7. Lelu placed his right hand on the dragon's lair at his waist and grinned. "Do you know why the warlord, who has rather close ties with the world government, has come to attack Water 7? Many of the Marines shook their heads. "Because we Marines have cleaned out all the illegal gangs in Water 7. Those scum who extorted protection money, took food without paying, took goods without paying, and killed or injured people at will." At these words the ranks stirred once more. Among them were nearly 100 young men recruited locally from Water 7 who knew all too well what life had been like before. Having 3 meals a day was already a blessing, let alone eating well. If someone fell ill, it could mean the collapse of an entire family. But now there was no extortion, no wanton destruction of public order. The smiles on people's faces were visibly increasing. In stark contrast, the local youths from Water 7 gradually wore fierce expressions. Lelu continued, "These gangs were propped up by Doflamingo. The Marines' cleanup operation hurt Doflamingo's interests, so he sailed his pirate ship here to Water 7, hoping to wipe us out and re-establish those gangs. You tell me, can we allow that?" At this, the newly recruited soldiers from Water 7 roared, "No. No. Right, no? So we must strike first and keep the Don Quixote family out of Water 7. Not a single step inside." Lelu thumped his chest, adding the final fuel to the fire. "When we move out, I, Captain Lelu, together with Colonel Yuta, Lieutenant Commander Smoker, and Lieutenant Commander Tashiji, will charge at the front. All you have to do is follow us and kill every pirate you see. Now I give the order, move out, board the ships." At the command, the Marines immediately sprang into action and ran toward the harbor. Lelu turned around to call the others to board, only to find Smoker and the rest staring at him as if they had seen a ghost, their jaws nearly dropping. Even Akiji looked stunned. "What is the matter?" Luo was bewildered. He had merely learned from his past life to give these Marines a pre-battle mobilization speech, so why were they all looking at him as if they had seen a ghost? Smoker opened his mouth wide, but could not utter a word for a long time. Tina seemed to speak, then hesitated, thought again, and finally gave up on speaking. As for Yuta, at this moment her eyes sparkled with little stars as she gazed at Luo. Akiji sighed. "I have been in the Navy for many years, but I have never seen a pre-battle mobilization like yours. Truly." After pondering for a long time, Akiji finally uttered this description. "It does not hide anything." Yes, it did not hide anything at all. For most naval commanders, they usually do not care much about soldiers' thoughts, nor do they explain the mission to the soldiers before each operation. In their view, soldiers only need to obey orders and carry out tasks. It is the commanders who need to consider much. Although it sounds absurd, that is indeed the reality. Like the God Valley incident, those Marines did not even know they were going to protect the celestial dragons before arriving at God Valley. But Luo's behavior of clearly explaining the pros and cons of the mission to the soldiers seemed to Akiji rebellious. Yes, rebellious. Going against the mainstream, not following the crowd, yet with surprisingly excellent result. Akiji patted Luo on the shoulder. "Go ahead. I will help you guard Water 7. Not a single pirate will set foot through the gates of Water 7. Luo nodded solemnly, then took Yuta, Smoker, and Tina straight to the flagship Yellow Dragon dock. As the yellow dragon set sail toward the direction where the Don Quixote family ship was spotted, Lei Luo sat on the dragon head at the bow, seriously contemplating a question. What are you thinking about? Smoker came over, pulled the Admiral's special cigars from Lei Luo's clothes, put two in his mouth, took a deep drag, and blew smoke rings contentedly. Lei Luo gazed into the distance, his expression serious. I was thinking, when we encounter the flamingo, should I annihilate the entire Don Quixote family directly, or share some experience, and let the Marines taste blood to sharpen their battlefield skills? Smoker choked, glared fiercely at Lei Luo, then returned to the deck. He had reason to suspect that Lei Luo was deliberately teasing him, indirectly calling him a weakling. Smoker had been studying the files on the Don Quixote family executives for the past few days, thinking about how many he should intercept to lighten Lei Luo's burden. Yet this guy casually asked whether to wipe out the entire Don Quixote family. You are making me lose face, you know. Watching Smoker leave, Lei Luo could not help but smile. While he would still have to share the experience, he only needed to take down Doflamingo and serve as the ultimate backup. After all, the entire Marine base was stationed at Water 7, not just him alone. Just then, observation hockey gave him feedback. The Don Quixote family ship had appeared 10 kilometers away. Not only that, the fearless clown Flamingo even started stringing threads onto the surrounding clouds. Doflamingo was creating a favorable battlefield environment in advance, clearly having sensed their warship. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow. This observation hockey range was very wide, almost not inferior to his own. It seemed this veteran Shichibukai the Flamingo had some ability after all. But ultimately, he is the disgrace of the Shichibukai. Today I will cut down this Flamingo to avenge Rosinante. Smoker, prepare all soldiers for battle. The Don Quixote family has arrived. I'd. At the command, the Marines aboard the Yellow Dragon immediately sprang into action. Since the Water 7 base had limited personnel and few warships, Lei Luo simply brought them all onto the Yellow Dragon. Even though there was only one ship, it was sufficient to deal with the Don Quixote family. About 20 minutes later, the distance between the two sides narrowed to a visible range. Lei Luo could even see Doflamingo sneering at him from atop the large flamingo emblem. Seeing this, Lei Luo slowly drew Dragon Slayer, raised it, and sent a flying slash straight toward him. No hockey or devil fruit enhancement, just a pure flying slash. The golden flying slash tore through the sea, its sharp aura pressing directly against Doflamingo's face. So you are a swordsman after all. No wonder you dare to provoke the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo sneered, his right hand forming a claw with 5 threads extending from his fingertips. He swept his right hand forward. 5 color threads. As a user of the Paramecia string fruit, Doflamingo had developed the fruit to an extremely deep level, even reaching awakening. 5 threads coated with armament hockey lashed out, meeting the flying slash with equal sharpness. The moment they collided, the resulting air waves instantly lifted the surrounding seawater. After a moment, Lei Luo's flying slash dissipated, while Doflamingo's sneer remained. Hey, you are Lei. Doflamingo flicked his pink coat. As a swordsman, I admit you have some skill, but some things are innate. Open your eyes wide and behold the natural aura of a king. With that, powerful black-red lightning erupted from Doflamingo, transforming into an overwhelming pressure that surged toward Lei Luo. That is Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey. Captain Lei Luo, what should we do? The Marines, who had only seen Lei Luo draw his sword to cut down Virgo, were momentarily anxious, unsure how to counter this conqueror's hockey. Lei Luo took a cigar from its case, placed it in his mouth, and lit it. Watching Doflamingo's overwhelming conqueror's hockey, he gave a disdainful chuckle. It is just conqueror's hockey. Something like this. How could I possibly not have it? As his words fell, an even more formidable gold-red lightning burst forth from Lei Luo, meeting Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey heat-in without hesitation. The clashing conqueror's hockey tore the clouds apart, stirred up the sea, and caused the ships to rock violently on the ocean. Doflamingo's pupils contracted. Impossible. How can a mere captain possess such kingly disposition? Behind him, the Don Quixote family pirates immediately began to exclaim in astonishment. That is conqueror's hockey. Does the opponent also have kingly aptitude? What a formidable marine. But the young master is invincible. Yes, the young master is invincible. Compared to the pirates, the Don Quixote family executives wore slightly more solemn expressions. A man with a cross-shaped golden mask covering his face and an extremely burly physique spoke in a very high-pitched voice. So you're a marine with the same king's potential. No wonder you dared to provoke the young master, but today you will pay the price. Pico, one of the Don Quixote family executives, a Paramecia stone fruit user with a bounty of 99 million berries. Though his bounty is low, it has remained unchanged since Doflamingo became a warlord. All things considered, he should be slightly stronger than Jaraka, whom Lei Luo killed with a single punch when he first set sail. Beside him, a man covered in sticky slime holding a walking stick painfully covered his ears. Treble, one of the Don Quixote family executives, a Paramecia sticky fruit user. Pika, can you please not speak? Such a robust and powerful build, yet when he opens his mouth out comes a lowly voice. Who could endure that? The other executives nodded in agreement. Pika's voice was far too deceptive. Unbearable, simply unbearable. The executives and ordinary pirates chatted idly, convinced their young master would win the Clash of Conquerors hockey, but Doflamingo had no mood for that. Because the pressure on him was already immense. Damn it, such powerful Conquerors hockey. Why? Why does a mere Marine Commodore, just a teenager, possess such overwhelming Conquerors hockey? Leiluo looked at Doflamingo, who was drenched in sweat, and couldn't help but sneer. No wonder he was the shame of the warlords. This was all he had. Then an even stronger burst of golden-red lightning erupted. The overwhelming pressure directly shattered Doflamingo's Conqueror's hockey domain, and the lightning struck Doflamingo's face, landing a slap squarely on his cheek. Doflamingo. He covered his cheek in disbelief. Had he just been slapped? Had that teenage brat slapped him with Conqueror's hockey? Shock gave way to blazing fury. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead as he hissed through gritted teeth. Even if you possess the same king's potential, I will tear you apart today. With that, Doflamingo leaped into the air using the threads he had attached to clouds earlier to speed toward Leiluo. Seeing this, Leiluo applauded him and gave a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive. After being slapped by his Conqueror's hockey, he didn't think of running, but instead charged at him. Doflamingo was truly something. Smoker, Tina, leave the rest to you. You to do what you think is best. I'm going to kill this flamingo. With that, Leiluo summoned the wind and took flight, charging toward Doflamingo. Leave it to us. Smoker, chewing on the cigar he had taken from Leiluo, looked at the group of Don Quixote family executives. 6 Don Quixote family executives. Tina, shall we take 3 each? Tina thinks that's acceptable. Yuta waved her hand, summoning a legion of note soldiers. Need any help? Smoker glanced back and smiled. Yuta, keep an eye on the regular soldiers. Many of them are still Got it. Leiluo's Conqueror's hockey had targeted only Doflamingo. With Smoker and Tina holding off the executives, the ordinary pirates were left as experience points for the recruits. With Yuta's note soldiers, safety was guaranteed. Meanwhile, in the sky, watching Leiluo fly directly toward him, Doflamingo's composure shattered. After the initial rage, his mind suddenly cooled. In the calm, Doflamingo realized something. That the man before him possessed Conqueror's hockey, had eaten a powerful flying devil fruit, and was a swordsman with exquisite swordsmanship. Damn it. An ordinary Commodore with such a setup. Was he set up? But now, even if he wanted to back out, Doflamingo had no choice but to press on. 5-color string. Sharp threads sliced toward Leiluo from a concealed angle, extremely thin and transparent. Without caution, one could easily be ambushed. But Leiluo simply drew his blade, and flames erupted on its surface with a roar. One sword-style explosive dragon blaze. As the sword light flashed, the fragile threads were ignited by the scorching flames before they could even approach. The fire even spread along the threads, threatening to engulf Doflamingo. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly severed the 5-color string to avoid being set ablaze, then crossed his arms coated with armament hockey in front of his chest. In the next instant, the dragon flame-wreathed sword light struck Doflamingo. With a loud crack, a violent explosion erupted. Among the sword techniques Leiluo had developed, lightning represented extreme speed and single-target lethality, while fire focused on explosive damage with a wider area. As now, Doflamingo's pink coat was burned to ashes, his hair singed off, revealing his body barely covered by tattered clothes. You bastard. Doflamingo cursed, extending both hands toward Leiluo. Bullet string god exit. Countless threads extended from his fingers, coated with high-density armament hockey, transforming into piercing thread spears. Then with a sweep of his hand, Doflamingo hurled the thread spears at Leiluo at incredible speed. Oh, this technique is somewhat interesting. Thread spears that could be freely manipulated and were highly penetrating. Indeed, a decent move. But useless against him. One sword-style fire dragon. A dragon of fire, even more fierce, more domineering, and larger in scope, emerged with Leiluo's sword light. Coated in his armament hockey, it engulfed all the incoming thread spears. Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat again at the sight. A dragon phantom formed by flying slashes and flames. This guy, did he eat a mythical Zoan devil fruit? The ability to fly and control fire reminded him of Kaido. A mythical Zoan, the true version of the meta, the ultimate devil fruit. In 3 years, no 2 years, this Leiluo would crush him more easily than crushing an ant. Leiluo, wrong. Actually, crushing you now isn't much harder. The fire dragon, having incinerated the thread spears, charged at Doflamingo with undiminished momentum. But a more violent explosion than before erupted. Moments later, Doflamingo stood covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, his body marked with burns. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and looked at Leiluo. How about we stop here and go our separate ways? They'll give up my interests in Water 7. Leiluo held his sword with one hand, looking askance at Doflamingo. Run. Are you joking right now? I still need your head. To pay homage to my never-met senior brother Rosanandi. One sword-style secret art yellow dragon. An immense conqueror's haki burst forth from his body, then suddenly receded, adhering to the blade's surface. The golden patterns on the sword were activated, erupting into a blinding radiance, as if alive. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these golden patterns were identical to the form of Lei Luo's dragon transformation. The four elements, water, earth, fire, and wind, appeared in succession, then twisted together under the power of lightning, ultimately forming a majestic golden dragon, resplendent and awe-inspiring. In that instant, the entire sky darkened abruptly, a fierce gale arose and thunderclouds gathered. Lei Luo stood alone with the dragon slayer returned to its sheath, his stance low. His conqueror's haki pointed directly at Doflamingo in the sky, and an intense sense of danger flooded every inch of Doflamingo's body at that moment. I will die. If that slash falls, I will die. Every cell in Doflamingo's body screamed hysterically, warning him of the lethal danger of Lei Luo's strike. Panic-stricken and drenched in sweat, he cried out, "You can't kill me. I am a noble celestial dragon. If you kill me, the 5 elders will dismiss and hunt you down, and even the Marines will suffer for it. You cannot kill me. Damn it, I've only just reclaimed Dressrosa, just begun my grand enterprise. I haven't taken revenge on the celestial dragons, nor truly become one." Unmoved by Doflamingo's frantic desperation, Lei Luo spoke softly. "Joker, go to hell, and tell your ridiculous dreams there." As the words fell, the dazzling golden sword light filled Doflamingo's entire vision. The blade was gold, the dragon was gold. Everything he saw was gold. In that final moment before death, Doflamingo grew calm, and scenes from his past began to replay. As a child, he and his younger brother were taken out of Mary Geos by their parents, who renounced their celestial dragon status only to be oppressed by the common people they had once despised. Unable to bear that life, he cut off his father's head with his own hands, knelt for a long time like a pathetic stray dog before the gates of Mary Geos, only to be harshly rejected. At 10, struggling to survive with his brother Rosanandi, his conqueror's haki erupted, and the current officers sought him out, pledging allegiance to him as their young master. Now, having become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was about to truly begin his revenge, only to lose his life beneath such a radiant sword light. In the end, I couldn't achieve it. Doflamingo sighed softly, his vitality waning, yet his conqueror's haki blazed more fiercely than ever. Conqueror's haki is the ultimate expression of one's will and spirit. From that brilliant sword light and the conqueror's haki within it, he glimpsed Lei Luo's ambition. At that moment, Doflamingo smiled. "Then take it. Take my life, sever my head, let it be your nourishment, and let it serve as the first step of my revenge against those arrogant celestial dragons." The first step. A dense mass of white threads appeared once more. This time, his immense conqueror's haki was no longer hollow. At the end of his life, Doflamingo finally succeeded in channeling it into his threads. Super Thriller Alter God Thread. He did not use the birdcage. Against such a formidable opponent, the birdcage was useless, merely a waste of stamina. Doflamingo burst into laughter, swinging his threads wrapped in Conqueror's haki, with all his might charging heat toward the resplendent golden dragon. The sword light flashed, haki resounded like a bell. The threads clashed with the light. Conqueror's haki met Conqueror's haki, producing an explosive roar akin to a funeral bell bidding final farewell to Doflamingo. Moments later, Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki shattered, the black-red lightning vanished, and the golden dragon swept through his body, sealing his fate. Lei Luo lit another cigar and put it in his mouth, recalling Doflamingo's last-minute flashback and outburst. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Why does it feel like I'm the villain here? You were the one trying to kill me, Doflamingo. It was just that I was stronger and cut you down instead." Shaking his head, he casually hung the dragon slayer at his waist and looked down. The Don Quixote family officers stood frozen, staring at Doflamingo's body in disbelief. "Young master, how could this be?" Treble's body trembled, his mucus spreading uncontrollably. "That was our young master, one with kingly qualities. How could he be killed by mere Marine Commodore?" The other officers reacted similarly, unable to accept that the invincible young master destined to be king was dead, slain by the sword of a mere Marine Commodore. "Bastard!" Pika roared in a shrill voice, placing his hands on the deck, turning everything he touched into stone and coating himself with it. "I will avenge the young master." The other officers stirred. "Yes, revenge. Avenge the young master." They bellowed and rushed into the sky, but were blocked by 2 figures. Smoker lit another cigar like Lei Luo and blew out a long plume of smoke. "Sorry folks, but our fight isn't over. How can I let you disturb our superior?" Tina held a black iron staff, her hands coated with armament haki. "Your opponents are us." Smoker glanced at Lei Luo lounging in midair, snorted, and punched Pika, his fist wrapped in armament haki. "White blast." Lei Luo sat cross-legged in the air, chin in hand, watching below with clicking sounds. Smoker's armament hockey is decent. Wait, why can't a single punch even knock down Pika? Isn't he just stone all over? You're pathetic. And Tina, is that Mojave really that tough? You should aim for the head. Oh, this is so frustrating to watch. Lei Luo watched for a while and realized that if he didn't intervene, they'd never finish off a few officers, and that would be embarrassing. So he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hey, Smoker Tina. If you can't handle them in 2 minutes, he'll put you through extra training." At those words, Smoker and Tina tensed up, a sense of urgency surging. They had to take down these officers. They didn't want to face Lei Luo's fists again. Though Lei Luo looked stylish cutting down Doflamingo, his real strength lay in those fists. Thus, CMO Gu and Tina grew ruthless, abandoning their conservative combat style in favor of a more aggressive approach, trading wounds for wounds, even trading injuries for lives. The sudden acceleration in battle tempo caught the cadres off guard. Coupled with their burning desire for vengeance, their minds wavered, allowing the duo to seize the opportunity fiercely. Tina concluded her battle in 1 minute and 58 seconds, bearing a collection of wounds that fortunately were not too severe. As for CMO Gu, he exceeded the time limit, finishing in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Though merely 3 seconds over, it meant he would have to return and once again endure Lei Luo's iron-fisted punishment. Damn it, just 3 seconds. CMO Gu's face was filled with remorse, wishing he could punch himself to death. Now that the overtime was set in stone and impossible to change, he resolved to enjoy himself thoroughly before returning. With this thought, CMO Gu turned his gaze toward the ordinary pirates of the Don Quixote family. A Logia-type devil fruit coupled with 2 types of hockey against these common pirates who could not even use hockey. It was a one-sided massacre. Yuta sat aboard the Yellow Dragon, directing musical soldiers to harvest the lives of the remaining pirates. When the last pirate fell beneath the musical soldiers' spears, a prompt flickered before Lei Luo's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo, in the confrontation with the Don Quixote family. Due to his former celestial dragon identity, the reward has been enhanced. Reward 1 billion belly Parameciado Ito, no Mi 1, a devil fruit, trade extraction permission 1. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow. Devil fruit, trade extraction permission. What is this thing? Devil fruit trade extraction permission can be used on a devil fruit to extract a specific trait of that fruit, with a high probability of that trait evolving. The extracted fruit trait can be bestowed upon oneself or others without conflicting with devil fruits. However, traits bestowed upon others cannot take effect on the host. Oh, I understand. It extracts a particular characteristic or ability of a devil fruit and grants it to oneself or another without side effects, and this ability has a high chance of evolving. Lei Luo looked at the Ito no Mi in his hand. Since a devil fruit was right here, he decided to try it out. Selected devil fruit Parameciado Ito no Mi, please choose the fruit's trait. Instantly, a series of traits of the Ito no Mi appeared before Lei Luo. After careful discernment, he selected something called manipulativity. Selected devil fruit Parameciado Ito no Mi, please choose the fruit's trait. Instantly, a series of traits of the Ito no Mi appeared before. From memory, Don Quixote Doflamingo could indeed control other people's bodies through threads, as if manipulating marionettes. Selected trait from Ito no Mi, manipulativity, triggering trait evolution. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Mind Manipulation. Mind Manipulation. By emitting threads, you can subtly manipulate the minds of targets over time. If the target's strength exceeds the host, the success rate is extremely low and the manipulation is more easily detected. Isn't this ability a bit too strange? Lei Luo felt as though he had suddenly wandered into some bizarre NTR skit. What difference was there between this ability and things like hypnosis? Complaints aside, Lei Luo honestly applied it to himself and planned to use it on Iceberg upon return. Iceberg was indeed a good partner for cooperation, but wasn't it more reassuring to make him one of his own? What if one day Iceberg lost his mind and chose to side with the world government? That would be a disaster. Having tallied the gains, Lei Luo cast a glance at the situation below. The pirate ships of the Don Quixote family had been largely annihilated. The 6 cadres brought by Doflamingo were shackled, their auras withered. This was Lei Luo's order. After all, Virgo was still imprisoned in the base at Water 7. With a reputation in the G5 branch and holding the rank of Rear Admiral, Lei Luo couldn't simply cut him down no matter how influential his background was. Bring these cadres back, interrogate them, and obtain evidence of Virgo's undercover identity first. Only after securing the evidence would he kill him, leaving no one able to object. Moreover, Lei Luo took a careful look and noticed that Monet and Sugar, whom he cared about, were not among them. He surmised that Monet should be with Caesar and the other in Dressrosa itself. Monet was a young girl transformed into a bird person, possessor of the Logia Yuki no Mi, with considerable potential. As for Sugar, a woman of advanced age, yet still bearing the appearance of a little girl with the Hobi no Mi, she was even more formidable. She could turn anyone she touched into a toy and erase all traces of that person from others' memories, leaving only the transformed individual with their own recollection. Such a nearly conceptual ability, if used well, was terrifying. The Yuki no Mi could be left alone, but the possessor of the Hobi no Mi had to be guarded. They'll mention it to Teacher Sengoku later, and let him handle it. With that thought, Lei Luo waved to those below, bring the cadres, and pack up the other spoils. We're heading back. Yes, Captain Lei Luo. The seasoned Marines who had experienced the fierce battle shouted in high spirits, and worked with even greater vigor. They had all witnessed Lei Luo cutting down Doflamingo with his blade. Following such a powerful officer who had protected Water 7, their future was undoubtedly radiant. The Yellow Dragon returned to the port laden with spoils. However, Lei Luo's observation Haki noticed that at the entrance and exit of Water 7, there were several ice sculptures holding weapons, their faces twisted in terror. These pirates who had tried to fish in troubled waters likely never expected to encounter Akiji, one of the 3 Navy admirals here. Back at the Navy base in Water 7, Lei Luo saw Akiji, whose lower body had turned into ice, and beside him Khalifa, shivering uncontrollably. Wait, Khalifa, a CP9 agent. What was she doing here? Our junior brother Lei Luo has returned. Akiji greeted him. While you were away, quite a few pirates tried to infiltrate Water 7. Some even disguised themselves as world government officials. Hearing this, Khalifa couldn't help retorting. They were genuine world government officials. You froze them into ice sculptures without bothering to distinguish. Akiji remained unhurried, his tone calm. You are now a Marine, not a world government agent. Watch her. Khalifa fell silent, crossing her arms as her entire body trembled violently. Whether from the cold or fear was unclear. Senior Kazan, this person. Seeing Lei Luo's puzzled look, Akiji enthusiastically explained, this person was a CP9 agent of the world government, but she has now been transferred to the Marines. According to the Gorosei, she is to be placed under your command, and from now on she has no connection with the world government. Hearing this, Lei Luo leaned back in disbelief. Were the 5 elders trying to tempt him with a honey trap? Were they testing a cadre with this? Which cadre could withstand such a test? Wasn't the 5 elders' honey trap obvious at first glance? Yet Lei Luo found it quite agreeable. He had always had a fondness for such ploys. It seemed the conversation that Yuta had deliberately orchestrated in Iceberg's office had reached the ears of the 5 elders, leading to Khalifa's appearance. As the future of the Marines, Lei Luo declared he would surely pass such a trial. And so in the next moment, an invisible thread connected him to Khalifa. Mental manipulation activated. Whether the world government had cut ties with Khalifa or not, it was safer to bring her under his own control. He had been searching for someone to oversee the commercial plans of Water 7, and Khalifa, as a rigorously selected agent of the world government with diverse expertise, seemed well suited for the task. Lei Luo crouched down and whispered to Yuta, an agent of the world government. She should be capable of managing commerce right. Yuta immediately grasped his intention. Akiji stroked his chin nearby, observing Lei Luo with curiosity. He sensed that his junior had done something to Khalifa, likely some form of control measure. It made sense. Khalifa was sent by the world government and had been an agent, so precautions were necessary. As for control abilities, devil fruits were endlessly varied, and having such traits was normal. It made sense. Khalifa was sent by the world government and had been an agent, so precautions were necessary. As for control abilities, devil fruits were endlessly varied. A flush crept across her cheeks. And order me to serve you. Having been forced to switch from the world government to the Marines and from CP9, Khalifa harbored considerable resentment. Yet that resentment had faded in an instant, and she even began to think that staying with the Marines might not be so. Khalifa herself noticed nothing awry, attributing the change to Akiji's overwhelming presence, while Lei Luo-sama seemed more approachable in comparison. Then Khalifa felt herself being seized, not figuratively but truly controlled. A tremendous force locked her thighs, rooting her to the spot, unable to advance. Looking down, she saw a sweet little girl. Yuta puffed her cheeks, crossed her arms, and feigned maturity. You can stay, but you must follow my orders. Understood. Khalifa had no objection to that, but a hierarchy needed to be established. If Lei Luo did not grant her a title, she would remain without status. There was a 6-year age gap between her and Lei Luo, and she could not bear to wait another 6 years until he came of age. Khalifa hesitated, glancing at Akiji and Lei Luo. Akiji shrugged. This is Captain Yuta. You are a commander now, she is your direct superior. Lei Luo nodded. Since the 5 elders sent you, you may stay, but you must obey Yuta. Her words are mine. Then very well, Utasama. Upon hearing Lei Luo's words, Khalifa felt an inexplicable relief and a surge of security, as if staying here was indeed better than serving the world government. Seeing this, Akiji chuckled softly and shook his head, turning his attention to the bodies of Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family officers that had been brought in. Did you obtain evidence of Virgo being a mole? Lei Luo nodded. He confessed during the journey back. I leave the rest to you, Senior Kazan. Akiji waved his hand. A trivial matter, leave it to me. Lei Luo was only a rear admiral, and with an admiral present, matters involving a traitor rear admiral were to be handled by Akiji as per protocol. By tomorrow, news of Don Quixote Doflamingo's death would reach every corner of the world. After sighing again at the prowess of the younger generation, Akiji commandeered Virgo's flagship, loading the corpses and Virgo aboard, and set sail for Marineford. As for the world government personnel frozen into ice sculptures, Akiji shattered them with a wave before departing, leaving no trouble for his junior. Watching Akiji fade into the distance, Lei Luo turned and took Yuta to the mayor's office, delivering a mental manipulation to Iceberg on the spot. Thus, save for the world government agents still lurking in Water 7, the entire city was now under Lei Luo. He had become the de facto sovereign of Water 7. Immediately after, Lei Luo held a detailed discussion with Yuta and Khalifa on the city's upcoming commercial development plans. On this subject, neither Lei Luo nor Yuta could match Khalifa's expertise. She adjusted her new gold-rimmed glasses, her lips touched with light lipstick parting and glinting under the sun. Water 7 is a world-renowned shipbuilding city. The supporting industrial chain for ship construction, maintenance, and dismantling is quite mature. We can start there, focusing on developing entertainment and service industries for shipyard workers, and then expand into tourism. Yuta looked puzzled. Why? Khalifa explained patiently, because besides the numerous local craftsmen, there are many outsiders who come to order ships. These people are wealthy, and it's only natural for them to take a tour of Water 7. Yuta blinked, still not fully understanding, but to avoid appearing slow, she nodded pretentiously. I see. The next moment, Lei Luo grabbed Yuta under her armpits and lifted her onto his lap. Then how about Yuta explains it to me? I didn't quite follow. Yuta froze, then her cheeks flushed rapidly. Well. My eloquence isn't great. Maybe Khalifa should explain again. Seeing this, Lei Luo laughed heartily and pinched Yuta's cheek. Let Khalifa handle it herself. We only need the general idea. Oh, okay. Yuta sighed in relief, but catching Lei Luo's teasing gaze, she realized he had been teasing her on. Frustrated, Yuta lunged into Lei Luo's arms and bit him. The bite was so light it didn't leave a mark, yet she smiled with joy, her eyes narrowing, as if she had won a prize. Khalifa watched from the side, pressing her lips together. Was she merely a piece in their game? How enviable you. After a bit of playful banter, Lei Luo handed Khalifa sufficient startup funds and set the matter aside. He headed straight to the training ground at the Marine base. Smoker, I told you I'd give you intensive training, didn't I? Seeing Lei Luo approaching, Smoker turned and ran. Don't run, Smoker. Charge at my fist. The next day, while Lei Luo was immersed in honing his own skills and incidentally continuing to discipline Simoji, the sea was thrown into chaos. Bastard. How dare that Lei Luo lay a hand on and kill Duofu Langming. Yizambelong Veneza Shalangxing slammed the ground heavily with his demon, looking furious. Even if he was a disavowed celestial dragon, he was still a celestial dragon. Makasi Mezasheng, however, shook his head. The cause of the incident has been investigated. It was Duofu Langming himself who refused to give up his interests in Chishui City and took the initiative to attack Lei Luo, which severely violated the code of conduct for the warlords. Jaya Galaxia Satan Sheng nodded in agreement. He's merely a Duofu Langming. Since he has been expelled, he no longer belongs to the Divine Clan. But this Lei Luo is extremely powerful. He is only 16 years old, and his talent is simply monstrous. Doesn't this further illustrate the necessity of winning over Lei Luo? Topman Wakilishing smiled. If we draw Lei Luo to our side, the Navy will be firmly in our grasp for the next 20 years. I propose that the world government bestow rewards upon Lei Luo, and as for the new warlord selection, let Zhanghua hurry up and choose. Upon hearing this, Neza Shalangxing pondered for a moment, found it to be sound reasoning, and then said, I agree. Seconded. 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 At Marine headquarters, Zephyr pushed open the door of the marshal's office with force, and Kapu followed behind with a bag of sunbae in his arms. They strode in like dragons and tigers, only to find Zhanghua absent from the office. Xiaohe, where has that old Zhanghua gone? Zephyr asked, intending to secure more rewards for his precious disciple, only to find that old Zhanghua was not there. Vice Admiral, he put down her pen side, and said, he went to pay respects to Xiao Migua. At these words, Zephyr and Kapu both fell silent. Xiao Migua, that is Zhengguo's adopted son, Tangjai Luoxin and D. It seems we came at a bad time. Kapu looked at Zephyr and asked, no need. Zhanghua has already decided on the rewards for that boy Lei Luo. Take a look first. If there are no issues, he'll send them out directly. Vice Admiral, he pulled a sheet of paper from the desk and handed it to Zephyr. Zephyr took the paper and carefully examined it. Promotion to Rear Admiral with treatment according to Vice Admiral standards and further elevation of the Chishui City base level. After reading, Zephyr frowned. Are there no material rewards? Zhanghua said that the 5 elders will also be sending rewards to Lei Luo, so he won't send any. If Lei Luo needs anything, he can take it directly from that pile of gold. Hearing this, Zephy's furrowed brow relaxed. That's more like it. By the way, Kapu, when you have time, come to the training camp and teach your grandson. I'm almost overwhelmed with work. Those little brats, after hearing about this incident, have been clamoring to graduate as soon as possible. Whenever he mentioned those little brats in the training camp, a smile inevitably crept onto Zephy's lips. Kapu, however, waved his hand. You teach those little brats. If I go, all he'll do is use my fist of love, and that boy Lei Luo has criticized me for it several times. Zephyr curled his lip. Then lend me Bogiate. Among the instructors in the training camp, there is no great swordsman, and the training of Guyana and Sualong cannot be interrupted. His real aim was actually Bogiate. As for Kapu, why would an old man who only knows the fist of love come to the training camp? No problem. He'll have Bogiate report to you later. Zephyr was satisfied, so the two of them, grinning, slung their arms around each other's shoulders and walked out, which made Vice Admiral he shake her head with a smile. Haziguo Baisho Heizaichuan. Kaiduo was drinking his spiked club set aside, weeping loudly over a newspaper. In the newspaper, a vivid image of a golden dragon, Mythical Zoan, piercing through Duofu Langming's body was depicted, and the headline was as sensational as ever. Navy supernova decisively kills warlord Duofu Langming. Who will be his next target? Ayanko. Joker, oh Joker. How could you die? Kaijuo's tears flowed freely, as if he was truly heartbroken over Duofu Langming. Well, in truth, Kaiduo also called Duofu Langming Joker, but Duofu Langming didn't dare to show any anger. Why? Because Kaiduo was an emperor of the sea, while Duofu Langming was merely a small-time warlord. If Kaiduo struck him with a thunder, Bagua had have to beg him not to die. Duofu Langming thought that Lei Luo, a mere commodore, was incredibly audacious. What background and strength do you have to dare call me Joker? I'ma see what you're really made of. Then he saw his strength, and he died. The Baisho Heizaichuan had long been engaged in trade with Duofu Langming. The Baisho Heizaichuan provided money, and Duofu Langming supplied them with artificial Zoan devil fruits. The reason Kaiduo founded the Baisho Heizaichuan was to build a pirate crew made entirely of Zoan devil fruit users, and Duofu Langming's artificial Zoan devil fruits were a long-term source. But now Duofu Langming had courted death and been killed, cutting off the crew's supply of devil fruits, which meant Kaiduo's dream would be indefinitely postponed. Kaiduo cried for a while, then picked up the newspaper again. Joker, I will avenge you. Let me see who killed you. He looked again, and oh, this person seemed familiar. The name was Bordeaux Reynaud. Oh, isn't that Kapu's disciple? The one who awakened Conqueror's Haki over a year ago. So that's it. No wonder Duofu Langming was killed. With his feeble Conqueror's Haki, it would be strange if he didn't die against such a strong opponent. Wait, that Lei Luo's appearance. Kaiduo stopped crying, widened his eyes, and stared intently at the picture in the newspaper. Lei Luo had dragon horns on his head and could control flames. Damn, it was a mythical Zoan devil fruit. That stupid Duofu Langming, you actually dared to assault a potential member of the Baisho Heizaichuan who had eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Now look, you got yourself killed. Duofu Langming, you deserve to die. Kaiduo became interested. A 16-year-old powerhouse who possessed Conqueror's Haki had eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit like him and was most likely a dragon type. How desirable. He desperately wanted him to bring him into the Baisho Heizaichuan. Every aspect of Lei Luo perfectly matched Kaijuo's recruitment criteria. Check the location. Ochishue City. An old man Kapu wasn't nearby, so he abruptly stood up, tossed his wine jug aside, grabbed his spiked club, and bellowed, lads, I'm going out for a while. With that, Kaiduo transformed into his azure dragon form and plunged straight into the clouds. As Kaido soared away, a portly figure with long yellow hair emerged. This was one of the Beast's pirates, all-stars, a member of the Three Calamities, the Plague Queen. Bounty 1300 berries. Boss Kaido is out. A trembling pirate answered. Yes, Boss Kaido said he had some business to attend to. Queen scratched his head. All right then. Hey, send someone to tell Jack to bring that scientist working under Doflamingo Caesar Clown to Wano country. Tell him this man is very important. He's the talent Boss Kaido needs to realize his dream. Yes. Sabaody Archipelago, the Shake It Up bar. A disheveled old man with white hair and a scar over his right eye pushed open the bar's door and walked in. Shaki, got any food? Give me something to eat. Rayleigh casually grabbed a bottle from the counter, tilted his head back, and drained it, letting out a sigh of contentment. Shaki raised an eyebrow slightly. She took a few pieces of bread from the cupboard, placed them on a plate, and slid it to Rayleigh. What made you come back so soon this time? I heard some incredible news, so I thought I'd hurry back. Rayleigh chuckled and casually opened another. Shaki rolled her eyes at that. That old geezer was so used to freeloading, his moves were way too practiced. Silver's Rayleigh, former first mate of the Pirate King Jold. Roger, a master swordsman known as the Dark King, with a bounty of 3500 berries. After Pirate King Roger was executed, Rayleigh retired with Shaki and now the two run this shake-it-up bar on Sabadi Archipelago. More precisely, Shaki runs it. Rayleigh was used to spending money lavishly, but never had any on hand. So he often disguised himself as a worthless old man, sold himself as a slave, and then escaped after the deal. Rayleigh had just returned from a buyer to the shake-it-up bar. You mean that Marine supernova? I saw the news. He really is a formidable young man. He even defeated Doflamingo. Shaki placed another plate of grilled meat in front of Rayleigh. Then she propped her chin on one hand, a faint smile on her lips as she sat behind the counter simply watching him. Doflamingo. Ha, he's nothing but a mediocre talent who possesses Conqueror's haki, but lost his spirit. It's only natural for that flamingo to be defeated. Rayleigh wolfed down the food in front of him in a few bites, then chugged another bottle of wine, before letting out a long. Doflamingo's title as a warlord of the sea sounded intimidating, but in reality, it was nothing. To a powerhouse like him, a single slash would be enough to take him down. But what truly worried him was not this. The pirates have no worthy successors. Rayleigh scratched his hair, his tone somewhat wistful. I actually had high hopes for that kid Shanks. Who would have thought he lost an arm in the East Blue, and apparently, it was also cut off by that marine supernova. That kid called Bordeaux Reynaud is truly a monster in every sense. Rayleigh was almost certain that as long as this Reynaud kid didn't die prematurely, he would inevitably become an admiral or Yonka-level figure in the future. But in comparison, the pirate side lacked sufficient successors. Although there were some supernovae among the recent rookie pirates, not a single one possessed Conqueror's haki, and their strength fell far short. Rayleigh, having witnessed the God Valley incident, knew very well that without Conqueror's haki, one had lost the qualification to reach the pinnacle. Shaki glanced at Rayleigh. Getting sentimental already. Then let me tell you another piece of bad news. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. Oh, what other bad news? It's also about that Bordeaux Reynaud. Shaki polished a glass in her hand, but fixed her gaze on Rayleigh. Hatching, your lifesaver was killed by Bordeaux Reynaud in the East Blue. What a... Rayleigh's eyes sharpened, and an overwhelming Conqueror's haki instantly burst forth. The bottles on the cupboard shattered one after another, spilling liquor all over the floor. Outside the shake-it-up bar centered on the bar, people on 3 streets were struck by this wave of Conqueror's haki and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Hey Rayleigh. Shaki frowned and immediately slapped Rayleigh on the head. You better remember to pay me back for all these drinks. Ah, sorry Shaki. Rayleigh's face returned to a helpless smile, though he thought the Marines would come looking for him. But soon Rayleigh's expression turned serious again. Are you sure? Positive. Hatchon went to the East Blue half a year ago with Arlong, an executive of the Sun Pirates, and they ran into Bordeaux Reynaud, who was there at the time. I only received this news recently. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh closed his eyes. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh. I see. Are you going to cause trouble for that Reynaud? Shaki tidied up the bar and cupboard, looking at Rayleigh with a smile. Rayleigh shook his head. He'll deal with it. If he was now a person under heavy surveillance by the Marines. If it weren't for the fact that Captain Roger had surrendered as a condition to protect his crew back, then allowing them to live in peace, he wouldn't be able to run this bar peacefully with Shaki now. If he never crossed paths with that Bordeaux Reynaud, then so be it. But if he did, he would inevitably have to hold him accountable for Hatchin's death. A marine supernova. No matter how monstrous, he was just a supernova. In Rayleigh's eyes, these were all juniors. Today's seas were far too inferior compared to their era. Promoted. Rear Admiral rank, not bad. In the youngest Rear Admiral in Marine history. Reynaud changed into his Rear Admiral insignia and draped the Justice cloak over his shoulders, feeling quite pleased. Also, there are rewards sent by the 5 elders. Yuta pointed to the box on the table. Some berries and a devil fruit. I checked the encyclopedia. It's the cat fruit, ancient model saber-toothed tiger. An ancient Zoan. Reynaud turned around and opened the box. A devil fruit lay quietly inside. If he remembered correctly, this ancient Zoan devil fruit was actually eaten by former CP9 agent, Who's Who. Now the 5 elders had sent it over as a reward. Not bad at all. He picked up the ancient Zoan devil fruit and tossed it directly to Khalifa, who was working. Today Khalifa was dressed in office lady attire, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her legs were wrapped in finely patterned black stockings, and her figure was curvaceous. Lord Reynaud, this is... Khalifa looked up, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression puzzled. Her moist lips glistened faintly. It's for you. As my trusted subordinate, you can't afford to fall behind in strength. This ancient Zoan devil fruit is quite impressive. So that's how it is. Khalifa held the devil fruit in both hands, deeply moved her gaze at Lei Luo, practically threatening with affection. You see, before Khalifa was transferred to the Navy, even Rob Lucci, hailed as the strongest genius CP9 had seen in 800 years, had only obtained a Zoan-type cat fruit model leopard. And the devil fruit in her hand was even more valuable than that. There are 3 major categories of devil fruits: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Zoan types are the most common and numerous, but their effects are also the most direct. They enhance the physique across the board, adding to raw stats, while Paramecia and Logia add new mechanics. As for Mythical Zoan, they naturally boost both stats and mechanics. That's the true god tier of the version. Without hesitation, Khalifa bit down on the fruit, then clamped her mouth shut, forcing herself to swallow it. After a moment, Khalifa felt the power within her. With a thought, her teeth lengthened slightly, her two canine fangs growing several times longer, while her entire form transformed into a cat girl dressed in an office lady outfit. Such formidable power. Khalifa's face lit up with surprise. This was a comprehensive boost to her physical abilities, far faster than her previous arduous training in the 6 Navy styles. Lei Luo stroked his chin, appraising Khalifa with appreciation in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. He hadn't expected that after eating this ancient Zoan fruit, her transformed form would turn out like this, quite pleasing to the eye. Khalifa, shrewd and perceptive, noticed Lei Luo's gaze and subtly swayed her figure, not reverting to her original form. Instead, she pulled a document from the pile on the desk and handed it to Lei Luo. Lord Lei Luo, this is the business plan I just completed. Please take a look and see if any changes are needed. Lei Luo took the plan and perused it carefully. According to Khalifa's plan, the best way to solve their current shortage of manpower was to not micromanage, or at least only manage at the highest levels. Since Iceberg was now one of their own and would pose no obstacle to developing the entertainment and service industries, all that remained was for Khalifa to handle overall coordination, then simply pour money into investments below. After all, they weren't short on funds now, so they could simply find promising merchants in Water 7 to invest and take the majority stake, and then have Lord Lei Luo gradually apply his methods to each of them. This way, the entire commerce of Water 7 would burst with vitality, quickly realizing Lei Luo's plan of money-generating money. As for the issue of raw materials self-sufficiency in Water 7, that too was not a problem. The Navy hadn't gotten that huge stash of gold just to hoard it. Sengoku was a far-sighted fleet admiral. He would inevitably delve into the entire industry chain, and once they made contact, they could connect the upstream and downstream. Excellent. It seemed he didn't need to worry about the business side. He could leave it all to Khalifa. Khalifa had many considerations, but he only needed to think about how to keep growing stronger. His current physique was far from his limit. His body had not yet fully matured. The immense power from the mythical Zoan devil fruit remained largely untapped, and the 3 colors of hockey still demanded diligent training. In this world, anything could be illusory, but one's own strength was the only truth. Khalifa remembered to send a letter of thanks to the 5 elders for me. Be respectful in wording. We need to at least put up a show. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. Faced with the 5 elders' blatant courtship, Lei Luo intended to display enthusiasm, without eagerness respond to every matter, but accomplish nothing. Neither proactive nor rejecting. Just keep the 5 elders dangling first. In the following days, under Khalifa's arrangements and Iceberg's cooperation, the residents of the designated entertainment zone were properly relocated, buildings were demolished, and countless construction teams poured in, presenting a thriving scene. Meanwhile, Lei Luo was in the training ground, staring at 2 swords before him with a contemplative frown. One was his personal weapon, Dragon Slayer. The other was an ordinary standard-issue Navy longsword. He had been considering the possibility of dual wielding, using 2 swords in conjunction with his fruit ability to unleash sword techniques. One hand wielding lightning, the other flame, merging into a thunder flame sword that would surely catch the enemy off guard. Meanwhile, Lei Luo was in the training ground, staring at 2 swords before him with a contemplative frown. During his previous battle with Doflamingo, he had discovered a problem. The only sword he used to channel elemental power was too singular. Lightning for single targets, flame for groups. If he could master dual wielding, wouldn't he be able to handle both single and multiple enemies? Moreover, the other sword didn't necessarily have to use flame, water, earth, rock, wind. All were options, serving as a contingency for any unexpected situation. Looks like I still need to get my hands on a famous sword. Lei Luo scratched his head. He recalled that in Rogue Town of the East Blue, there was a weapon shop that had 2 grade 50 skillful swords, Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu. He could contact teacher Sengoku to have someone go there and purchase them. But frankly, he now looked down on grade 50 skillful swords. They could only serve as backups. As for higher grade famous swords, Right Moonlight, no Kazuki Moria seemed to have the black sword Shusue, a grade 21 great sword, national treasure of Wano country. Originally, Lei Luo had intended to uphold the pride of a swordsman and forge his own black sword from scratch, no 2 black swords. But since Shusue was Wano's national treasure, he had no choice but to go acquire it. Using Wano's national treasure wantonly. How exhilarating that would feel. He could train Dragon Slayer into a black sword himself, but for Shusue, he didn't have to hold back. He could accept it without ceremony. Having made up his mind, Lei Luo stood up and looked at Smoker, who was practicing punches nearby. Smoker, make arrangements. I need to go to the Florian Triangle. Huh? Smoker asked dubiously. You're going to see Gecko Moria? Yes, to get something from him. Need me to? You stay here. He'll fly there and back. ITLL, be quick. Smoker pursed his lips about to say something more when a loud, unbridled laugh came from the sky. Urororo. Lei Luo, you brat, come out. Lei Luo froze, his face paling. Kaido. He rushed out of the training ground and saw Kaido in azure dragon form, flying overhead, overlooking Water 7. Spotting Lei Luo, Kaido let out an excited roar. Let me say hello. Heat breath. Lei Luo's pupils contracted. He dared not be careless, instantly transforming into his yellow dragon form, opened his mouth, and met it with his own heat breath. Heat breath. Two scorching beams of light collided in midair, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent spectators from Water 7 staggering. Urororo. Indeed. Seeing Lei Luo transformed into a yellow dragon, Kaido was ecstatic. This Lei Luo was indeed a fellow who had consumed a dragon-type, mythical Zoan devil fruit. He switched to his half-dragon form, extended his right hand to smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth, ready to imitate Whitebeard's gesture of goodwill. Lei Luo, you're not bad. Come be my son. Lei Luo. Reylo was struck dumb by Kaido's words, feeling as if his ears were playing tricks on him. You want me to be your son? When did you, the bushy-browed Kaido, learn from Whitebeard? Kaido, are you in your right mind? Reylo dug at his ears, making a disgusted face. You want me, a Navy officer, to be the son of a pirate like you? What do you really lack, a son? Alright, it seems Kaido really does lack a son. Unlike Big Mom, who had a multitude of descendants, Kaido only had one daughter named Yamato. Not only did she wear a mask and insisted on being called young master, but she was also an unwavering fan of Kazuki Oden. This was also a pain that Kaido could never erase from his heart. His little cotton-padded jacket of a daughter wanted to learn from Kazuki Oden, who could hold it together in such a situation. That Kazuki Oden had danced naked on the streets of Reynaud for 5 years, and she idolized such an idiot. Just thinking about it made Kaido feel his blood pressure rising, his temples thumping. Reylo realized he had poked at Kaido's sore spot and began to scrutinize him closely. Sure enough, Kaido's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. You little brat, you're looking for death. Thunderbagwa. One sword style, ultimate yellow dragon. Facing Kaido, Reylo immediately unleashed his second stage Thunder Dragon form and followed it up with his ultimate move, Yellow Dragon. The golden yellow dragon phantom infused with powerful Conqueror's Haki charged Heaton at Kaido's canal. Caught off guard, Kaido was actually sent flying by the yellow dragon phantom formed from the blade's light, hurtling towards the outskirts of Water 7. Reylo swung the dragon slash, stepping on the wind, transforming into a half-dragon and following after. They could not engage in battle here in Water 7, otherwise it would bring catastrophic damage to the city. Smoker ground his teeth as he watched Reylo disappear into the distance, turning to the messenger and saying, quickly contact Admiral Sengoku and inform him that the Yonko Kaido is attacking the Navy base in Water 7. Request reinforcements. Understood. After making arrangements, Smoker added Tina, you stay at the base, and then he enveloped himself in white smoke and followed. Yuta had already followed after him. She needed to see for herself. Tina understands. Tina stopped Khalifa, who also wanted to go, saying, your strength is too weak right now. It's meaningless to follow. It's better to stay here and await reinforcements. But Khalifa shook her head, saying, I am here for Lord Reylo. Even if it's against a Yonko, I must follow in Lord Reylo's footsteps. Saying this, Khalifa pushed past Tina and rushed forward. Tina watched Khalifa's receding figure, her fists clenched. Damn it, one after another they're all leaving everything to Tina. Tina wants to go too. Though Tina was furious, she swiftly found a Den Mushi and called the Navy headquarters. What? Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable even through the Den Mushi. That bastard Kaido actually dared to strike at Reylo. What does he think we Oldemers are? Tina had explained clearly that Kaido had come to recruit Reylo, but after being slightly provoked by Reylo, he resorted to fighting. Doesn't this mean Kaido doesn't take them Oldemers seriously at all? We're still alive and Kaido dares to come here, so brazenly. Oh, how terrifying. The Yonko Kaido actually struck at young Reylo. At this moment, Kizaru was sitting across from Sengoku, polishing his nails. Upon hearing this news, he put away his nail clipper, stood up, and put on his sunglasses. Admiral Sengoku, I will set off immediately. With that, Kizaru transformed into specks of golden light and gradually vanished from sight. Just before he completely disappeared, Sengoku said, I'll triple your overtime pay. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's eyes flickered and a smirk appeared on his lips before he completely vanished. Watching Kizaru depart, Sengoku wasted no time and took out another Den Mushi. Hello, Akiji. Kaido has made a move against your junior, yes, right in Water 7. Kizaru has already rushed over. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island outside Water 7, Kaido, having reverted to his original form, looked down at the wound on his chest. This was from the yellow dragon cut by Reylo earlier. Even though he had his Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki protecting him, he still received a nasty gash and blood was currently dripping from the wound. It hurts, it really hurts, this feeling of being injured. Kaido roared, then burst into laughter. But it's also good. Woohoo Reylo, you little brat, come and have a good fight with me, and then join my beast pirates. Opposite him, Reylo's expression was somewhat grim. I've already said I'm part of the Navy. There's no way I'm joining your damned beast pirates. His strongest / only managed to cut Kaido. The strongest creature in the world was indeed not overrated. It seemed he could not hold back today. Woohoo Reylo, what you say doesn't count. Once I knock you down, I'll naturally take you back. Thunderbugwa. Kaido raised his kanabo, and terrifying black-red lightning exploded around him. One sword-style thunder dragon. With a single slash, the golden-red electric domain collided with Kaido's black-red lightning, creating a sphere that seemed to devour all light between the dragon's slash and the kanabo. The pressure from both their bodies soared to the sky as if they were about to tear the heavens apart. The quality of your haki is quite impressive, Reylo. Kaido grinned, exposing a menacing smile to Reylo. Be ready for the next strike. Saying this, Kaido actively withdrew his kanabo, allowing all of his conqueror's haki to attach to the weapon. Great divine might, Thunderbugwa. Reylo sheathed his dragon, his momentum receding, yet the deep purple lightning on his body grew ever more violent. One sword-style thunder slash. The collision between the two escalated further, and the aftershocks from their clash tore the sky apart, making it impossible for Yuta, Smoker, and Califa, who had just arrived, to enter the battlefield. Reylo. Yuta shouted loudly, her hands jumping with musical notes. If things progressed toward the worst possible outcome, she would spread her voice and sing the final 3 verses to summon the strongest Song King. Smoker pressed one hand against his forehead, resisting the overwhelming pressure peering through the gaps to observe the battlefield. Is this the battle between top-tier powerhouses? It's on a completely different level from before. Smoker felt bitter. If this kind of aftershock had occurred during the earlier battles with the Don Quixote family, it would likely have taken down all Don Quixote pirates except for Don Quixote da Flamingo. And this was merely the aftershock. As they observed, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the battlefield ahead. Then they saw Lei Luo's body hurled like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground, blasting a crater hundreds of meters in diameter. Not bad, Lei Luo, brat, you're quite something. Kaido's excitement grew more intense. He raised his club, pointing at Lei Luo in the crater. Stand up and fight me again. Cough, cough. Lei Luo coughed twice from within the crater, spat out a mouthful of blood, then stood up, shaking. As expected of an Emperor Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. He muttered softly, casually tearing off his shredded marine uniform and cape, revealing his muscular physique. His body was covered in wounds from the club, blood gushing out like water. But you've really pissed me off. Then starting from his legs, jet black armament haki layered over Lei Luo's entire body, like a suit of dark armor, finally spreading mysterious golden patterns from his brow down to his upper body before stopping. His cheeks, arms, and chest were all covered by these golden patterns, adding a mysterious and profound aura to Lei Luo. Next, the deep purple lightning on his body compressed further, becoming denser, and coursed more wildly over. The lightning slowly turned black and white. Combined with Lei Luo's gold-red conqueror's haki, the 3 colors, black, white, and gold, alternately coiled around his body. 3 stages of Thunder Dragon body activate. Kaido stood still, excitement in his eyes nearly reaching madness. He never imagined that this brat Lei Luo could give him such a huge surprise. Lei Luo raised his hand, using the power of wind to send Longzhan into the air, then twisted his neck left and right, clenching his fists. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from Lei Luo, mixed with Conqueror's haki, making even Yuta and the other 2 watching from afar feel as if they could barely breathe. Kaido. Lei Luo bent his legs slightly, assuming a starting stance, and said softly, "Why don't you take a punch from me?" Phantom Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon God. Powerful lightning burst forth. Lei Luo stomped down, cracking the earth into pieces. The soil instantly turned almost to dust. Lei Luo's figure flickered. Kaido felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed before his eyes, and Lei Luo vanished. Nanny! Kaido was truly surprised this time. This brat Lei Luo was so fast that even his observation haki couldn't catch him. The next moment, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, accompanied by a strong numbing sensation. When did? Kaido only had time to glance down, seeing Lei Luo's bloodstained, yet strikingly calm face, before his entire body uncontrollably flew backward. Pwah! Kaido violently spat blood, his body flying uncontrollably. The surrounding scenery receded rapidly. Finally, he landed in the same pose as Lei Luo, blasting a crater hundreds of meters in diameter, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lei Luo transformed into a bolt of lightning on the spot, and continued charging toward Kaido in the crater. Phantom Beast Fist, Flaming Dragon Flame. A scorching pillar of flame shot from Lei Luo's fist toward the crater, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding air across a wide area. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Lei Luo's flaming dragon flame turned the crater and surrounding earth into an endless inferno, incinerating everything in sight. Yet under this terrifying hellish heat, a tall figure emerged step by step. It was Kaido. Kaido had also transformed into a half-dragon humanoid, his pitch-black armament, haki, gleaming darkly, though traces of burns were visible. It seemed that Lei Luo's attack had indeed inflicted considerable damage. Kaido held his club with one hand and bared a savage grin at Lei Luo. Impressive power, Lei Luo brat. I've changed my mind. Kaido slung his club over his shoulder. After I knock you out and take you back, I'll not only make you join my pirate crew, but also make you my son-in-law. A fine young man like you deserves my daughter. It was time to let Yamato see what a real man was like. This Lei Luo brat was truly impressive. Compared to him, that Kazuki Oden is trash. Before Lei Luo could say anything, Yuta, who was watching from afar, couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up without a word and was about to begin chanting the 3-section song to summon the Sing demon. Damn Kaido, he still wants to take Lei Luo back as his son-in-law. She was determined to put pressure on Kaido today. But as soon as Yuta opened her mouth, Califa quickly covered it. She whispered in Yuta's ear, Lady Yuta, calm down. This is Lord Lei Luo's battle. It's best not to interfere until it's over. Besides, Lord Lei Luo definitely won't go back with Kaido. Sure enough, Lei Luo's voice came through the next moment. Don't joke around, Kaido. Lei Luo resumed his starting stance, the black, white, and gold lightning erupting again. I'm not going back with you. I am a marine and you are a pirate. We are destined to be enemies. That's why I said I'll knock you out and take you back. Kaido swung his club with both hands, leaping into the air. 3 realms fall, leading to Naraka. In an instant, black-red lightning overwhelmed Lei Luo's 3-colored lightning. Extremely dense Conqueror's haki coiled around Kaido's club as it came crashing down on Lei Luo's head. Phantom Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon God. Gritting his teeth against the pain throughout his body, Lei Luo gathered lightning in his right fist and met Kaido's club Hiden. Yuta and the others felt as if all the luster had been drained from the world. Sound vanished, colors faded, and all they could see were the surging lightning and the club. Boom. The already battered island finally disintegrated under such immense pressure, breaking into numerous small clumps of earth stubbornly drifting on the sea. The club's momentum further crushed Lei Luo's fist, pain flashing in his eyes. Without a doubt, that arm was already broken, perhaps even shattered into several pieces. The gap between him and an emperor was ultimately too vast. Once Kaido got serious, he could only take the beating. Moreover, Kaido was in his prime with unparalleled strength. However, Kaido, I have more than one fist. Lei Luo grinned at Kaido, and his left hand suddenly erupted with a ball of scorching flame. Phantom Beast Fist, Blazing Dragon God. He threw a punch, and a flaming dragon composed entirely of fire roared toward Kaido, the terrifying impact sending him flying into the air. Lei Luo followed, closely grabbing Kaido's horns and hurling him downward with force. Seafloor drop. Then Lei Luo reached out, and Longzhan flew into his hand. One sword style thunder slash. A brilliant blade light shot straight toward Kaido. If you think such a petty trick can work on me. Kaido's face twisted into a grimace as several streaks of flame clouds materialized out of thin air, catching him and greatly cushioning the impact he received. Then Kaido reversed his grip on his spiked club, dense Conqueror's haki enveloping it, making the head of the club appear noticeably larger. Jun Tuli Long Sheng Jun. The spiked club precisely blocked Lei Luo's dragon slash, then vanished in the next instant and reappeared against Lei Luo's chest. Jun Tuli Long Sheng Jun is Kaido's high-speed attack technique, using the spiked club wrapped in Conqueror's haki to deliver rapid consecutive strikes best suited for dealing with fast opponents like Lei Luo. Once he caught an opportunity, what followed would be Kaido's storm-like assault. With a swing of the club, Lei Luo's chest took a heavy blow, spurting another mouthful of blood. Then Kaido grabbed his arm and delivered another strike to his abdomen, sending Lei Luo flying high into the air from the club's impact. Phew! At this point, Lei Luo had become a bloody mess, blood gushing out, as if free, all ribs, fractured limbs, broken, his body covered with dense wounds, and his consciousness nearly fading. But in the next moment, the black, white, and gold lightning on Lei Luo's body further condensed. Yuta in the distance sharply narrowed her eyes. Lei Luo is forcibly squeezing out the last dregs of his strength. We have to go save him. Smoker gripped his jit. Yeah, I can see that. Even though we're weak, we must save Lei Luo, even if it costs us our lives. Califa remained silent, transforming into her beastman form, her sharp eyes fixed on Lei Luo's body as she calculated in her mind where to initiate the rescue. At this moment, the black, white, and gold lightning on Lei Luo had completely vanished, replaced by a far more violent, profoundly deep dark gold color. Lei Luo clenched his right fist, gathering all the dark gold lightning into it. Mythical Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon God. His voice resounded across the sky as he dove down, carrying dark gold lightning that could cloak the heavens. Kaido held his spiked club, his expression grave, devoid of his earlier levity. This punch from Lei Luo was genuinely capable of threatening him. Jiang San Shireen Nail Yuo. The spiked club imbued with thick haki was swung upward from below, toward Lei Luo's fist. Fist and club collided again, the terrifying aftermath pulverizing the already fragmented island into fine dust. Now's the time. Let's save Lei Luo. Smoker gritted his teeth, gripping his jit as he charged toward the center of the battlefield, but after just a few steps the wind pressure from the aftermath blew him back. Damn it. Smoker got up again and charged forward, disregarding the dense wounds covering his body. Khalifa turned and pushed him from behind. Yuta was already chanting the three-stage song, countless notes flying out slowly, outlining a massive object in the sky. The three were each using their own methods to try to rescue Lei Luo. The next moment a voice rang out in their ears. Ba Chi Cheong Go Yu. A golden light abruptly burst into this world composed of black-red and dark gold lightning, then transformed into a tall figure wearing a yellow striped suit. Kizaru. Smoker looked up, his mouth agape, then nearly jumped with excitement. It's Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru is here. Intense golden light gathered at Kizaru's finger, then transformed into countless golden specks, all shooting toward Kaido. Boom, boom, boom. The golden specks exploded against Kaido's body, not a single one missing. Stung by the pain, Kaido loosened his grip on his club. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru flickered with incredible speed and directly snatched Lei Luo out. Kizaru, Admiral. Lei Luo's voice was faint, almost inaudible. He was severely injured and on the verge of passing out. Don't worry, young Lei Luo. I can take it from here. Kizaru's voice was as nonchalant as ever, but Lei Luo felt there was no sweeter sound in the world at that moment. Oh no, wait. Yuta's singing was even better than Kizaru's voice. His hold on Yuta was singing. Lei Luo, who was about to faint, forcefully lifted his head and looked toward Yuta. Sure enough, the outline of the song Great Demon King was almost fully formed. Given Yuta's current physique and her mastery of the fruit, unleashing that thing would be extremely taxing. So Lei Luo somehow mustered a shred of strength and shouted at Yuta. Yuta, don't let it out. I'm fine. Hearing this, Yuta sharply turned her gaze. When she saw Lei Luo and Kizaru, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and ceased the three-stage song. Seeing this, Lei Luo smiled at Yuta, revealing blood-stained white teeth. Then he raised his middle finger at Kaido. Kaido, just wait. In a few years I'll personally come and take your head. After dropping that threat, Lei Luo's head lolled to the side, and he passed out. Young Lei Luo really is a monster to have fought Kaido to such a degree. Kizaru transformed into golden light and placed Lei Luo in front of Yuta. Don't worry, Yuta. I've checked him. Though he's badly injured, there's no serious danger to his life. Yuta nodded and rested Lei Luo's head on her lap. Seeing this, Kizaru gave an almost imperceptible smile, then turned to face Kaido. Yo, Kaido-san, care to have a go with me? Kaido's expression was now extremely grim. With Kizaru here, there was no way he could take Lei Luo away anymore. Damn it. He just wanted to find a good husband for his precious daughter, but after all this effort, he still hadn't succeeded. How infuriating. Aro, that's enough for today, little Lei Luo. I'm not giving up on you. We'll meet again. With that, Kaido transformed into an azure dragon and flew directly into the clouds. Watching Kaido leave, Kizaru surveyed the island, now reduced to shattered fragments, his tone contemplative. How terrifying. Did the clash between young Lei Luo and Kaido really smash the entire island to pieces? Judging from the fragments, this island wasn't very large, incomparable with the big islands no more than the size of a town. Even so, such power was still terrifying. Kizaru could almost foresee that tomorrow's newspapers would once again stir up waves across the world. But none of that concerned him. Going out this time earned him triple overtime pay. Such overtime pay truly boosted his motivation. At this moment, some dark spots appeared in the sky, falling rapidly. These are... Kizaru looked up at the dark specks in the sky. They must be some items Lei Luo normally sends up into the sky. Now that Lei Luo is unconscious and the fruit's power has worn off, their falling. Yuta reached out and patted Khalifa. Khalifa, collect those items and give them to Lei Luo when he wakes up. Yes, Lady Yuta. Kizaru brought Yuta and the others back to the marine base at Water 7 and immediately began treating Reynaud. However, Kaido was not so quick to return to Reynaud. After such a fierce battle, Kaido felt his stamina greatly depleted, his stomach growled, so he found a nearby island and intended to land for supplies. Just as Kaido in his azure dragon form was about to land on the island, a glint of ice crystals caught his eye. Ice block pheasant beak. A massive ice bird charged forth, directly striking Kaido, who was still in the air, sending him crashing to the ground. At the same time, a figure wearing an eye mask on his forehead slowly walked out. Alala, Kaido, attacking my junior brother Reynaud so openly. As a senior brother, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Aro Akiji, you've come to avenge that brat Reynaud. In game. Although Kaido felt annoyed, he wasn't about to be scared off by Aro Akiji, you've come to avenge that brat Reynaud. In-game, although Kaido felt annoyed, he wasn't about to be scared off by Aokiji alone. Thunderbogwat. Ice Block, Two-Pronged Spear. The club and ice spear collided, sending a shower of fragments scattering over the nearby mountains. The battle between a Marine Admiral and an Emperor of the Sea erupted at this moment. New World Moby Dick. That Rello actually fought to such an extent with the Yonko Kaido. Marco with his pineapple hair gripped the newspaper, his eyes nearly popping out. Oyaji, there's huge news. Marco casually tossed a few berries to the newsbird, then brandished the newspaper and strode up to Whitebeard. That Marine supernova monster, he actually clashed with Yonko Kaido. Not only that, but Marine Admiral Kazuru appeared, and even Kazan intercepted Kaido on his way back, fighting him to a draw according to the news. Hearing this, Whitebeard set down his sake bowl and took the newspaper to examine it carefully. In the photo, both Rello and Kaido had ferocious expressions, with black-red lightning and dark-gold lightning clashing against each other. Although Rello was bleeding profusely, while Kaido only had a few cuts, the fact that Kaido was forced to use his half-dragon form already spoke volumes. The second picture showed Aokiji and Kaido fighting on a small island, with black-red lightning clashing against boundless ice crystals. Judging by the craters around, that battle must have been equally intense. This Marine brat's power has grown so fast. Gura la la la, Kaido brat is pathetic, actually fighting to this extent with a Marine brat. Whitebeard put the newspaper aside, grinning. It seems the seas ahead will not be calm. New World Tato. Mama, how pathetic, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin looked at the photo, a strange glint in her eyes. And this Rello brat. Mama, Kukuri sat in a lower seat, arms crossed, the lower half of his face hidden in his scarf. That Bordeaux Rello, how should we deal with him? Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment, then spoke. Send a few photos of your pretty younger sisters to Water 7. As long as Rello takes a liking, he can choose any of them, or even take all of them. Such an outstanding young man should be united with equally outstanding young people. Katakuri was silent for a moment, but still nodded. Understood, Mama. This young man was truly outstanding. If his sisters were to be with Rello, it wouldn't be a loss. Egghead Vegapunk's research lab. Ben Beckman looked at the newspaper in his hand, smoking in silence for a long while, then finally stood up, walked into a ward, and placed it in front of Shanks. That Bordeaux Rello's strength has grown again. I feel that in a few years he will truly step into the Admiral Emperor level. At this moment Shanks looked extremely weak, but upon seeing the newspaper, he mustered some spirit. Is that so? He really is a monster. What about Yuta? Is there any news of Yuta? All the guards near the lab and some Marines have mentioned her. Yuta has joined the Marines with Rello with the rank of captain. The atmosphere in the ward grew silent. Shanks opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and finally could only smile wryly. I see. As long as Yuta is fine. Seeing this, Ben Beckman put away the newspaper. All right, your surgery has just finished. Get some rest. We're waiting for you to lead us back to sea. I know. You're so naggy. Shanks turned his head and smiled. Meanwhile, at his right arm, a pale, slender, seemingly untrained arm had appeared. This was a cloned arm that Shanks had obtained from Vegapunk using his celestial dragon identity. From now on, Shanks would have to fight with this arm. As for his left arm, it had been severed along with the shallow sea pact long before. At the same time, Shanks had no intention of restoring it in the same way. He kept the missing left arm as a reminder of the consequences of being outmatched in strength. Rello remained unconscious for a full week. A week later, he finally woke up gently from his hospital bed. Opening his eyes, he saw the old man Garp sitting nearby, munching on a bag of senbei. On the other side, Yuta was sleeping by the bedside. From her complexion, she hadn't rested well in the past few days. Further away, Khalifa was handling commercial affairs in Water 7. Oh, Rello boy, you're awake. The first to notice Rello's awakening was Garp, whose loud laugh woke up Yuta as well. Rello, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Yuta's face lit up with joy as she quickly helped Rello sit up. Khalifa, upon hearing Garp's voice, immediately got up to fetch a doctor. Ah, thank you, Yuta. I feel fine now. I think I can leave the hospital after eating some meat. Rello patted Yuta's head and smiled. Teacher Garp, why are you here too? Brat, I'm here specially to protect you. They'll leave once you're well. I'm a busy man. Garp picked his nose. He had originally wanted to go straight to Reynaud and give Kaido a good beating, but he received word from Sengoku that Kazan had already dealt with Kaido, so he was ordered to come to Water 7 to protect the unconscious Rello. Thus he had to let Kaido off for now and come act as a temporary bodyguard for Rello. Rello chuckled. Old man Garp was just like old man Zephyr, never willing to say what they really meant. If you're worried, just say so. At this moment, the system panel unfolded before him again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for engaging in a fierce battle with Yonko Kaido and successfully inflicting effective damage on Kaido. Reward, 30 million berries, a 3-color hockey training insight Kaido, and the animal type Dragon Fruit, ancient model Quetzalcoatl form. An ancient Zoan type. A fine treasure indeed. As everyone knows, the most precious Zoan devil fruits are the mythical Zoans, followed by the ancient Zoans. Ancient Zoan devil fruits possess effects far surpassing ordinary Zoan fruits, offering more comprehensive stat boosts, and often granting unexpected abilities to their users. This Quetzalcoatlus ancient Zoan without a doubt enhances stats across the board, while bestowing a powerful and sustained flight capability. A very commendable devil fruit. Among the remaining rewards, the berry is somewhat scant, but given the outcome of his battle with Kaido, it is only expected. As for Kaido's enlightenment on the 3 types of haki, it can only serve as a reference. Garp's cultivation insights are far superior. After an examination, the doctor confirmed that his body was no longer in peril, requiring only rest and recuperation. Hearing this, Garp immediately rose to his feet. In that case, it is time for me to take my leave. That young rascal Rayleigh can use life return. He'll restore his body after a good feast. No need for me to... so soon. Can't you stay a few more days, Master Garp? Garp waved his hand. I'm a busy man, unlike you, who can sleep an entire week away. Rayleigh shot him a deadpan glare. That remark was absurd. He had clearly been unconscious for a week. But since the old codger insisted on leaving, further persuasion was futile. Rayleigh stood up to see Garp off, but the old man firmly pushed him back onto the bed. You're still recovering? No need to see me off. I'm not some decrepit old man on the verge of death. Garp's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He stood at the doorway, gazing at Rayleigh for a moment, then turned his coat of justice flaring, leaving Rayleigh with only a retreating silhouette. I'm off. 2 days passed, and Rayleigh was discharged from the hospital under the astonished gaze of the doctor. His first act upon leaving was to thrash Smoker in the training grounds. You bastard, Rayleigh. Smoker lay on the ground, pounding his fists in a fit of impotent rage. Damn it, why did this jerk have to come after him the moment he left the hospital? Across from him, Rayleigh stretched his limbs, feeling a surge of refreshment. I haven't moved in over a week. I felt like I was rusting. Lucky I've got a punching bag like you to warm up. Smoker. So all my efforts to get stronger are just to make me a better punching bag. Tina chuckled beside him, covering her mouth, only to have Rayleigh flick her clean forehead. Oh, Rayleigh, you hit Tina too. Tina glared at Rayleigh, but he remained unperturbed, even cheerfully asking if Tina would like to join his training program. One that guarantees a power boost. Look at Smoker. His strength has skyrocketed under my tutelage. Tina fell silent, merely handing over a few photographs. Tato Land contacted us a few days ago and sent these photos. Rayleigh frowned. Tato Land. What does Big Mom want now? He took the photos only to find they depicted several of Big Mom's daughters, Smoothie, Galette, Castor, and even the now little girls Pudding and Flamp. Rayleigh immediately recoiled in surprise. What did Tato Land mean by sending such pictures? Tina's voice reached his ears. Kakuri of Tato Land said that Emperor Big Mom intends to betroth these daughters to you. You may choose one, or even take all of them if you wish. Has Charlotte Linlin lost her mind? Is she so eager to give away her daughters? Rayleigh shrugged, tossing the photos aside. Ignore it or pretend we never received them. These pirates, every single one of them, is mentally unstable. Kaido wanted him as a son-in-law, and threw a tantrum when refused, and now Big Mom is rushing to offer her daughters. What next? Will Whitebeard come looking for him to be his son? Rayleigh shook his head, then draped his coat of justice over his shoulders. I'm heading to the Florian Triangle. You two continue training and recruitment, as usual. If you're ever uncertain about something, consult Yuta. If Yuta can't decide, contact me. Tina looked surprised. You've only just recovered. Are you going out again so soon? I'm not strong enough yet. I need to acquire another renowned blade. Rayleigh shrugged. His battle with Kaido had solidified his resolve to pursue dual swordsmanship. He had been able to block Kaido's Kanaba with one fist and send Kaido flying with another. Using a blade would only be more convenient. He had once thought himself quite formidable, but Kaido Sensei's few strikes had shattered his arrogance. The saying those beneath the emperors are mere fodder was no empty boast. Yet it wasn't entirely detrimental. Locking horns with a top-tier powerhouse like Kaido enhanced Rayleigh's understanding of haki, even granting a subtle improvement to his physique after recovery. Kaido Sensei, well-deserved reputation. Very well. Return soon and be careful on your way. Rayleigh waved a hand behind his back to Tina, then transformed into a golden dragon and soared skyward after leaving the training grounds. A day later, Rayleigh rode the wind midair, gazing down at the thriller bark below, a cigar dangling from his lips. Whoa, this ship is enormous, practically an island. Or rather, it was an island merely remodeled by Moria into the thriller bark. Rayleigh stood with hands in his pockets, cigar in mouth, his coat of justice flapping noisily behind him. Then an extremely domineering flash of gold-red lightning erupted from Rayleigh, shooting straight toward the thriller. The terrifying pressure blanketed the entire thriller bark. Rayleigh's observation haki expanded, locking onto Moria, who was deep within the island's palace. Moria, get out here. Rayleigh's booming voice echoed throughout the thriller bark. Moments later, Moria's somewhat shrill voice replied. Kishishishi uninvited guests are not good manners. Rear Admiral Rayleigh. Moria's figure emerged from the shadows, followed by a little girl in Gothic attire, holding an umbrella. That must be Perona. Had it been any other Marine, Moria would have attacked without hesitation to demonstrate the authority of a warlord. But with Rear Admiral Rayleigh the situation was different. Simply put, a week ago Moria had read in the newspaper about Rayleigh's solo confrontation with Kaido. Although Rear Admiral Rayleigh failed to slay Kaido, it mattered not. Rayleigh was still young, and given a few years Kaido would surely be no match for him. Anyone who opposes Kaido is a friend of mine. Having been bestowed the name Kazuki in Wano, Moria naturally felt grateful to Rayleigh. Thus, even though Rayleigh had just used his conqueror's haki to blanket the entire island, causing a vast number of his zombies to collapse, Moria didn't grow particularly angry. In fact, he thought it was only natural for a powerful figure to unleash a couple of pounds of conqueror's haki upon their entrance. It was already quite courteous of him not to greet with a single conqueror's infused strike. Rayleigh studied Moria. Though he was beginning to show signs of lateral expansion, his physique remained robust, far from the bloated image he would project years later. Let's talk. I've come to request a renowned blade. The corpse of Ryuma, the dragon-slaying samurai of Wano, is here with you. The black sword Shusui in his hand. I want it. Ryuma's zombie and Shusui. Regardless of what Moria thought, his purpose was simple. Shusui. At that, Moria's pupils contracted. How does Lieutenant General Rayleigh know that Ryuma's corpse? This information should have been known only to his own people. How did Rayleigh learn of it? Could it be that there is a spy within the thriller bark for the Marines? Moria's mind raced, but his expression remained jovial. He simply raised his right hand, and a zombie with a bandaged head emerged from thriller bark holding a sword, none other than Shusui. Since Lieutenant General Rayleigh needs it, then this national treasure of Wano, the black blade Shusui, is yours. It was merely a renowned sword, and Moria himself had no use for it. Giving it away cost him nothing. Even if it were Wano's national treasure, so what? The man before him had made Kaido spit blood. What harm was there in giving him a sword? To reiterate, as long as you fight Kaido, we are friends. Rayleigh looked at the Shusui now in his possession, glancing at Moria with slight surprise. Given so readily, he had expected to engage in a friendly spar before Moria would voluntarily hand over Shusui. Slowly drawing Shusui, the entirely jet-black blade exuded a chilling aura. The fine dense ripples on its surface felt exquisite to the touch. Shusui was slightly smaller overall than Ryuka, but it sufficed for left-hand use, especially when wielded in a reverse grip. Unexpectedly fitting. Rayleigh concentrated, and a gold-crimson conqueror's haki enveloped the blade. Holding it in a reverse grip, a stream of water materialized along the edge. Then he slashed toward the sea. In an instant, a massive water spout rapidly formed and surged toward thriller bark. Rayleigh's face lit up with delight, truly worthy of being a black blade. In every aspect it is a match for Ryuka. Once he also tempered Ryuka into a black blade, his swordsmanship's lethality would reach even greater heights. While Rayleigh admired Shusui, Moria found himself sweating a little. This water spout contained conqueror's haki. He had no way to deal with it. Lieutenant General Rayleigh. Perhaps we should first handle that water spout. Moria forced a smile. He suspected that Rayleigh might be deliberately testing him. If it were a few years ago, he wouldn't have been caught so off guard. But ever since his escape from Wano, his spirit and drive had dissipated, his strength had plummeted, and even his physique had begun to deteriorate. From being able to exchange blows with a younger Kaido for 3 days and nights to now lacking confidence in even a single attack infused with Conqueror's haki. It was a stark illustration of how severely his power had waned. Rayleigh cast a glance at Moria. With a casual flick of his right hand, the colossal water spout dissolved instantly, returning to the sea. He hung Shusui at his waist alongside Ryuka. For the sake of this, Shusui, I'll give you a piece of advice, Moonlight Moria. No, I should call you Kazuki Moria. Don't think that wielding powerful corpses can defeat Kaido. That is useless against him. What matters most is your own strength and spirit. In your current state, you couldn't even withstand a single blow from Kaido. Having said that, Rayleigh transformed into a golden dragon and departed from Thriller Bark, leaving Moria standing there stunned. After a long moment, Moria turned to the young girl Perona. Did he just call me Kazuki Moria? Perona nodded. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, Moria let out a long sigh. It seems Lieutenant General Rayleigh knows a great deal. He looked back at the stationary zombie of the dragon-slaying samurai Ryuma, recalling Rayleigh's parting words, and clenched his fists. Lieutenant General Rayleigh is right. No matter how powerful the corpses, they cannot defeat Kaido. Ultimately, it comes down to one's own strength. Perona, starting today, I will resume training. And when I am strong enough, I will return to Wano and take down Kaido. Perona raised both hands in celebration. All right, take down Kaido. Let's not waste time. First, let's find a chef to cook for us. Captain, why do we need a chef first? Fool. We need to eat before we have the energy to train. Oh. West, blue, the land of flowers. A young woman wearing a cowboy hat with a slender figure and an exposed waist appearing quite youthful arrived here. Her name was Robin. Nico Robin, survivor of O'Hara, known as the Devil Child, user of the Hana no Mi, with a bounty of 79 million berries. Robin, the land of flowers. I've heard the atmosphere here is pleasant. Perhaps I can live safely for a while, Robin thought uncertainly. Since the O'Hara incident, she had drifted from place to place, joining various organizations, pirate crews, private forces, and even official kingdoms. But once her bounty and background were revealed, these groups, without exception, chose betrayal, either abandoning her or preparing to hand her over for the reward. Left with no choice, Robin finally decided to survive alone. Now she had come to the land of flowers, hoping to live stably for a time. Robin walked along the streets, her gaze sweeping over the shops on both sides as she searched for a place that might take her on as a worker. Suddenly her steps faltered. She sighed inwardly, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, Robin turned into a small alley. Shortly after, 3 thug-like figures appeared there. This should be the place, right? Absolutely. I saw her walk in here with my own eyes. It's a dead end, she can't. Perfect. That's the Devil Child, worth a whopping 79 million berries. If we capture her and hand her over to the Marines, the 3 of us will never have to worry about food or clothing again. The 3 rushed in eagerly, but what greeted them was Robin, arms crossed, expression calm. 6 sliced 2 arms sprouted from each of the 3 men, grabbed their necks, and with a crack. Minutes later, having cleaned the scene, Robin walked out of the alley, only to find a familiar figure ahead. Instantly, Robin's composure vanished. She even took a few steps back, her teeth clenched. Akiji. It's me. You don't seem to be doing well. Shinji, clad in a gray coat, stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at Robin before him. Are you here to take me back to the Navy? Cold sweat trickled down Robin's forehead. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Shinji was someone she could never defeat. Ever since she left O'Hara at the age of 8, she had been wandering from place to place. Now at 19, was she ultimately unable to escape the fate of being arrested? At that moment, Shinji spoke. It's true that I'm going to take you back to the Navy, but not to Marineford, nor to the... Huh? Robin was stunned. Not those 2 places. Could Shinji have other intentions? Shinji shook his head. Don't overthink it. I'm just taking you to my junior brother's territory. Follow me. With that, Shinji turned and walked away. Robin pondered for a moment before gritting her teeth and fought. If Shinji wanted to, even if she turned and ran, she couldn't escape his grasp. So it was better to follow and see what he truly intended. Thus, 5 days later, Shinji led Robin into the Navy base of Chishui City. Senior brother Kazan. At that moment, Lei Luo was practicing his dual sword style. Seeing Kingsley's arrival, he immediately stopped training, sheathed Longzhan and Shoshui, and hung them on the wall. Robin, following behind, Shinji scrutinized Lei Luo. His face was youthful, presumably younger than herself, but he was tall and robust. So this was Kingsley's junior brother. Disturbing you again, junior brother Lei Luo. Kazan spoke with a warm smile on his face. Not at all. I haven't even thanked you for helping me take revenge on Kaido last time. Lei Luo smiled, then looked behind Kazan, a strange light flashing in his eyes. This is the demon child Nico Robin. Yes, she's the last survivor I deliberately let go from O'Hara back. Kazan's tone was reflective. Back then I was confused about justice, so I thought I'd seek answers from Robin. But now I no longer need that, and Robin can't be left without care, so I thought of you, junior brother. Now Chishui City is your territory, junior brother. Shall be absolutely safe here. Lei Luo was surprised. Senior brother Kazan actually wanted to entrust Robin to his care. Wasn't this like delivering meat to the tiger's mouth? But since it was his senior brother's goodwill, how could he refuse? Senior brother was truly a kind-hearted man. Thus Lei Luo decisively agreed. Is that all? No problem. They'll have Yuta make the arrangements later. At this moment, Robin spoke up weakly. She had just recalled who this person was. A Navy supernova possessing conqueror's haki, having eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit, a super monster capable of matching the 4 emperors without losing ground. The Golden Dragon, Lei Luo. Golden Dragon was the common moniker for Lei Luo on the seas, just like Qingji and Akainu. Later, when Lei Luo was promoted to Admiral, others would address him as Admiral Golden Dragon. Robin's voice was very soft, filled with unease. I heard that Chishui City cooperates with the world government, and nearby is the judicial island. She wanted to say she didn't want to stay here, it was too dangerous. Seeing this, Lei Luo let out a light laugh. Don't worry. Now the entire Chishui City is under my control. As long as you're here, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. The Navy side went without saying. And ever since he had Khalifa send a thank you letter to the 5 elders last time, his face seemed to carry some weight with them. It was like the pursued goddess finally granting a simp the right to pay for her. Though the analogy was not quite appropriate, that was how Lei Luo felt. The 5 elders had essentially tacitly approved his monopoly over Chishui City, and they hadn't even sent a new world government official to replace the one killed by Smoker. A mere demon child who could read the poneglyphs. As long as it wasn't publicized, it was no problem for Lei Luo. In fact, if O'Hara hadn't ignored the world government's warnings and insisted on deciphering the poneglyphs to reveal them to the world, it wouldn't have invited the buster call. The five elders would probably just think Lei Luo had been overcome by lust, taken a fancy to Robin's beauty, and claimed her for himself. Well, in truth, Lei Luo had indeed been a little bit lustful. Robin was the typical image of the older sister next door, one who after experiencing much would offer boundless tolerance to those she recognized, and follow them unwaveringly. Honestly, wasn't this older sister quite appealing? Moreover, Robin's wish was easy to fulfill. She just wanted to decipher the poneglyphs. He had one in his hand, a rubbing from the base of the golden bell in the Golden City. And if he remembered correctly, Charlotte Linlin also had 3. Given the attitude of the Big Mom pirates toward him, getting a rubbing from Whole Cake Island would be too simple. In summary, senior brother Kazan sending Robin over was a win-win-win decision. Robin got a safe place, senior brother Kazan could rest easy, and he had successfully acquired an older sister. A win. Well, then I'll leave Robin in your care, junior brother Lei Luo. A smile curled at the corner of Kazan's mouth as if he didn't think Robin was a lamb entering the tiger's den. Don't worry, senior brother Kazan. He'll take good care of Robin. Lei Luo patted his chest in assurance, then called for Yuta, gave her instructions, and sent off a puffed cheek Yuta along with Robin. Qingji said nothing, but his gaze lingered on Yuta and Robin's backs for a moment, then glanced at Khalifa, who was busy handling paperwork in the room, and finally shot Lei Luo a teasing look. Junior brother Lei Luo, quite the interest. Cough cough, it's nothing. Come senior brother Kazan, let me take you for another stroll around Chishui City. Let me tell you, the entertainment district we built in Chishui City has been preliminarily completed and is about to start a trial run. Let me take you, senior brother, to experience it first. With that, Lei Luo directly grabbed Qingji arm in arm and led him into Chishui City. Qingji didn't refuse. This place, Chishui City, was currently almost exactly what he envisioned an ideal town to be. It was good to explore more, to learn from junior brother Lei Luo's experience, and later see if it could be widely promoted within the Navy. At least the bases under his command, where rear admirals and vice admirals were stationed, should be promoted. On the other side, after Yuta had taken her around, Robin roughly understood the current situation of Chishui City. This was no city cooperating with the world government. It was clearly Lei Luo's personal kingdom. In this Water 7, Rear Admiral Lei Luo was the undisputed local emperor, merely lacking the title of a kingdom's monarch. After learning of these circumstances, Robin finally relaxed for the first time in ages. It was Akiji who had brought her here and handed her over to this Rear Admiral Lei Luo. Neither Akiji nor Lei Luo were people she had the power to resist. As the saying goes, if you cannot resist, you might as well enjoy it. Since she had already arrived in Water 7, she might as well settle down here obediently. If they truly had ulterior motives toward her, she would accept it. If not, then she might start to doubt her own charm and allure. With such thoughts in mind, Robin slept very peacefully. The next day, Akiji had already left the previous night, saying the service staff at the club were too enthusiastic, and he wasn't used to it, which made Lei Luo feel quite regretful. Then early in the morning, he went to find Robin. Robin gazed in silence at the standard Marine uniform laid before her, then looked at Lei Luo with disbelief. Do I have to join the Marines as well? Oh no. Lei Luo raised his hand, and an invisible thread of mental manipulation sank into Robin's body. I've only arranged a sinecure for you as an advisor at the Water 7 Marine Base. You don't need to do anything on a daily basis. This uniform is just a spare. Wear whatever you like. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She had truly thought Lei Luo was going to enlist her in the Marines. The demon child becoming a Marine would have been far too surreal. Now it seemed Rear Admiral Lei Luo's arrangement was quite suitable. Rear Admiral Lei Luo was truly a gentle and considerate man. This thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, and Robin couldn't help but cough dryly, her cheeks flushing slightly, even feeling a bit hot. Seeing this, Lei Luo chuckled softly and turned toward the training ground. A big sister like Robin was safer with a mental manipulation thread. Robin's sense of security was severely lacking. Without that insurance, she might run off one day. If such a prize slipped through his fingers, he would regret it so much he'd smash his head against a wall. Arriving at the training ground, Lei Luo beckoned Smoker and Tashiji. Smoker, Tashiji, I need to talk to you too. The two exchanged glances, stopped their training, and walked over to Lei Luo. What's up? Smoker skillfully pulled a cigar from Lei Luo's pocket, lit one for himself, and casually handed one to Tashiji as well. It's about our base's development plan, Lei Luo said, pulling out the ancient Zoan wind god pterosaur devil fruit and handing it to Smoker. This is an animal type ancient Zoan wine god pterosaur form devil fruit. I want you to continuously scout talented individuals in Water 7 to recruit into the Marines, then pick the best among them and give this fruit to that person. We need to start expanding the base's forces. No matter how you look at it, a base with fewer than 300 combat personnel is far too small. Smoker took a drag from his cigar. That matter, no problem. Leave it to me. Tashigi nodded beside him. Tashigi will handle the base's logistics and administrative affairs. Lei Luo smiled, reached out, took the cigar from Tashigi's mouth, lit it with a small flame, and put it back. If you need money, go directly to Khalifa. The entertainment and service industries in Water 7 are gradually opening for business, and soon our funds will be flowing in. Tashigi stroked the cigar, a gleam in her eyes. Tashigi understands. The next phase will be a period of rapid development for both the Marine base and Water 7. He'll leave the hard work to you two from now on. All for justice. Smoker and Tashigi grew serious. All for justice. Thus time slipped away like a fleeting white pony, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. 3 years later. Lei Luo. Yuta burst into Lei Luo's office excitedly. I heard a new restaurant opened in the south of the city. The food is supposed to be pretty good, and they even have candlelight dinner. Can we go try it tonight? Lei Luo sat in his chair, lifting his gaze from the newspaper to look at Yuta before him. 3 years had passed, and Yuta had gradually matured, losing her former naivety. She had developed in every way like a slender branch bearing abundant fruit. Lei Luo smiled. All right, it's been a while since I've strolled around the city anyway. It would be good to take a look. Yuta made an okay gesture. It settled then. He'll go find Khalifa and Robin and see if Tashigi has. With that, Yuta dashed out excitedly again, making Lei Luo shake his head with a smile. Speaking of which, maybe because Yuta had reached a certain age, she was much more lively than before. In Lei Luo's words, this was what a teenage girl should be like. The mature Yuta of the past was also good, but Lei Luo still hoped Yuta could relax and enjoy life. In Lei Luo's view, maturity, altruistic mindset, dedication. The younger and more mature a child is, the more heartbreaking it is. Seeing Yuta leave and confirming with observation hockey that she had truly gone, Lei Luo lowered his head, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his mouth, like he was up to something. Did you hear that? Yuta said she was going to find you too. After a moment, a rustling sound came from under the desk, and then Khalifa and Robin emerged from either side, their throats simultaneously moving with a subtle gulp. Robin poured herself a glass of water to soothe her sore throat, then leaned against Lei Luo's shoulder, smiling sweetly. Then Yuta might be disappointed. Neither of us is in our rooms. Khalifa adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, ran her hand over her thigh clad in flesh-colored stockings, and brought the other hand to her lips. But we're here with Lord Lei Luo. Even if Lady Yuta finds out, she probably wouldn't blame us. 3 years had passed, and both women had grown increasingly alluring, radiating a mature charm from. On each of their exposed slender waists was a golden red dragon-shaped mark, which Lei Luo had consciously manifested through his mental threads to signify their identity. Lei Luo pulled them both into his arms, one on each side. You two always using your age to tease, but Lei Luo had to admit Robin and Khalifa really knew how to play. Thanks to Khalifa's catgirl form and Robin's flower fruit, they came up with countless games. The feeling was simply too exhilarating. After a bit of fun, Robin and Khalifa got up and returned to their respective duties. Khalifa still managed commerce, while Robin added the title of Lei Luo's private secretary to her base advisor role. As for the secretary position, well, everyone knows what that implies. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's none. With base affairs all entrusted to Tashigi, the amount of official business on Lei Luo's plate was pitifully small. Over the 3 years, Water 7 had experienced remarkably rapid development across the board. Khalifa's commercial blueprint was gradually coming to fruition. Now the city's entertainment and tourism industries had flourished, making it a world-renowned resort and raking in an astronomical sum of berries. As for the Marine base, its growth was even more swift. Though the original base was spacious, it was essentially an empty shell with few personnel. However, during these 3 years, thanks to the sterling reputation Lei Luo had forged, young and able-bodied locals from Water 7 eagerly enlisted in the Marines. After rigorous selection by Smoker and Tina, the base's combat strength swelled to 5,000 troops. All had practical combat experience, and many were elite veterans proficient in both colors of hockey. Lei Luo never missed a chance to mock Smoker about this. How an outstanding graduate from the elite training camp lagged behind new recruits in mastering both colors of hockey, repeatedly calling him trash, until Smoker's face flushed with rage. Later, Smoker poured intense effort into physical techniques and constitution, successfully mastering life, returned thereby securing his position as Lei Luo's top male enforcer. By Lei Luo's estimation, Smoker ranked among the strongest vice admirals with the potential to contend for the position of admiral candidate. As for why the emphasis on top male enforcer, naturally it was because another new enforcer had emerged. Lane Sox, a young man Smoker handpicked from the combat troops, showed great potential and was Lei Luo's staunch. He appeared somewhat simple and honest with a rather naive disposition. According to Lane himself, 3 years ago he witnessed Lei Luo sever Kaido's horn with a single slash, was awestruck by his immense power and determination to protect civilians, and thus resolved to join the Marines out of admiration. Likewise, he had consumed the Zoan-type ancient Zoan Quetzalcoatlus fruit, boasting extraordinary physical prowess. He wielded the six powers with exceptional skill, and had even touched the threshold of life return. After undergoing Lei Luo's mental manipulation thread, he currently held the rank of commander in the base. As for Smoker and Tina, both had been promoted to Commodore. Khalifa had also risen to captain, while Yuta had attained the same rank as Lei Luo, Rear Admiral. Though Yuta was indifferent to such matters, as a disciple of Aunt Saru, Marine headquarters would never shortchange her. After driving a supernova pirate crew near Water 7 and having Yuta eliminate them, she was justifiably promoted to Rear Admiral. As for Lei Luo himself, he only lacked an opportunity to achieve a major feat. Once the merit was secured, his promotion to Vice Admiral would be a natural progression, and a direct leap to Admiral candidate was not beyond reach. Marine headquarters expected from him nothing less than a grand feat that would shake the world. In summary, the Water 7 Marine base now rivaled, and even surpassed, the established bases in the New World in every respect. Hum hum hum, a restaurant candlelight dinner. Yuta hummed a tune, hopping and skipping into another office. This was Tina's office with Smokers next door. She intended to first consult Tina about the best arrangements for the evening gathering. However, the moment she entered, Yuta sensed something amiss. Smoker was there too, clutching a den mushy, and from their grave expressions something momentous had occurred. "What's wrong?" Yuta asked, hands clasped behind her back. "We'll talk on the way. Something huge has happened." Smoker and Tina rose, and Tina grabbed Yuta's arm as they dashed toward Lei Luo's office. Soon the three arrived at Lei Luo's office. Yuta blinked in surprise. Robin and Khalifa were there too. Had they come after she left? Without wasting a moment, Smoker and Tina delivered the bombshell news. Lei Luo, the training ship, led by Instructor Zephyr, has been attacked by pirates. He's requesting reinforcements from nearby marine bases. At this, Lei Luo shot to his feet. Location, time of the attack, and the identity of the assailants. According to headquarters intelligence, an hour ago the training ship was ambushed near the Sabeti archipelago. The attackers are Edward Weevil, the so-called Whitebeard II, and his mother back in Gamamatsu. Admiral Kazaru is currently in the New World and cannot arrive in time. What's more, among the trainees on that ship, Smoker paused, are Luffy and his two brothers Nami Zoro and Kwa. The atmosphere in the office shifted instantly. An attack on Instructor Zephyr with the promising young talents Lei Luo had his eye on aboard. Were these pirates eager for death? Those trainees were the very foundation Lei Luo had already earmarked the future faction members prepared for him by Marine headquarters. Instructor Zephyr himself was also afflicted with an illness. If anything happened to them, Yuta was puzzled. Back in Gamamatsu, isn't that the famous queen of the Pleasure District? How does she have a son claiming to be Whitebeard II, and why attack a marine ship? Lei Luo waved dismissively. The queen of the Pleasure District is merely her clone, a replica. The real back in Gamamatsu is that old woman right there. As for this so-called Whitebeard II, it's hard to say whether he's truly Whitebeard's son, but regardless, cutting him down will suffice. Daring to attack Instructor Zephyr's training ship, you must be tired of living. Lei Luo fastened Dragon Slash and Autumn Water at his waist. Lane and I can fly. We'll provide support. You stay here and guard Water 7 against any sabotage. Understood. Lei Luo lightly tapped his feet, soared out of the office, and went straight to the training ground to grab Lane, who was in the middle of training. "Boss." Lane rubbed his head with a simple, honest grin. "Long story short, we're heading to the Sabeti archipelago for reinforcement. Transform into your Quetzalcoatlus form and follow me flying." "Okay." Then a glittering golden dragon and a massive Quetzalcoatlus rose into the sky, speeding toward the Sabeti archipelago. Meanwhile, in a remote sea area near Sabeti, a fierce battle was raging aboard a ship. Zephyr clutched his chest with one hand, his eyes locked onto the towering figure reminiscent of Whitebeard and the old woman perched on his shoulder. His chronic illness had flared up, leaving him exhausted and unable to move smoothly. The former Marine Admiral now found himself evenly matched against a small-time pirate, which filled him with both anxiety and rage. Around them lay several trainees from this year's elite training camp, with many more wounded and largely incapacitated. And in front of Zephyr stood several young figures whose faces still bore youth, but whose eyes blazed with unwavering determination. "Whitebeard too. Is that the Yonko Whitebeard?" Ace formed a palm with his left hand and a fist with his right, then struck them together. A blaze of fire erupted from his knuckles. "If so, we'll take you down first, then go after Whitebeard himself and carve our names into legend." Ace gazed at the flames in his hand, feeling an unprecedented surge of confidence. This was the ability he had gained a few days ago after eating a devil fruit on a deserted island. It was called the Mera Mera no Mi Logia type that granted him the immense power to control fire. Luffy nodded in agreement. "That's right. First we'll send this beard flying, then we'll take down the Yonko. Grandpa Zephyr, you take a rest and watch us beat up that beard and old hag over there." Beside Ace, Sabo holding a pipe sighed helplessly and pressed his forehead. Ace Luffy Whitebeard is a Yonko. We can't beat him right now. Huh. Is he stronger than Teacher Lei Luo? Luffy was shocked. He had seen the news of Teacher Lei Luo repelling the Yonko Kaido. That beard guy is a Yonko and Kaido is also a Yonko. By analogy, Teacher Lei Luo is stronger than that beard. The logic holds. Sabo scratched his head. I don't really know either. But Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world, so he must be pretty powerful, right? Back in G. Stussy listened to these three brats and felt her blood pressure skyrocketing. Just three snot-nosed kids. Even your Admiral Zephyr couldn't defeat my son. Do you three think you're worthy? At that moment, two figures wielding swords also stepped forward. What if we join in? Zoro tied a green bandana around his head, his gaze sharp. Slowly he drew the Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri from his waist, and finally placed a standard long sword in his mouth. Both Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri had been specially brought back from Low Town by Garp's orders after he heard the news, and given to Zoro, who wielded the three-sword style. Compared to Zoro, Kana appeared much calmer. She simply drew Wado Ikamanji and pointed its tip diagonally toward the deck. Kana turned back. Grandpa's Zephyr, the rest of the injured trainees have been moved to a safe place. Let Nami take care of you for a while. We'll take care of this beard right away. Zephyr was startled, then felt himself being helped up by a pair of slender arms. Turning his head, Grandpa Zephyr, hurry and hide with me, or you'll get hurt later. Nami peeked around cautiously, looking sneaky, but her grip was surprisingly strong, dragging Zephyr off balance. No. Zephyr gritted his teeth. As your grandfather, how can I let you face such extremely dangerous pirates? Their power is no joke. You go first, I'll hold them off. In Zephyr's eyes, these were still children. How could they confront such vicious pirates? If anything happened to them, how could he face Garp and Lei Luo? No matter what, he could lose his own life, but these few must not meet any harm here. Just two more brats. Weevil. At back in G. Stussy's harsh command, the Edward Weevil beneath her perked up instantly. Yes, Mom. Stussy took out a wanted poster of Whitebeard and handed it to Edward Weevil. Look at this. Edward Weevil's eyes widened. Mom, is this a mirror? No, this is Whitebeard's wanted poster with his photo on it. What, Mom? I thought it was a mirror. A smug look flashed across back in G. Stussy's face. You are Whitebeard's son, the son of the world's strongest man, possessing the strongest genes in the world. Now kill those brats. Yes, Mom. Edward Weevil, excitedly spurred by these words, immediately raised his Naginata, coating it with armament haki, and charged forward like a tank, swinging it down toward Ace's head. What a powerful physique. Shock flashed in Ace's eyes. This Whitebeard Jr. looked stupid, but his physical strength was extraordinary. But I'm not bad either. Fire Fist. Ace's right arm transformed into burning flames. He punched out, sending a massive pillar of fire straight toward the Naginata. Luffy and Sabo took this opportunity to charge at Edward Weevil from left and right. Finger gun bullet punch. Arm pipe barrage. Dark armament haki surged over both of them. Sabo even managed to coat his pipe with armament haki. Both attacks struck Edward Weevil's side simultaneously, but failed to budge him an inch. Nanny. Sabo pulled back his pipe and realized that the spot he had hit was already covered in armament haki. He never expected this big guy who looked so dumb to have such precise combat instincts. Yua, that hurts. Huh. Wait, it doesn't hurt. Edward Weevil was about to let out a habitual cry of pain, but then suddenly realized that the attacks of those two felt like tickling. So he used his Naginata to cleave through Ace's fire fist and swung the blade towards Sabo and Ace. Seeing that attack fail, the two brothers immediately retreated. Their physiques weren't strong enough to break Edward Weevil's defense, so they let someone who could break through do it. Three-sword style Onigiri. Zoro coated his three swords with dense armament haki, dashed forward rapidly, and blocked Edward Weevil's Naginata. Coming. Behind him, Kana moved nimbly, the Wado Ikamanji in her hand, now as black as ink. One-sword style Sakura song. With a single slash, it was as if cherry blossoms danced in the wind, but hidden within this beautiful scene was a thick aura of killing intent. His Naginata was blocked and could not be pulled back. Edward Weevil could only rely on armament haki for defense, watching helplessly as the blade cut into his chest. As cherry blossom petals fell, Kana sheathed Wado Ikamanji, and blood immediately spurted from Edward Weevil's chest. It hurts. It hurts so much. Mom, it hurts. The massive wound on his chest made Edward Weevil cry out. Back in G. Stussy watched, a cold smile curling on her lips. I didn't expect you brats to have some skills, but that's all you've got. Weevil, kill them. Yes, Mom. Edward Weevil's face turned extremely fierce. You've made me angry. With that, Edward Weevil's arm muscles bulged, and the armament haki coating his Naginata seemed to flow, releasing a powerful pressure. Zephyr's pupils contracted. No good, retreat quickly. You can't withstand that strike. The emission of armament haki impact combined with Edward Weevil's formidable physique. How could these kids withstand it? Not everyone was Lei Luo. Zephyr gritted his teeth and stepped forward. But at that moment, a golden-red flying slash came from a distance and precisely struck Edward Weevil's Naginata, the immense force causing him to stagger back several steps. Then Lei Luo's voice came from afar, Whitebeard Jr. Huh, you dare to lay a hand on Teacher Zephyr's training ship. You. Do you really want to die? As his words fell, powerful golden-red lightning instantly enveloped Edward Weevil and back in G. Stussy. Nanny. The Navy's support arrived so quickly. And is that Conqueror's Haki? Bajin Gamsataxi, an elderly woman and a researcher with mediocre combat abilities, was completely pinned down atop Edward Weibel by the sheer intensity of the Conqueror's Haki, unable to move. Impossible. Conqueror's Haki of this caliber. She had encountered many users of Conqueror's Haki, but one this powerful. She had only felt it from the Emperors of the Sea. As a first-hand witness of the Valley of the Gods, Bajin Gamsataxi thought she had seen all the extraordinary talents in the world, yet here she encountered someone even more formidable. Straining every muscle, she lifted her head with difficulty to gaze at the sky. There stood a young man with a Rear Admiral insignia on his shoulder, draped in a navy cloak, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and an expression of utter annoyance. His cloak of justice billowed loudly in the wind. Beside him stood a man nearly as tall as her Weibel, with a pair of wings sprouting from his back. Its teacher, Ace, was the first to cheer. Teacher Lei Luo is here. Sabo and Luffy turned, their faces lighting up with joy. Hearing this, the group relaxed and retreated to Zephy's side. Since Teacher Lei Luo had arrived, they no longer needed to continue the fight. Their earlier coordinated assault had indeed inflicted damage, but given their strength, surviving the subsequent strike had already been a struggle. The reason was simple. They were young and their physiques were not yet strong enough. At this moment, Zephy's words, "Physique is the foundation," became profoundly clear to them. Instructor Zephyr, are you hurt anywhere? Lei Luo descended to the deck, with Ryan examining Zephyr closely, even pulling up his shirt to check for wounds. Zephyr's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly insisted he was fine before Lei Luo stopped. His problem was in his lungs. He couldn't draw enough oxygen to sustain prolonged combat. Fortunately, Lei Luo had arrived in time, otherwise it could have been a disaster. Seeing the group across from them chatting so casually, Bajin Gamsataxi, despite being crushed by the pressure, felt a surge of anger rising within her. Her son Edward Weibel possessed a monstrous physique, yet even he did not have Conqueror's Haki. What right? So you're that golden dragon, Lei Luo. Even if you have Conqueror's Haki, so what? I've seen plenty of its users. You're not even a fraction of what they are. Weibel. Here, Mom. Edward Weibel forced himself to his feet despite the pressure, gripping his Naginata, his eyes red and fierce as he glared at the enemy. Kill them. Yes, Mom. Edward Weibel raised his Naginata, his armament Haki surging like flowing liquid, and charged at the group. Lei Luo glanced sideways at the charging Edward Weibel and clicked his tongue impatiently to Sich. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. His observation Haki briefly foresaw Edward Weibel's attack. It could only be said that while Edward was slow-witted, he indeed possessed the strength of a Shichibukai. But so what? With a flick of his left finger, the Dragon Slayer blade was drawn. A flash of gold-red lightning streaked by. The others only saw Lei Luo's figure blur, and in the next instant he appeared behind Edward Weibel. Edward Weibel, with his Naginata raised high, stood frozen, a look of terror on his face, as if he had seen something unimaginable. Lei Luo didn't even glance back. He sheathed the Dragon Slayer, lit a cigar, and exhaled a plume of smoke. The next moment, a massive gash appeared across Edward Weibel's chest, blood spurting several meters high. The wound was so deep it exposed bone. No, it had even severed the bone. With a single slash, Lei Luo had cut Edward Weibel in half. Weibel. Bajin Gamsataxi let out a piercing scream. He was her greatest asset, and he had been killed in one stroke. Don't worry. You're next. Lei Luo looked down at the elderly woman, noting that she was far less attractive than the Queen of Pleasure District. Indeed, women who never realized their dreams aged rapidly. Even Stussy now looked like this. And then there was Shaki, still youthful despite her age. Rayleigh was truly fortunate. After her scream, Bajin Gamsataxi also realized her situation was dire. You can't kill me. I'm Whitebeard's woman. If you kill me, he will avenge me. Ha, shut up, old hag. Lei Luo shook his head. A flash of his blade, and Stussy was sent to join her son. Wow, Luffy and the others gathered, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lei Luo. As expected of Teacher Lei Luo, he took down that pirate with one slash. Right. Teacher Lei Luo is so strong. Kuina and Zoro in particular recalled the slash Lei Luo had just executed and compared it to their own performance, realizing that his Haki coding seemed different from theirs. After a moment of thought, Kuina asked, Teacher Lei Luo, was that the Conqueror's Haki coding? They had learned in the training camp that besides the 3 stages of armament Haki, the rare Conqueror's Haki also had a coding technique. That slash had carried lightning and an overwhelming pressure, matching the description of Conqueror's Haki coding. Lei Luo ruffled Kuina's hair. Yes, that's Conqueror's hockey coating. It allows a sword strike to unleash far greater power. Hearing this, Kuina looked at her Wado Ikamanji lost in thought. Zoro, listening nearby, also seemed to realize something. Could his demonic aura be applied to the blade as well? Lei Luo spread his arms toward the group. Kids, long time no see. Teacher Lei Luo. Luffy was the first to jump up, clinging to Lei Luo like a little monkey, his mouth wide with joy. Ace and Sabo were no exception, throwing themselves into Lei Luo's embrace from both sides. Nami even rushed over from Zephyr's side, leaped, and landed on Lei Luo's shoulders. After 3 years in the training camp, they could barely contain their eagerness to serve at Lei Luo's Water 7 headquarters. Originally, they would have graduated and taken up their post after this internship mission, but this incident had thrown everything off. Zephyr watched the playful scene, feeling the pain in his lungs ease slightly. He took a careful breath. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, it was still serious. Instructor Zephyr, let's rest at Shabandi Archipelago. You can also receive treatment there. The others turned to look at him with undisguised worry. Zephyr nodded. This was indeed the best option for now. He sighed. He was truly getting old. A former admiral now unable to handle even this level of pirate. It seemed he would need to find a reliable person to lead the next training camp's internship. At the Sabaody Archipelago Naval Base, Vice Admiral Momonga looked at Zephyr, who was receiving treatment, with an apologetic expression. I'm terribly sorry, Instructor Zephyr. As the nearest Vice Admiral, I failed to arrive in time. Zephyr simply waved his hand. It's not your fault. I also failed to protect those cadets. His tone was heavy. The relapse of his illness was an objective cause, but the end result was that those few students had lost their lives forever. Rallo gazed out the window in silence, thinking to himself that it could have been worse. If he hadn't flown so fast, only 3 people would have survived from the entire ship. Speaking of which, both Ain and Benz had been on the training ship, but they had been safely transferred to a secure cabin by Ka and Zoro. Zoro and Smoker were similar in temperament. They relished battle and seldom bothered with extraneous thoughts. Kuina, being a woman, possessed a naturally keen and delicate mind. Their complementary traits proved surprisingly effective. Even the 3 brothers of Luffy and Nami instinctively deferred to Kuina's words, making her the de facto leader of this batch. By now, Kuina had already led the ship full of trainees to tend to their wounds and have their meals. Perhaps some of the more energetic ones had already changed into casual clothes and were strolling around Sabaody Archipelago. By the way, Instructor Zephyr. Rallo suddenly recalled something and leaned in to sit down. I remember that Luffy and those kids were originally scheduled to be assigned to my base. Why not let me take them all back this time? Zephyr frowned. How can that be? They haven't even completed their commissioning ceremony, and the relevant documents haven't been issued. The procedure isn't finished. It's absolutely not acceptable to take them directly. So I still have to go back to Marineford once. But I can grant you special permission. Oh. Rallo looked up, ready to see what scheme his instructor was about to concoct. Zephyr pondered. I can hold a collective graduation ceremony for this batch of trainees right here in Sabaody, complete the commissioning and assignments. I'll just need to discuss it with Sengoku. Momonga's mouth twitched. It had to be junior brother Rallo. One word, and Instructor Zephyr would break the rules. Never before had a graduation ceremony been held outside Marine headquarters. Of course, no accidents had ever happened before this batch either. Zephyr's admiral-level strength was undeniable, but not every time would he encounter such troublesome pirates. Zephyr's problem lay in his inability to fight for extended periods, and his illness had severely degraded his physique and strength. As for Edward Weevil, though his mind was dull, his physique and strength were formidable, comparable to Doflam. Seeing that Instructor Zephyr had made his decision and arranged everything, Momonga grabbed Rallo by the shoulder and laughed. Ha, I've long heard of junior brother Rallo's exceptional prowess. Seeing it today, it's truly the case. Come. Since you're on my turf, you must stay, and let me properly play host. Envy flickered in Momonga's eyes. Conqueror's hockey. So few in the entire Navy possessed such talent. You flatter me, senior brother Momonga. I've long heard of the fame of Sabaody Archipelago. Since I have the chance, I naturally wish to enjoy a good tour. Rallo and Momonga walked out arm in arm. Zephyr's mouth twisted, and he muttered, 2 little rascals. He had just seen Rallo slip a cigar to Momonga, his Admiral spec cigar. Ever since Sengoku learned that Rallo had this preference, he simply waved his hand and redirected Zephyr's share directly to Rallo. After all, even if it was sent to Zephyr, Rallo would take it anyway. So better to send it straight to Rallo. Now that kid was handing his cigars to Momonga, but didn't he think of giving something back to his instructor? Instructor Zephyr, these are special cigars from Water 7. The composition has been improved for people with lung. Instructor Zephyr, these are special cigars from Water 7. The composition has been improved for people with lung conditions like yours. They can minimize the chance of relapse, and even contain some medicinal ingredients. Feel free to enjoy them. After saying this, Rallo and Momonga went off to enjoy themselves, leaving Zephyr standing there holding the cigar box in a daze. After a long moment, Zephyr laughed and cursed, you little brat. He took one out, put it in his mouth with relish, and blew out a puff of smoke. His spirits lifted considerably. Before falling ill, he had never been without a cigar. Elsewhere, Mamanga looked at Rallo with great curiosity. Junior brother Rallo, you have such good things. He had heard that Water 7 under Rallo's governance had become a world-famous commercial city, but he hadn't expected it to produce such fine goods. Rallo simply raised his hand, and several beautifully packaged cigar boxes fell from the sky. Come, senior brother Mamanga, don't be polite. I have other fine products here. Admiral spec cigars are good, but the premium ones from Water 7 are nothing to sneeze at. Mamanga brought a cigar box to his nose and sniffed, then casually tucked it into his robe. The aroma alone told him it was top-notch. He then pulled out a few small boxes and handed them to Rallo. Junior brother Rallo, why not try the premium products of Sabaody? They might not match Water 7's output, but they won't be far off. The two exchanged smiles, understanding each other implicitly. For men, the best way to build rapport was to smoke and drink together. Ahem. In short, after swapping cigars, Mamanga naturally led Rallo to the drinking table. The base cafeteria had too many eyes and ears, unsuitable for officer conversations. Gossip would spread. So Mamanga took Rallo to a grand hotel on Sabaody Archipelago. After a few bottles of liquor, Mamanga became more talkative. Junior brother Rallo, you have no idea. My life at this Sabaody base is utterly miserable. Sabaody is a large archipelago. The base here is big and well defended, but where is this? This is Sabaody. Every pirate entering the new world has to coat their ship here. The number of pirates arriving at Sabaody every day is endless. That's bad enough, but now and then a few celestial dragons come down from Mary Geos, ordering us sailors around like dogs. Being base commander here is utterly suffocating. Mamanga's voice even carried a hint of grievance. He was a seasoned vice admiral. Where couldn't he command some respect? Yet here on Sabaody, he lived like a dog, exhausted like a dog, and ordered about like one. Rallo kept nodding in agreement, expressing how much senior brother Mamanga had sacrificed for justice. Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly. Thank goodness he hadn't chosen Sabaody back then, or he'd probably be in the same pitiful state as Mamanga, maybe even forced to leave the navy for drawing his sword on a celestial dragon. Just then, through the window of the private room, Rallo caught sight of a few figures in his peripheral vision. An old man was stopping a group of kids and saying something. Those kids were the three Luffy brothers, along with Nami, Zoro, and Kwa, and the old man across from them. Rallo's pupils contracted. Silver's Rayleigh. That damn Dark King Rayleigh. What is he trying to do to my disciples? After eavesdropping with his observation hockey for a while, Lei Luo slammed the table, drew the Dragon Slayer's sword amidst Mamanga's bewildered gaze, and cleaved through the wall, charging straight toward Rayleigh below. Rayleigh. Dark King Rayleigh. Mamanga's mind suddenly cleared. Damn it, what is that bastard Rayleigh up to now? Time rolled back 5 minutes earlier. So this is the Sabaody Archipelago. It's huge. Luffy exclaimed, mouth agape, sprinting excitedly through the streets. Ace and Sabo were no better, also gazing around in wonder. Nami held a log pose in her hand, recording the direction, while Zoro mused that the Sabaody Archipelago must harbor many renowned swords. Only Kuna seemed utterly uninterested. Her eyes swept across the surrounding streets, a general store, a weapons shop, a clothing boutique. Nothing worth browsing. Wasn't that a cotton candy stall over there? Kuina's interest piqued as she trotted over to the stall and pulled out some berries. Boss, give me 6 cotton candies. Coming right up. That'll be 3,000 berries. The stall owner beamed with delight. He loved customers who never haggled. They were all fat sheep to fleet. Kuina sensed nothing amiss and promptly counted out 3,000 berries. Just as she was about to hand them over, a shabbily dressed old man with glasses and a scar at the corner of his eye strolled over. Little girl, he's overcharging you. Don't fall for his trick. Really? Kuina looked a bit bewildered, as she had assumed that prices in such a bustling place as the Sabaody Archipelago would naturally be a bit higher. At this, the shopkeeper grew anxious. Where did this old geezer come from? I've been selling cotton candy here for 20 years, and it's always been this price, okay? If you don't know, don't spout nonsense. But the old man paid him no heed, walking straight up to Kuna with a burning gaze and a faint, enigmatic smile. Little girl, you seem to possess a free soul. Hearing this, Kuna fell silent for a moment, then simply placed the berries on the stall, grabbed the cotton candy, and turned to leave. Teacher Lei Luo had told her that if she ever encountered someone acting mysterious, she should ignore them and walk away immediately. Otherwise, endless trouble would ensue. They were only stopping over at Sabaody for a brief rest, and today was merely for a relaxing stroll. Kuina had no desire to get entangled in any bizarre affairs. Seeing Kuina's reaction, Rayleigh was taken aback, clearly surprised by her decisive retreat. This wasn't right. From what he had observed, this little girl was a formidable swordsman, and that blade, the renowned great-grade sword Wado Ikamanji, was unmistakable. A young female swordsman with such a configuration should, in theory, be brimming with curiosity about everything. Why did she just walk away? Could the bait he cast not entice her curiosity? Rayleigh's eyes followed Kina's retreating figure, and then he spotted 5 other equally outstanding and equally free souls. Rayleigh's gaze lingered on them for a long moment before widening abruptly. Excellent stock. All of them are excellent stock. 3 of them had the potential for Conqueror's Haki, and 1 had already awakened it. The other 2 were on the verge, and he could even sense that faint oppressive pressure. Such talent surpassed that of the rookie pirates of today. These 6 were destined for the pirate life. So Rayleigh stepped forward and followed them, directly blocking their path. Young friends, you. Rayleigh tried to make his smile appear as amiable as an old grandfather's. Do you yearn for freedom? Freedom. Luffy tilted his head, then turned to exchange glances with Sabo and Ace. That's right. Real men of the sea long for freedom. Guzzling meat and boisterous laughter, embarking on endless adventures, unearthing hidden treasures, challenging ever-stronger foes. Sounds liberating, doesn't it? Rayleigh felt like a seemingly kind-hearted old man rotten to the core, luring 6 little brats into becoming pirates. He hadn't intended to meddle, but these 6 children were simply too tempting. For the future of piracy, for the era of freedom that Captain Roger had created, he had to give it a try. Sabo, having retrieved a pipe from somewhere, stepped forward and coated it with Busashoka Haki. Tapping the pipe in his hand, Sabo wore a knowing grin. Old man, what you're describing sounds an awful lot like pirates. The glorified version, at least. You're not a pirate yourself, are you? Rayleigh, seeing the hardening coating on the pipe, grew even more satisfied. Such skill at such a young age. If he didn't become a pirate, it would be a waste. Heavens no. Rayleigh waved a hand, laughing. I'm just a decrepit old man. I happened to run into you young friends, sensed your free souls, and came over to chat for a bit. But you look awfully familiar. Have we met before? Nami scratched her head. Something felt off. Oh, why did this shabby old man seem so familiar? Rayleigh's lips curled. Oh, perhaps we really have met somewhere before, haha. He burst into laughter, but the next moment a hardening coated pipe swung toward him. Armament pipe assault. Without warning, Sabo lunged forward, the blackened pipe, striking with fierce force, aimed straight at Rayleigh's chest. Sabo, what are you doing? You can't attack civilians. Kuina was stunned and immediately moved to stop him. But then her jaw dropped as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Rayleigh raised a single arm, blocking the blow with effortless ease. Moreover, his arm was coated with dense Busashoka Haki. At this, Kuina realized something was wrong. This shabby old man was no ordinary person. How could a common geezer be so proficient with Busashoka Haki? And judging by how casually he had parried Sabo's attack, the old man's strength was anything but ordinary. At the very least, he was on par with that Edward Weevil they had encountered before. Sabo, do you know who he is? Zoro rested his hand on the hilt of his sword and whispered to Sabo. He hadn't reacted in time at first, but seeing Sabo strike, he instinctively took a defensive stance out of trust for his comrade. Sabo pressed his hat down with one hand and flashed a confident grin. I wasn't sure at first, so I probed with an attack. Now I am. This shabby old man is a great pirate with a bounty of 3.5 billion berries. Am I right? The former first mate of the Roger pirates, known as the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. With these words, the atmosphere among them instantly turned cold. Hey. This old man is actually the legendary right-hand man of the Pirate King. Luffy seemed to have just realized it, clutching his head in great shock. The others, noticing the commotion, quickly gathered around, staring at Rayleigh with wary eyes. To think the famous Dark King Rayleigh is right here in Subodi Archipelago. What a huge gain. Ace grew excited again, flames blazing on his body. He had long since made a sacred break from his Pirate King father, now acknowledging only Grandpa Garp and teacher Lei Luo. Since this old geezer was Roger's right hand, he must be incredibly powerful, right? Hey Kuina, if we manage to capture Rayleigh, could our graduation rank be promoted directly to Rear Admiral, breaking teacher Lei Luo's record? Kuina rolled her eyes. Forget about capturing Rayleigh, just hold him off as long as we can until teacher Lei Luo arrives. Ace was good in every way except a bit too overconfident. Saying this, she drew her sword Wado Ikamanji. Nami, go notify teacher Lei Luo first, while hold him here. Meanwhile, Rayleigh's expression had already turned extremely grim. Rank. Teacher Lei Luo. You little brats. Are you Marines? It was already headache-inducing that the Marines had a prodigy like Lei Luo. Now these 6 little monsters were also Marines. Had all the good talents been snatched up by the Marines? What a waste of his sentimental feelings. Kuina pointed her blade directly at Rayleigh. We are trainees of the Marine Elite Training Camp, though not yet graduated. 3 people with the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki. 3. Even in Garp's era there were only 2, and that alone had caused them so much trouble. 3 people with the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki. 3. Even in Garp's era there were only 2, and that alone had caused them so much trouble. Now there were 3 all at once plus Lei Luo. That made 4. 4. Damn Marines, how enviable. No, he couldn't let the Marines keep growing like this. With such a shift in balance, pirates would have little hope of rising again. Still no big problem. He could go to Amazon Lily to find Hancock, or if all else failed, head to Elbaf to find, but what after killing them? The Marines would certainly not ignore it, meaning he and Shaki could no longer stay on Saboti Archipelago. Still no big problem. He could go to Amazon Lily to find Hancock, or if all else failed, head to Elbaf to find Gab. He just wasn't sure whether the Marines would take out their anger on the old crew of the Roger Pirates. But his thoughts lasted only an instant. Compared to the future of pirates, these old relics were insignificant. The hope of pirates was worth the gamble. Having made up his mind, Rayleigh's eyes turned murderous when he looked at Kuna and the others. You rude little brats. Since you're Marines, don't blame me for being merciless. Blame your own fate for running into me at this very moment. As he spoke, a powerful black-red lightning burst forth from Rayleigh's body. Marine brats witnessed the peak power of the seas. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Kuna and the others. In an instant they felt as if 1,000 pounds of weight were forcing them to their knees. Conqueror's Haki. They were surprised for only a moment, then straightened up as if nothing had happened. Conqueror's Haki was nothing new. They were often subjected to Grandpa Garp's Conqueror's Haki. Though Rayleigh's was strong, it still fell short compared to Garp's. Moreover, all of them had iron wills. How could mere Conqueror's Haki overwhelm them? Ace, refusing to be outdone, released his own black-red lightning, shielding his companions behind him. In the 3 years of training camp, Ace had also awakened his own Conqueror's Haki and successfully learned to control it to a fine degree. He hadn't used it before because there were only 2 opponents, and with his current level, using it would be pointless. But now he had no choice. Since this old geezer had used it, it would be a loss of face not to respond. Wow, Ace, you're amazing. But I think stepping out might be better for me. Luffy's eyes seemed to sparkle. Stimulated by that burst of Conqueror's Haki, he felt something stirring inside. If only the pressure were a little stronger. After a moment's thought, following his instinct, Luffy took a step forward, leaving the protection of Ace's Conqueror's Haki to face Rayleigh's Hedon. Instantly, the familiar pressure washed over him. But this time the source wasn't his damn grandfather, but a pirate, a legendary pirate who had been defeated by his grandfather. In that case, I absolutely cannot lose to Grandpa now. Luffy grinned, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him. The next moment, powerful black-red lightning burst forth from Luffy's body, as well joining Ace's to form a counterforce against Rayleigh. Rayleigh's face twisted. Damn it. Why did this brat awaken his Conqueror's Haki at this moment? And had he just called the freckled brat Ace? His eyes narrowed and memories of a conversation with Captain Roger flashed through his mind. Captain, that sword of yours looks quite nice. Ah, this is one of the supreme grey blades, Ace. Someday if I have a son, I'll name him Ace too. Ha ha ha. Isn't it great, Rayleigh? Looking at the brat, named Ace, Rayleigh felt he could almost see Captain Roger in him. Hey kid, tell me, who is your father? Rayleigh's voice was low, his gaze sharp, fixed intently on Ace. The plan had changed. If his suspicion was correct, if it really was as he imagined, then today he must take this child away from here no matter what. The son of the Pirate King must not be deceived by the Marines. My. Ace's lips curled and his eyes turned icy cold. Truly worthy of being the Pirate King's right hand, so keenly aware of his identity. Grandpa Garp had said that Roger had only entrusted him with the care of Ace and his mother. The rest of the crew knew nothing. But even so, that identity was in the past. His identity now was singular, an ungraduated Marine training camp trainee, Grandpa Garp's real grandson, teacher, Lei Luo's disciple Luffy, and Sabo's brother, and a member of this 6-person group. Old man, Ace said in a hostile tone, who my father is none of your damn business. Let me tell you, my entire family are upright Marines. Trying to get chummy with me. Dream on. Well, Grandpa Garp, Luffy, and Sabo were indeed Marines, so calling the family upright wasn't. Rayleigh was about to speak again, when suddenly a burst of golden-red Conqueror's Haki aggressively invaded the area, targeting Rayleigh directly. Accompanying it came Lei Luo's voice, one-sword-style Thunder Dragon. Lei Luo was in a very bad mood, extremely displeased. How could these kids run into Pluto Lei just by strolling around the street? Was this some kind of destined encounter? Or was it that Lei, that old geezer, had nothing better to do than wander the streets of Xiangbidi Islands every day, trying to persuade promising young people to become pirates? Either way, when Lei asked about Ai's father, Lei Luo knew he had to step in to stop it. Xiangbidi Islands was no Marine headquarters. Lei, as the right-hand man of Pirate King Luo, Jian naturally carried a spotlight, and there were bound to be newsbirds nearby waiting for a big story. If Lei, that old bastard, actually managed to extract that Ai's father was Luo Jie, then the entire Marines, and even the whole world, would be thrown into chaos. The son of the Pirate King becoming a Marine, what a huge, shocking headline that would be. Fortunately, Aic himself was also aware and responded flawlessly, making a clean break from Luo Jie. But to prevent Lei from continuing to pry, Lei Luo chose to act directly. A powerful golden-red Haki pressure dispersed the confrontation zone formed by Lei, Aic, and Lu Fei. Then a lightning dragon composed of thunderbolts lunged straight at Lei. Lei reacted swiftly, drawing the long sword from his waist, coating it with Haki, and slashing horizontally. Boom! The blade light and the lightning dragon collided, unleashing a terrifying impact that obliterated several nearby. Lei Luo was not at all surprised. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, even though he was old, such reaction and strength were only natural. Guyana, take the others to evacuate the nearby civilians. Lei Luo stepped slowly before Guyana, staring at Lei Li with a freshly lit cigar in his mouth. Yes, teacher Lei Luo. Guyana paused for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and dragged away the others who were ready to watch the spectacle. The show could wait, but if the civilians weren't evacuated, who knew how many would die? Golden Dragon, Lei Luo. Lei Li's gaze was sharp, his voice low. How is it that you appear here? Lei Luo put his hands in his pockets and sneered. You're about to abduct my disciple to become a pirate, and I can't come out to protect my own. Ha ha ha. Lei Li laughed as if he had heard a great joke. You must be well aware of that AI cis identity, yet you still insist on protecting him. His gaze sharp, he stared straight at Lei Luo, as if trying to see into his soul. AI cis identity. Lei Luo sneered disdainfully. You, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, are now concerned about the identity of a Marine. What, thinking you can claim kinship and beg for mercy to get him to let you off? Besides my carefully chosen disciple with an impeccable background, how dare you twist it, as if he's a Lei Li, should I interpret this as a provocation against me and the entire Marines? Lei Luo appeared fully confident, looking as if Lei Li was delusional. This display really made Lei Li of second thoughts. Had he been mistaken? Was this AIC really not the— He had been quite certain, but Lei Luo's confident demeanor made him waver. He'd have to go back and ask Xia Qi to investigate. That kid named AIC was definitely more than just Golden Dragon Lei Luo's disciple. But for now he had another score to settle with Lei Luo. Lei Li was silent for a while before slowly speaking. I can let that matter of the kid AIC slide for now, but shouldn't you give me an explanation about the octopus Xiao Ba? Lei Luo was so angry he laughed. Fine, fine, fine. A retired pirate in Xiangbedi demands an explanation from the rising new leader of the Marines. Lei Li, have you sold your brain in Xiangbedi? Regardless of who this octopus Xiao Ba you speak of is, and what relation it has to me, your condescending tone. Lei Luo looked down at Lei Li with a contemptuous gaze. It really pisses me off. Hearing this, Lei Li clicked his tongue twice, then curled his lips into a smirk. Youngsters these days are truly arrogant. In that case, let me educate you on behalf of Kapu. With that, Lei Li raised his long sword horizontally as black-red lightning gathered around it. The next moment he pushed off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, slashing horizontally at Lei Luo's neck. Blade of the other shore. Lei Luo saw this, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Deep purple electric currents crackled across Lei Luo's body. He flicked his left thumb, bent his body slightly, and instantly drew Long Zhan from its sheath. One sword-style lightning slash. Golden-red lightning and black-red lightning intertwined and collided, ultimately forming a sphere at the center of their blades that seemed to devour light. Nanny. Lei Li's eyes flashed with shock. Not possible. How old was this kid? The quality of his conqueror's haki was so high that it nearly matched his own, and even seemed to be suppressing him. Educating me on behalf of teacher Kapu. Who do you think you are, daring to speak like that? Lei Luo's gaze sharpened, and the golden-red lightning became even more ferocious, pressing down on Lei Li with full force. The surrounding buildings cracked inch by inch under this pressure, then completely shattered and were destroyed. Even the clouds high above were torn apart by the force of their clash, leaving the sky clear as a mirror. In the distance, Wu Shu, who had already brought Zephyr, saw this, and his pupils constricted. Junior brother Lei Luo can actually fight on par with Pluto Lei Li to this extent. Teacher Zephyr, we now. Zephyr tore off the bandages on his body, clenched his fists, his wrists dark as ink, as if the darkness flowed over them. This was the origin of his title, Black Arm. His armament haki was honed to the extreme, combined with an Admiral-level physique, which allowed Zephyr to fight his way to the position of Admiral with nothing but his iron fists. Clearly Lei Li had attacked his prized disciple, and Zephyr could no longer stand by. At that moment, the sphere between Lei Luo and Lei Li's blades exploded violently, forcing both to step back. Lei Luo held Long Zhan, pointing diagonally at the ground, while his other hand rested on the hilt of Qiu Shui. He grasped the sword with one hand and slowly drew it. Teacher Zephyr. He turned his head and said softly, "Leave Pluto Lei Li to me. After all, from the look of it, it seems a certain pirate I killed before had a close relationship with him." Zephyr frowned. Lei Luo, don't be reckless. Lei Li is a notorious old pirate, and the right-hand man of Pirate King Luojia. You alone. Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr. Your disciple has become much, much stronger. As he spoke, Lei Luo's lips curved into a grin, his body rapidly expanded, and two horns sprouted from his head. He had transformed into a half-dragon form. 3 years had passed. During this time, Lei Luo had honed himself, allowing his strength to undergo explosive growth once more. His physique, swordsmanship haki, and even his mastery over his devil fruit had reached profound depths. Now he needed an opponent of sufficient stature to measure his own power, and Bordeaux Reynaud was precisely such. Bordeaux Reynaud, Le Luo said, feeling the explosive power within his body. He tilted his neck slightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. Considering your age and poor stamina, I'll make sure this fight ends quickly, so you won't suffer too much. Rayleigh held his sword with one hand, his gaze sweeping over Le Luo's Zephyr and Wushu. He thought to himself that today he had thoroughly offended the Marines. But it doesn't matter. This brat is too arrogant. Even though he's strong and has eaten a mythical Zoan devil fruit, I still don't think he can match me. As for the other two, Zephyr is a flash in the pan and Wushu poses no threat. In other words, if I cause a big ruckus here, no one can stop me. Decision made. After this job, I'll take Shaki to Josher Island. I need to thoroughly investigate that brat named Ace. But before that, I'll give this Le Luo kid a good thrashing. Arrogance. Let me see what you're made of. Other shoreblade. Black-red Conqueror's haki coalesced on his blade. A crimson glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he moved with lightning speed. Le Luo. Zephyr's eyes showed concern. Rest assured, master. Leave it to me. Le Luo held Dragon Slayer in his right hand and Autumn Water in his left. Lightning and flame simultaneously gathered on the two blades. Twin sword-style thunder flame. Lightning and flame merged into perfect synergy. Le Luo transformed into a flash of lightning, charging forward without dodging, and slashed with both swords. Clang! Boom boom boom. As the three blades clashed, Rayleigh saw stars, and then it felt as if countless cannonballs exploded before his eyes. The fire and lightning directly coiled around his body amid the blast. What the hell is this? Feeling the scorching and numbing sensations on his body, Rayleigh immediately covered himself with armament haki to block the bizarre flame and lightning. From what he had just sensed, the flame carried the paralytic effect of lightning, and the lightning bore the explosive nature of flame. The combination caught Rayleigh off guard, forcing him to envelop his entire body in armament haki. Even in his youth, he rarely covered his whole body with armament haki. Firstly, it consumed too much haki to sustain. Secondly, it was a waste of haki. True experts use observation haki to foresee the direction and target of an attack, then preemptively coat the struck area with armament haki, maximizing efficiency. Few ever clad their entire body in armament haki. But facing Le Luo's fire and lightning, Rayleigh had no choice but to resort to this measure. After all, it was an all-directional attack that he could not afford to ignore. In the past, fights were all about haki plus brute force yielding miracles. Suddenly encountering such an omnidirectional technique gave him trouble. What a troublesome kid. What an uncanny sword style. Rayleigh's expression remained relatively relaxed, though he realized he might have underestimated the young man. Still, it was within his control. Le Luo looked at Rayleigh with composure. Oh, so the famous Pluto wants to compare haki's quality and quantity with a youngster like me. Then as you wish. As he spoke, formidable armament haki surged from his body, instantly covering Le Luo's entire form. Finally, a golden pattern appeared on his forehead and extended across his whole body. Full body armament haki, yeah. As if I can't use it. In an instant, Rayleigh's expression soured. This brat had not only mastered Conqueror's haki, but had also cultivated armament haki to such an advanced level and the sheer volume of haki. Rayleigh felt as if he had stepped into a deep pit from which there was no escape. He never considered that he had initiated this confrontation himself. Le Luo snorted coldly and swung both swords again. Dragon Slayers still crackled with lightning, but on Autumn Water, surging water appeared. Twin sword-styling thunder. Lightning and water converged. The once wild lightning dimmed, changing from deep purple to dark purple, adding an eerie quality. The lightning no longer carried its previous explosive heat, but Rayleigh remained vigilant. For no other reason than this lightning was eerily dark beyond measure. The dark purple lightning clung to his body like a parasitic worm, penetrating every crevice. Even armament haki could not fully defend against it. He had to remain cautious and constantly on guard. If before he had only been forced to coat his entire body in armament haki, now he had to maintain that coating while constantly using observation haki to monitor his own condition. A single moment of carelessness could invite a vicious strike. But if he did that, how could he fight? Observation haki was supposed to read the opponent, not obsess over himself. It worked fine against weaklings, but against an expert, it only meant getting beaten. Damn it, Le Luo, you brat. The intel said he used a single sword style, but he springs a dual sword style on me. And such a sinister one at that. This intel couldn't be more false. Rayleigh clicked his tongue and let out a long sigh. No choice. The next moment, black-red lightning tightly wrapped around his entire body. The eerie dark lightning was directly worn away and dissolved by this flash, unable to approach Rayleigh even for a moment. Seeing this, Rayleigh finally relaxed and dismissed his armament haki. Le Luo stroked his chin, watching Rayleigh leisurely, then laughed. Enveloping yourself in Conqueror's haki, to form a protective armor. Old man, do you think you can hold out for an hour? The consumption of this technique was incomparable to armament hockey. Even the Yonko only used it for offense. Using it for defense was far too extravagant. Better than being distracted and getting beaten. By now, Rayleigh's eyes no longer held any disdain for Lei Luo, only bewilderment at how damned insidious this trick was. This is supposed to be a heated, passionate battle. How did you come up with such a vile technique? He vaguely recalled that 3 years ago the fight between this kid and Kaido had been brutal, with both sides trading blows silently. But now, Rayleigh gritted his teeth, his right arm muscles bulging, and unleashed another horizontal slash. Other shoreblade. But the moment he swung, he sensed something wrong. Has the wind around here become too strong? No, it's not the wind. That kid over there is manipulating it. What kind of mythical Zoan did this damn brat eat that he can control so many elements? Lei Luo's stance had changed without notice. He reversed his grip on autumn water, and a pale cyan wind element gathered on its blade, merging once more with the lightning on Dragon Slayer. Twin sword-style wind thunder. Under Rayleigh's astonished gaze, Lei Luo's form vanished directly from where he stood. It was a complete, utterly unpredictable disappearance. This situation generally implied two possibilities. Either the brat Lei Luo possessed spatial abilities enabling him to strike at any time and place, or his speed had reached a level beyond what Rayleigh's naked eyes and observation hockey could track. Even the brief future sight granted by advanced observation hockey failed to perceive it. Regardless of which Rayleigh understood, he was in trouble. He held his long sword horizontally before him, his posture vigilant, bracing for an attack that could come at any moment. Moments later, a dragon-slaying blade shimmering with gold-red lightning abruptly materialized before Rayleigh's eyes. Clang! Swords clashed, and cold sweat trickled down Rayleigh's forehead. He hadn't realized it earlier, but now he suddenly discovered that this brat Lei Luo possessed a terrifyingly powerful physique as well. Before Rayleigh could ponder further, Chioshui sliced toward his neck. Rayleigh tilted his head and bent his body slightly, barely dodging the strike. But immediately the dragon-slaying blade thrust toward his chest. Before Rayleigh could parry, Chioshui followed with another slash, one after another, as if an endless stream of strikes awaited him. This was a high-speed sword technique developed by Lei Luo, utilizing the elements of wind and lightning to push his own speed to the extreme while relying on his formidable physique to unleash a relentless barrage of cuts. If the opponent couldn't suppress his offensive, they would only be dominated. This move was inspired by Kaido's Kundali Dragon Army, swift as lightning with an unbroken chain of attacks. Initially, Rayleigh managed to fend off the blows with his reflexes, but as time passed, he found it increasingly strenuous. Finally, at a moment's delay, Rayleigh's longsword was knocked aside by the dragon-slaying blade, leaving his defense wide open. Gold-red lightning crackled instantly, countless bolts danced and surged around Lei Luo, firmly locking Rayleigh at the center. Gold-red lightning crackled instantly, countless bolts danced and surged around Lei Luo, firmly locking Rayleigh at the center. Rayleigh's armored hockey. The dragon-slaying blade and Chioshui crossed in shape, both slashing into Rayleigh's chest. Blood spurted like a fountain, excruciating pain erupted from his chest. Rayleigh grunted, involuntarily staggered back a few steps, and propped himself up with his longsword. Cough, cough, pwath. After pausing to catch his breath, Rayleigh straightened up and spat out another mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth, a crooked grin forming. Brat, these days are terrifyingly strong, but an injury like this isn't enough to kill me. Though he said that Rayleigh was already contemplating escape. This golden dragon Lei Luo was truly powerful. He now had no confidence whatsoever in teaching the kid a lesson. Before the fight, he had boasted boldly. During it, he was beaten into silence. Now he was nearly beaten into delirium. This old man couldn't take it anymore. First flee, then take Xiachi and leave Sabaody Archipelago at once. So Rayleigh raised his hand and released a flying slash, then turned and bolted. Seeing this, Lei Luo revealed an unsurprised expression. Rayleigh, after all, would cut his losses and run. Not to mention Xiachi was probably still at Shaki's ripoff bar. Of course, Xiachi might already be preparing a ship to leave. Having once been captured and offered as a prize, her escape skills were undoubtedly maxed out by now. Coupled with a cunning old fox like Rayleigh, without thorough preparation, it would be extremely difficult to kill. However, if Rayleigh thought he could walk away unscathed today, he was severely underestimating Lei Luo. Even if he couldn't kill Rayleigh today, he would at least inflict severe injuries. Lei Luo sheathed both the dragon-slaying blade and Chioshui, then gripped the hilt of the former. One-sword-style thunder slash. Brilliant lightning wrapped around Lei Luo as he flashed past the flying slash, leaving trails of electric light in his wake, a speed so extreme that it tore afterimages. In an instant, Lei Luo arrived behind Rayleigh, further compressed his conqueror's hockey, and slashed with explosive force. Not good. Rayleigh halted, drawing his waist sword again. Other shoreblade wheel. Gold red and black red lightning clashed once more, but this time Rayleigh felt a pressure far heavier than before. A bone-chilling dread washed over him. If this strike landed solidly, he would be either dead or crippled. He can still get stronger. This guy. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and channeled all his conqueror's haki into his longsword, even abandoning the protective armor on his body. Seeing this, Lei Luo's eyes flickered with disappointment. Old man, after all you've aged. Now you can only muster this much power. He was certain that in his prime Rayleigh would never be reduced to such a pathetic state. It seemed the leisurely retirement life on Sabaody had also eroded Rayleigh's fighting spirit, perhaps without him even realizing it. Spirit and will affect a strong fighter's power. Conqueror's haki is the most direct manifestation. Without drive, haki naturally weakens. If this is all you've got. As Rayleigh's eyes widened, Lei Luo reversed his grip and drew Qiushui again, brilliant lightning blazing on its edge. Then go to hell. One sword style thunder slash. The blade's gleam flashed before Rayleigh's eyes. He struggled to step back, only to feel a searing pain across his chest. Looking down, he saw the already severe wound deepened with a gash that reached the bone. Damned brat. Finally, Rayleigh's anger surfaced. From the moment he encountered those brats until now, his fury was rekindled. He had been on the defensive all along, and aside from lamenting that today's youth were incredibly strong, he had no other. He was a remnant of the old era, seeking only a peaceful retirement. But this brat slashed him twice and now refused to let him leave. Fine. If he wouldn't let him go, then he would cause a ruckus right here. Xiaoqi and he understood each other perfectly, as she must have received the news and had everything prepared by now. With that, he had no more reservations. Even a relic of the old era should not be underestimated by the young. Black-red haki suddenly erupted from Rayleigh. Wisps of dark vapor materialized behind him like a demonic deity, writhing and snarling with malicious laughter. He forcefully halted the bleeding from his chest wound, glanced down, then tore off his shredded shirt, revealing a robust, well-proportioned body covered in scars. Feeling the conqueror's haki impact now more than a notch stronger than before, Lei Luo grinned. Now that's more like it. This is how it should be. This demonic, terrifying killing intent. This is the first mate of Pirate King Roger. Dark. The reason Rayleigh was called the Pluto was precisely because of his terrifying ghostly aura. If earlier Rayleigh was still in a carefree state, now he was truly treating this battle as a life or death struggle. In the distance, Zephyr watched Rayleigh and murmured, Pluto, Rayleigh has regained his former state. Standing by, Wushu held a live Den Mushi with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief Staff Officer, he on the other end. Sengoku's voice came through calm and indifferent. It seems a peaceful life hasn't worn down Rayleigh's conqueror's haki much. Wushu, prepare the commendation for young Lei Luo. Wushu was astonished. Really? That's Pluto, Rayleigh. Has junior brother Lei Luo really become this powerful? Go make preparations. Vice Admiral, his voice rang out. Rayleigh cannot defeat young Lei Luo. Haven't you noticed something different around young Lei Luo? Different? Wushu looked up at the battlefield and saw that at some point faint golden cloud-like outlines had appeared around junior brother Lei Luo. Though translucent and sparse, they were unmistakably there. This is a sign of awakening. Wushu exclaimed. Such awakening flame clouds appear whenever someone uses abilities after awakening their devil fruit. Given the immense power of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, once awakened, physical strength, stamina, and recovery all ascend to a new level. Rayleigh absolutely cannot withstand it. Rayleigh had clearly seen it too, a mythical Zoan devil fruit about to awaken. What a terrifying brat. This was not the first time he had said that, yet again it slipped out involuntarily. Then young Lei Luo. Rayleigh raised his hand and gripped the longsword's hilt. Don't die too quickly from now on. Pluto Yomi no Haja. The ghostly apparition formed from Conqueror's haki merged into the blade. Rayleigh lunged forward, actively swinging at Lei Luo. With one slash, the demon roared. Facing that demonic strike, Lei Luo pressed his hand on the sword hilt, his expression solemn. Rayleigh now was a completely different man from before. That slash made him feel as if he was locked onto. This strike could not be dodged. It had to be met head-on. Good, just what I want. In this state, Rayleigh truly is Pluto Rayleigh. Lei Luo's deep purple lightning was rapidly compressed and solidified, finally turning into black and white, and the golden clouds around him also began to faintly solidify. Dual-wield style Thunder Dragon. Two black and white thunder dragons roared out, facing the demon head-on. The collision produced a massive explosion, the shockwave ravaging all surrounding buildings, even cracking the ground with fissures. Lei Luo and Rayleigh locked eyes, then simultaneously shot forward. Pluto II slash. Dual-wield style flash, Heavenly Thunder Flash. Their figures clashed, three blades meeting, unleashing a tremendous dull thud in an instant. The overflowing pressure spread outward in a circle, knocking out the distant Wushu and forcing the Den Mushi in his hand to disconnect the live feed. Zephyr sighed at his fallen disciple. His willpower was still too weak. Just the diffused pressure of Conqueror's haki could put him to sleep. I'd have to drag this guy back for retraining. By now the surroundings had been reduced to rubble. Whether the once splendid hotel or the cotton candy stall, everything crumbled under such terrifying pressure. The formerly lively commercial street now looked as if it had been plowed by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Not bad, Power Kid. Rayleigh laughed, then, without warning, delivered a straight kick, Pluto demon stomp. Under Leluo's astonished gaze, Rayleigh's leg coated in potent conqueror's hockey slammed into Leluo's abdomen, sending him flying. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Leluo rose looking disheveled with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and an unpleasant expression. Taking a surprise, haki-infused kick from Pluto Rayleigh was indeed painful. Seeing this, Rayleigh chuckled, I was never a proper swordsman. It's only natural I know some martial arts, right? Don't blame me for being unscrupulous. We pirates value freedom above all. Hearing that, Leluo smiled knowingly. Of course, I won't blame you for lacking martial virtue, because after all I am also a master of martial arts. Damn it, Rayleigh, take this Thunder Dragon fist. He had intended to interact as a swordsman, but since Rayleigh was recklessly using martial arts. Fine then, taste the mythical beast fist I learned from Garp. Sheathing his blades, Leluo clenched his fists, black, white, and golden lightning engulfing his body, his aura surging toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh froze. A martial arts master. You're so sly with a sword, and now you tell me you're a martial artist. Oh right, I forgot this kid's teacher was Garp. This is really troublesome. It seems I've provoked a beast. Rayleigh's mouth twitched, then he bent his body and lunged forward again. The ghostly apparition formed from Conqueror's hockey attached itself to Rayleigh, outlining his form in red with occasional bursts of black hockey. Combined with his glowing red eyes, he looked no different from a demon. Rayleigh gripped the sword hilt with both hands and swung with full force at Leluo. Pluto Ultimate, Art Demonic Judgment. Leluo snorted, and the black, white, and golden lightning crystals fused and compressed further, turning dark gold. On his fists enveloped in dense Conqueror's hockey, a faint cruciform gleam appeared. Mythical Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon Fist. He threw a punch, fist meeting blade. The overwhelmingly domineering Conqueror's hockey clashed with Rayleigh's demonic hockey, but Rayleigh instantly sensed something was wrong. Simply put, Leluo had thrown only one punch, yet Rayleigh clearly saw that both of Leluo's fists were wrapped in Conqueror's hockey. Young Leluo would never do something meaningless. Next moment, Leluo sneered, Old man, I still have another. He swung his left fist, driving it straight into Rayleigh's abdomen. Bam! A booming sound. The fist hit Rayleigh's belly, penetrating through, and actually punched a large cavity through Rayleigh's entire waist. Rayleigh winced in pain, and his grip on the sword loosened slightly. That moment of weakness allowed Leluo's right fist to follow up, smashing straight into Rayleigh's face. Rayleigh shot off like an arrow from a string, flying at tremendous speed before crashing heavily onto the distant ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With that single blow, Rayleigh was either dead or crippled. But it wasn't over. Leluo drew his sword, and thunderclouds above began to spread, locking onto Rayleigh's position. Just then a figure suddenly entered Leluo's observation hockey range. Leluo paused, then his face, Sorry, Leluo-kun. Rayleigh may be an old geezer, but he's still my man Xiachi. I can't just stand by. Xiachi had appeared beside Rayleigh at some point, smiling and waving goodbye at Leluo while tossing something onto the ground with her other hand. Then smoke and dust rose everywhere. At the moment the smoke dispersed, the boundless thunder prison fell instantly, turning the ground where Rayleigh and Shaki stood into scorched earth. It looked grand and fierce, but how effective it truly was remained to be seen. Gazing at the thick white smoke ahead, Leluo pulled out a cigar he had on him, lit one, and put it in his mouth. Shaki, the former empress of Amazon Lily, truly lives up to her reputation. Regardless of Shaki's combat prowess, just this ability to escape. Anyone who sees it would have to admit, in that very instant his observation hockey completely lost track of Shaki, and even Rayleigh's presence vanished. It was as if Shaki had materialized beside Rayleigh out of nowhere, and now she had taken him away directly. Even a mole couldn't dig such a massive hole in a split second, could it? How did that old woman Shaki manage to evade observation hockey detection? Leluo pondered for a long while, then scratched his head and clicked his tongue impatiently. Old dogs are old dogs, especially those with rich experience in hiding. Presumably it was her experience as a prize from God Valley that made Shaki learn from the pain, so she became very serious about survival skills, which had now reached a state of perfection. Leluo felt a pang of regret. He should not have punched Rayleigh so far away. Shaki must have been waiting. If he had used the same method teacher Kaido used to hammer him back then, holding Rayleigh by the shoulder or head with one hand, while swinging his fist with the other, leaving Rayleigh no chance to dodge or flee, then no matter how capable Rayleigh was, he wouldn't have survived. Indeed, teacher Kaido was a true master. Even 3 years later, he could still learn something new from him. There's no end to learning. But it's not a big problem. In the end, Rayleigh is old. All of Roger's crew are old while he is still young. Those he has defeated will never threaten him again. At that moment, the system popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully heavily injuring the Pirate King's right hand. Silver's Rayleigh, forcing him to flee for his life. Reward, 500 million. Bury a copy of Rayleigh's Hockey Training Insights, Rayleigh and Rayleigh's Secret Treasure, Shaggy's Panties. Lei Luo immediately made a face like the old man looking at his phone meme. Setting aside the berry and training insights, what the hell was Rayleigh's secret treasure? And Shaggy's Panties? Was this treating him like one of those sexually deprived great pirates like Roger? While that batch of Roger's crew was indeed starved for it, it was practically a standard feature for the strong. A flame ignited, directly burning away Rayleigh's secret treasure. Lei Luo had no interest in keeping that thing. At this moment, Zephyr walked over, dragging the unconscious Momosaji, with one hand, his gaze full of gratification as he looked at Lei Luo. In just 3 years you've grown to this level. The strength Lei Luo displayed in this fight had startled him as well. Physique, swordsmanship, hockey, devil fruit. All progressing in parallel and cultivated to such profound levels. Truly the monster he had taken a liking to back then. It's all because of the solid foundation you laid, teacher. Ha! Though Zephyr knew Lei Luo was buttering him up, he still felt pleased. But flattery also depends on who does it. Take the unconscious Momosaji, for example. Zephyr wouldn't give him a good face now. Turning around to examine Lei Luo after confirming he had no serious injuries, Zephyr began discussing business. Sengoku already knows about what just happened. The Navy headquarters will restart the wanted procedures for the Pirate King's crew and release all known location information of the former Pirate King's crew members, including Red Hair. Hearing this, Lei Luo was somewhat surprised. Red Hair? He's being wanted too. Zephyr nodded yes. Rayleigh went too far this time, and Sengoku is furious. Lei Luo stroked his chin, beginning to ponder what teacher Sengoku was up to. Over these 3 years he had heard quite a lot about Red Hair, and had also gathered some intelligence from within the Navy. After Red Hair had cloned an arm from Vegapunk's research facility and attached it to himself, it was as if he had seen through life and death and achieved great enlightenment. His strength skyrocketed, especially his 3 types of hockey, which were exceptionally powerful. He was now very famous in the new world with a bounty of 1.8 billion berry. But at the end of the day, Red Hair is a celestial dragon, isn't he? Did teacher Sengoku directly initiate a specialized wanted warrant for Red Hair without consulting the 5 elders? The daily wanted posters and this special procedural wanted warrant are completely different. Daily wanted posters are just superficial gestures without any real dedicated pursuit of Red Hair. But hanging Red Hair on this wanted list targeting the Pirate King's crew carries significant meaning. In other words, this is actually a signal teacher Sengoku is sending to the 5 elders. Even if Red Hair is a celestial dragon, since he chose to go to sea and become a pirate, the Navy has the right to pursue. Previously, it was inconvenient to act due to Red Hair's status as a celestial dragon. But now, even if he is a celestial dragon, so what? When we encounter him, we fight. What about Amazon Lily? Zephyr hesitated for a moment. Sengoku hasn't said anything about moving against Amazon Lily yet. Although Shaki is the former empress, she is long past that, and she hasn't returned to Amazon Lily in a long time. The current Empress Hancock is a warlord. It's not the right time to act. Lei Luo understood. The boundaries had to be tested step by step. The warlord system was established by the world government. Teacher Sengoku was probably boiling the frog slowly. Moving too much at once would invite backlash. Shaki fled with Rayleigh, most likely heading to Amazon Lily to recover, with a small chance of seeking out former crewmates of the Pirate King. Then he could go to Amazon Lily to check things out, and also keep a close eye on Crocus, the doctor living inside the stomach of the whale Laboon. As for the current Empress of Amazon Lily, Hancock, Lei Luo actually had a decent impression of her, mainly because she had never done anything to harm civilians. Apart from being aloof most of the time, there weren't any big issues. He then looked at Momosaji, who was sleeping on the ground. Senior, brother Momosaji is. Zephyr glanced over, and then showed a disdainful expression. He was knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's hockey pressure from your fight. I plan to hold the graduation ceremony for the trainees first, then keep him here alone for some extra training. A veteran Vice Admiral knocked out by Conqueror's hockey. How shameful. Hearing this, Lei Luo coughed, dryly, thinking, Senior, brother Momosaji, don't blame me. Blame your own lack of strength. Then he turned his head and waved toward a group of little brats peeking out from behind a pile of building rubble in the distance. The next moment the kids cheered and ran toward him. While these weren't trainees about to graduate with the rank of lieutenant commander, they were clearly a bunch of wild monkeys. Teacher Lei Luo, you were so awesome just now. That so-called Silver's Rayleigh is nothing special. You punched a hole right through his waist. Luffy grinned with joy. Ace and Sabo had the same smiles on their faces, and even Kuina and Zoro looked at Lei Luo with burning eyes. The sword techniques Lei Luo had just displayed were very inspiring to them. As for Silver's Rayleigh, while brute force works wonders, there was technique, but not much. Nami was even less reserved, leaping onto Lei Luo's back, her cheeks flushed. Brother Lei Luo, I heard Teacher Zephyr is holding our graduation ceremony here, and then we can go straight to Water 7 with you. That's right, Lei Luo said, lifting Nami onto his shoulder. Nami is officially becoming my navigator. From now on we won't be limited to just Water 7. Huh, really? Nami's eyes instantly sparkled with stars. Though she felt that her own strength was of little importance, she had been forced by Zephyr Sensei to train at the camp for 3 years. Now being able to return to her beloved work naturally filled her with joy. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Lei Luo raised his hand and summoned a devil fruit with a lightning-like appearance from the sky. Since you're going to be my navigator, it's only fitting that you have a formidable ability to rely on. This is the Rumble fruit I obtained on Skypia's Burka 3 years ago. I've been keeping it for you all this time. Nami possessed extraordinary talent in manipulating elemental forces. The Rumble fruit, hailed as the most comprehensive Logia fruit, could not be more suitable for her. Its unparalleled speed, extensive range of observation haki, and the innate destructive power of lightning would elevate Nami's strength by several tiers. Nami was momentarily stunned. The Logia Rumble fruit. For me, yes. Upon receiving Lei Luo's affirmative answer, she held the fruit in her hands at a loss for what to do. Just then Luffy across from them made a sour face. Lei Luo Sensei, you're so biased. Sabo, and I want devil fruits too. Ace had the Logia Flare fruit. Now Nami also had the Logia Rumble fruit. Kuina and Zoro were determined to become pure swordsmen and would not eat devil fruits. Counting it out, only he and Sabo were left without devil fruits. Lei Luo raised an eyebrow. Then what devil fruit do you want, Luffy? A Paramecia, a Zoan, or a Logia like Ace's? Luffy counted on his fingers, considering his own abilities. His primary attack method now was his fists. He was well versed in the Rokushiki, had mastered all of his bastard grandfather's fist techniques, and now possessed Conqueror's haki. It seemed like any devil fruit would do. He turned to Sabo. Sabo, what about you? What fruit do you want? Sabo swung the pipe in his hand. For me, a Zoan. I've heard Zoan types can greatly enhance the body. Or a Logia would also work. Oh, Luffy nodded, then raised his hand. Then he'll go with whatever Sabo chooses. Hearing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but tap both boys on the head and laughed. You have quite the appetite. Fine, if I come across suitable fruits for you two, I'll definitely keep them aside. So Luffy cheered, dragging Sabo and Ace off to fool around. Then Lei Luo turned his gaze to Kana, and Zoro pondered for a moment, and with another gesture 2 long swords descended from the sky, landing in their hands. The two exchanged glances before looking at Lei Luo. Lei Luo Sensei, these are. Lei Luo waved his hand. 2 great grade swords. The Nidai Mikazuki Munikika, and the Nidai Otena Mitsuyo. Consider them your graduation gifts. The 3 brothers Luffy and Nami all had gifts. It wouldn't do to leave Kana and Zoro empty-handed. These 2 great grade blades were rewards from the system after he had defeated a few moderately famous pirate swordsmen over the past 3 years. Since he had no use for them, now he might as well give them to Kana and Zoro. Zoro practiced the 3-sword style, and one of his current swords was still a standard issue blade. Having delivered the items, Lei Luo didn't give the 2 a chance to thank him, and promptly took Nami to stroll around the still intact area next door. Since they were already on the Sabaody archipelago, it was worth exploring a bit before heading back. Lei Luonii, Nami sat on his shoulders, staring at the Rumble fruit in her hands, slightly conflicted. I've heard the Rumble fruit is said to be the strongest Logia fruit. Would it be too wasteful for me to eat it? She was just a navigator after all. She didn't need such formidable combat prowess. Wouldn't this powerful fruit be better suited for Luffy or Sabo? Lei Luo laughed. How is this wasteful? Back then, I gave my word to Bellamarizen. A mere Logia Rumble fruit. Take it, and eat it without any guilt. Don't worry about Sabo and Luffy. Hearing this, Nami finally relaxed. Well, alright. Since it's a gift from Lei Luonii, I'll accept it. Then, her eyes glinting mischievously, she tucked the Rumble fruit into her bosom, threw her arms around Lei Luo's neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek. He considered this a little reward for Lei Luonii. With that, Nami began devouring the Rumble fruit in large mouthfuls, disregarding its atrocious taste. She forced herself to finish every bit, leaving not a single morsel. Seeing this, Lei Luo could only shake his head with a smile. In truth, he still had a few ancient Zoan devil fruits also acquired over the past 3 years, which he had kept as reserves for Luffy and Sabo. Given Luffy's and Sabo's physical prowess, they could grow immensely strong even without eating a devil fruit, let alone with an ancient Zoan fruit. However, he still wanted to wait and see if something more suitable would turn up. Ideally a mythical Zoan, or else a fruit that perfectly complemented Luffy or Sabo's personal styles. There was also Zephyr Sensei. His lung disease had been worsening lately, but in Water 7, a research institute in which he held shares, had been studying this very condition for 3 full years, and significant progress had been made. Soon Zephyr Sensei would be fully healed, and he would once again become the Black Arm Zephyr. Speaking of mythical Zoans, He recalled that in a place called the Sleepy Town in Paradise, there might be a mythical Zoan devil fruit. The Zoan bat fruit, mythical Zoan vampire model. It could absorb others' blood to restore youth and extend lifespan, excelling in endurance, and also granted the ability to control groups. A very fine, mythical Zoan fruit, though it lay within a ruin. He could find time to take Robin and search for it. Lost in thought, he heard Nami's exclamation from his shoulder. So far, Leiloni, I feel like the range of my observation hockey has expanded a lot. Like a child who had just received a beloved toy, she played with lightning flickering between her fingertips, jumping back and forth, thoroughly delighted. That's only natural. The Rumble fruit is like that. With sufficient development, a user can extend their observation hockey over vast distances. Some who eat this fruit can even cover an entire large island with their hockey. That's incredible, Nami marveled. Her original observation hockey could only sense several kilometers around her, but now with the Rumble fruit, she could detect roughly 10 kilometers. As she further developed the fruit, the range of her observation hockey would continue to expand. With that thought, Nami tried to spread her observation hockey even more, and her expression abruptly changed. Leiloni, I can sense Lion. He's arguing with someone. The person opposite him is a world government agent, and behind that agent is a celestial dragon. Moi. As soon as Nami uttered the word celestial dragon, Reynaud sensed trouble brewing. How had Rain ended up in a conflict with one of those vile celestial dragons here? Moreover, after he had brawled with Rayleigh here, destroying several streets, could some brainless celestial dragon still be descending upon Sabaody? Reynaud dared not tarry. His Kinbunchika hockey swept across the surrounding tens of kilometers, and his face immediately darkened. He instructed Nami to stay seated, channeled lightning into his legs, and leaped atop the rooftops, racing toward Rain's location. He needed to hurry, or Rain would suffer greatly. Meanwhile, several streets away, Rain stood resolutely. Opposite him stood a celestial dragon adorned in lavish garments, head enveloped in a bubble, seated upon the back of a towering slave, clutching an iron chain, whose other end bound the slave's collar. Flanking the celestial dragon were numerous well-suited CP0 agents of the world government. This entourage should have accentuated the celestial dragon's imposing presence, but its idiotic expression and the drool trailing from its nose ruined the whole aura. This was the prodigal son of the Roswald family, Roswald Charlos Saint. Hey, that uniform. You're a Marine, aren't you? An agent stepped out from the procession, pointing at Rain's nose and bellowing, "Get out of the way, don't block the path of the great celestial dragon." But Rain shook his head, his gaze locked on the slave beneath Charlos Saint, a man with a numb expression covered in scars resembling a living corpse. Rain spoke softly, "He is suffering." In Water 7, such slave trading had long been eradicated by his boss. Everyone lived happily, and no one was unjustly captured as a slave. Rain was a native of Water 7, having rarely left the island for others. He had assumed all cities under Marine rule were like Water 7, with harmonious neighborly relations and mutual affection. This trip to Sabaody Archipelago with his boss was meant to witness its splendor, but after wandering around, Rain felt an indescribable unease. Here the Marines governed only part of the city. Here pirates and underworld forces abounded, crime and depravity even more rampant and widespread than in the old Water 7. Here people openly captured slaves, traded them, and celestial dragons came down from Mary Geos to purchase slaves. The more Rain walked, the more his heart ached, the more anger accumulated within him. Though he knew intellectually that celestial dragons were gods, supreme, invincible, he still felt sick, until he truly encountered a celestial dragon and saw the slave beneath its seat. Could this drooling, obese, frail creature truly be called a god? Could such a god arbitrarily trample on people's freedom and enslave them? If this scum qualified as a god, then his boss was a god king. Rain stared at the towering slave, his fists clenching. The giant was frail, and in pain, his expression utterly numb, the light gone from his eyes. Flanking the procession, countless commoners knelt prostrate, trembling. They dared not lift their heads toward the celestial dragon's entourage, nor speak a word for the giant, fearing for their own safety. Thus Rain stepped forward, standing before the celestial dragon's procession. He is suffering. Rain looked at the agent, his expression earnest, and he's about to die. Hearing this, the giant lifted his head, slightly glanced toward Rain, and a glimmer of joy flickered across his face. Rain understood that look. It was the hope of release, of no longer enduring agony. He's just a slave. Being Charlos Saint's mount is his honor. The agent still wore an arrogant expression, even reaching out to shove Rain. Beat it, Marine. Delaying Charlos Saint's affairs is a capital offense. This Marine was merely a commander far beneath his prowess. Today was his chance to shine before Charlos. But the next moment, the CP0 agent sensed something amiss. How could he not budge this Marine? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A mere Marine commander could not surpass him in physical strength. Thus he pushed harder, sweat beading on his forehead. Just then Charlos Saint's voice rang from behind. "Hey, Not done yet. At those words the agent before Rain broke out in a cold sweat. He fell to his knees and kowtowed, his forehead thudding against the ground, voice trembling. 1,000 apologies, Charlos Saint. He'll handle it immediately. Rain followed the sound and saw the celestial dragon in the bubble suit drawing a pistol crafted entirely of gold and studded with precious gems. Dawdling. I can't wait to see my new slave. Taking this long, go die. A bang rang out, the bullet shot from the pistol striking the agent's head. The agent fell into a pool of blood, but Rain's heart grew even heavier. That agent possessed considerable strength. Though not matching Rain, he was far superior to an average commander, and he died under the celestial dragon's gun merely for a slight delay. Without the slightest resistance. Rain's fists clenched tighter, feeling the fury inside him ready to erupt. No, this wasn't how things should be. Sabaody Archipelago shouldn't be like this. His boss had taught him that all their efforts were for the people's freedom and equality. But here in Sabaody, he saw nothing that could compare to Water 7. Rain recalled a conversation with Commodore Smoker before they set out. Smoker had said, "Not all Marines are Reynaud, and not all cities are Water 7. When Commodore Smoker said that, his tone carried deep complexity. At the time, Rain didn't understand, but now, Charlos Saint's gun aimed at Rain. And you plebeian, how dare you obstruct me from seeing my slave? You deserve death. Another gunshot, the bullet streaked toward Rain at breakneck speed. Rain's head snapped up. The CP0 lapdogs wouldn't resist, but he was no CP0 agent. The rage that had been building ever since he set foot on Sabaody finally erupted from Rain. The next moment, black-red lightning flashed. The dark crimson lightning domain swept past, crushing the incoming projectiles and enveloping in an instant. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed in succession, leaving only a few standing among the vast traveling party. A man in a white suit beside Charlos Saint steadied himself with difficulty, his body trembling. He roared at the few agents still standing. Go find the nearest Marines for reinforcements. Quickly. He recalled that retired Admiral Zephyr was nearby, though a mere Navy commander. Once Zephyr arrived, he would surely have the commander killed. Then with great effort he stumbled and crawled before Charlos Saint. By now Charlos Saint had fainted under the pressure of the Conqueror's hockey, drooling uncontrollably inside his bubble helmet, looking utterly disheveled. Charlos Saint. Charlos Saint. The agent wailed in despair. This mission was not only without merit, but would also lead to his execution upon return. At that moment Ryan stepped forward to the tall slave, clenched his right fist, and covered it with armament hockey. Despite the overwhelming Conqueror's hockey, the nearly dying tall slave remained conscious. I will end your suffering, Ryan said softly. I hope you may pass in peace. At the moment the smoke dispersed, the boundless thunder prison fell instantly, turning the ground, where Rayleigh. Hearing this, the tall slave trembled, raising his head slowly, each motion seemingly draining his last strength. Then he gave Ryan a broad, radiant, and warm smile. Thank you. Ryan closed his eyes and brought his fist down. Meanwhile, not far away, an agent held a din mushy, speaking excitedly. Reporting, sir. We've secured support. Admiral Zephyr said reinforcements are on the way and will arrive shortly. Meanwhile, not far away, an agent held a din mushy, speaking excitedly. Reporting, sir. We've secured support. Admiral Zephyr said reinforcements are on the way. Then he asked, hey, do you know who's coming? Is it Admiral Zephyr? Or Vice Admiral Momosaji? It's Golden Dragon Rail, Rear Admiral Rail. He's on Sabaody Archipelago right now, having just gravely wounded Dark King Rayleigh. The white-suited man's eyes lit up. Rear Admiral Rail. He had heard of him. Reportedly aligned with the Celestial Dragons, immensely powerful, and on good terms with the Five Elders. This was a sure win. Across from him, Ryan's expression turned peculiar, opening his mouth several times, but refraining. Finally, he scratched his head helplessly. Well, he was never good with words. He would wait for the boss to handle things. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and landed steadily near them, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Rail and Nami emerged with Rail holding a din mushy. Understood, Master Zephyr. They'll handle it properly, rest assured. After speaking, Rail hung up the din mushy, lit a cigar, surveyed the scene, and a glint of delight flashed in his eyes. It was as he suspected. The Conqueror's hockey he had sensed earlier was Ryan's. Good lad with proper training, had at least be an admiral candidate, perhaps even an admiral. The white-suited man hurried over, stood at attention before Rail, and spoke with reverence. Rear Admiral Rail. It was this Marine who attacked Celestial Dragon Charlos. Kill him at once, and well, escort Charlos Saint back to Mary Geo's for treatment. Rail raised an eyebrow and offered a knowing smile. No need for all that trouble. I can treat Charlos Saint. He walked toward the unconscious, slobbering figure encased in a bubble blue, electrical sparks dancing in his hand. Nami, join me. It's called electrotherapy. Stimulating organs with lightning will quickly revive Charlos Saint. Sure, Brother Rail. Nami didn't fully understand his plan, but she followed along. So 4 hands crackling with lightning struck Charlos Saint, simultaneously eliciting a wince from the white-suited man, though he dared not intervene. Rear Admiral Rail was a favorite of the 5 elders. He was merely a CP-0 escort captain. Twice. Until the 5th shock when Charlos Saint's eyes snapped open. But now his skin was charred, his clothes tattered, and his bubble helmet shattered, making him look like a refugee. Rail raised his hand, and threads of mental manipulation silently burrowed in, instantly seizing control of his consciousness. Huff. Huff. The white-suited man immediately knelt beside him, weeping. I failed to protect you, your grace. I deserve death. But thanks to Rear Admiral Rail, you've been saved. Charlos Saint's face broke into a warm smile. So that's it. Golden Dragon Rail, I've heard of you. You flatter me, your grace. I merely did my duty. Rail smiled broadly. Under his control, Charlos Saint would say whatever Rail wished. Then the white-suited man stood and approached again. Your grace, Rear Admiral Rail, shall we execute the Marine who attacked you immediately? In an instant, Rail's eyes narrowed. This CP-0 agent seemed rather oblivious. In my view, this is nothing but a misunderstanding. Ryan merely sought to relieve Charlos Saint of a dangerous slave. How can that be called an attack? The white-suited man looked bewildered. What did Rear Admiral Rail mean? Was he protecting this Marine? And how did he know the Marine's name was Ryan? Fearing that Rail's mishandling might jeopardize his own prospects with the 5 elders, he volunteered. If you'd rather not act, Rear Admiral, I can do it myself. Seeing this, Rail sighed, took a deep drag from his cigar, and blew the smoke into the white-suited man's face. I said it's a misunderstanding. Are you deaf? Mental manipulation activated. Charlos Saint immediately reacted, slapping the white-suited man across. Bastard! How dare you speak to my savior like that? You've brought death upon yourself. With that, Charlos Saint drew his golden pistol and fired a shot at the white-suited man. Bang! The white-suited man's body crumpled to the ground, his face frozen in disbelief. Rail turned to the remaining surviving agents, his expression amiable. Since Charlos Saint has spoken, what are your... As Lei Luo cast a glance, these agents trembled violently and quickly stepped forward, insisting that everything was a misunderstanding and that both Saint Cherselosi and Rear Admiral Lei Luo were absolutely correct. Saint Cherselosi nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. By the way, when I return to Malikia, take out all those renowned swords and devil fruits from my collection and send them to Rear Admiral Lei Luo's garrison as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Understood. We shall strictly follow Saint Cherselosis' orders. Thus Lei Luo was also satisfied. He patted Saint Cherselosi on the shoulder and said, from now on use fewer slave mounts and don't come down here so often. The Zyangpadi archipelago is dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Malikia? Saint Cherselosi readily agreed. Rear Admiral Lei Luo is right. Once I'm back in Malikia, he'll stay there and not come out. They'll also release all those slaves and give them a settlement fee. The nearby agents exchanged glances, not daring to breathe, wondering if the lightning had fried Saint Cherselosis' brain. But since Saint Cherselosi had said so, they only needed to carry out the orders. The rest was none of their business. Lei Luo added a few more words and finally said, keep in touch. Then, on the pretext of escort, he quickly left with Na Mei and Lai In, heading back to the naval base on the Zyangpadi archipelago. Inside the naval base training ground, Lai In shrank his neck as he looked at his boss. Beside the boss were instructor Zephyr and the boss several disciples. The burning gazes from these people made him feel uneasy, and he couldn't help but say, boss, have I caused trouble? This attacking a celestial dragon is a serious matter, right? Lei Luo smiled. I already said it was a misunderstanding, not an attack. Besides, didn't you see Saint Cherselosis' attitude at the end? It was quite good, wasn't it? Lion nodded. He felt that something seemed off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Seeing Lion still deep in thought, Lei Luo stepped forward and patted his shoulder. All right, that matter is in the past now. Let's talk about your conqueror's hockey. At these words, teacher Zephyr had already approached, looking at Lion with a gaze as if discovering a treasure. Excellent physique, proficient in the 6 powers, and now also possessing conqueror's hockey. Good, really good. This combination almost rivals that of the young Lei Luo. Lei Luo smiled casually, took out a cigar, and put it in his mouth. Before he could light it, Na Mei cheerfully came over and pointed her finger. A flash of lightning flickered over the cigar, and Lei Luo saw it lit. Smiling, he patted Na Mei's little head and looked at Lion with a gratified gaze. After all, he and Si Moj had carefully selected this promising talent. For him to awaken conqueror's hockey at this moment made all of Lei Luo's efforts worthwhile. After learning the full story behind Lion's awakening, Zephyr also cast a satisfied look at Lei Luo. Judging from Lion's performance, Kashwizi Du must be exceptionally well governed. Otherwise, Lion would not have awakened conqueror's hockey under such drastic contrast and stimulation. Although the situation on the Zyangpadi archipelago was the most severe, it was a common phenomenon in prosperous cities. Yet Lion could be stimulated by such a phenomenon. one they were all accustomed to, and rise up in resistance which sufficiently demonstrated how good the public security in Kishwizi-do now was. Great. Truly worthy of being Zephy's disciple. At that thought, Zephy's mouth curled up almost to the sky. After laughing for a good while, Zephyr waved at Lei Luo. By the way, remember to contact Zhangguo later. He said he has something to discuss with you. Oh, teacher Zhangguo is looking for me. Hearing this, Lei Luo immediately walked out of the training ground, found a quiet spot, and took out a den mushi. A moment later, Zhangguo's voice came through the den mushi. Lei Luo, my boy, you did very well this time. After a while, when things calm down, come back to headquarters. They'll promote you to Vice Admiral and Admiral candidate. Zhangguo's words were full of satisfaction. He had seen many monsters, but even those monsters upon seeing Lei Luo would have to admit that he was the true monster. Lei Luo was not surprised at all. Given his strength and background, staying as a rear admiral for 3 years was already quite long. He remained silent, knowing that teacher Zhangguo surely had more to say. Sure enough, Zhangguo's tone instantly turned serious. Lei Luo, my boy, what do you think of Delesilosa? Lei Luo was startled. Delesilosa. Teacher, do you have any plans for this country? Ever since he took down the Flamingo Don Quixote da Flamingo 3 years ago, Delesilosa had fallen into chaos. At that time, Zhangguo urgently dispatched the naval base fleet stationed in the New World to forcefully enter and suppress the chaos in Delesilosa. However, to avoid suspicion, they did not establish a new naval base there afterward. Now teacher Zhangguo brings this up. Lei Luo pondered for a moment, his gaze sharpening. Teacher Zhangguo, do you mean for me to take charge in Delesilosa? Correct. I have already communicated with the royal family of Delesilosa, and they agree to the Navy's presence. I have been considering this for some time now. With your current strength, you are fully capable of taking charge. As a country of crucial geographical importance in the New World, if the Navy establishes a presence in Delesilosa, it would mean relying on the strength of a single naval base to intercept the majority of pirates entering the New World at Delesilosa. The pressure is immense, but Lei Luo's strength is sufficient. More importantly, if the Navy stations forces in Delesilosa, it would completely disrupt the Five Elders' demand for balance on the seas, absolutely leading to a direct confrontation with the Five Elders. With the current resources of the Navy, it is not yet strong enough to directly confront the world government, unless teacher Zhangguo was merely giving him an advance notice. With this in mind, Lei Luo immediately said, Teacher Zhangguo, how many years from now do you plan for me to go? On the other end of the den mushi, Zhangguo's lips curled into a smile. He liked smart youngsters like Lei Luo who grasp things instantly. Don't rush. You still have plenty of time to grow. Go whenever you feel your strength is sufficient. Zhangguo's meaning was clear. I have set the stage for you. When and how you perform is entirely up to you. A smile appeared on Lei Luo's lips. Understood, teacher Zhangguo. I will submit my application at the right. That's settled for now. By the way, stay a few more days at Navy headquarters this time. There are many people here who want to... With a click, the den mushi was hung up. Lei Luo couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He had been promoted to Admiral candidate, and without a second thought he knew who wanted to see him. Momosaji Gion and Chapbungaji, of course. Over the following 2 days, Lei Luo took a group of young rascals on a grand adventure across the Sabati archipelago, after which they returned to Water 7 aboard a naval warship. During this time, the name Golden Dragon Lei Luo once again thundered across the vast ocean. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard with an 4-drip attached gazed at the newspaper in his hand. His eyes were sharp, yet held an inscrutable complexity. His physical condition was deteriorating by the day, and he knew not how much longer he could shield his sons. It was at this moment that the Marines had produced a young man capable of grievously wounding Rayleigh. Indeed, had Shaki not fled swiftly, Rayleigh's fate would have been far graver than mere severe injury. Whitebeard set down the newspaper, his gaze sweeping over the sons before him, finally resting on a towering figure devouring cherry pie, a back marked by a few missing teeth. Regardless, as long as he drew breath, he would continue to provide sanctuary for his sons. Until his dying day, he remained the strongest man in the world. He pulled out the 4-needle from his body, grasped his naginata, and struck the deck with tremendous force. In the next instant, crimson-black lightning erupted across the entire expanse of the sea. In Reynaud country, Kaido drank sake, his eyes hazy as he stared at Lei Luo's figure in the newspaper. Golden Dragon. Pick Golden Dragon, Lei Luo. I want you to join my beast pirates so badly. If you come, the position of vice captain is yours, and so is the role of my son-in-law. After bellowing for a while, Kaido chugged another bottle of sake and casually tossed the newspaper to Jack beside him. Go deliver this newspaper to young Master Yamato. Let him see what a true man of the sea looks like. Tell her that a true man should be like Lei Luo, capable of wounding me at 16 and nearly cutting down the Pirate King's first mate at 19. In comparison, that Odin is utterly disappointing. Yes, Kaido-san. Jack took the newspaper, turned, and departed, soon arriving at a room not far away where he raised his hand to knock. Young Master Yamato Kaido-san instructed me to deliver this newspaper, saying you should witness what a true man truly is, and urged you to read it thoroughly. Inside the room, a woman with handcuffs on both wrists and 2 horns on her head was eating. Hearing the knock at the door, she impatiently pushed it open. Is that bastard father of mine making me look at that golden dragon Lei Luo again? Over the past 3 years, her wretched father had been afflicted with some sort of madness, incessantly muttering about golden dragon Lei Luo in her ear until she was sick of hearing it. Was it not just that the wretched father failed to recruit him, got slashed and punched in the process? Why was he so obsessed with this golden dragon Lei Luo? Yet despite her disdain, Yamato was quite curious about this Marine Rear Admiral, the golden dragon. Though her father was a scoundrel, his strength was indisputable. If he had been praising him for so long, she wanted to see him too. So even as she grumbled, Yamato dutifully took the newspaper. Golden dragon Lei Luo actually gravely wounded Rayleigh, the man who was once Odin's first mate. Yamato's jaw dropped as she rubbed her eyes, scrutinized the newspaper word by word, and even examined the photo showing Rayleigh's torso with a cavity punched through by Lei Luo's fist. Golden dragon Lei Luo, so formidable. She had heard of Dark King Rayleigh, and in fact knew him well, as he had been Kazuki Odin's former first mate. Young Master Yamato's condition troubled not only Kaido, but the entire Beast Pirates. Now that Yamato showed interest in Lei Luo, it was a promising start. From this perspective, it seemed that Lei Luo could indeed be considered a true man. Jack stood nearby holding a din-din mushy transmitter and let out a sigh of relief. Young Master Yamato's condition troubled not only Kaido, but the entire Beast Pirates. Now that Yamato showed interest in Lei Luo, it was a promising start. On the other end of the din-din mushy, Kaido roared with laughter and opened another bottle of sake. Huh. I told you after seeing a true man Yamato would be intrigued. Soon he'll forget that Odin. As he laughed, Kaido began to weep, brandishing his spiked club. Boo-hoo. Why isn't that damned golden dragon Lei Luo my vice-captain? He should have unleashed his full power back then and forcibly taken Lei Luo as his own. Seeing their captain crying like a scorned woman, the officers exchanged glances and rubbed their foreheads. In the east blue, a cluster of islands floated high in the sky. A man draped in a coat with 2 swords strapped to his legs hovered in midair, a steering wheel embedded in the back of his head. He stared at the newspaper, crumpling it with force. This was the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, a user of the float fruit known as the Flying Pirate. Damn it. Damn Rayleigh. To be defeated by a mere marine brat. This dishonors Roger and all pirates. Golden Lion tore the newspaper to shreds in a few motions, then kicked out a flying slashing wave. The powerful slash soared toward the clouds, cleaving a distinct pathway through them. After venting his fury, Golden Lion calmed slightly, though his expression remained savage. No, Roger's reputation cannot be tarnished by Rayleigh. Roger is a man I acknowledge. His first mate being beaten by a mere marine brat. I must avenge Roger. Golden dragon Lei Luo, is it? Just wait for me. Indigo, notify all men. I'm heading to the Grand Line. Kara. Indigo, dressed absurdly, tilted his head slightly, then gestured wildly with both hands while his shoes went poo-poo, making Golden Lion's forehead vein bulge. Speak. Our experiment is at a critical stage. Are you sure you want to go to the Grand Line? We can continue the experiment on the Grand Line. Right now, restoring Roger's honor is my top priority. With those words, the massive cluster of islands under Golden Lion's power began to drift slowly toward— Wow. So this is Water 7. It feels even more magnificent than Sabaody Archipelago. Yeah, I think Sabaody Archipelago is totally inferior to Water 7. Teacher Lei Luo is amazing. A group of young rascals, having just set foot on Water 7, were utterly astounded by the city's appearance. Lei Luo smiled. There will be plenty of time to explore Water 7 later. First, let's get you back to the base. Don't think you can relax just because you've graduated from the elite training camp. My standards are even stricter than Master Zephyr's. At these words, the little brats immediately wore confident expressions. Don't worry, Teacher Lei Luo, we're already very strong now. Luffy grinned, even raising a hand to show off his muscles. No matter how strict Teacher Lei Luo was here, could he really be worse than that wretched grandfather? At least here they wouldn't have to endure sudden fists of love at any moment. Seeing the expressions on these little rascals, Lei Luo couldn't help but curl his lips into a sinister smile. Witnessing this, Smoker, who had come to greet them, twitched the corner of his mouth. No fists of love. Not a chance. That bastard Lei Luo loved to chase him around the training ground whenever he felt like it. He had been battered by Lei Luo for 3 years. 3 whole years. So 2 hours later, Lei Luo, armed with armament hockey clenched in both fists, charged toward the terrified little brats with a villainous laugh. Hee-haw. Little brats don't run. Run straight into my fists. No, Teacher Lei Luo. A group fled ahead while one chased from behind. Smoker stood by the training ground, 2 cigars dangling from his mouth, arms crossed, shaking his head. He knew it would come to this. Before only he had to endure this treatment in the entire base. Now with a bunch of little brats around, at least he had companions in suffering. As for Ryan, he was supposed to be trained by that person, but unfortunately, they couldn't treat Ryan the same way Lei Luo treated him. The power gap wasn't that large. Just then Lei Luo caught sight of Smoker spectating from the sidelines in his peripheral vision. He gestured with his hand, and a violent gust of wind elemental power swept Smoker up, tossing him into the midst of Luffy's group. Smoker, you're coming too. Don't just stand around. Smoker. Lei Luo, you. Mumbling about what? Take this punch. After the daily routine of putting Smoker and the little brats through their paces and beating them all down, Lei Luo hummed a tune as he entered the office. Yo, busy as always. Lei Luo looked at Robin, who was handling paperwork from his seat, and squeezed over with a grin, lifting Robin onto his lap. With you away from the base, these tasks naturally fall to me. Robin rolled her eyes gracefully, leaning back against Lei Luo's chest as she continued with the paperwork. Come on, even when I'm here, you're the one handling them. Lei Luo grinned like a sly fox, determined to keep Robin from doing her work properly. Robin rolled her eyes again and had no choice but to turn around and pacify Lei Luo first, otherwise she wouldn't get any work done today. Upon hearing this, Robin understood immediately. She was the only one in the base capable of deciphering ancient inscriptions, so taking her along made perfect sense. Robin paused, puzzled about where Lei Luo wanted to take her. I recently got word of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, but it's in a ruin. I need you to decipher the ancient text there. Upon hearing this, Robin understood immediately. She was the only one in the base capable of deciphering ancient inscriptions, so taking her along made perfect sense. After finishing, Lei Luo turned to Khalifa, his smile full of ill intent. Seeing this, Khalifa organized the documents, stood up, and swept her long hair back. Miss Robin, these official matters aren't urgent. Let's leave them for tomorrow. Right now we have something more important. The next day, Lei Luo arrived at the training ground and assigned the title of Assault Squad to Luffy and the others except Nami, with Kuna as the squad leader. The soldiers in the naval base already had their own leaders, so it wouldn't be appropriate for Luffy and the others to suddenly step in and lead. Besides, given the nature of these little brats, they weren't keen on leading teams anyway. For them, strengthening their own power was the top priority. As for Nami, she was the exclusive navigator of the Yellow Dragon, and her rank and position were tied directly to Lei Luo, so no extra assignment was needed. Having made the arrangements, Lei Luo took Yuta straight into Water 7. He had promised to take Yuta out for a meal earlier, but that had been delayed by the attack on Teacher Zephyr. Now he had to make it up to her. Where does Yuta want to go today? Lei Luo walked down the street, glancing sideways at Yuta on his shoulder. How about going to the entertainment district? That restaurant I told you about is in the entertainment district too. Great idea. Let's take a stroll there and then go eat. Don't we need to call Khalifa and the others? They're probably still sleeping. We'll call them over for dinner tonight. Yuta puffed out her cheeks, unsure whether to be happy or not. On one hand, Lei Luo would have the whole day to spend alone with her. On the other, Khalifa and Robin were far ahead in this regard. Lei Luo, however, seemed to be in a great mood, nodding and smiling at the citizens who greeted him along the way. If he hadn't firmly refused, they might have stuffed all sorts of things into his hands. Clothes, food, performances. I think there's a circus performing here today. Yuta want to go take a look? Yes. Lei Luo now held 2 giant ice cream cones in his hands, his right hand slightly raised, so Yuta could easily eat from it. Yuta, meanwhile, offered her half-eaten cotton candy to Lei Luo's lips, watching him take a bite, her eyes curving with joy. The two stopped in front of the circus stage, which had already gathered a fair number of visitors, creating a lively scene. Whoa, this circus is no ordinary one. All these animals are so peculiar. Lei Luo observed for a while before finally giving a peculiar assessment. The performing animals looked quite different from ordinary ones, especially the lead gorilla, who wore a pink jacket and green beach shorts, seemingly possessing human-like intelligence. Yuta nodded in agreement, marveling. The sea really has wonders without end. Even a circus can be this amazing. The two watched for a while, then Lei Luo glanced at his watch. Yuta, it's lunchtime. Let's go eat. Okay. After they left, the circus continued its performance. The gorilla in the pink jacket looked in the direction Lei Luo and Yuta had gone, then turned and walked backstage, gesturing wildly at the other staff. Understood. You're saying you saw the golden dragon, Lei Luo, right? They'll send the intelligence back immediately. And so the information was transmitted from Water 7, eventually reaching the hands of Dr. Indigo. Golden Dragon Lei Luo has indeed returned to the Seven Waters capital. Dr. Indigo narrowed his eyes at the intelligence in his hand, then swiftly dashed toward the main island of the floating archipelago. Moments later, Shiki the Golden Lion frowned at Dr. Indigo, who was gesturing wildly but not speaking. Are you saying that Sei Xingxing and the others disguised themselves as a circus to perform? Sei Xingxing has such talent. When he returns, I must have him perform for me too. Seeing his performance art fail, Dr. Indigo finally spoke. I mean, say Xingxing has confirmed that Golden Dragon Lei Luo is back in the Seven Waters capital. At our current speed, will arrive in 3 days. Shiki was startled. You can talk. Dr. Indigo remained silent. Seeing his captain slipping into confusion again, he stepped forward and slapped Shiki on the head. Shiki shook his head, his eyes clearing. To Indigo. So say Xingxing has located Golden Dragon Lei Luo. His mind often wandered due to the ship's helm embedded in his skull, leaving him in a dazed state that required Dr. Indigo's slap to restore his wits. Yes. Well, reached the Seven Waters capital in just 3 days. 3 days. Excellent. Then he'll not only kill Golden Dragon Lei Luo, but also destroy the entire Seven Waters capital. It's time for the flying pirate crew's name to resound across the seas. Lei Luo remained oblivious to the circus affair, but his expression was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a tremendous treasure. Yuta noticed his demeanor and asked, Lei Luo, what's wrong? They were standing at the entrance of the largest casino in the Seven Waters capital. Lei Luo had not intended to come, but Yuta's curiosity led them there for a bit of fun. He had plenty of money, and since the casino was owned by Khalifa, any losses would simply pass from one pocket to another, a small indulgence for Yuta's whim. But Lei Luo never expected to see an unexpected figure here. Yuta, he smiled. You wanted to see what gambling looks like, right? He'll show you soon. With that, he strode into the casino and headed straight for a blind man seated alone, dressed in a purple kimono and scarf with an shaped scar on his forehead. Lei Luo sat down opposite him. Old sir, you seem to be without an opponent. Would you mind a game with me? The blind man looked up, though his eyes were closed. Lei Luo knew he had already seen him. It's the Golden Dragon Lei Luo, Rear Admiral of the Seven Waters capital. What an honor. I am Isho. I'm truly honored that Rear Admiral Lei Luo would play a game with me. How would you like to bet, and for what stake? Lei Luo's smile deepened. Isho, a paramecia gravity fruit user, and a great swordsman wielding one of the supreme grade blades, the Cane Sword Gambler's hotline possessed an incredibly wide observation hockey range capable of pulling meteors from space, strength enough to rival an admiral. Isho, known in the Marines as Fujitora. To encounter him here was an unexpected delight. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Isho. I'm new to gambling. Isho opened his eyes, revealing white pupils, and studied Lei Luo for a moment before smiling. Then I shall take the liberty. The two exchanged smiles and quickly set out their chips. Yuta blinked beside them, not understanding who the old man was, but she recognized the supreme grade blade at his side. Clearly Lei Luo intended to recruit this man, and the man himself was a good person. Otherwise Lei Luo would have drawn his sword. Isho loved gambling, so Lei Luo indulged him. They played round after round, neither using observation hockey to cheat. Yet Lei Luo looked at his growing pile of chips and scratched his head. Mr. Isho, your luck is truly poor. It was true Lei Luo considered his own luck mediocre, but Isho's was even worse. Isho shook his head with a smile. Gambling is merely entertainment. Winning or losing is unimportant. He glanced at the darkening sky outside, and picked up his cane sword. Rear Admiral Lei Luo, you must have something to discuss with me. Shall we talk in detail at the Marine base? Since you invite me, I naturally comply. They soon arrived at Lei Luo's office in the base. Khalifa and Robin, initially thinking Lei Luo was about to demand another round, understood upon seeing Isho that this was a serious matter. They excused themselves, leaving the two men in quiet conversation. Lei Luo poured tea for Isho and slid it across the table. Mr. Isho, what do you think of the Seven Waters capital? Isho fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke with admiration. The Seven Waters capital is the ultimate vision of the ideal nation in my heart. He had heard of its prosperity and order, but seeing it in person had been a splendid surprise. No underground forces causing trouble, no pirates openly causing chaos. The people lived in abundance with light in their eyes. Isho admitted this was his ideal city-nation. And all of this was brought by the Rear Admiral before him. Lei Luo smiled. Then Mr. Isho, as you've walked through it, how do you find this Marine base? The officers are formidable, and the soldiers are orderly. Even within the entire Marines, this base likely ranks among the top. Then I'll be direct, would you consider joining the Marines, eh? Isho paused. The Marines of the Seven Waters capital do uphold justice, but not all Marines are like this. Moreover, the world government is a major constraint. That's precisely why we must bring change, isn't it? Lei Luo extended his right hand, his words compelling. Mr. Isho, would you be willing to join me in making the Marines truly just and turning the whole world into another Seven Waters capital? Lei Luo understood that Isho revered righteous men. He had blinded himself to avoid witnessing the world's filth and evil. But now Lei Luo presented the very embodiment of Isho's ideal, showing him the reality of what had been achieved. Rather than empty talk, he let facts speak, and the Seven Waters capital was that fact. Thus Lei Luo believed Isho would not refuse his offer. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Isho slowly extended his right hand and clasped Lei Luo's. I am honored by your regard, Rear Admiral Lei Luo. However, let it be known that I will only take orders from you. Agreed. Their hands gripped tightly, a resonance between kindred spirits. Having successfully recruited a general-level combatant, Lei Luo was in high spirits. That very evening, he declared a full banquet for the base with extra rations and free-flowing liquor for all except those on patrol or guard duty. At the feast, Ishao held a bowl of soba noodles and watched Luffy and the others devouring meat. He remarked with awe, this base truly teems with talent. Given time, these young lads will surely become formidable powers in their own right. The mere presence of these individuals had stunned Ishao. 1, 2, 3. Counting Lei Luo, the base housed no fewer than 5 users of Conqueror's Haki. Though one of them seemed unaware that he possessed Conqueror's Haki that did not diminish his strength. The base's latent potential remained terrifyingly immense. Lei Luo merely chuckled at this, stating that such an effect was precisely what he intended. He needed both undeniable reality and ample strength and potential to inspire confidence in Ishao. Yet, Ishao might not have required such persuasion, but Lei Luo had to present it. In terms of current strength, the base boasted 2 top-tier combatants, himself and Ishao. In terms of latent promise, these youngsters were exceptional raw material. The display had conveyed abundant sincerity. Ishao clearly understood this, as a smile never left his face throughout the entire banquet. After managing the reception, the next task was to apply for a military rank for Ishao. Given his prowess, any position like Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral would be an understatement, yet directly recommending him for an Admiral rank seemed inappropriate. Lei Luo pondered for a moment, then decided to leave the matter to his teacher Zhang Guo. Thus in the dead of night, Lei Luo called Zhang Guo, rousing him from his bed. Huh, Lei Luo, you brat. Why disturb an old man at such an hour? Zhang Guo yawned, his tone laced. Hey teacher Zhang Guo, you're still awake. Lei Luo chuckled, while Ishao across from him could only shake his head helplessly. Zhang Guo. Get to the point. It's like this. I've recruited a general-level combatant for the Marines. I'd like to request a rank for him. Hearing this, silence fell on the other end of the din mushi. After a long moment, Zhang Guo's voice came through. Lei Luo, you brat, are you telling me I have too much free time and you're messing with me in the middle of the night? Were general-level combatants as common as cabbages? Could they be recruited so easily? I'm not lying. A Paramecia-type gravity fruit user plus a great swordsman. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo's expression turned serious. This combination, wasn't it just a version of Shiki the Golden Lion without Conqueror's Haki? The gravity fruit's ability was to control gravity, while the float fruit allowed objects touched to levitate. Though their powers differed, the exhibited effects were fundamentally similar. Moreover, the gravity fruit was even more versatile than the float fruit. Remember when Shiki the Golden Lion stormed Marine headquarters, it took both the Prime Sengoku and the Prime Garp working together to subdue him. It wasn't a matter of raw strength. Shiki could fly, making capture extremely difficult. Furthermore, during the decisive battle between the Flying Pirates and the Roger Pirates, had Shiki's head not gotten lodged in the helm of a supreme ship, the Roger Pirates might have been wiped out, let alone the subsequent Pirate King. The strategic significance of this devil fruit was immense. With this individual, the Marines could form an aerial unit with mobility far surpassing that of fleets sailing the seas. Thus Zhang Guo earnestly inquired about Ishao's background. The more he heard, the more astonished he became. Excellent, excellent. Someone with such formidable strength and a heart for justice was naturally destined for the Marines. All right, Lei Luo, you're coming to headquarters soon for your promotion to Admiral candidate, aren't you? Bring Mr. Ishao along as well. If everything checks out, it'll confer upon him the rank of Vice Admiral. Hearing this, before Lei Luo could speak, Ishao interjected. Marshal Zhang Guo, I am Ishao. Regarding my rank, I insist that it be lower than that of Rear Admiral Lei Luo. This is my mark of respect to him. Furthermore, from now on, I will only follow the orders of Rear Admiral Lei Luo. An Admiral candidate was a title, but essentially still a Vice Admiral, a notion Ishao could never accept. Ha ha, rest assured, Mr. Ishao, your wishes shall be respected. By the way, Lei Luo, have you thought of a code name for Mr. Ishao? Lei Shao glanced at Ishao's purple kimono and purple scarf, then said, how about Fujitora? Fujitora, Ishao. Ishao nodded, indicating he had no objections. And so it was settled. Ishao would temporarily serve as an advisor at the Water 7 Marine Base, and upon arriving at headquarters, he would undergo formal procedures to be appointed as Rear Admiral. The arrival of another great swordsman in the base thrilled none more than Gu Yaina and Sua Long. They patiently waited 2 days until Ishao had settled in. On the 3rd morning, they were already waiting outside Ishao's door, eager to request instruction in swordsmanship. Also, you too, Sua Long and Gu Yaina, seek to test your swordsmanship against this old man. Ishao scratched his head and then went to find Lei Luo. He himself had no problem, but Lei Luo seemed to have a training plan for them. he wasn't sure if his involvement. Lei Luo simply smiled. Let's join together. I'd very much like to witness Mr. Yishao's swordsmanship. Hearing this, Yishao nodded. In that case, why don't we head to the outskirts of Water 7 and find a deserted island? Half an hour later on a desolate island beyond Water 7. Yishao, holding his sword Gambler's Flame, watched Gu Yaina and Sua Long, who were ready, and gave a slight nod. Your foundations appear quite solid. Very well, allow this old man to gauge the extent of your ability. Gu Yaina and Sua Long exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. The next moment, rings of purple gravity radiated from behind Yishao, ascending layer by layer into the sky. Then Yishao stepped back, yielding the space to Gu Yaina and Sua Long. Please begin. Sua Long was bewildered. Mr. Yishao, what are you? Before he could finish, Gu Yaina broke out in cold sweat. Sua Long, look up. Up, eh? Sua Long raised his head and his eyes went wide. What met his sight was a meteorite engulfed in flames the size of a football field. Meteorite. So this was Mr. Yishao's power, a gravity-manipulating devil fruit. Absolutely terrifying. Lei Luo spoke leisurely from the side. Your task is to use your swordsmanship to destroy and dissipate this meteorite. If you can't manage, you'll step in. I see. This must be the trial of Isho. Zoro placed the newly acquired Nidai Kitetsu in his mouth. With that, Kuina, I'm going first. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. Gathering 1,000 realms creates a small 1,000 worlds. Rayleigh sighed and rubbed his forehead. It was just like Zoro. Every time he launched a major attack, he began chanting incantations like a sorcerer. 3 sword style secret art, 1 great, 3,000 great 1,000 worlds. Zoro crouched slightly, then pushed off with immense force. Armament Haku coiled around his blades, and he shot toward the meteor plummeting from the sky, like an arrow loosed from a bow. A flash of steel crossed the heavens, and the enormous meteor was split cleanly in 2 by Zoro's slash. Kuinat. Zoro landed on solid ground, dropping to one knee, and called out over his shoulder. Kuinat dashed forward. Wado Ikamanji and Nidai Otachi Mitsu shed their sheaths. Dual blades in hand, she began to emanate an intangible aura. It seemed as though cherry blossoms were falling, dancing gently, then clinging to the blades, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. This was the dual-wielding swordsmanship Kana had developed after acquiring the Nidai Otachi Mitsu. Legendary swords were wasted if left unused. Better to find a way to wield them. Thus, after exchanging insights with Zoro, Kana forged her own dual-wielding technique. Dual sword style Sakura Blast. A pink slash pierced the meteor again, cleaving the already divided rock into 4 pieces. Isho nodded slightly in approval. The attack was fierce, but its destructive power was limited. Nevertheless, for swordsmen of Kana and Zoro's age, achieving such a feat was remarkable. Once they mastered the 3rd stage of Armament Haku, internal destruction, or once young Zoro learned to apply Conqueror's Haki, they would be able to shatter the meteor with a single blow. Damn it, so our slashes can only cut, but not cause pulverizing destruction. In that case, I just need to unleash enough slashes to crush the meteor to dust. Without hesitation, Zoro assumed his 3-sword style stance, preparing to execute a 108-pound cannon. Kuina readied herself to follow up. But with their current strength, a single full-powered slash was already the limit to split a meteor. If they attempted high-speed sword strikes, it might not even cut through the meteor. At that moment, Rayleigh stepped between them. You've done enough. Leave the rest. With a gentle flick of his left thumb against the Tsuba, the Dragon Slayer blade sprang from its sheath. 1,000 strikes in an instant. 1 sword style, flash, 1,000 lightning slash. A dazzling light flooded their vision. Before Kina and Zoro's astonished eyes, the massive meteor was engulfed by the blade glow and in an instant, reduced to powder. They only saw Rayleigh standing still, his figure blurring for a moment, then the 4 fragments of the meteor were inundated by slashes. Rayleigh sheathed the Dragon Slayer and casually placed a cigar in his mouth. Demonstrating Conqueror's Haku coating would be pointless, so I showed you the highest level of Armament Haku, internal destruction. His technique could be considered a single slash or 1,000 slashes. The key lay in the property of internal destruction. Destroying the target from the inside was what enabled him to shatter the meteor in 1 blow. Kuina and Zoro's eyes sparkled. Back in the training camp, Master Zephyr had only taught them the 2nd stage, and for the 3rd stage, he only provided theory without demonstration. Now, with the meteor as a clear visual aid, they suddenly gained a glimmer of insight into the 3rd stage of armament. Thus, Isho continued to pull down meteors for Zoro and Kuina to practice, while Rayleigh watched nearby. During a break, he called Kuina aside. Kuina, I have a question for you. Please go ahead, Instructor Rayleigh. Kuina tucked Wado Ikamanji and Nidai Otachi Mitsu securely at her waist and stood ramrod straight. Tell me straight, have you recently felt that your physique is lagging behind the others? Just your honest impression. At this, Kuina bit her lip. As the big sister of their small group, she had indeed been experiencing such a feeling. The three Luffy brothers were exceptional in their physical combat potential, and their physiques were constantly growing stronger. Nami as a navigator had also honed her body with the lightning Logia fruit. Even Zoro had been improving rapidly through their sparring sessions, and now they were evenly matched. It wasn't that her swordsmanship was inferior to Zoro's. Quite the opposite, her research into the art was much deeper. But the problem was her physique was not as strong as his. They were in their growth spurt, and during this period the difference in their physical strength became apparent. Not every woman was like Big Mom, blessed with monstrous talent that allowed her to secure a Yonko seat with only basic training. Seeing Kuina fall silent, Rayleigh understood that she indeed felt this way. He smiled and said, "I happen to know the location of a mythical Zoan devil fruit." Interested? After some thought he decided that the vampire fruit from Sleep Town would suit Kuina perfectly. The others either already had fruits or didn't need one, and only Kuina had such a requirement. Kuina looked up and opened her mouth to refuse. A swordsman should be pure and not eat devil fruits. Yet the two great swordsmen she had met, Instructor Rayleigh and Isho, both had eaten devil fruits. For a moment Kuina hesitated. Rayleigh didn't press her. He simply said, "Think it over carefully and tell me when you've decided," then turned to fly back to Water 7. But at that moment the wind brought him an unpleasant scent. Rayleigh looked up. Normally he used the wind to levitate treasures in the sky as his personal vault. But now something seemed to have set its sights on his vault. "Tisk, I need to go check it out." Up in the clouds, Golden Lion Shiki stood on the edge of his floating archipelago, peering through a telescope at the various items suspended in the distance. Drool was practically dripping from his mouth. Treasures. I never expected to stumble upon wild treasure right above Water 7. He spied renowned swords, devil fruits, and chest after chest of gold and jewels. At heart Shiki was a pirate. Seeing such wealth, he couldn't resist. He immediately launched himself toward it, intending to claim everything for himself. And this scene was exactly what Rayleigh saw as he flew up. "Damn Golden Lion, what are you planning to do with my stash?" Lei Luo was furious. He had felt that his treasure trove was being targeted, and now it turned out there really were pirates nearby. This was the treasure he had saved for 3 years. Any pirate daring to covet it must die. Long John was drawn, and with a raise of his hand, a golden flying slash shot towards Golden Lion. "Jaha! Someone wants to steal my treasure. I won't let you take it so easily. The treasure is mine." Golden Lion halted the blades, Ingshur and Muku on his legs swinging out. Cutting wave. 2 imposing slashes were unleashed in succession. The first blocked Lei Luo's flying slash, while the second shot straight towards Lei Luo. "What damn treasure? That's my personal stash." Lei Luo was so angry his nose nearly twisted. Golden red electric sparks flickered along the blade of Long John. One sword style Thunder Dragon. A phantom thunder dragon formed of blade light roared towards Golden Lion, crashing into him just as he was about to touch Lei Luo's treasure, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Luo quickly used the power of the wind to secure his treasure, then turned and flew towards the island below. He had to have Ishao keep an eye on these things, otherwise if they got destroyed in the upcoming fight, he would have no place to win. Meanwhile, the knocked-back Golden Lion steadied himself, and seeing his torn clothes flew into a rage. The slash hadn't dealt much damage, but it was extremely humiliating. "Damn it! How dare you steal what belongs to me right under my nose? Wait for me. He'll deal with you before I take care of Golden Dragon Lei Luo." With that, Golden Lion dove straight down, flying closely behind Lei Luo. On the deserted island, Kuina and Zoro had finished their training. Ishao looked up straight at the sky and suddenly said, "Rear Admiral Lei Luo might be in trouble." "Huh?" Kuina and Zoro turned their heads in unison. Then Kuina, with self-awareness, asked, "Can we?" "Probably not." "All right then, Zoro, let's move aside." "Oh." The two acted swiftly. Under Ishao's surprised gaze, Kuina led Zoro to the edge, looking like they were. A moment later, Lei Luo flew down and dumped a pile of famous swords, devil fruits, and treasures beside Ishao. "Brother Ishao, guard my stash for me. I'm going to kill Golden Lion. Daring to steal from me. That damn old geezer must be tired of living." With that, Lei Luo spun around, rose again with his hand on the sword's scabbard, and flew back into the sky. Thus another person joined those on the sidelines. "Fujitora, Ishao?" Kuina tentatively asked. "Mr. Ishao, don't you need to help teacher Lei Luo?" Ishao scratched his head. "Our Rear Admiral Lei Luo said that Golden Lion dared to covet his treasure, and he wants to personally cut him down. He only asked me to guard his stash." As he spoke, Ishao couldn't help but glance at the piles of treasure around them, then let out a soft breath. 3 great grade swords, 6 good grade swords, 5 devil fruits, and countless other treasures. Even with his calm mind, he couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Was Rear Admiral Lei Luo's personal stash really this rich? I heard that Rear Admiral Lei Luo usually floats these items in the air with wind powers, but this time he happened to encounter the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. No wonder he entrusted them to me. Ishao shook his head with a slight smile, then manipulated gravity to form a balanced gravitational field around the items, preventing Golden Lion from suddenly flying over and stealing them. Meanwhile, in the sky above, Golden Lion stood with arms crossed, his fur coat flapping in the wind, a grim expression on his face. Across from him lay Luo, a cigar in his mouth, looked equally displeased. "Hey, you damn Navy brat, how dare you steal my treasure? Are you not afraid of death? I told you it's mine from the start. You're the intruder." They glared at each other, both looking defiant and unyielding. Then they both grinned. "Seems like there's no other." Golden Lion lowered his hands, naturally eyes sharp. Lei Luo's left hand flicked his fingers, ready to draw Long Zhan at any moment. "Yeah, we have to fight. On the sea, strength speaks, doesn't it?" "Jaha. Well said. Navy brat, you're to my liking. But unfortunately, you won't see the sun tomorrow." Lei Luo exhaled smoke. "Old man, don't be too sure. Maybe you'll be the one to die." Their eyes met, and at that moment both unleashed their conqueror's hockey domain simultaneously. Black-red and golden-red lightning clashed in an instant. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward from the two, shattering the clouds within hundreds of kilometers and revealing Golden Lion's floating islands to everyone. Huh, flying islands. Kuinao and Zoro were astonished. So this was the power of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion. He actually possessed a group of floating islands. Yishao chuckled beside them. "This is Golden Lion's ability. He can make objects he touched float." Kuinao was taken aback, then quickly realized. "Then Mr. Yishao, you can do that too, right?" Yishao smiled again, but didn't speak. Meanwhile, in the sky, Golden Lion looked at the extremely potent and domineering golden-red hockey across from him, and a gleam of realization appeared in his eyes. "So you're that golden dragon, Lei Luo. Golden-red conqueror's hockey. There's only one brat in the world with that color. With such spirit, why did you choose to become a Navy?" He had felt a hint of familiarity earlier, but now seeing this hockey, he recognized it immediately. In Golden Lion's view, anyone with conqueror's hockey should become a pirate. How could they willingly be a dog of the world government? "What? Old man, are you begging for mercy?" "Ja." Golden Lion laughed as if had heard a joke. "Beg for mercy? How could that be? I'm not a waste like Layli. I'm going to take your head to clear Luo Jie's name." Cutting wave. Two enormous slashes were unleashed from the blades, Ingshi and Muku on his legs, heading straight for Lei Luo. "TCH, you're a great pirate. Don't bring out childish tricks that make people laugh." One sword style thunder dragon. A deep purple thunder dragon infused with hockey directly scattered Golden Lion's two flying slashes, but it also became ethereal and transparent, easily broken by a casual sword stroke from Golden Lion. Jin Shizi's lips curled up. He had sensed that this brat was no ordinary from the start. Now it seemed that severely wounding Layli indeed required some skill. "Looks like I can have a good fight today, Navy brat. You'd better make this worth my while." Lion's thousand slices vow. Closing the quotation, Jin Shizi himself flew up a distance, rapidly swinging his legs. Using Ingshi and Muku tied to his legs, he unleashed numerous flying slashes, each more powerful than a normal chop. Below, Guyana watched thoughtfully. Master Lei Luo, Master Yishao, and the great pirate Jin Shizi before her were all great swordsmen, and all three had consumed immensely powerful devil fruits. Their choices were all made to enhance their own strength, seemingly unconcerned with the so-called purity of a swordsman. Lei Luo was unaware of Guyana's thoughts at the moment. He simply stared at Jin Shizi, a gleam of excitement shining in his eyes. He transformed into a half-dragon human form with horns atop his head and his stature rising directly. Golden flame clouds appeared sporadically around him, but they were quite illusory, only showing vague outlines. He had originally thought that Layli could help him complete his awakening, but it fell short by just a bit. Fortunately now, there was Jin Shizi. That old bastard Jin Shizi was much more intense than that old geezer Layli. Let Jin Shizi's final dance help him complete his awakening. Lei Luo slightly crouched, assuming a draw-cutting stance. One sword style instant thousand thunder slash. With a crackle, lightning surged violently. The moment Long Zhan was drawn, countless sword lights made of lightning flew straight and unerringly toward the Thousand Slices Valley. Sword lights clashed with sword lights, lightning and raging winds wreaked havoc. In an instant, a storm was stirred up in the sky, even churning the sea below, threatening to become a tsunami. Seeing this, Lei Luo did not hesitate for a moment. Golden red lightning attached to Long Zhan, and he charged straight in. One sword style thunder slash. The extreme speed from lightning and wind sent his figure racing forward like a teleport, breaking through the storm and appearing before Jin Shizi. "What?" Jin Shizi was startled. The brat was so fast. Catching a glimpse of that golden red lightning, Jin Shizi raised his leg, black-red lightning attaching to Ingshi. Clang! Lei Luo's right arm muscles bulged, and with a sudden burst of force he slashed out. The immense power sent Jin Shizi flying directly back to his floating archipelago, stirring up a large cloud of dust, and even destroying a small part of the structures on the islands. After fighting Lei Li once, Lei Luo now had some experience dealing with old geezers. Brute force works miracles after all. Their physiques most likely weren't as strong as his. Before Jin Shitsi could fly up again, Lei Luo drew Qiushui from his waist as flames rose upon it. Dual sword style thunder flame. Lightning and flame crossed downward, heading straight for Jin Shizi's location. But the next moment, the floating archipelago where Jin Shitsi stood suddenly moved. It wasn't a metaphor, it truly moved. Soil and rock were twisted by some powerful force, taking shape, finally forming several lion heads. Lions might earth roll. Jin Shizi's voice sounded from the smoke. The enormous lion head collided head-on with Lei Luo's thunder flame, once again sending up a huge cloud of dust. But this dust did not disperse, instead like the soil and rock before it combined into an even larger, more imposing lion head. Behind it, a slightly disheveled Jin Shitsi was laughing wildly. Navy brat, take another move from me. Lion's might imperial earth roll. The enormous lion head carried an intense pressure of haki charging straight at Lei Luo. Lei Luo looked up, glanced at the incredibly massive lion head, his expression calm as lightning coursed around him. Dual sword style instant mad thunder heaven flash. With a crackle, deep purple lightning danced wildly in the sky, forming a dense net of lightning. But if one looked closely, they would see that each bolt of lightning was a sword light slashed by Lei Luo. This was a lightning net made of sword lights. The sword lights and the lion head passed through each other. The massive lion head collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, finally turning into soil that reformed the floating islands. Jin Shitsi floated in the air, speaking with an unreadable tone. You're quite capable, brat. It seems now that Rayleigh's defeat wasn't unfair. Lei Luo held Long Zhan in his right hand, resting it on his shoulder, and held Qiushui in his left hand, pointing it downward diagonally, his tone casual. But in my opinion, the performance of Dark King Rayleigh was far better than yours, old lion. With the strength you're showing now, you're not even a fraction of Rayleigh. Of course, Lei Luo was referring to the enraged Rayleigh. Jin Shitsi, that old geezer like Rayleigh, had been hiding in the East Blue for years, constantly thinking about using IQ to enhance animals and build his own animal army to rule the world. But after more than a decade without fighting or battling strong opponents, Jin Shitsi truly couldn't compare to the Rayleigh of before. Even if he was once equal to Roger and nearly annihilated the Roger pirates, now he was just an aging old lion with no spirit left. If Jin Shitsi was to perform his final dance and help him complete his awakening, how could this state do? Jin Shitsi, show me your strongest form. On the opposite side, Jin Shizi's face darkened in an instant. You bastard, are you mocking me? Lei Luo shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. Jin Shitsi, you're far worse than you were back then. With that, Lei Luo was unwilling to say more. He would use the most ferocious assault to directly wake Jin Shitsi up. The next moment, vast armament haki burst forth, enveloping Lei Luo's entire body, and finally painted a layer of golden patterns all over him. From afar, it seemed as if Lei Luo had donned a suit of black gold armor. Seeing Lei Luo like this, shock flickered in Jin Shizi's eyes. You bastard, are you wasting haki like this? Armament haki covering the whole body. Just how abundant must one's armament haki be to dare do this? Not to mention the quality of this armament haki was exceptionally high. Even Jin Shitsi felt he would need to use full power or Conqueror's haki infusion to break through. Jin Shitsi gritted his teeth and finally spat out two words, monster. Just like rocks back then. To this, Lei Luo merely let out a soft laugh. He sheathed Qiushui and imbued Long Zhan with Conqueror's haki. Golden red lightning coursed along the blade, making the golden patterns on Long Zhan even brighter. Jin Shitsi, don't die too quickly. A brilliant golden light burst forth in an instant, as if all light in the world was taken away, leaving only a dazzling golden mythical beast, a yellow dragon. At this moment, this yellow dragon was the sole ruler of heaven and earth. One sword style, ultimate technique, yellow dragon. The yellow dragon leaped into the sky, its roar shaking the world. Jin Shizi's pupils sharply contracted. He raised his legs and Conqueror's haki instantly attached to Ensure and Muku. The next moment, a sword strike infused with Conqueror's haki was unleashed. Lion's Thousand Slices Valley. The golden lion's legs swung rapidly, unleashing one Conqueror's haki slash after another, colliding with the brilliant golden dragon in the sky. With each Conqueror's haki slash, the golden dragon's radiant light dimmed a notch. If this continued, the golden lion would be able to wear down this golden dragon. But there's no time. The golden lion's pupils sharply contracted as he saw the golden dragon phantom approaching rapidly. He immediately coated his entire body with armament haki. The next moment, the golden dragon phantom pierced through the golden lion's body. Hoo-wah! Numerous sword wounds appeared on the golden lion's body, accompanied by trails of blood. The golden lion fell straight onto the floating island like a rag doll. The soil and rocks that had been lifted for attack now all fell down, burying him within. At the same time, the group of floating islands began to tremble violently, as if about to fall. Captain, on the floating island Dr. Indigo shouted in panic, both worried about the safety of Captain Golden Lion and their own. The entire flying pirates were on these floating islands, all relying on the Golden Lion alone to maintain them. If their captain suffered any mishap, they would likely perish along with him. The floating islands shook more and more violently on the verge of falling, but the next moment they were steadied by an invisible force returning to their previous stable state. Dr. Indigo was startled, then looked toward where the Golden Lion had fallen. There the Golden Lion, who had been buried in the soil, had somehow flown out. His entire body was covered in bloodstains, his clothes tattered, looking extremely disheveled. Huff huff. Truly formidable Golden Dragon Riley. The Golden Lion panted, looking at the calmed young man holding a blade across from him, a grin curling at the corner of his mouth. I haven't felt this level of pain in a long time. But if you think you can defeat me, you're still far off. He gently tapped his fingers. The Ying Shur and Mu Ku, which had been embedded in his thighs, began to tremble slightly, as if about to detach from them. Seeing this, Rayleigh's gaze flickered. The Golden Lion's action was akin to striking his already crippled legs once more, undoubtedly worsening his injuries. However, it was the Golden Lion wielding two swords who was the flying pirate that shook the seas. Using Ying Shur and Mu Ku to replace his crippled legs was merely a makeshift solution. Previously, the Golden Lion was like someone who had sealed away his full power layer by layer. Now he was finally willing to unseal it and unleash his true strength. At last, Ying Shur and Mu Ku detached from the Golden Lion's thighs, bringing out a large patch of blood. From a distance, one could even see the deep bone-exposing wounds on his thighs. Yet the Golden Lion's face still wore a smile, as if he felt no pain at all. Watching Ying Shur and Mu Ku fly to him, he reached out his hands, grasped the hilts, and crossed them. How nostalgic the feeling of wielding swords with both hands. Back then, I was the great pirate who dominated the seas. Even Roger was no match for me. The Golden Lion's gaze swept toward Riley. Golden Dragon Rayleigh, though you're not a pirate, I acknowledge you. You are worthy of me using my full power to kill you. He flexed his hands slightly, then raised Ying Shur and Mu Ku high above, aimed at Rayleigh, and swung down fiercely. Slashing wave. Two slashes far more powerful than before appeared and reached Riley in the blink of an eye. Startled, Riley crossed Long Zhan and Xiao Shui in defense before him, but the next moment he was sent flying by the two slashes. The fierce slash pressure even shredded the Justice cloak behind him, and his body, defended by armament hockey, was sliced open in several places, oozing blood. These two slashes were on a completely different level from before. If before the Golden Lion could barely sit at the same table as Laylee, now he gave Riley the feeling of facing a true Emperor-level powerhouse. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth lifted. As expected of the Golden Lion, before he could finish, the Golden Lion's second attack had already arrived. Lion's thousand-slash volley. Countless slashes, even more powerful than the previous waves, surged forth, filling the sky before Riley in an instant. Riley could already feel the sharp aura of the slashes. The deep purple lightning compressed further, instantly transforming into black and white, complemented by the golden-red lightning filling the sky. Rayleigh's aura surged even stronger. One sword style flash, thousand lightning slash. 1,000 strikes in an instant. Endless golden slashes rose from below, colliding with the Golden Lion's thousand-slash valley. Slashes filled the vision, lightning as far as the eye could see. Yishao looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, Vice Admiral Riley and the Golden Lion are truly great sword masters. Such strength is rarely seen on the seas. As for Guyana and Sua Long, they were already speechless. Any single one of these countless slashes and blade lights would require their utmost effort to block, and more likely than not they couldn't even block them. But here this was just a negligible part of the clash between the two. Great swordmaster, great swordmaster. Sua Long muttered to himself, as if enchanted, a power slowly gathering inside him. Guyana's eyes were equally mesmerized, but she also made a firm decision. Eat, I must eat that mythical Zoan devil fruit. Without enough physical strength, one cannot even unleash slashes of this intensity, let alone pursue the realm of a great swordmaster. Meanwhile, in the sky, Riley and the Golden Lion had entered the phase of close-quarters combat. Ying Shur and Mu Ku, Long Zhan and Xiao Shui, two people, four swords, crossed and swung amidst the surging lightning. Another heavy clash, and both retreated some distance. The Golden Lion's breathing was slightly heavy, but Rayleigh's condition was not much better. The Thunder Dragon body stage 3 was inherently a state of trading high consumption for high burst. In the current situation, at best, he could maintain it for half a day at most. Half a day was merely a warm-up in the timescale of top-tier combat. The Golden Lion noticed Rayleigh's physical changes and couldn't help but smirk, kid about to give out. Riley wiped the blood from his mouth. Enough to kill you. If he was in bad shape, was the Golden Lion any better? One was crippled, the other a temporary powerhouse. they were about even. But this was exactly what Riley wanted. It was precisely such a high-pressure environment that could give him more drive and hasten the awakening of the yellow dragon fruit. If successful with the fruit awakened, the black and white thunder dragon body would no longer be his burst state, but his regular state. If failed, it would simply mean death. In short, Riley left himself no room for retreat in this battle. He had to win. Without the courage to fight to the death, how could one speak of the spirit of invincibility? Jahaha, then let's see if you truly have what it takes. Lion's Might Imperial Earth Roll. The floating islands behind the Golden Lion were twisted and shattered by a formidable force, ultimately transforming into colossal lion heads of immense size. Hovering above the lion head, the Golden Lion brandished Sakujo and Makuzu, howling with laughter as black-red lightning surged into the lion heads like a final finishing touch that further amplified their fearsome presence. Such a grand spectacle left even Lei Luo astonished, crushing and rolling up an entire island. This Golden Lion has truly delved deep into his devil fruit mastery. But if you think this is enough to take me down, you're sorely mistaken. Double sword style ultimate yellow dragon. Lei Luo unleashed his conqueror's haki without reservation. The golden patterns on the Dragon Slayer blade radiated brilliantly, dazzling to behold. Meanwhile, the patterns on the Choshue blade were subtly transformed by the crimson gold lightning, gradually approaching the form Lei Luo desired. If a sword is a swordsman's cherished companion, then Lei Luo's current action was akin to slowly reshaping the beloved blade of the dragon-slaying samurai Ryuma into his own ideal. And with Kushui status as a national treasure of Wano country. Tisk, just imagining it is already the golden gleaming phantom of the yellow dragon charged heat in at the lion heads. This was not only a clash of their respective devil fruit abilities and swordsmanship, but also a contest of their conquerors' haki, a battle of will and spirit. Below, Isho could not help but open his eyes, revealing pale pupils, a flicker of shock on his face. Zoro exclaimed, "Did the sky turn dark?" "No, it's not darkness. It's the light being overwhelmed." Kuina caressed her own blade and asserted with certainty, "Their conqueror's haki contest has overpowered even the light of nature." Under everyone's gaze, the lion head, massive as an island, shrouded in black-red lightning, collided fiercely with the golden dragon enveloped in crimson gold lightning. Boom! A spherical black hole the size of a basketball suddenly emerged at the epicenter of the collision. The radiating shockwave and pressure cleared the clouds hundreds of kilometers away and stirred violent storms across the sea. At that moment, the duel between the two resembled a natural calamity descending upon the world. In the distance, an albatross struggled desperately to approach, but due to its limited strength, it could only stay afar, snapping a few photos from far away. However, it wore a live-streaming den mushi around its neck, connecting directly to the news headquarters. After an unknown period, the blade light dispersed, the storm subsided, and the sea began to calmly regain its tranquility. At the very center of the storm, Lei Luo and the Golden Lion were now covered in wounds. Hehehe, truly exhilarating Golden Dragon Lei Luo. The Golden Lion casually wiped the blood trickling from his mouth, forcefully suppressing the discomfort in his internal organs. Likewise, I never expected the Golden Lion to retain such formidable strength at his age. Opposite him, Lei Luo gasped for breath, tearing off his completely shredded upper garment to reveal his robust physique surrounded by vast arcs of flame clouds. Compared to the initial state, the flame clouds had gradually solidified, no longer appearing ethereal. After a moment, Lei Luo raised the Dragon Slayer again, its tip pointing directly at the Golden Lion. "Old Lion still up for a fight?" "Jiahaha, of course." The Golden Lion laughed heartily, once again wrapping Sakujo and Makuzu in Conqueror's haki. He noticed the flame clouds on Lei Luo and understood that Lei Luo was using him to achieve Devil Fruit Awakening. But he didn't mind. He was a man of ambition who had always respected the strong and those with grand spirit. And Lei Luo possessed both qualities. Lei Luo's determination to either awaken or die, leaving himself no retreat, was truly admirable. What a pity. If you had been born 20 years earlier, I would have dragged you to be my vice-captain no matter what. The Golden Lion sighed, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Old Lion indeed. So old you're talking nonsense. Lei Luo didn't buy it. A lightning flickered over his body and a fierce gale swept around him. Gale and lightning simultaneously climbed onto Choshue and Dragon Slayer. Double sword-style wind and thunder. Lei Luo's figure blurred, then vanished completely. Disappeared. The Golden Lion's pupils contracted. He crossed Sakujo and Makuzu before him in a defensive stance, unleashing his observation haki to its fullest, striving to sense the surroundings. The next moment, a dazzling flash of blade light erupted before his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by gushing blood from the wound. The Golden Lion grunted, ignoring the wound on his chest, and stabbed backward at the spot where Lei Luo had appeared. But no resistance met his sword tip, His expression changed as he positioned his other sword in defense. With his squelch, blood splattered again, this time from his back. Gnashing his teeth, the golden lion flew away from the area, then wrapped Sakujo and Mikuzu in Conqueror's Haki, unleashing a barrage of slashes toward the previous spot. Lion's thousand-sliced valley. The blade light swept across, cutting into the sea and momentarily rending it apart. Then the golden lion used his ability to lift the water. Though I can't find you, you're still a devil fruit user, and users fear seawater above all. Lion's might imperial earth roll. Vast quantities of seawater rose under the golden lion's command, forming a lion head that lunged toward him, yet deliberately avoided his body under his manipulation. Jehaha, wherever you hide once the seawater touches you, you'll... Ugh. Another slash landed, carving a deep, bone-deep wound across the golden lion's upper body. The golden lion could even clearly see the sharp blade tip. Impossible. His eyes widened in shock. How could Lei Luo cut through the seawater-enshrouded sky to strike him? But the next moment he understood why. The seawater he controlled suddenly became unruly, actively parting to create a vacuum, and there stood Lei Luo. Lighting a cigar with his blood-stained hand, and placing it between his lips, Lei Luo took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke. You think only you can control seawater. The golden lion froze, then suddenly covered his forehead, and laughed, tilting his head back. Jehaha, so that's it. Beyond wind and lightning you can also control water currents. Truly a wondrous monster. In that case I too shall unleash my absolute peak. If this young brat would leave himself no retreat, then he, a legendary pirate, could not lose his spirit in this regard. The golden lion released his grip on Sakujo and Mikuzu, making them float midair, then placed both hands on the ship's wheel embedded in his head, grasping it tightly. Come on, if you're capable, defeat the strongest version of me, Hedon, then take my head as your trophy to gain fame across the seas. As his words fell, the golden lion abruptly pulled out the wheel. More blood spattered, and even some whitish matter could be seen. With the wheel removed, the golden lion was completely unshackled. Now you face the real me. Let me show you, Brett, the true power of a legendary pirate. In the next instant, black-red lightning erupted from the golden lion's body, several times more violent than before. Let me show you, Brett, the true power of a legendary pirate. In the next instant, Lei Luo's cigar clenched between his teeth, watched the golden lion, who was unleashing his conqueror's haki to its fullest extent, his pupils brimming with gravity. As expected of the legendary pirate golden lion, this conqueror's haki is far more formidable than Rayleigh's. The next moment was the most crucial. Golden red lightning swirled around Lei Luo, resisting the rampant deluge of the golden lion's conqueror's haki. If before Lei Luo had been able to contend equally with the golden lion's conqueror's haki, now he was truly no match for it. In both quality and quantity, the golden lion at this moment was beyond his comparison. However, old lion, even after removing that helm, how much time do you have left to live? The golden lion's helm posed a life-threatening risk to remove, which was why he had never taken it off. But now he had proactively pulled it out, reclaiming his peak form. But how long could this peak state last? It's enough to take you down. The golden lion grinned, grasping Yoshido and Kagurashi once more. Crimson light surged in his eyes and black-red lightning coiled around his entire body, forming an armor of conqueror's haki that extended to his swords. After all, he didn't have much time left to live anyway, so wasting his energy didn't matter. What mattered was to give it his all and enjoy his final battle to the fullest. Lion's thousand-cut valley. Once again, powerful domineering slashes came hurtling toward Lei Luo. Sensing the conqueror's haki imbued in them, Lei Luo dared not underestimate them even slightly. The black, white, and gold lightning on his body slowly converged and fused, transforming into a deep, dark gold. Double sword style flash, raging thunder, celestial flash. Lei Luo roared as dark gold lightning danced wildly on his blade tips, charging Hedon into the golden lion's thousand-cut valley without dodging or evading. Dragon slash collided with the golden lion's strikes. The tremendous force numbed Lei Luo's hands and feet, and the overwhelming conqueror's haki pressed down on his own haki armor. Lei Luo managed to block most of the thousand-cut valley with all his might, but a few slashes carrying conqueror's haki still struck him. Hua! Lei Luo spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying. Countless wounds of all sizes gushed blood, turning him into a crimson figure. Master Lei Luo. Kuina and Zoro's expressions tensed. Even Isho placed his hand on the gambler's fuse, ready to intervene at any moment. He would never stand by and watch Vice Admiral Lei Luo get cut down here. But the next moment Lei Luo steadied himself and waved his hand at them. Don't come over. This battle is mine alone. He looked down at the wounds carved into his body, frowned slightly, then dispelled the armament haki defense, revealing his robust physique underneath. He released Dragon Slash and Shusue, using the power of wind to send both swords to Isho for safekeeping. The golden lion raised an eyebrow. Golden dragon Lei Luo, have you already given up resistance? Give up. How could I possibly give up? Lei Luo cracked his neck, producing a series of clicking sounds. Then he compressed, concentrated, and wrapped his golden red Conqueror's haki around himself, ultimately forming a dark gold Conqueror's haki defensive armor on his body. A vivid golden dragon pattern appeared on Lei Luo's upper body, stretching from his waist all the way to his chest, gleaming brilliantly. If the golden lion could use Conqueror's haki to form an armor for defense, so could he. Fists fear the young. Since swordsmanship could not prevail against the golden lion, he would have to engage him with physical combat. You're a master of hand-to-hand combat, as well. Watching Lei Luo's opening stance, the golden lion's brow furrowed deeply. Damn it, what kind of monster is this brat? He spent so long fighting me with swordsmanship, and now you're telling me he's also a martial arts master. Lei Luo grinned. My master, Garp. Upon hearing this, the golden lion's pupils sharply contracted. Damn it, Garp. Why hadn't anyone told him this brat's teacher was Garp? Where was Dr. Indigo? The golden lion turned around, seeking Dr. Indigo's figure, but all that met his eyes was the lion head he had twisted and synthesized with his ability. It seemed he got too excited in the fight and forgot that his flying pirates were still on the float archipelago. Oh no, after his rampage, could those people still be alive? Extending his observation haki, he sensed no living presence, causing the corner of the golden lion's mouth to twitch. His own flying pirates annihilated by their captain. Oh well, it matters little now whether the flying pirates exist. Golden Dragon Lei Luo, bring it on. Lei Luo chuckled lightly, clenching his fists. Lightning crackled around him, and a faint cross-star radiance glimmered on his fists. Mythical Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon God. Lei Luo opened with his ultimate move, transforming his entire body into a golden bolt of lightning, charging straight at the golden lion. Lion's Thousand Cut Valley. The same onslaught of slashes as before came raining down upon Lei Luo, but this time, he neither dodged nor avoided. He merely wrapped himself in Conqueror's haki and rammed into them fiercely. The slashes struck Lei Luo, but unlike before, they did not carve out gaping wounds. With Lei Luo's unrestrained output of Conqueror's haki, every slash was blocked by his haki armor, none managing to actually reach his body. The golden lion observed this, only able to sigh that youth was wonderful. But by then Lei Luo had already rushed before him, the golden cross stars on his fists blazing brilliantly. Lion's Majesty Palace Earth Scroll. The imposing lion head appeared once more, but unlike before, this lion was composed entirely of the golden lion's slashes. Jaha! Golden Dragon Lei Luo, your haki's quality is still inferior to mine. Even if you have more quantity, so what? You'll still die under my slashes. Lei Luo remained silent, merely throwing punch after punch. Boom, boom. Each collision between fist and blade sent out terrifying shockwaves, while the haki armor on both sides simultaneously suffered damage. Both were at the end of their ropes, yet their attacks remained ferocious. They had even stopped channeling Conqueror's haki into their armor, instead pouring it all into fists and blades. Before I fall, I'll cut you down. I'll smash you. Lion's Thousand Cut Valley. Mythical Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon God. The golden lion landed a slash across Lei Luo's chest, the wound so deep it exposed bone, nearly cleaving him in two. Lei Luo countered with a punch to the golden lion's chest, creating a large circular cavity. Both staggered backward, panting heavily, as if they might collapse dead at any moment. Jaha! You're about to give out, brat. Lei Luo's body trembled, his vision blurred, his pupils slightly glazed. Blood gushed from his body as if it cost nothing. But a faint smile crept onto his lips. The golden flame cloud that had been condensing ever since the battle began had finally solidified completely. Zoan Dragon Fruit Mythical Model Yellow Dragon Awakening. The moment the golden flame cloud fully solidified, an intangible ripple emanated from Lei Luo, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The minor cuts healed directly, while the larger wounds stopped bleeding, their flesh writhing as they entered a state of swift recovery. The body, parched from consecutive high-intensity bursts, now welcomed the life-giving rain. Lei Luo closed his eyes. In his mind, a majestic, sacred golden dragon phantom flickered past, seeming to cast a glance at him, before dissolving into golden light, merging entirely into his body. Golden Lion's expression was complex. So it has finally awakened. The awakening of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. The next moment, Lei Luo's eyes snapped open. His hair turned into golden flames, and the Conqueror's haki armor around him now took on the texture of undulating fabric. He extended his hands, savoring the immense power within his body. So this is the awakening of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Hee-ha! Lei Luo threw his head back in wild laughter, his Conqueror's haki surging and ebbing with the sound, its might intensifying with each wave. Sensing the sudden surge in Conqueror's haki, Golden Lion frowned. Hey Golden Dragon, Lei Luo, are you still yourself? He had heard that every mythical Zoan devil fruit harbored a consciousness that upon awakening would erase the host's mind and take over the body. Lei Luo's laughter gradually subsided, his gaze burning as he looked at Golden Lion. Of course I'm still myself. Being taken over by a demon's consciousness won't happen to me. The yellow dragon was the foremost of the 5 sacred beasts. Such a despicable act as possession was beneath. He had seen it clearly. The yellow dragon phantom had no interest in him, simply turning everything into nourishment. From the extent of this enhancement, the yellow dragon fruit is no worse than those so-called god-level fruits. Is that so? Golden Lion sighed, already seeing his end. This deadly duel had been won by Golden Dragon Lei Luo. But even so, he'll never kneel and beg for mercy. Golden Dragon Lei Luo, you truly live up to the name of a monster. Golden Lion raised Shi and Mu Ku, their tips pointing at Lei Luo. Come, use your strongest attack to send me off. After all, I am Golden Lion. Lei Luo watched the charging Golden Lion, sensing his fading life force, and let out a soft breath. As you wish. Fierce, domineering lightning gathered in his fists, continuously compressed and refined until it merged with Haki into a cross-shaped flash of light. Facing Golden Lion charging with Shi and Mu Ku held high, Lei Luo raised his fists and struck. Mythical Beast Fist, Thunder Dragon God. Golden lightning instantly shattered Golden Lion's defenses, Conqueror's Haki enveloping him, then the lightning fist pierced through his body. In an instant, Golden Lion froze in place, slowly lowering his head to gaze at the hollow in his chest, feeling his life slip away. A smile curled at the corner of his lips as he spoke softly. Golden Dragon Lei Luo, tell me, where were you born? If I have to say, the East Blue. I see. The East Blue, huh? You East Blue people sure produce quite a lot of monsters. Golden Lion's voice was faint, as if carried away by the wind. His words fell, and he released his grip, plunging toward the sea with a satisfied smile, his life force utterly extinguished. The legendary pirate who had dominated the seas 20 years ago, Golden Lion Shiki, died completely on this day. Lei Luo watched Golden Lion about to fall into the sea. With a slight movement of his fingers, he used the power of wind to lift him, then casually swept Shi and Mu Ku up and placed them on his chest. After all, he had been a formidable opponent who ultimately helped him awaken his mythical Zoan devil fruit. Erecting a grave for him in Water 7 was Lei Luo's way of repaying that debt. As for Shi and Mu Ku, they would serve as burial offerings. Lei Luo had little interest in these double-edged broadswords. They weren't suited for him. Besides, he already had several great-grade swords in his possession. There was no need to fixate on these two. When Lei Luo arrived before Yishao Gu Ina and Sualong, the latter two only snapped out of their daze. One. Gu Ina froze for a moment, then burst into cheers, jumping 3 feet high. Master Lei Luo, you're... Sualong nodded along, his mouth opening and closing as if his excitement and the part of his brain responsible for speech failed to coordinate, leaving him only able to nod incessantly. The scene he had just witnessed stirred his heart. This was a battle between great swordsmen with powerful Haki and sharp slashes. This was the realm of the great swordsman he pursued. Lei Luo smiled, then turned to Yishao. Thank you, brother Yishao, for guarding these treasures. If you hadn't been here, I wouldn't have dared to go all out against Golden Lion. Yishao shook his head and chuckled softly. You're too kind, Captain Lei Luo. This battle left me utterly awestruck. A fight between a marine monster and a legendary pirate. Surely it would stir a storm across the seas tomorrow. Lei Luo laughed heartily. Let's go. We'll head back to the base to rest and recover, then in a couple of days, it'll take you, brother Yishao, to Marine headquarters. Yishao nodded. He'll follow Captain Lei Luo's arrangements. Half an hour later, Lei Luo looked at the bandages on his body and said helplessly, Wuta, I really don't need these bandages now. I've already awakened my devil fruit. I can fully recover just by eating something. No way. What if there are after effects? Wuta placed her hands on her hips, her eyes sharp. After all, that was Golden Lion. How could injuries from him heal so easily? Hearing this, Lei Luo could only pat Wuta's head. All right, I promise I'll take off the bandages once I'm complete. That's better. Wuta nodded, then stepped aside to make room for Kali Fa. Kali Fa held a bottle of disinfectant, sterilized Lei Luo's wounds, and then wrapped them in bandages layer by layer. Lei Luo caught the faint fragrance from Kali Fa up close, sniffed slightly, and let his gaze drift downward. Well, bountiful and generous. Kali Fa noticed Lei Luo's look, covered her mouth, and chuckled softly. Master, you had quite a fight today. You need to rest well tonight. It's fine. You can do the moving. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Truth is, I can recover fully by tonight after eating something. As soon as he said that, Kali Fa noticed Wuta's cheeks puff up. She wanted to pinch Lei Luo's soft waist, but was afraid of touching his wounds, so she could only glare at him like a hissing cat. Luo Bin sat nearby, one hand propping her cheek, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. How wonderful this life was. 3 years ago, she wouldn't have dared to imagine it. By the way, Luo Bin, pack up in the next couple of days. Once I've rested enough, we'll set sail for the sleepy town, and then head back to Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. Okay, I understand. While Lei Luo was recuperating and taking advantage of his injuries to enjoy an automated lifestyle on Jiosha Island far away in the Woofing Belt, Golden Dragon Lei Luo, what an incredible monster he is. It was truly a mistake to have provoked him in the first place. Lei, bandaged and holding a newspaper, smiled helplessly. He had foreseen it when he was defeated by Lei Luo, but he never expected that even the Golden Lion would be taken down by him. Lei shook his head and reached for the wine bottle beside him, only to have his hand smacked away by Xia Qi, who snatched the bottle away. You just woke up, so don't drink. At least wait a couple of days. Xia Qi stood with one hand on her hip, shaking the wine bottle in her hand. Exactly, Lei, you need rest now. Don't drink. Besides Xia Qi, a young woman in light clothing with long hair and snake-shaped earrings, snorted. And that golden dragon Lei Luo dared to beat you like this. I will go to Chishuejidu right now and avenge you. This was the current empress of Jiosha Island, Boya Hankyuk, a user of the love fruit proficient in all 3 types of haki. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Boya Hankyuk. As soon as Hankyuk turned around, Xia Qi pulled her back. She pulled Hankyuk and pressed her into a chair. Honestly, neither of you can be trusted to take care of yourselves. Lei deserves what he got. If he hadn't insisted on dragging someone else's disciple into piracy, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Besides, Golden Dragon Lei Luo is not someone you can handle. Xia Qi spoke bluntly. Having run her rip-off bar in Xiangbedi for so long, she had lost it all. Because of Lei, it was no wonder she was in a bad mood. Hankyuk raised an eyebrow. Impossible. No man can resist my charm. Anyone who falls under my spell will be turned to stone. Xia Qi rolled her eyes, but didn't bother to correct Hankyuk's thinking. Beauty, after all, without matching strength, would ultimately become a burden. She would know once Hankyuk had suffered a loss. That golden dragon Lei Luo, in her view, did not seem like someone who would suppress his desires. She clapped her hands. All right, since Lei has woken up, we should leave Jiosha Island. If we stay any longer, the Marines will eventually discover us, and that will bring unnecessary trouble for you. Leave? Now. Hankyuk stood up. Why bother with the Marines? If they dare to come, well, just drive them back. Hearing this, Xia Qi looked at the old woman beside her. Guluo Liosa, take some time to teach Hankyuk how to judge the world situation. Don't let her remain so reckless. Nyo Popo sighed helplessly. Hankyuk is very stubborn. She won't listen until she suffers a loss. She turned to Lei. By the way, Xia Qi asked us earlier to help look into a kid named AIC. Now we have information. Hearing this, Lei and Xia Qi instinctively sat up straight. According to confidential documents within the Marines, AIC, full name Meng Chi DAIC, is one of the grandsons of Marine Vice Admiral Kapu, and also the disciple of Golden Dragon Lei Luo. It is said that Kapu named him to commemorate Roger. She glanced at Lei. The 3 brothers you encountered back then were exactly Kapu's 3 grandsons. Only the one wearing a tall hat was adopted by Kapu, the other 2 are his biological grandsons. Lei clicked his tongue in disbelief and laughed helplessly. Looks like I'm lucky to be alive. If Kapu had been nearby at the time, I probably would have died long ago. Kapu's grandson. If he could recruit Kapu's grandson into piracy, that would be pretty thrilling. Xia Qi knew exactly what Lei was thinking just by looking at his expression. She slapped him on the back, causing him to wince in pain. All right, stop thinking about nonsense. We're just retirees now. Remember your place. Next, we're going to Elbaf to find Jabba. Don't you cause any more trouble. Fine, I understand. You'd better. A month later, the Marine warship Huanglong slowly docked at the port of Marineford. Teacher Lei Luo, we have arrived at Marine headquarters. Guyaina shook Lei Luo, who was sunbathing and sleeping in a deck chair, to wake him up. A month ago, they had set out from the Marine base at Chishuejidu, first going to Shuguzhan to retrieve the Zoan-type bat, Zoan Mythical, Zoan Vampire model Devil Fruit for her, and then coming to Marineford. There's no denying that the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit was extremely powerful. It had directly granted Guyaina an exceptionally strong physique, and even caused her figure to develop noticeably. Now with just one hand and one sword, she could easily overpower her past self. We've arrived at Marineford. Lei Luo stood up, glanced outside, then looked down at his beach shorts and casual shirt before walking into the cabin. A moment later, Lei Luo emerged from the cabin dressed in his formal attire and draped in a justice coat. He yawned and staggered toward the gangway. Let's go. It's been a long time since I've been back. Let's find Teacher Zhanghua first. Lei Luo walked along the road somewhat emotional. 3 years ago, he graduated from here and went to Chishuejidu. 3 years later, he returned about to be promoted to Admiral candidate. Behind Lei Luo followed Yishao, Guyaina, and Luo Bin. By the way, is it really okay for me to walk here so openly? Luo Bin scratched her cheek, feeling somewhat uneasy. This was Marine headquarters after all. Her wanted poster still hadn't been taken down. Lei Luo waved his hand. Don't worry. In the Marines, nobody dares to mess with you. The five elders had already tacitly accepted Luo Bin's existence, so Marines aligned with them wouldn't act against her, and the pure Marine faction was even less likely to. The news of him taking down the Golden Lion a month ago had already spread throughout the Marines. Now everyone in the Marines respectfully addressed him as Rear Admiral Golden Dragon. Oh, after today, he would be Vice Admiral Golden Dragon. And that old Golden Lion's drop rate was really high. He had given him a good haul. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the great pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Your name spreads across the seas. Reward gold worth 2 billion berries, a supreme grade sword, 12 grade X1 float fruit X1, a copy of 3 hockey cultivation insights, Golden Lion, a copy of swordsmanship insights, Golden Lion, a copy of fruit development insights, Golden Lion, a supreme grade sword, a float fruit. It was no exaggeration to say that this set of rewards given to any swordsman with a bit of talent in a few years' time could create a budget version of the Golden Lion. Moreover, these insights were excellent. By drawing analogies, he could often notice many things from these powerful individuals' cultivation insights that he had overlooked in the past. They were of great benefit to honing his own swordsmanship and hockey. As they walked, the group soon arrived at the entrance of the Fleet Admiral's office. At that moment, 2 people emerged from within. One was a woman, the other a man. The woman was tall and slender, with a beauty mole at the corner of her lips, a spider tattoo on her thigh, and a famed blade named Kampira at her waist. The man, with his hands in his pockets, wore a brown tea-colored suit, and his lecherous expression rivaled that of Admiral Kizaru. They were none other than the Marine Headquarters Admiral candidates Momosaji Zoan and Chaton Jiaji. Their eyes met, and Lalo noticed that the two were clearly stunned for a moment. Lalo stepped forward with a smile. You must be Vice Admirals Momosaji and Chaton. I'm Lalo here to report for duty. Though he had spent considerable time at Marine Headquarters, he had never actually met these two. As for their combat prowess, let's just say they were the best of a bad lot, 2 Admiral candidates forged through sheer force. They had strength, but not much. So you're the Golden Dragon, Lalo. Your name has been ringing in my ears lately to the point of calluses. Jiaji stepped forward, a grin spreading across his face. He raised his right hand, intending to pat Lalo on the shoulder like a buddy, but after comparing their heights, he silently retracted his hand and patted Lalo's arm instead. That business with Golden Lion was splendid. Has a bit of my own style back in the day. Ziyuan also smiled and added, You're very impressive. We should spar sometime for an in-depth exchange. A great swordsman who could defeat Golden Lion. She was quite intrigued. As the most formidable female swordsman at Marine Headquarters, Yuan's swordsmanship was far from weak. Other vice admirals couldn't match her, and while the admirals were stronger, she couldn't constantly bother them. Now Lalo, a world-renowned great swordsman, was the perfect sparring partner. With this thought, Ziyuan's smile deepened. The others didn't notice anything unusual, but Jiaji's eyes went wide. Before Lalo could respond, Jiaji grabbed him by the arm, pulled him aside, and whispered, Brother Lalo, that's not cool. How can you go after Ziyuan right after arriving? Lalo, huh? Seeing Lalo's baffled expression, Jiaji grew more anxious. I've been chasing Zoan for ages, confessed countless times. You can't steal my thunder now. Lalo. He glanced at Jiaji, then back at Zoan, and finally patted Jiaji on the shoulder about this. I think both sides need to be willing. Brother Jiaji, you should focus on improving yourself instead. With that, Lalo smiled at Zoan, said, Definitely sometime, and led the others into Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, leaving Zoan and Jiaji standing there. Seeing this, Jiaji breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lalo had no interest in Zoan. But the moment he turned his head, he caught Zoan's expression, a mixture of disdain and disgust. I think Lalo is right, Jiaji. Instead of wasting time on me, you should work on improving your own strength. With that, Zoan strode away on her long legs, ignoring Jiaji's crushed expression. No. Jiaji stretched out his right hand, as Zoan's figure vanished around the corner, then collapsed to his knees in despair. Wah! Doesn't Zoan understand my feelings? In the midst of his sorrow, a tall figure stood before him, leading Jiaji to think Zoan had softened and returned. He looked up in surprise. Zoan, I knew you cared. I'm not Zoan. Akiji scratched his chin and pointed behind him. If you're looking for Zoan, you'd better hurry. With that, he stepped past Jiaji and walked straight into Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Jiaji. For some reason, though he was alive, he felt as good as dead. Inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Akiji entered and immediately spotted Akainu sitting in a chair and Kizaru trimming his nails. You're here too. Akiji greeted them, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Kizaru chuckled. After all, it's about Golden Lion. Lila-kun took down Golden Lion and is about to get promoted, so naturally, I had to come celebrate. Akainu nodded in agreement, his gaze full of admiration for Lalo. With Lalo's achievements and strength, he could even be promoted to Admiral and stand alongside us. Akiji looked surprised, but Lalo is still too young, isn't he? Akainu frowned. Achievements and strength are enough, why care about age? In his view, a capable person who suited his taste deserved more credit and faster promotions. Seniority. Only mediocre people clung to seniority. He believed in promoting the capable and demoting the incompetent. If Lalo could defeat Golden Lion, he proved he had the ability to serve as an admiral. Seeing Akaina's stubborn temper, Akiji simply kept silent, unwilling to argue. After all, Fleet Admiral Sengoku wouldn't set a trap for Lalo, his junior disciple, to become an admiral. If he did become an admiral, wouldn't he be bossed around by the celestial dragons? Meanwhile, Lalo finished reporting all details to Sengoku and successfully received the rank of vice admiral. Then Sengoku turned his attention to Isho, who had been standing by for a while. So you are Mr. Isho. Isho, holding his staff sword, nodded slightly. I am Isho. It is an honor to meet you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Looking at Isho, Sengoku's eyes gleamed. Though his strength had yet to be demonstrated, the mere aura of Isho, along with his supreme grade blade, the gambler's line, told Sengoku that Isho was no weakling. At the very least, he was an admiral candidate. Mr. Isho, are you ready for your strength assessment? This had been arranged beforehand. After confirming Isho's power at Marine headquarters, he would be granted a rank on the spot. I am ready. May I ask who I will be fighting? Sengoku pondered. The Marine headquarters had great swordsmen, but excluding the 3 admirals, there were few left. Finding a suitable test subject, he turned to the messenger. Notify Momosaji to wait for me at the training ground. Yes, sir. Lalo's expression turned odd. Momosaji is the test. Wasn't she going to be defeated instantly? Half an hour later at the training ground, Isho and Momosaji stood on opposite sides of the field, one holding the gambler's line, the other holding Kenpira. Go Zoan. Jaji hopped around outside the field, drawing an odd look from Lalo. This was the first time he had seen someone inflict sonic noise interference on their crush. Beside Lalo stood Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Advisor Tsuru, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru. Clearly they too were interested in Isho's strength. But this match would likely end quickly. All below the Admiral and Yonko are mere pawns, was no empty boat. The senior command of the Marines had largely assembled except for Kapu and Zephyr. These two had been sent by Jean Guo to Water 7 to help guard the base. This was Lei Luo's own initiative to have Zephyr stationed at Water 7 precisely, so he could treat his lung disease there. In a few days the Black Arm Zephyr would regain Admiral-level strength. As for Kapu, that old geezer simply wanted to go see his grandson Lu Fei and forced his way in under the pretext of guarding Water 7. On the training ground, Yishao held the gambler's fuse and said, Vice Admiral Tao Tu, please be sure to defend yourself, otherwise there is a risk of serious injury. Di Yuan frowned. Before the fight even started, how could he be so sure she would be seriously injured? Could this Yishao have admiral-level strength? Mr. Yishao, you need not trouble yourself. I am the examiner for this test. Please go all out. The strong layer upon layer of armament hockey covered Kenpira, and Di Yuan's face was full of confidence. Yishao scratched his head and turned to look at Lei Luo Zhongjiang. Lei Luo sighed. Brother Yishao, just do as she says. The stronger you show yourself to be, the higher your voice will be. He had originally wanted to save some face for Di Yuan, but didn't expect someone to ask for humiliation. Upon hearing this, Yishao immediately understood. I see. Then I understand. He would just go all out without worrying about shaming the opponent. He looked at Di Yuan, then Vice Admiral Tao Tu, be careful. With that, Yishao pulled out the gambler's fuse and layers of purple gravity waves swirled around the blade. Gravity Blade Tiger. Yishao swung the blade with a backhand stroke, and a powerful gravity wave shot out in a straight line, reaching Di Yuan in an instant. Such strong pressure. Feeling the gravity wave rushing toward her, Di Yuan's pupils contracted, and the armament hockey on Kenpira grew even thicker, almost flowing over its surface. She slashed horizontally, colliding with the pressing gravity wave. For a moment, Di Yuan felt as if she had been crushed by something heavy, her entire body under tremendous pressure. At that moment, Yishao's calm voice came again. Gravity Blade Hell's Journey. An even stronger gravitational suppression descended upon Di Yuan, so intense that the ground itself cracked under the strain. Yishao sheathed the gambler's fuse, and with each inch the blade entered the scabbard, the gravitational suppression on Di Yuan increased. When the hilt met the sheath with a bang, the spot where Di Yuan stood was crushed into a deep pit. Standing in the pit, gripping Kenpira with both hands, her expression was grim. No, I can't go on like this. At this rate, she would be crushed by Yishao's gradually intensifying gravity field. She had to take the initiative to seize control. Moonwalk. Di Yuan resisted the gravitational pressure, kicked off the pit floor repeatedly, and shot out of the pit. Armament hockey infused into Kenpira, she slashed a flying slash toward Yishao. In response, Yishao remained expressionless, still standing in place. He drew the gambler's fuse, purple light flickering on the blade, and cut a flying slash of his own. Their slashes intersected, creating a burst of smoke in the air. Vice Admiral Tao Tu's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, Yishao commented, but your physique is somewhat lacking. Let's end this test here. Gravity Blade Tiger. With a backhand slash, an even heavier pressure surged forward. Tao 2, still in midair, was forced back into the deep pit, even expanding its radius considerably. The next moment, a blade light cut through the pit's edge, heading straight for Tao 2. Biting her lip, Tao 2 held Kinpyra horizontally before her, sweat beading on her forehead from the immense pressure. Boom. Dust and smoke rose from the pit, but everyone present already knew the outcome through observation hockey. Yishao manipulated reverse gravity, lifting Tao 2's exhausted figure and placing her on a seat in the rest area. Lei Luo covered his face. Although she wasn't defeated in the first second, the result was almost the same. Seeing how effortlessly Yishao had handled it, Tao 2, as an Admiral candidate, had no dignity at all. He had watched clearly. Yishao had been conservative at first with a gravity blade tiger only as a probe. But after testing the true strength, he went all out and took her down in one strike. Jiaji, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Then he jumped up and cursed, "Yishao, you bastard! Yishao, don't you know it's ungentlemanly to treat a lady like that? Damn it, let's fight Onianon." He'll avenge Tao 2. Zhangguo glanced at him, placed his left hand on his shoulder, and directly threw Jiaji up as well. "The fleet admiral grants your request." Moments later, a second deep pit appeared on the field. Inside, it was Jiaji, likewise put to sleep by the powerful gravity and slashes. Seeing this, Yishao couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, looking puzzled. Weren't the admiral candidates supposed to be strong enough to fill the admiral position at any time? He had been prepared for a drawn-out battle, but these two's strength. From his exchange, just now, their techniques were acceptable and their physiques were mediocre, but their actual combat performance was appalling. Tao 2, as one of the Navy's few female Grand Swordmasters, performed reasonably well, but Jiaji, a physical combat expert, was suppressed and crushed throughout the entire fight. Part of that was due to unfamiliarity with his gravity fruit ability, but could this be the level of an admiral candidate alongside Lei Luo Zhongjiang? Fleet Admiral Zhang was mouth twitched. The examiner being speedrun was a new one. But from this result, Yishao was definitely at admiral level and had developed his fruit ability deeply. Even the three admirals, Qi Quanqing Ji and Huang Yuan, were surprised. Tao 2 and Jiaji, though weak, were still admiral candidates. Defeated in a flash. Among the group, Zhang smiled the widest. He immediately announced that Yishao would be promoted to rear admiral under Lei Luo's command. He put his arm around Lei Luo's shoulder, winking. "So now that you have Yishao, would you consider going to Dressrosa now?" Lei Luo was startled, then quickly understood. With 2 admiral-level combat powers and his yellow dragon fruit awakened, he indeed had the strength to govern Dressrosa. Before, when he fought Lei Li, his fruit had not awakened, and brother Yishao wasn't around, so Zhangguo felt his wings weren't fully feathered. But now that Lei Luo had just returned to Water 7 recruited, Yishao killed the golden lion and awakened a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Zhangguo thought it was time for Lei Luo to sharpen himself in the new world. Seems like it. The paradise is still too comfortable. Lei Luo clenched his right fist and tapped it into his left palm. What about Water 7? As for Water 7, do you have any reliable candidates in mind? Sengoku was also uncertain about the successor for Water 7. After all, Water 7 was a world metropolis single-handedly forged by Lei Luo, the current golden brand of the Marines. It seemed that no one could be trusted to take over. One concern was strength, the other was the philosophy of the successor. He had paid attention to Water 7. It was a very unique city. If a veteran Marine elder were sent to govern, it would likely lead to a clash between governance philosophy and local reality. Young people had fresh ideas. Water 7 should not be a place where old-timers like them created conflicts. Moreover, the 5 elders might not recognize a newly dispatched vice admiral. They needed to find a one of us whom both the 5 elders and Sengoku could accept. For the past 3 years, that one of us had been Lei Luo. Lei Luo pondered for a moment. Smoker, then. I trained Smoker personally. He's very familiar with Water 7. However, his strength might be somewhat lacking. He only recently mastered Life Return. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded involuntarily. He knew Smoker as well. A Logia devil fruit user whose physique had been honed by Lei Luo for years, and now he had even learned Life Return. His strength was formidable even among vice admirals. But if it's just Smoker alone, he's not quite qualified to guard Water 7. Sengoku stroked his beard deep in thought. What about bringing Zephyr over? Not for actual management, only to intervene when Water 7 is in crisis. Off. Lei Luo was taken aback. But Master Zephyr's illness can be cured soon, and he still needs to lead the elite training camp at Marine headquarters, doesn't he? That's a minor issue. Why not just relocate the elite training camp there? Lei Luo scratched his head. Alright, if Master Zephyr has no objections, I'm fine with it. Hearing this, Sengoku beamed. Great. He'll immediately notify Dressrosa to start construction. In a few days, you'll lead troops and fleet from Marine headquarters. Adding the time to return to Water 7 and gather your loyal veterans, you'll be able to reach Dressrosa in a month to take over the base. Adding Lei Luo and Isho, the Marines now had 4 Admiral level or higher combatants permanently stationed in the New World: Akainu Garp, Lei Luo, and Isho. This was undoubtedly a massive boost. But Master Sengoku, I think a month is still a bit short. A strange gleam flickered in Lei Luo's eyes. I need to go to Amazon Lily first, and see if Rayleigh is there. Sengoku waved his hand. As you wish. However, whether Rayleigh is there or not, Boa Hancock's fruitability is not easy to deal with. Be careful. Don't worry, Master Sengoku. I know what I'm doing. That afternoon, the news that Lei Luo had been promoted to Vice Admiral, conferred the title of Admiral Candidate, and officially given the code name, Golden Dragon, spread throughout Marine headquarters. Many officers and ensigns showed expressions of just as expected upon hearing the news. Some had even privately placed bets that Lei Luo would become an admiral in one step. After all, he had taken down Golden Lion, a great pirate who had only been captured when Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp joined forces. In contrast, the news of Isho's joining seemed quite ordinary, just a new rear admiral. Under normal circumstances, some might question his lack of seniority, but since he was serving under Lei Luo, everyone found it perfectly normal. What was wrong with the future Golden Dragon Admiral cultivating his own team? Perfectly normal. Meanwhile, at Mary Geos, the 5 Elders conference room, Saint Isambel and V. Nustero placed a stack of documents on the table. Take a look. That Golden Dragon Lei Luo has been promoted to Admiral Candidate and will soon depart to guard Dressrosa. Oh, Golden Dragon Lei Luo was promoted. That's good news. It means a future admiral is already on our side and can help us actually control Dressrosa. Saint Shepherd 10. Pitt smiled. In another 10 or 20 years, we won't need to use budget to control the Marines. Well, genuinely have the Marines as a subordinate department of the world government. Saint J. Garcia Saturn glanced around. Indeed, Golden Dragon Lei Luo is definitely one of our faction. I recall he rescued Saint Charlos on Sabaody Archipelago not long ago. Yes, he executed the CP0 agent who failed to protect Saint Charlos, saved Saint Charlos who had fainted from fright, and that little fellow later went on to strive diligently in the Holy Land, turning over a new leaf. At those words, the conference room erupted in laughter. Celestial dragons were indeed of noble status, but they too were pleased to see outstanding younger generations, not just pigs who only knew pleasure. How about this? We have a few logs of treasure tree atom in the warehouse. Send them to Water 7 to build him an Admiral-class flagship, plus some treasures, famous swords, devil fruits, as gifts for his promotion. Seconded. 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 2 days later, the 5 elders sent gifts again. Great news. Remember to respond with respectful wording expressing our warmth and gratitude. Standing on the deck of the Yellow Dragon, Lei Luo held a din mushy, speaking to Khalifa on the other end. After all, flattery cost nothing. If the 5 elders wanted to hear it, he could say plenty. Trading a few words for tangible benefits was a steal. As the saying goes, what you hold in your hand is yours. Master Zephyr's lung disease has been cured. Great, great, great. Send some of our Water 7 specialties and high-end goods to Master Zephyr. Let him stay there comfortably. He'll be back soon. After more instructions, Lei Luo hung up the din mushy and turned to Robin beside him. Are the fleet and troops assembled? Robin nodded. They're ready. We can depart anytime. Good. Set sail immediately. Destination Amazon Lily. Robin blinked. Are you after Boa Hancock's beauty? That's one reason. Mainly to see if Rayleigh is on Amazon Lily. Lei Luo sat down in a reclining chair, pulled Robin into his arms, and made no effort to hide his old pervert nature. Who wouldn't want to see the so-called most beautiful woman in the world? He was frank by nature. He wouldn't claim disinterest while secretly scheming. Hypocrisy was detrimental to the cultivation and growth of Conqueror's hockey. Seeing this, Robin just chuckled. She took the fruit plate handed by Quina, peeled a grape, put it in her mouth, then turned and fed it to Lei Luo. Meanwhile, in the New World Reynaud country, Golden Dragon Lei Luo is about to take up residence in Dressrosa. So he's finally coming to the New World, huh? Kaido looked at the intelligence in his hand, a grin spreading across his face, clearly excited. Since it's a new marine base, they'll be recruiting, right? Someone, bring me Yamato. Yamato. After all this time, Kaido had come up with an idea. Instead of imprisoning Yamato on Onigashima and letting her worship Kazuki Oden all day, why not send her to serve under Lei Luo as a marine? If he couldn't steal Lei Luo the brat to join Reynaud, then sending Yamato over would have the same effect, wouldn't it? Letting her see a man like that might change her views on Kazuki Oden. Compared to the criticism of joining the Marines, Kaido found Yamato's worship of Kazuki Oden even more infuriating. Choosing the lesser evil following Lei Luo gave at least some chance of getting a normal mind. If he kept Yamato imprisoned on Onigashima, there might eventually be a scene of father-daughter filial piety of the wrong kind. Furthermore, to be honest, among the emperors of the New World, only Whitebeard truly upholds the pirate code. His Reynaud and Big Mom's Tato land have long-term cooperative relationships with the world government. Strictly speaking, the battles between the Marines and the Yonko are merely to maintain a superficial balance on the sea. Kaido is fully aware of this. Having Yamato join the Marines, setting aside his own beast pirates. Not many people even know of Yamato's existence, and even if they did know that Yamato had joined Lei Luo's command, most would be envious, such as Charlotte Linlin. From his understanding of Charlotte Linlin, she might very well make the same choice. A high-quality resource like Lei Luo is in great demand. Meanwhile, in Tato Land on Whole Cake Island, Mama, the golden dragon Lei Luo is finally coming to the new world. Katakuri, my dear son. Katakuri stood below with his arms crossed. Yes, mother. Have your beautiful younger sisters who have not yet made a public appearance join the Marines in Dressrosa. Remember, they must be under Lei Luo's command. Huh. Katakuri looked up bewildered, not understanding what mother was doing. Mother, having my sisters join the Marines. That's right. Also remember to make a copy of the poneglyphs we possess and send them along as a gift. Yes, mother. Although he didn't understand his mother's reasoning, Katakuri still carried out the task earnestly. There was no other reason but that Lei Luo was truly exceptional. Thus, after fully consulting his sister's opinions, Katakuri selected one person. Charlotte Galette, 24 years old, user of the butterfruit, soon to be appointed Minister of Butter of Tato Land. She has spent years in Buttertown within Tato Land, and has not shown her face much outside, so joining the Marines should not attract much attention. Charlotte Galette. Originally, Smoothie was also on the list, but as a sweet commander, her fame in the New World is too high, making it unwise for her to join the Marines. As for the remaining younger sisters, like Pudding, Katakuri felt it best not to involve them. Galette, joining the Marines will require you to endure some hardship for a while. Katakuri looked at his sister before him, mature and gorgeous with an excellent figure and demeanor, and couldn't. Hearing this, Galette smiled gently. It's all right, brother Katakuri. Since it's mother's wish, I naturally should share her. Moreover, I am quite interested in that golden dragon Lei Luo as well. As mother's 18th daughter, Galette, like Katakuri, placed great importance on family. Since it was what mother and Tato Land needed, and brother Katakuri also deemed it a good thing, she was naturally willing to go and see who this golden dragon Lei Luo really was. Someone mother had pestered for so long about forming an alliance, and who frequently appeared in the newspapers. Surely he must be a great hero. In other words, this good fortune had fallen upon her. Katakuri nodded, his voice somewhat muffled. In that case, prepare yourself over the next few days. After a while, when golden dragon Lei Luo arrives in Dressrosa, I will personally escort you there. Understood, brother Katakuri. Calm belt. Lei Luo, lying on a deck chair basking in the sun, had no idea what surprises Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were preparing for him. At this moment, he was pondering how many veterans he should take from Water 7. The Marine base at Water 7 currently has over 6,000 troops elite in combat, with more than 500 veterans proficient in both colors of hockey. The rest under his arrangement had all seen blood and been on the battlefield, making them elites who could serve as core backbone even at Marine headquarters. He'll take 300 veterans with both colors of hockey and 2,000 regular troops. The remaining forces should be enough to protect Water 7. These 2,000 troops, combined with the 2,000 recruits he brought from Marine headquarters, could be quickly integrated into a fighting force. If more were needed, they could be recruited locally in Dressrosa. Having made up his mind, Lei Luo stood up, walked to the ship's railing, and gazed at the distant island. Is that it? Yes, Vice Admiral Golden Dragon. We have approached the outskirts of Amazon Lily. Intelligence says there are many Sea King nests nearby. Should we notify Amazon Lily and have them send someone to escort us? Lei Luo glanced at the Marine who had spoken, a fresh face, likely a recruit. That was fine. He waved his hand and lay back on his deck chair. No need. Just sail the fleet straight through. Understood. Lei Luo raised his hand, and instantly large dark clouds appeared in the sky, floating above the fleet. The fleet continued onward. Soon a massive Sea King burst from the sea, opening its jaws toward the yellow dragon, attempting to swallow it in one bite. Vice Admiral Golden Dragon. A large Sea King ahead. Hearing this, Lei Luo didn't even look ahead, he merely twitched his fingers. The next moment, a deep purple bolt of lightning crackled down from the sky, striking the Sea King directly. In an instant, a lightning roasted meat was prepared, cooked to perfection, its aroma wafting deliciously. Lei Luo sniffed, unable to help feeling satisfied with his control. Have someone drag this Sea King. Well, yeist. The Marine who had spoken earlier beamed with joy. No wonder he was Vice Admiral Golden Dragon, the man who defeated the Golden Lion. After this display, the Sea Kings roaming near the fleet all fled, afraid that if they were even a step slow, they would be turned into lightning roasted meat on the dinner table. The fleet thus sailed grandly toward Amazon Lily. Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock stood on a high ground with Granny Nyan and her two sisters Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold beside her. The snake Sarome coiled around her, flicking its crimson tongue. Just as Shaki said, the Marines have come, said Granny Nyan, gazing into the distance. Judging by the flagship and flag, it's the newly appointed Marine Admiral candidate, the Golden Dragon Lei Luo. Snake Princess, remember, we must not be rude when we meet him. Hancock shot her a glance. I will make my own decisions, old hag. Mind your own business. And you shall address me as Lady Snake Princess. Granny Nyan. Furious Granny Nyan slammed her cane against the ground. Your willfulness will bring disaster upon all of Amazon Lily. Enough, old woman. You're too meddlesome. Han Kyuk grabbed Nyo Pa by the collar and hurled her back into the house behind her. I am the Pirate Empress of Jiosha Island now. Stop sticking your nose into matters, you old hag. Sang Deso, and I, Yamali Galuda, let us descend and meet this golden dragon Lei Luo. Yes, elder sister. Sang Deso and I glanced at the building behind, then leaned close to Han Kyuk and whispered, rest assured, elder sister, that structure was specially built. Nyo Papa will not be caught in the battle here. Han Kyuk's expression eased slightly, yet she still snorted coldly. What do I care whether she lives or dies? With that, Han Kyuk leaped directly from the heights and dashed toward the perfumed serpent ship, docked at the harbor, moving with astonishing speed. Sang Desuo and Aya and Ma Ligaluda exchanged a glance, both wearing helpless smiles, then followed behind Han Kyuk toward the perfumed serpent ship. Minutes later, the perfumed serpent ship, bearing the Kuja pirates' flag and towed by a massive serpent, set sail and headed toward Lei Luo's fleet. Golden Dragon Vice Admiral. We've spotted the pirate ship departing from Jiosha Island and heading toward our fleet's location. Oh, they're coming. Lei Luo released his right arm, allowing Luo Bin to rise. Then he stood up himself, draped his justice coat over his shoulders, and slowly walked to the dragon head bow of the Huang Long Hao. With hands in his pockets, he gazed across at the enemy ship from afar. Before long, the two vessels drew near. On the serpent's head across from them stood a woman clad in a high-slit purple Chong Sam, with a snake pet coiled beside her. She was none other than Bo Yahan Kyuk, the Pirate Empress of Jiosha Island, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Impertinent Marines, what business brings you to Jiosha Island? Han Kyuk tilted her head back, raised her little finger, and showcased the flexibility of her waist before Lei Luo. A gesture commonly known as looking down her nose at someone, or as the Emperor's contempt. Aboard the Huang Long Hao, Yi Xiao's expression was astonished. The Pirate Empress of Jiosha Island. She truly has a unique personality. After a moment's thought, he settled on unique personality as his assessment. Lei Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Han Kyuk truly was unbearably haughty. Yet he didn't mind much. His purpose today was to find someone on Jiosha Island and incidentally take a look at the world's most beautiful woman. Haughty as she was, he hadn't come to fight. It is said that the Dark King Lei Li and Xia Qi once appeared on Jiosha Island. I have come to conduct a search. I hope the Empress will grant passage. Han Kyuk maintained her contemptuous pose. Impertinent fool. How dare you filthy men set foot on Jiosha Island? Lei Luo raised an eyebrow and replied calmly. As a warlord cooperating with the Marines is your obligation on Jiosha Island, Bo Yahan Kyuk. Are you sure you wish to refuse? Hearing this, Han Kyuk straightened her waist and finally deigned to look at him with her eyes. A red light flashed in her gaze. I care not about any warlord's obligations. The moment you take a single step onto Jiosha Island, I will kill you. As her words fell, a field of blackened lightning surged around her, pressing down upon Lei Luo's fleet. Conqueror's Haki, the proof of kingship that emerges only once in a million people. A new recruit from Ma Lin Fan Duo exclaimed in shock, instinctively shrinking onto the deck to find a comfortable position to fall. His companion looked at him in bewilderment. What are you doing? That is Conqueror's Haki. Someone of our strength can't possibly resist it, can they? His companion stared at him as if he were a fool. Why should we have to bear it? Huh. The next moment, at the bow of the Huang Long Hao, a far more formidable surge of gold-red lightning erupted, shielding the entire fleet firmly behind it and repelling Han Kyuk's Conqueror's Haki. My. Han Kyuk was somewhat surprised. She only knew that the so-called Golden Dragon Lei Luo was immensely powerful, but had not expected him to possess Conqueror's Haki as well. Yet soon her expression changed, for that gold-red lightning forcibly overwhelmed her blackened lightning field, pressing step by step toward her pirate ship. The sheer weight and power of it made Han Kyuk clearly realize that the intensity of Lei Luo's Conqueror's far surpassed her own. Han Kyuk, Lei Luo's tone was less than pleasant, attacking Marines without cause. Do you and your entire Jiosha Island wish to court death? They are but insolent fools. What of it if I strike them down? Han Kyuk cupped her face in her hands, striking a self-admiring pose as the power of the Mero no Mi quietly activated. I will be forgiven for anything I do because I am too beautiful. A series of crackling sounds echoed across the fleet's decks. One after another, Marines who had been captivated by Han Kyuk's charm, hearts in their eyes, were instantly turned to stone. Only a handful who had not been paying attention managed to escape. Even Gu Ina did not escape being petrified, though Yishao and Luo Bin remained unharmed. Yishao was blind and could not see Han Kuk's appearance. Luo Bin had eyes only for Lei Luo and was not enchanted by Han Kuk at all. As for Lei Luo himself, Han Kuk frowned watching Lei Luo envelop himself entirely in gold-red lightning and bit her left thumb in solemn concentration. Wrapping Conqueror's Haki around your body as protective armor, you can already achieve such a level. Even now she could only manage a crude form of Conqueror's Haki infusion. Yet this detestable man had formed full body armor to nullify her devil fruit ability. Just how powerful was his Conqueror's Haki? In that instant a realization struck Han Kuk. She seemed to have provoked a truly formidable powerhouse. Lei Luo exhaled lightly, flicking his left thumb while grasping the hilt of Long Zhan with his right hand. I had intended to come peacefully, speak peacefully, and leave peacefully, he said, fixing his gaze on Han Kuk with an eerily calm expression. But now I've changed my mind. With those words, he drew Long Zhan. The gold-red Conqueror's Haki instantly shattered Han Kuk's protective domain, the pressure sweeping across the perfumed serpent ship, causing figures to thud to the deck one after another. Lei Luo's figure blurred for a moment, then slowly dissipated, startling Han Kuk. She felt something icy cold press against her neck. Bo Han Kuk, Pirate Empress of Jiosha Island, the world's most beautiful woman. You are indeed very lovely. I am quite taken. Were it not for my Conqueror's Haki protecting me, I might have been petrified as well. As Long Zhan rested against Han Kuk's neck, Lei Luo's voice sounded behind her, so close to her ear that only the two of them could hear, soft and low. So now I want you to submit to me.